Chapter 1. A Life Not Meant to End. The divine does not favor humanity. The creation of gods is our best recourse. Your existence has become meaningless. To dissipate into this universe is your most fitting fate. A woman, radiating warmth like a beacon of light, soared through the cosmos on a pair of wings, grasping the frail arm of a once vibrant woman, now unconscious and barely breathing. It was only when a formidable force began to tug at her, threatening to consume her if she ventured closer, that she halted, flinging the long-dressed figure far into the dreaded abyss of the black hole. With the barriers in her heart lifted, an unparalleled sense of ease washed over her. As she beheld the figure being engulfed by the black hole, she felt a surge of potent energy, once belonging to another, coursing through her. The malice in her eyes gradually transformed into unquenchable greed. I shall take your place and lead Earth into a new epoch of civilization. In the depths of darkness, the fabric of space twisted, and just as Jiang Zhuangqing's body was on the verge of being torn apart, time seemed to freeze for a fleeting moment. Light years away, in another civilization, the sun scorched the earth, trees stood lush and verdant, and from the warped space above, a silhouette fell toward a vast pool, plunging into the water without causing much splash. From the depths emerged the silvery head of a serpent. Balancing the frail figure atop it, the serpent flicked its tongue and, lowering its head, wrapped its silvery tail around Jiang Zhuangqing's waist before she could fully submerge. It was a female, small and cool to the touch, far more soothing than the water itself. The dazed white serpent flicked its tongue, tasting the blood trickling from Jiang Zhuangqing's lips, so weak, almost dead, it thought, a hint of disdain evident. Yet, feeling the comforting aura emanating from her, it obediently shrank its massive form, coiling tightly around Jiang Xianqing, leaving only her head exposed. As time passed, the serpent's body temperature continued to drop, its life force waning, and the heat that had just been subdued surged back with a vengeance. In a moment of brief comfort, the disoriented serpent retrieved a cherished wooden crystal from its reserves, biting into it to release energy, which coiled into Jiang Zhuangqing's mouth. As the energy flowed into her, a verdant light began to mend her shattered form. However, nightmares clung to her, replaying agonizing memories. When Jiang Xianqing opened her eyes once more, beads of sweat dotted her brow, and her surroundings were dim and obscured by a mass of weeds. As she propped herself up, she sensed something entwined around her body, mistaking it for mere weeds. She tugged at it through her dress, only to discover it was a soft, serpentine form. Dressed in a beige, sleeveless gown, she caught sight of the silvery serpent coiled snugly around her waist, having wrapped itself 2 or 3 times. Stripping off the upper layer of her clothing, Jiang Xianqing grasped the serpent at its midsection in an attempt to pry it away. However, despite her efforts to dislodge its head, the rest of the creature remained steadfast, unyielding to her force. After a futile struggle, exhaustion washed over her, and her breath quickened. Having gone days without nourishment, her hunger intensified. The serpent clung to her as if glued, prompting her to concede defeat. Her gaze shifted to a pair of eyes watching her intently with a somewhat round head. The creature appeared rather simple-minded, its eyes a striking purple, shimmering with flecks of light that rivaled the beauty of the purple star systems in the Milky Way. Entwined and possessing such captivating violet eyes, this creature was certainly no ordinary serpent. Jiang Xianqing observed in silence as the white serpent, after a brief inspection, effortlessly slipped from her grasp, coiling around itself before promptly falling asleep. Dumbfounded, Jiang Xianqing realized that even a small serpent could easily overpower her. It appeared indifferent to her potential threat, an unsettling notion. Yet, it was true. She was helpless against it with no other recourse. She donned her attire, sat for a moment, then ventured toward a distant glimmer of light. Upon reaching the edge and turning right, her surroundings brightened considerably. She found herself at the mouth of a cave and traversed a considerable distance before emerging into the open. Outside, verdant trees flourished, the water of the lake sparkled, and the warm breeze carried the earthy fragrance of soil and plants, devoid of any hint of viruses or radiation. Standing at the cave's entrance, Jiang Xianxing basked in the sunlight's warmth, her previously emotionless gaze now glimmering with a hint of brightness. How long had it been since she last beheld the sun? She could hardly recall or distinguish the time. However, after only a brief moment, the sun's intensity became unbearable, the scorching air parching her throat, braving the blazing sun. She approached the lake, cupping her hands to drink several sips of the pleasantly warm water. Casting her gaze toward the nearby dense forest, she hurried over. Even the shade beneath the trees offered little relief, though it was certainly more comfortable than facing the sun directly. As she stood beneath the towering trees, she felt like a mere insect starving. She lamented the emptiness of the cave filled only with weeds. How could she consume the bark of these trees without any tools? Surely, she couldn't resort to gnawing at them directly. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to seek nourishment elsewhere in this vast forest. She chose a direction, intending to leave markers as she walked. Unfortunately, her nails left no trace on the bark, so she found a sharp stone and carved several marks into a tree. Having no notion of how far she had traveled, Jiang Xianxing finally spotted a tree laden with crimson fruits, reminiscent of apples, their allure irresistible. Surely, they must be edible. Her hunger drove her to devise a plan to climb the sturdy, towering tree. As she ascended, her breath grew heavier. Longing for a beast to come and satiate her hunger, she felt both exhausted and famished. Her vision blurred as she finally reached a branch, but she could climb no further, leaning against the trunk, utterly fatigued. In moments of helplessness, one often reminisces about their past glories, and Jiang Xianxing was no exception. Ever since she had been among the first to encounter celestial meteorites and received sacred blessings, she had effortlessly survived through Earth calamities, leading a life far more privileged than others, even finding the time to assist those in need. Yet, the elders were right. Many troubles arise from the excesses of a full stomach. Had she not aided others from the outset, countless misfortunes could have been avoided. Days and nights seemed endless in the research facility, and now they had achieved their goals, and she had become just another ordinary person. Life as an ordinary individual might signify a fresh beginning, yet she had not anticipated arriving in this alien civilizational world that felt utterly novel. Such ancient forests no longer existed on Earth. Even if they did, there were zones of death, fraught with peril, yet here she was alive and unscathed. Uncertain of how she had arrived here, her memories still lingered on the jubilant cheers of the researchers. But no matter the place, life held infinite possibilities. Lost in her thoughts, the small serpent emerged from her neckline. Awakened by the sounds of her growling stomach, it glanced at the slumped figure against the trunk before leisurely swimming toward the branch above her head. With a flick of its tail, it dislodged several fruits, which tumbled into her lap. Just moments ago, it had been unable to escape her grasp, yet now it was effortlessly traversing the branches. Jiang Xianxing, puzzled by the serpent's intentions, suddenly found herself struck by 2 or 3 fist-sized red fruits. As if she had been punched, pain surged through her. Her expression twisted for an instant, and in her startled gaze, 2 more fruits rained down upon her. In a flurry, she raised her hands to shield herself, but her arms went numb from the impact. She scrambled to evade the next fruit, only to have it strike her leg with a sudden jolt. She lost her balance and slid off the branch, crushing the fruit beneath her. As she plummeted through the air, she embraced the freedom of free fall. Closing her eyes, alas, she thought, it seems my journey has reached its end before it even truly began. Chapter 2: Arrival at the tribe by Han. He merely picked a fruit for her eye. In the blink of an eye, a long, serpentine tail coiled around her waist. Jiang Xianxing opened one eye. Glancing at the ground just half a meter below her, she stretched out her arm to touch the solid earth, yet before her feet could land, she was pulled back to the branch from whence she came. The jarring motion made her stomach churn, but with little in her belly, she could only retch a few bitter drops, which only added to her discomfort. Awakened from her daze, Han observed her. His skin, pale to the point of being sickly, bore the marks of vitality, and in contrast to his slender waist, he was not unremarkably built. Although his face lacked color, it was exquisitely beautiful, even surpassing the allure of the sirens and foxfolk. Yet, he appeared somewhat lethargic, as if drained of energy. Jiang Xianxing sat upon the branch, the serpent's tail ensuring she did not fall, and after a moment's respite, she turned to gaze at the source of her predicament. The serpent's head had grown larger than her entire form, its silvery body shimmering under the sun's rays. Were the creatures of this world truly so wondrous, able to expand and contract at will? Baihan's body suddenly stiffened as he noticed the beautiful female before him, her moist eyes brimming with resentment towards him. Alas, she seemed too frail, exuding a pitiful AI or deesse. He was currently in the throes of rut. Dark thoughts surged within him, an overwhelming desire to dominate her. Seizing the moment while he still retained clarity, Baihan set her upon the ground, promptly gathering a multitude of fruits and piling them at her feet. Forming a mound that reached her knees, he then swiftly shrank in size, coiling around her leg before succumbing to slumber once more. Jiang Xinqing stared blankly at the heap of fruits on the ground, as if the recent events had been fast-forwarded. Why did this serpent have to coil around her? She reached out to prod it, but the small snake seemed to be an extension of herself. Unmoving, Jiang Xinqing. Forget it, I shall not dwell on it. She picked up one fruit, wiping it on her skirt, and took a bite. The fruit was round and crimson, crisp and sweet, its juiciness abundant. Its flavor was distinct from that of an apple, yet undeniably superior. Having finished one, she still felt a twinge of hunger, but she refrained from eating more. Excessive hunger could cloud her judgment, and one fruit would suffice. Indulging excessively could lead to discomfort. Gazing at the plethora of fruits, Jiang Xinqing wished to take them all, yet without tools, she could carry only a few in her arms. The weight would soon become burdensome, forcing her to pause. She found herself in a quandary. After all, this bounty of fruits was not easily obtained, and the snake clinging to her remained silent. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Jiang Xinqing felt fortunate that the serpent posed no threat, merely exhibiting a clingy nature. Unarmed, she scavenged the ground for the sharp stone she had previously brought, tearing strips from her long skirt to fashion a makeshift carrier for the fruits. Ultimately, she could secure only 5 without them falling, transforming her long skirt into a shorter one that rested mid-thigh, too short to withstand the wind's whims. With one hand grasping 5 fruits and the other greedily clutching another, she set off towards the cave marked on her path. There, she could find a water source and shelter from the elements. If she moved swiftly, she might return before nightfall, as such a bounty of fruits was rare, and she could avoid the arduous task of climbing trees again. As she followed the marked trail for some distance, her surroundings opened up. Several large trees lay shattered, and the ground was stained with blood and tufts of fur. What transpired here? When she arrived, everything seemed fine. How had it suddenly transformed into a scene of devastation? Recalling the serpent that could change size, could there be other beasts lurking nearby? Yet, she had heard no commotion along the way. Perhaps the battle had already concluded. Jiang Xuanqing's nerves tightened as she stealthily searched for her markers amidst the fallen trees. She quickly scanned the area, perspiration trickling down her body from the heat, and finally spotted a few faint scratches on a fallen trunk. She hurried towards that tree. However, as she searched for the next marker, traversing in circles, confusion set in. Where were the markers? Her vision was filled with countless trees. Glancing back at the clearing not far behind her, then at the markerless trees before her, she retraced her steps but still found herself at the same tree, on the same path, unable to locate the next marker. Could it be, without a marker, how would she find her way back? After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to retrace her steps. At least the route appeared safer than this one, but better to endure life than to face death. As long as she could survive, she would. Though she feigned indifference, she still wished to live. Wandering blindly through this primal forest without markers would inevitably lead her into the jaws of a predator. Yet, she had barely taken 2 steps when a large white tiger emerged from the clearing, its body adorned with faint black stripes, carrying the flesh of an unknown beast upon its back. Barreling towards Jiang Xinqing with astonishing speed, fate seemed to conspire against her. With no time to evade, she once again opted to close her eyes, only to find, upon reopening them, that the tiger had skidded to a halt mere inches from her. Indeed, her life was spared. Neither the human nor the beast moved, locked in a mutual gaze. Song Ming regarded the female who seemed out of place in the forest, her form imbued with an unmistakable serpentine essence reminiscent of Baihan. Yet, as his gaze swept over her, he found no markings of a beast upon her. Remembering the fateful star, he mused that he would likely never have any connection with females in his lifetime. Jiang Xianqing cautiously shifted her footing, attempting to grant the tiger passage, but its cerulean eyes followed her movement. "Which tribe do you belong to?" Song Ming observed the fleeing female, so slender and small, hoping she did not inadvertently wander into the jaws of another beast. Jiang Xianqing, unable to comprehend, watched as Song Ming slowly blocked her path, extending a paw to prod her, but instead caused her to stumble to the ground. The bewildered female gazed up at him in disbelief. Song Ming froze, his paw suspended midair. He had not exerted any force. It had merely been a gentle nudge. Moments later, feeling inexplicably guilty, he concealed his paw behind him. The white tiger began to avert its gaze, while Jiang Xianqing rose from the ground, bewildered by its behavior. Perhaps it was sated, no longer interested in her. Yet, why had it knocked her down, wearing an expression akin to a chastised pet? She sensed that this tiger bore her no ill will, yet it neither harmed her nor allowed her to leave. The two remained stationary as the sun climbed higher, intensifying the heat of their surroundings. The white tiger coiled its tail around her waist and swiftly devoured one of the fallen fruits, then seized the 5 she had wrapped and raced towards the tribe. The gusting winds left Jiang Xianqing dazed, her hands gripping the tiger's tail tightly as she felt as though her very soul was being whisked away. Just as she thought she might be lost, the tiger gradually slowed its pace. Why was Song Ming lagging today compared to others? At the entrance of the tribe, 2 white tigers stood guard. One lay lazily on the ground, yawning, while the other stood erect like a sentinel, casting a sidelong glance at the figure being carried by the tiger's tail, remarking, "Perhaps it has gone to seize a female?" Chapter 3 Taken home. The lethargic white tiger sprang to its feet as Song Ming approached the entrance of the tribe. Both tigers caught the strong scent of the serpent within the female. "Oh, Song Ming, did you steal this from Bai Han?" The now alert tiger inquired curiously. "No, I found her along the way. Who would dare approach Bai Han's territory now? That serpent has reached the 5th tier and reigns supreme in this region. No beast can match him. I shall return to inform the leader," Song Ming declared, ushering Jiang Xianqing into the tribe. The tribe was encircled by towering rocks, with only a single entrance leading into a vast clearing, sparsely dotted with 3 or 4 trees. Numerous chubby little white tigers frolicked in the shade, oblivious to the world around them. Beyond the clearing loomed an immense mountain, riddled with numerous caves at the very bottom. In the center lay the tribe's storeroom. Young tigers were required to bring in sufficient game each week. This game would be distributed among the elderly or injured members of the tribe, while the remainder was retained by the leader for future exchanges with neighboring tribes. The exchanged goods were also stored here. If one desired something, they could trade their hunt for it, such as vegetables cultivated by the rabbit tribe, which were considered mere weeds by the tiger clan, though some females enjoyed them, alongside the essential salt. After delivering the game, Song Ming discovered that the leader was currently absent from the tribe, assisting a neighboring deer tribe with some of the younger males and the tribe's healer. Today, the leader's cub was overseeing the area. Every white tiger's offerings were stored in different caverns branching off from the main one, allowing for clear accountability of who had or had not contributed sufficient game. The adolescent white tigers were shorter than Song Ming, yet they exhibited a certain steadiness not present in the naive little ones outside. Perhaps they too had been cast out by Bai Han. The poor female had to gather fruits alone. However, since she was brought back by Song Ming, if he took a liking to her, he could keep her and attempt to bond. It would be best if they could form a pair. When their father returned, he would discuss it with him. Song Ming lingered in the forest for half the day, yet no one came to seek him out. He bore the chilling aura of Bai Han. Perhaps a gift from the roaming beasts that Bai Han had driven away. Whoever found them would claim them as their own. Although Song Ming had only recently come of age, he was among the few 4th-tier males in the tribe, yet had not found a mate. Had it not been for Qijin's burden, he might have already secured a partner and ascended to the 5th tier. The little white tiger pondered how to bring them together, for there were no females in the tribe who desired Qijin, while the popular Song Ming stubbornly sought the same female companion as Qijin. Jiang Xianqing, unable to comprehend their howls, surveyed the cave before her, astonished by the orderly appearance of everything. Song Ming, captivated by the beauty of the petite female before him, acquiesced to Fenglan's suggestion to take her home. That he coiled his tail around Jiang Xianqing, lifting her onto his back, and she finally settled onto her fluffy conveyance. Thankfully, the prey had been cleaned and brought back. The white tiger's fur was pristine, or else Jiang Xianqing would have preferred to remain coiled by the tail. The white tiger led her out of the cave, ascending the slope where the ground was clean and level. The caves were arranged with a certain aesthetic, some entrances adorned with animal hides. Upon reaching a more secluded area, there were only 2 adjoining caves, distanced from the others. Jiang Xianqing stood on the ground, observing this row of caves nestled in the heart of the mountain, from which she could glimpse the layout of the tribe below. The village was built against the mountain, surrounded on 3 sides by towering thick rocks. We're back. Indeed. Qijin, emerging with the dried herbs, noticed Songming's later than usual return. However, she refrained from inquiring further. Upon seeing Songming transform into his human form, his enigmatic expression prompted her to ask, "Did anything unexpected happen today?" As Jiang Xianqing turned at the sound, she beheld a stunning transformation. The white tiger morphed into a tall man, his hair a striking gradient of black and white, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a powerful torso. His muscular physique was strikingly apparent. He wore a piece of animal hide that matched the color of his fur, and his long legs appeared robust and strong, though his face remained obscured. Songming approached the cave, revealing the female he had brought back, whom he had encountered on the way. That I waited for a while, and when no one came for her, I decided to bring her along. He leaned closer to Qijin, teasingly suggesting, "She has no mate yet. Seize the opportunity. Perhaps you could enjoy a more effortless mating season in the future, and even have offspring. One would think you have never experienced a mating season yourself." Qijin retorted. Their conversation was laced with obscure nuances and peculiar sounds, leaving Jiang Xianqing utterly bewildered. She gazed at the other man, who was shirtless, while his muscles lacked the pronounced definition of the white tiger. His lean waist possessed a distinct allure. A red cloth partially wrapped around his waist, revealing long legs clad in red pants, the loose fabric merely secured at the ankles, glimmering with a hint of silver sheen. His silky, lustrous red hair fell to his chest, with one side partially tied back, and his captivating fox-like eyes shone a mesmerizing emerald green, complemented by delicate, alluring features. This world truly was remarkable. Could he be a fox spirit? With the white tiger transformed before her, Jiang Xianqing speculated. The civilization here resembled the orc worlds from the novels of yore. Despite her inability to comprehend their speech, there seemed to be an order akin to human society, where animals could take on human forms. Had she traversed dimensions? Yet her body remained her own. Had she entered a novel, or had she crossed light years into another civilization? Jiang Xianqing was filled with questions. But the most pressing issue was the language barrier, which would likely complicate her future existence. As she contemplated, the fox spirit, frowning slightly, approached her and asked, "What is your name?" She could not understand, nor did she wish to communicate in her own tongue, knowing it would be futile. Instead, she gazed up at the towering man with her wide, innocent eyes. The female appeared delicate and petite, showing no reaction to his inquiry. Her exquisitely beautiful face flushed a deep crimson, and strands of her shoulder-length black hair clung to her cheeks, dampened by perspiration. Qijin was momentarily distracted. The person before her was even more striking than the females of the Fox clan. Yet she seemed frail. The petite female surveyed her surroundings, remaining silent. After placing down his items, Songming draped an arm over Qijin's shoulder. By the way, I asked her which tribe she belonged to, but she ignored me. Perhaps she has a hearing issue or cannot speak. She nearly collided with me without evading, so she might be a bit simple-minded. Quite beautiful. I rather like her. Let's keep her. If you fancy her, make her your mate. The 2 of us can ensure the little female is well cared for. While she remains unclaimed by a male, she might not refuse you. Having grown up together, Songming understood him without words. Chapter 4. Is this a space? Jiang Xianqing finally discerned the white tiger's features. Gentle and youthful, his clear, bright eyes and handsome visage radiated a sunlit purity. Jiang Xianqing felt her eyes sparkle, admiring the beauty of both men. Qijin's attention remained on her, and she did not miss the change in Jiang Xianqing's expression. Yet, her gaze did not cling to him like that of other females, which he found unoffensive. You like her, so take care of her. Let her stay in your cave, and please refrain from bothering me too much. Qijin withdrew his arm from her shoulder, turning to gather the herbs. A woodhead. He mused, yet it mattered not. Waiting for him to seek a female was less likely than a female falling from the sky. Songming regarded the female before him. If she truly was a bit peculiar, perhaps his hopes would be realized. If Qijin did not take the initiative, he would pursue the one he fancied, and as long as the little female had no objections, the fox would eventually cross the threshold. Songming grasped Jiang Xuanqing's wrist, leading her to his cave. Inside, it was as empty as the previous one, filled only with weeds, albeit slightly different. This one lacked even the grass. The male scratched his head. He had not anticipated housing a female, so naturally, he possessed nothing. Nevertheless, he needed to prepare to care for the little female. He laid down a clean piece of animal skin on the ground, gesturing towards her and then the hide, his gaze lingering momentarily on her somewhat dirty feet before he turned and left. Jiang Xuanqing sensed his scrutiny and glanced down at her own feet. Without shoes, running about in the wild had naturally left them dirty. She considered herself fortunate to have avoided cuts and bleeding. Jiang Xuanqing adapted well to her surroundings. The cave was significantly cooler than the outside. And although it was unexpected to be brought here, it felt far safer than the wilderness. She might live here from now on. The cave was clean, yet it felt too empty. How would she survive here? If only they could communicate. Jiang Xuanqing sat on the ground, contemplating how to gather some items once the sun's harshness subsided, promising to repay them later. For now, she needed to focus on getting through the immediate days. The white snake coiled around her leg remained motionless, as if merely a decorative piece. Just as she was lost in thought, Songming returned, having chopped down some trees empty-handed. He suddenly produced a neatly arranged pile of firewood. Is this a space? She wondered if she had indeed crossed into a novel. Shouldn't she possess some sort of golden finger? A flicker of hope ignited within her as she silently called for it. But alas, it seemed she had none. It appeared she had not entered a novel, but had instead arrived in a different world. Moreover, having been stripped of energy on Earth, she now felt as if she could barely lift a finger. Gasping for breath after a few steps, Songming quickly crafted a pair of wooden pieces about the thickness of her little finger. After measuring her feet and trimming the excess, he smoothed them down, applying a layer of waterproof tree resin before placing them under the sun to dry. Jiang Xuanqing sat on the ground, observing his diligent work, realizing she could not assist him. She had not anticipated that this beast would be making her shoes. Songming soon fashioned a wooden basin and 2 cups. Jiang Xuanqing felt a twinge of embarrassment at merely sitting idle. Noticing tasks she could handle, she approached and took a small brush to apply the tree resin. Just after finishing the 2 cups, Songming, having completed a large bucket, snatched the brush away. He placed everything under the sun to dry, then lifted Jiang Xuanqing, carrying her to Qizhan. Let her stay with you for a while. I'll go tidy up the cave. Upon finishing her words, she swiftly departed, leaving Qizhan to diligently sort through the herbs, ignoring the small female as if she were merely a wisp of air. Jiang Xuanqing was perplexed as to why Songming had placed her here, but the sounds emanating from the neighboring area compelled her to remain obediently in place, to the point where boredom overtook her, leading her to drift off to sleep. Upon awakening, she found the cave completely deserted. Unlike Songming's cave, which was rather bare, Qizhan's was adorned with numerous wooden shelves, each laden with boxes of various sizes, all imbued with the fragrant aroma of herbs. She refrained from rummaging through them, and by now the sun had descended halfway, casting a softer light. Jiang Xuanqing ventured next door to take a look. Finding the cave tidied up and more orderly than before, the back right, a large wooden board was set down, concealed by a cabinet that stood at her waist height, allowing light to filter through. To the left, near the entrance, a sizable wooden tub filled with water was covered with a wooden lid to keep out dust, while the ground was scattered with fruits and a small wooden bucket, the bottom of which was lined with soil and sprinkled with fragrant petals. The sky had yet to darken, and Jiang Xuanqing contemplated taking a stroll, her bodily needs prompting her thoughts of relief. The path she had taken originally lay on the other side, and her cave was situated at the very end, necessitating a lengthy walk, although there was a small path nearby. Following this path downward, she soon spotted expansive clearings on the left, each bordered by fences. Behind these fences, various wooden flower pots thrived with lush vegetables, while beyond the clearings lay a series of caves, some adorned with animal hides at their entrances. Reaching the end revealed the first floor, now devoid of the gormless little white tiger, likely having returned to slumber. Moving to the right, she noticed many red fruits scattered among the trees, and nestled between the wall and the mountain was a concealed small door, which Jiang Xuanqing only discovered when she noticed a gap. The opening was modest, just large enough for her to squeeze through. Not far beyond lay a river, flanked by wild grass and towering trees. This would serve as a water source in the future, After attending to her physiological needs amidst the secluded thicket, Jiang Xinqing wished to gather some leaves to bring back, hoping they might provide a more comfortable cushion beneath the animal hide. Having suffered from a sore back after lying on the ground at midday, the weeds had grown to her waist, long and broad, and grasping one of the leaves, she tugged with all her might. Yet it did not yield an inch, leaving her hands reddened from the effort. After a series of futile attempts to uproot several more, she found herself exasperated, declaring, "Well, have they all been infused with hormones?" Frustrated, Jiang Xinqing stomped on the weeds multiple times, yet they remained defiantly upright, swaying in the wind. Just then, a half-grown white tiger, having just finished fetching water, spotted the little female struggling to pull the weeds and glanced around. Noticing Song Ming was nowhere to be found, this creature, not keeping a watchful eye, allowed her to wander outside the tribe, and it was equally to blame for leaving the door ajar. The white tiger felt a pang of regret. If its father were to find out, he would surely scold it. Crouched nearby, observing as the female toiled fruitlessly, its keen eyesight catching sight of her hand being grazed by the grass. With a few paw taps on the ground, it approached her. The white tiger nuzzled against Jiang Xuanqing's hand, and she was reminded of the white tiger that had previously overseen the storage area. Gently stroking its fluffy head, the little white tiger raised its paw, casually swiping a few times, effortlessly toppling a patch of weeds. The gentle breeze swept the foliage onto the tiger's back, and with its head nudging Jiang Xinqing, it urged her to follow it back to the tribe, firmly closing the heavy stone door behind them. Do not venture outside the tribe. If you desire something, let Song Ming procure it for you. Still marveling at the sudden gust of wind, Jiang Xinqing found herself being guided back when the little tiger began to yowl at her, pushing her forward once more. Taking the initiative, she stepped onto the small path. Chapter 5. Thrown into embrace together, the girl and the tiger arrived at the entrance of the cave where Jiang Xinqing was to stay, the breeze having scattered the weeds across the clearing before the cave. Observing the cave devoid of inhabitants, the little tiger, having nuzzled Jiang Xuanqing's head, suddenly used its powers to whisk her into the cave, landing her unceremoniously in the arms of Qi Zhen, who was seated on the ground sorting through herbs. The unexpected closeness caused Jiang Xuanqing's cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she hurriedly scrambled to her feet. "She is injured. Could you please assist her? Where is Song Ming? Where has he gone?" "Still outside. I returned first with some herbs." "Where is she hurt?" "My hand." The white tiger clamped down on Jiang Xuanqing's wrist, revealing her slightly bloodied hand to Qi Zhen before releasing it. "Then I shall keep her company. I must take my leave. Do not let her wander outside the tribe alone again." Qi Zhen did not respond, retrieving a bottle from the nearby shelf, wetting a piece of animal hide in clean water. He gently wiped Jiang Xuanqing's hand, then extracted a small amount of ointment the size of a fingernail, applying it to her injury. The ointment was cool to the touch and took effect quickly, mending the wounds on her hand almost instantaneously. Qi Zhen's fingertips grazed over her small hand, soft as it was, and after washing away the residual ointment, he resumed his tasks. The weather was growing increasingly warm. He needed to hasten the preparation of cooling and hydrating medicinal bundles, which served dual purposes: to fulfill the weekly tribute of hunting prey and to stockpile the increasing demand for small herbal packages as the tribe's shaman. Now healed, Jiang Xinqing observed Qi Zhen's actions several times, imitating him in the sorting and cleaning of herbs. Finding herself with little else to do and wishing to keep busy, Qi Zhen paused momentarily, not dissuading her. If she wished to play, then so be it, he thought. It would only mean a few more trips outside. However, he was taken aback when the little female not only caused no disruption but worked more swiftly than he, efficiently clearing away unnecessary roots and thoroughly washing the leaves. Before long, the two had finished sorting the herbs, and Qi Zhen took them outside to dry, while Jiang Xinqing stretched her limbs and followed. As sunset approached, the evening glow cast a crimson hue across the clouds, the twilight sky radiating a dreamlike beauty. The tribe suddenly buzzed with activity as many white tigers returned, the leading one exuding an air of authority. Followed by several deer, and 8 females perched atop various deer, Song Ming sauntered back with the gathering, exchanging some vegetables and white rice with Feng Lan. Upon reaching the clearing before the cave, he found Qi Zhen had already laid out the herbs to dry. "Finished already?" "Yes, she was quite helpful. Tomorrow we will gather some leaves to wrap the medicinal bundles." Song Ming's gaze shifted to the little female, who stood barefoot, Watching the returning group, without hesitation, he scooped her up and placed her on the large wooden board, then fetched a basin of water, taking a small green bean and crushing it between his fingers. When the translucent liquid met the water, it produced a light froth. Using the animal hide to dampen the water, Song Ming wiped Jiang Xuanqing's face, and as she stood in a daze, he meticulously cleaned her hands and dirted feet until they were pristine. After completing his tasks, he slipped the prepared shoes onto her feet before discarding the dirty water. Jiang Xuanqing glanced down at her now clean feet. The shoes resembled slippers, crafted from a piece of animal hide secured with small wooden pegs on either side, making them easy to slip on and quite comfortable. Such a thoughtful gesture. Yet, it felt a tad too intimate. Was this the hospitality of the beastmen? After retrieving the stone pot and rack, Song Ming washed the rice and vegetables, chopping a few pieces of meat as he prepared to cook porridge while conversing with Qi Zhen, who leaned against the cave entrance. About the news he had caught wind of, the Deer clan had suffered heavy losses, and their toll was not insignificant. They had gone to Beast City to trade, only to be ambushed on their return by the rogue beasts that had previously inhabited the forest. Surrounding tribes had banded together to assist them, allowing the females of the Deer clan to temporarily reside in neighboring tribes. They planned to wait until they had recuperated before bringing the females back, to prevent another ambush that might leave them unable to protect the females. Wasn't that rogue beast's lair overrun by Baihan? He nearly wiped them out, so they would not dare return. I heard they've recruited several new members around Beast City and even enlisted a 5th-tier rogue beast. Emboldened, they are attempting to regroup and seek revenge. Song Ming scoffed up. By the way, the chief mentioned a welcoming ceremony will be held the night after tomorrow, coinciding with the coming-of-age ceremony for that female in the tribe. As Song Ming spoke, he realized he was uncertain whether his own family member had reached adulthood. Regrettably, this female seemed somewhat dazed, not uttering a word to them. Come in and sample my cooking. Setting up a small dining table and spreading a hide over it, Song Ming ushered Jiang Xuanqing over, also inviting Qi Zhen to join them for the meal. Once the porridge was ready, he roasted the meat of the Lulu beast they had hunted together with the other beasts of the tribe. This Lulu beast was quite large, rampaging through the forest and snapping many trees in its attempts to thwart their encirclement, forcing them to expend considerable energy to hurl the trunks aside. The thick porridge in the wooden bowl looked and smelled delectable. Taking the wooden spoon that Song Ming offered, Jiang Xuanqing blew on it to cool it down before taking a sip. Relishing the savory meat flavor intertwined with the fresh essence of vegetables, shredded roasted meat was placed on a plate before her, and upon tasting it, she found it to possess a unique flavor. Tender and infused with a sweet, woody aroma. A sprinkle of ground chili powder added a sweet and spicy kick, leading her to eat one mouthful after another, perfectly complemented by the savory porridge. Jiang Xuanqing savored the moment, delighted that she would not go hungry, yet feeling a growing sense of indebtedness. No, perhaps it was a debt of beastly favor. In the future, one must find a way to repay the debt. Song Ming sighed in relief upon seeing her relish her meal. As long as she was content, that was sufficient, though her portion was rather scant. No wonder she was so diminutive, under Song Ming's expectant gaze. Qi Zhen offered a moderately favorable assessment, successfully earning a roll of the eyes from him. After satisfying their hunger, they noticed a considerable amount of porridge and roasted meat remaining, just as they were about to divide it when they spotted their father at the entrance of the cave. The two stepped outside. "Father, is there something you need?" "Yes, but when did you find a female companion, and from where?" Their father, who had long been separated from his cubs, immediately noticed the female inside the cave, his face lighting up with satisfaction. It seemed these two beasts had finally come to their senses. Song Ming provided an explanation, and their father nodded knowingly, though he might not be in the best of health. She was quite lovely. A simple-minded female might indeed rely more on a male. Hurry and cultivate your relationship. It's best to bond before the bonfire festival. You could establish a union with her. Although blood contracts come with many restrictions, they benefit both males and females. Their father, favoring his own cubs, reminded them that many males would seek mates at the bonfire festival, and it was uncertain whether the young female might choose someone else. A blood contract offered them greater security, ensuring they would not suffer the same fate as he, easily discarded. Furthermore, once bound by a blood contract, one would enjoy more freedom, as even if one fell out of favor, there would be no coercion from the female, and it could enhance her health. Look at that female. She's so thin she seems as if she might vanish with a gust of wind. Just as Chijin was about to respond, their father handed him a small pouch containing 6 wood-type crystal stones. These were given to me by other tribal healers when I went to the deer tribe for treatment. I thought you might find them useful. This, father, you should keep them for yourself. Upon seeing the contents of the pouch, Chijin's demeanor softened, yet he quickly declined. Chapter 6. Establish a union. Soon the crystals were exceedingly rare. With the wood-type crystals being the most precious, such stones could only be obtained in the secret realm when a beastman advanced in rank. The higher one's innate talent, the more crystals one could acquire in that realm. Moreover, the crystals found within the secret realms often corresponded to the unique abilities of the beastmen, making it exceedingly rare to find crystals with attributes different from one's own. These crystals not only significantly enhanced a beastman's abilities, but also contained energy that could expedite their advancement. Additionally, they served as a scarce commodity for trade, particularly the wood-type crystals, which could heal all manner of injuries. That I am not of the wood type. I have no use for these. The elder male's face was filled with anticipation. In the past, wood-type crystals were hard to come by. I was unable to procure even one for you. Now, the few young ones from the rabbit tribe have generously offered me some in exchange for advice on minor matters. You should give them a try. They may very well assist you in your training. Even if they do not help, they are still beneficial. Chijin wished to refuse again, but their father swiftly changed the subject. Songming, you should bond with her soon. It will hasten your advancement to the 5th tier. Strength is of utmost importance. Understood, but communication is difficult. And I do not know if she is willing. He had no idea what the young female desired and could only make his own judgments. No worries. The inability to communicate might be advantageous, allowing her to grow accustomed to relying on you. Establishing a union is simply a matter of time. Chijin, go check on that young female. Her injury might be the cause of her condition. The day is waning. You both should tidy up soon, as I must return to prepare as well. What is there to tidy up? Your cave is already spotless and orderly, thanks to Chijin's daily efforts. Why not sit down and share a meal? I've just returned and have much to do. I cannot afford to linger with you. Take good care of that young female. After delivering the crystal stones, their father hurried back, needing to organize his medical texts before delivering them to the rabbit tribe. The content of the medical texts included not only the invaluable knowledge acquired from the beast city, but also the wisdom he had gained over the years. Annotated in a manner he understood, and he needed to devise a method to teach the rabbit tribe how to recognize it. Chijin divided the wood crystals in half and handed them to Songming. I don't want them. Songming refused. They would be of no use to me. Keep them for yourself. Take them. They may yet prove useful. Seeing that Chijin insisted on giving them to him, Songming changed his tone. Perhaps you could offer one to the young female. It might do her good. Chijin hesitated, holding the crystal before turning to leave. How could that be? He and that female are mere strangers. She is yet to bond with Songming. How could such precious crystals be given to her? Hey, don't go. At least give me one, Songming called out, hand outstretched with a smile as he watched Chijin run back, once the beast was gone. Songming turned his attention to the remaining roasted meat and porridge, realizing he would have to manage it himself. After finishing his meal, Songming laid a thick layer of beast hide on a large wooden board, followed by a woven bamboo mat, ensuring a comfortable sleep surface that wouldn't be too hard or hot during the warm season. Jiang Xinqing stood behind him, holding a bundle of hay. She hadn't anticipated Songming's thorough preparations, and she smiled gently at him, and Songming's ears turned a shade of pink. Her smile was truly enchanting. After ensuring she was comfortably settled and watching her drift off to sleep, Songming set out to find Chijin. On the other side, Chijin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to consume all 3 pieces, leaving the remaining 3 for Songming. Once the energy flowed into his body, it felt as though it had sunk into the abyss. Chijin felt disheartened. Perhaps it would have been better to save them all. Feeling stifled, the fox curled up in a corner when Songming approached. He observed Chijin's listless demeanor, his ears drooping. Still no progress? Chijin shook his head, feeling no change whatsoever. Perhaps you haven't absorbed them yet. However, the wood crystals are simply too few that I refuse to believe a pile of wood crystals wouldn't yield any reaction. Songming reassured him. Try again when you can. If all else fails, once I grow stronger, I'll hunt down the strays. They must have plenty of wood-type crystals. A bunch of worthless beasts, who do little more than kill, burn, and plunder. Generally, no beastman would seek them out. Besides that, They could also search for rare materials to trade with other races for wood-type crystals. Even if I cannot train, I can at least rely on absorbing wood crystals. I refuse to believe that a heap of them cannot allow me to advance. Qijin shook his head. Provoking stray beasts was not a wise decision, and he did not wish for Songming to take risks on his behalf. Qijin finally voiced the thoughts that had been buried in his heart. Feeling as though a knife were piercing his throat, his once melodious voice now hoarse, that I cannot train. My lifespan has long surpassed yours. No female would choose me, and she would be no exception. Besides, I do not need a female, nor will I bond with any team merely needed to endure the discomfort of the mating season. The turmoil of his spirit posed little pain for one unable to train. Whether through a standard contract or a blood contract, the benefits to the female and Songming were scant. Songming sighed softly. Qijin, hasn't father taught us that we must never give up on ourselves, no matter the circumstances? There is a solution to everything. Aside from their father, the only person Songming truly cared for in this world was Qijin. They had been raised together under their father's care. Songming's parents had perished during a stray beast attack, leaving him an infant, while Qijin had been brought home by their father from outside. It was said that the young fox had been sensitive and bore many wounds upon his return. Under their father's meticulous care, he had fought for his life. Although he awakened a wood-type ability, he could not train, so he learned medicine from their father. By the time he was adopted, the little fox had just begun to transform into human form at that time, following the stray beast attack on their tribe. Many clansmen were injured, and their father, as a healer, was exceedingly busy. The tiny Qijin had cared for the still blind Songming as they grew up together, their bond deepening over days spent in their father's teachings and companionship, surpassing even that of blood relations. Although Qijin could not train, Songming grew stronger day by day. Qijin was no longer the omnipotent brother in Songming's eyes, but what did it matter? From the moment they decided to serve the same female master together, that choice would not waver due to any circumstance. He and Qijin would forever be family. United as brothers, they could care for the female without indulging in petty rivalries for affection. It was a rare fortune to encounter a beautiful fool. Perhaps they might find a way in. What he could offer her might not be the very best, but it would certainly not lack in essentials. He would strive to provide his female with the best life possible within his means. Strength was indispensable for a male. Females often chose stronger partners. Qijin had merely awakened an ability, but could not train. Even though he inherited their father's medical skills, wood-type beastmen could utilize their abilities to heal injuries. The fact that Qijin could not train meant he could not enter the secret realm to acquire crystals upon advancement, and his wood-type healing was negligible compared to that of higher-tier wood-type beastmen. Although Qijin's appearance had once attracted many females, upon learning that he could not train, they all chose to depart. Naturally, females would pursue better options. Of course, some were drawn to him for his looks. But he wore a cold expression, ignoring them all. What female had not been pampered? Who could endure his stubborn temperament? Some who could tolerate him eventually grew tiresome to Qijin when he suggested forming a blood contract. None would agree to bind themselves to a weaker male beast simply based on his appearance. Rest well, and do not dwell on such thoughts. There is a solution to everything. Chapter 7:3 leaves the following day. As dawn broke, the great white tiger stretched languidly before rising. Listening to the prolonged breaths of Qijin, he found it peculiar that he was awake before him for the first time. Songming, while grooming his fur, awaited Qijin's awakening. However, as the other hunting parties had already set off and Qijin remained in a deep slumber, he decided to leave without him. Each day, Qijin accompanied him into the forest to gather herbs, subsequently crafting salves. Recently, they had been preoccupied with preparing medicinal packets to cool and alleviate summer heat, having gathered and dried all the necessary herbs, leaving only the leaves for packaging. While he struggled with identifying herbs, plucking a few leaves was a trivial task. In his slumber, Qijin dreamt he had transformed into a young fox, diligently digging in the soil for half the day and planting numerous seeds. Yet none sprouted. He stood sorrowfully before the mound of the most perfect, plump seed, tears cascading down his cheeks, when suddenly a small sprig emerged from the earth, adorned with 3 vibrant green leaves swaying gently. Oh, I forgot to water them, he realized, gazing fondly at the little plant, his crimson, fluffy tail flicking in delight. When he finally awoke, the sun had fully risen, having indulged in an unusually long slumber. His body was enveloped in a fiery red hue. with white fur adorning the tips of his ears and tail, and his paws appeared as though they wore white gloves. Remembering the small sprig from his dream, he noticed a slender vine sprouting before him, crowned with 3 verdant leaves, which seemed to sway knowingly as if to say, "I am here." Qi Zhen sprang to his feet, neglecting to groom his fur, his emerald eyes sparkling as they focused on the vine. He sensed a connection between them, guiding the vine's growth as delicate tendrils wrapped around his legs. Song Ming, upon his arrival, witnessed Qi Zhen playing with the vine in sheer joy. "Ah, you're finally awake. What are you up to?" he inquired. Qi Zhen glanced at him, the vine moving towards the great white tiger. "It seems I have leveled up," he announced. "Is this your ability after transforming?" Song Ming exclaimed with delight. The powers of beast men awaken after rigorous training, and upon surpassing the first level, their abilities can take form. Prior to that, they exist merely as a mass of energy. But why only 3 leaves? Song Ming prodded the small leaves, testing their capacity to absorb the energies of nature. Qi Zhen focused, realizing he could sense energy now. Vast amounts of wood energy flowed around him, yet he was unable to absorb it. Disappointment washed over him. It appeared he would have to rely on wood crystals for future breakthroughs. Nevertheless, the prospect of hope was a positive outcome, and they could devise a plan for the wood crystals later. After finishing the parade Song Ming had brought back, Qi Zhen began organizing the herbs, wrapping each one meticulously in leaves. Meanwhile, Jiang Xianqing, with nothing to do, approached and stood obediently at the cave entrance. Song Ming, noticing her presence, chided, "What are you doing standing out here in the sun? If it rains, will you remember to run home?" After observing them prepare the medicinal packets twice, Jiang Xianqing decided to help, and the two allowed her to assist as she pleased. In no time, they realized she was even more adept at wrapping than they were. The trio remained busy until noon, having consumed a single fruit for breakfast. They now felt a pang of hunger. Jiang Xianqing dashed back to grab another fruit, and, taking advantage of Song Ming's absence, discreetly addressed her physiological needs in a small wooden barrel. Earlier that morning, she had intended to relieve herself but discovered the heavy stone door tightly shut and could not push it open, forcing her to return home to the wooden barrel. She looked at the barrel with concern, unsure of where to dispose of its contents. After hiding it in a corner, she decided to rest on the other side. After completing the medicinal packets, Song Ming suddenly remembered he had forgotten to prepare a meal for Jiang Xianqing. Upon returning, he found her already fast asleep, though the number of fruits on the ground had diminished. Song Ming felt a twinge of regret. Having grown accustomed to solitude, he had forgotten to attend to her meals amidst his busyness. Males generally ate only once a day, feeling satiated for extended periods, while females varied in their appetites. Some had poor digestion, necessitating 3 meals daily. Song Ming resolved to adopt a routine of 3 meals a day, aiming to nourish her until she appeared robust and healthy. That he recalled their first meeting, where she had dragged several fruits, indicating her fondness for them. It seemed prudent to stock up at home, planning to gather some tomorrow while also picking other fruits for her to tea or why. In addition to regular meals, he thought it would be nice to have fruits occasionally to change things up. As the sun began to set and the heat of the day waned, Song Ming and Qi Zhen delivered more than half of the medicinal packets to the leader's cubs. The leader aimed to cultivate the cubs to become the next generation of white tiger leaders, so they were entrusted with managing the warehouse. Even if they never became leaders, the role was still commendable. The leader's cubs received the packets gratefully, providing them with new seasonings and a substantial amount of salt in return. Meanwhile, Jiang Xianqing, upon awakening, used wooden sticks to bind the dried grass she had brought back yesterday, tidying the cave. When Song Ming returned, he placed the items down, only to find Jiang Xianqing staring in shock as he retrieved the barrel she had hidden. Panicked, she grasped his arm, but Song Ming assumed she intended to use it. However, after taking it, she merely concealed it again. Noticing the flush on her ears, Song Ming understood and simply took it from her. The difficulty of their language barrier was palpable, prompting Jiang Xianqing to follow him, fearful he might do something with the barrel, particularly since she had already used it. After exiting through the stone door from the previous day, she watched as he emptied the contents onto the ground, replacing it with fresh soil and adding several vibrant flowers. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Eagerly, she approached to take over. But Song Ming deftly avoided her grasp, instead holding her hand firmly, his large hand gently squeezing hers. It felt so small. Qi Zhen, returning from a visit with his father, caught sight of Song Ming leading the blushing Jiang Xianqing along a side path, and smiled knowingly before returning to familiarize himself with his vine. It appeared that Jiang Xianqing was quite pleased with Song Ming. After returning, Jiang Xianqing decided to wash her hair. Gesturing to Song Ming for the small beans from the previous day, he handed her a handful. And she only took 2, while he placed the rest in a cabinet, showcasing them to her. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Xianqing proceeded to wash her hair, using the small fruit first, followed by rinsing with clean water. The little fruit proved quite effective for cleansing. Once her hair was dried to the point of no longer dripping, Jiang Xianqing stepped outside to watch the lively crowd below through the railing. As dusk approached, the sun lost its intensity, and though it remained warm, everyone emerged to engage in activities. Small tiger cubs frolicked about, with several adult white tigers watching over them. The females congregated beneath the trees, laughing and chatting, each accompanied by a male fanning them with leaves. That moment, a male carrying 5 small tiger cubs approached one of the females. The cubs, a month old and just beginning to run, were in their playful phase, though their endurance was far less than that of older cubs, and soon they grew tired and fell asleep. After reporting back to the female leader, he prepared to return with the cubs. Just as it was time to start cooking. "All right, you take the cubs back first," the female said with a beaming smile, gently petting the heads of the little ones before planting a kiss on the male's lips. "And who is that beside her?" Jiang Xianqing wondered, only to see the man beside her lean in, prompting the female to smile and return the kiss, leaving the satisfied male grinning smugly. This drew envious glances from other males, who, filled with resentment, turned to seek kisses from their own females. Jiang Xianqing, witnessing the scene, felt utterly shocked. There were so many onlookers. Was this level of openness typical? Having completed dinner preparations, Song Ming approached, following her gaze to see a gathering of females. He pursed his lips and squeezed her hand gently, murmuring, "What is so fascinating? She is all alone without a companion. It must be quite lonely." Chapter 8. Eaten alive. Dinner consisted of boiled meat, accompanied by a delicious, savory bone broth enriched with various vegetables, and 2 roasted chicken legs. Jiang Xianqing savored 1 chicken leg, enjoyed some meat slices, but primarily relished the vegetables, finishing with 2 bowls of soup before hastily washing up. Lacking a toothbrush, she resorted to using the small green beans to clean her teeth and rinse her mouth. How she wished to pluck some fur from the great white tiger to craft a proper toothbrush. As night fell, a meticulously prepared Song Ming transformed into a great white tiger, lounging opposite her bed. Jiang Xianqing glanced at him, reassured by the knowledge that she need not undress. Perhaps it was true that thoughts during the day influenced dreams at night. In her slumber, Jiang Xianqing found herself pursuing the little white tiger, insisting on plucking some of its fur for her toothbrush, laughing triumphantly like a witch from a fairy tale. The next day, Jiang Xianqing lay in bed, her large eyes fixed on the cave's ceiling, pondering what a peculiar dream it had been. Could she truly be the one to forcefully take fur from the little white tiger? Upon hearing the sound of water being poured from the neighboring cave, Qi Zhan understood that she had awakened. While she took her time to freshen up, she began to prepare the porridge that Song Ming had recently taught her to make. Just as she was about to ignite the fire, Jiang Xianqing rushed over, her face covered in foam, and placed a piece of charcoal she had prepared aside. She intended to use this charcoal later to sketch a toothbrush, hoping Song Ming could create one based on her drawing. Once she had finished washing up, she took the charcoal and began to draw on the ground, first depicting the wooden handle and then adding some circles on the brush head. With the porridge cooked, she ladled a bowl and set it in front of Jiang Xianqing, who had gone to wash her hands and now sat at the small dining table, ready to eat. Thin, sentient vines began to emerge from the ground, wrapping around her arm. Qi Zhan attempted to retract them, but today the vines were uncooperative, even tugging at her in defiance. Jiang Xianqing smiled at Qi Zhan, signaling that it was of no consequence, though her gaze remained fixed on the cave entrance. Pondering why Song Ming had yet to return, the porridge had grown cold, and he was still absent. Jiang Xianqing lifted her bowl, casting one last glance at the entrance, unaware that a small green leaf entangled on her arm had fallen into her bowl. Qi Zhan noticed this, and, before she could react, Jiang Xianqing swallowed the leaf, mistaking it for a vegetable. His leaf, would it cause any harm? Qi Zhan watched Jiang Xianqing anxiously, but seeing her appear unperturbed, she sighed in relief. If it had fallen into her bowl. It was too late now. The loss of the leaf caused the little vine to wilt, transforming into specks of green light that drifted towards Qijin, so it knows when to return if it misbehaves again. Perhaps she should simply pluck its leaves. After accompanying Jiang Xianqing through her meal and tidying up, Qijin departed. Song Ming was quite busy today. The tribe was to hold a bonfire party in the evening, and all the young males were tasked with various duties: hunting, foraging, and setting up the bonfire, each engaged in their own tasks. Qijin was unable to train, and as a shaman, her presence was unnecessary. With Song Ming absent and no sign of him next door, Qijin immersed herself in her book, feeling helpless in the face of her inability to repay favors. Outside, although the sun was not at its zenith, the weather was warm. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, Jiang Xianqing poured a basin of water to quickly wash her skirt and undergarments. After surveying the area to ensure it was deserted, she draped her garments over some hay before hastily retreating back into the cave. It was indeed troublesome to lack clean clothes, feeling as though she were a thief sneaking about. Jiang Xianqing wiped her body down, her fingers brushing against the little snake's head that had remained still for quite some time, coiled tightly, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't dislodge it. Prodding the little creature, she found it still soft, which was reassuring. After scanning the area once more and confirming no one was around, Jiang Xianqing ventured out to retrieve her clothing, only to collide with the returning Song Ming, the large white tiger. Song Ming, taken by surprise, nearly broke into a cold sweat at her sudden appearance. His gaze fell upon the bare figure before him, and he was equally startled as Jiang Xianqing flustered and instinctively shielded herself. Song Ming's ears flushed a deep red, though in his beast form it was less noticeable. However, Jiang Xianqing's flushed cheeks and her panicked demeanor were undeniably charming. She covered one of her eyes with her small hand, prompting Song Ming to dutifully shut his eyes. Once Jiang Xianqing had donned her clothing, she tugged at his whiskers, signaling that she was ready. The awkwardness hung in the air, despite not having seen anything. Who would have guessed he would come rushing back so quickly, utterly unprepared? In his distraction, Song Ming missed the opportunity to notice by Han. He placed the fruits he had gathered that morning into the cave. In addition to the type she had collected, there was now a heap of small red berries that looked akin to strawberries, roughly the size of modern eggs. It was said that females particularly enjoyed them, so Song Ming had gathered a few extra. Jiang Xianqing tasted one, finding it sweet and tangy, its juice abundant and reminiscent of strawberries. As she munched on the berries, she pulled Song Ming towards the previously drawn toothbrush, and soon he crafted one to her specifications. Observing the brush head with only 2 rows of small holes, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and decided to draw a tiger's head on the ground, bringing it to life with her artistry. Song Ming assumed she desired a small wooden tiger sculpture and, under her eager gaze, picked up a piece of wood once more. However, she took the wood from him, pointing at her drawing and then at him. Confused, Song Ming transformed back into his white tiger form. Jiang Xianqing tugged at his fur, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just a little would suffice. That a gentle breeze snipped away the tuft she had grasped, and she divided the fur into several strands, threading them through the circular holes. She then pointed to the cup, gesturing with the charcoal as if it were a brush, indicating her desire for tree resin. Uncertain if he would comprehend, the white tiger blinked, his azure eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. After a moment, he retrieved the brush and tree resin from his spatial realm, where time stood still. Ensuring the resin remained fresh, Jiang Xianqing evenly dripped the resin onto the back of the brush head and set it outside to solidify, returning to the cave to playfully touch the white tiger's ears. Her face beaming with happiness, his sensitive ears trembled, and his tail swayed. Jiang Xianqing affectionately rubbed her cheek against his, feeling a deep fondness for the great white tiger. Her wish had been effortlessly fulfilled. Thankfully, in his beast form, it was less apparent. Perhaps she did harbor feelings for him as well, for she would not be so close otherwise. Time stretched ahead, and there was no need to rush. At noon, Song Ming did not prepare a meal, so Jiang Xianqing consumed a large fruit and a few strawberries. With the bonfire party planned for the evening, she decided to make do until then, trusting that Song Ming would take her out to eat later. After a brief nap, she awoke to find Song Ming missing once again. Jiang Xianqing stretched lazily and retrieved the toothbrush from outside. The bristles were soft and elastic, though slightly uneven. She would ask Song Ming for assistance when he returned in the afternoon. Feeling bored, Jiang Xianqing decided to exercise alone. Just as she finished a set of sit-ups and push-ups, sprawled out on her bed. A loud commotion erupted from the neighboring cave. Meanwhile, before the noise erupted, Nayli had taken advantage of everyone being below and entered Qizhan's cave alone. "What are you doing here?" Qizhan inquired, her expression unwelcoming. "Qizhan, I truly like you. I am the most beautiful female of the deer tribe. Get out." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. Qizhan, visibly irritated, pushed her towards the exit. The foul stench of some noxious herb lingering in the air, suffocating. Chapter 9. The explosive furred fox. Nayli's eyes flickered with malice, her gaze darting as she muttered her affection for him while seeking an opportunity. Just as she was about to exit the cave, unable to wait any longer, she pressed the beast skin she had concealed against Qizhan's mouth and nose, caught off guard by the potent scent. Qizhan instinctively held his breath, but it was too late. Seizing the moment while he was dazed, Nayli tackled him to the ground. Finding the dosage insufficient, she retrieved a small wooden vial wrapped in the beast's skin. Pouring the essence of the intoxicating flower into Qizhan's mouth, she caressed Qizhan's chest. She observed his beautiful face, now flushed with desire, her urgency growing as she tugged at his clothing. "I adore you so much, yet you continue to break my heart. I must resort to such petty tricks. Rest assured, I will enjoy you thoroughly. Even if we are not bonded by blood, I will never abandon you." Disgusted, Qizhan felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he forcefully shoved Nayli away. He retched for what felt like an eternity, unable to expel anything, his body growing increasingly heated. His mental fortitude beginning to unravel, tearing at his consciousness, waves of pain surging through his mind. Nayli clung tightly to his arm, terrified he would escape. This was her only chance. She had coated the path beforehand with the foul herb, masking the scent of the intoxicating flower. Observing Qizhan, who was now partially beastified, she recognized the effects were taking hold. His endurance was nearing its limit. Gazing at his alluring, enticing face, Nayli brushed her ample bosom against Qizhan's arm. "Qizhan, don't hold back. You will belong to me sooner or later." As she reached out once more to caress his chest, she was abruptly struck by his hardened tail, sending her crashing into the nearby wooden rack. The unstable support wobbled and collapsed, causing the contents of a nearby medicine cabinet to tumble down and knock Nayli unconscious. At that moment, Jiang Xuanqing, startled by the commotion, rushed over to investigate the cause of the uproar. It seemed that the red fox and the white tiger were intertwined in this chaos. Whoever they aided was beside the point. Despite her reservations about her own usefulness, she felt it better to intervene than to turn a blind eye. Qizhan was panting heavily as he staggered out, desperately seeking water by the riverbank. Needing to escape the confines of the cave, the two collided, and if it weren't for her crimson fox ears trembling, the situation might have been less alarming. Jiang Xuanqing rubbed her nose and looked up to see Qizhan, his beast ears prominent at that moment. The male's face was flushed, his eyes glistening with moisture. Resembling someone unwell, yet his gaze was fixated on her, and Jiang Xuanqing could practically feel the heat radiating from his breath. Could he be ill? Or had he poisoned himself with some random herbs? Surely he couldn't be that foolish. "You," Jiang Xuanqing began, but then remembered he could not understand her words, as their conversations had always been lost in translation. She had long since grown weary of attempting to communicate. But now, how could she assist him without clarity? Qizhan slowly approached Jiang Xuanqing, his fluffy tail swaying behind him. While she pondered how to resolve this, a slender vine entwined around her ankle. Climbing upward, she quickly pulled her leg, but in her struggle, she lost her balance and fell onto the vine. Surprisingly, despite its thinness, the vine was remarkably resilient. Qizhan saw only a haze before him. Shaking his head to clear his vision but only becoming dizzier, his gaze narrowed to a single shade of red. Following his instincts, he leaned in to lick the alluring hue. The scent of blood seemed to permeate the air as Jiang Xuanqing delivered a swift kick with her unbound leg between the fox's legs. The pained creature collapsed onto the ground. With a decisive motion, Jiang Xuanqing yanked the vine that was attempting to burrow into her clothing, freeing her leg and quickly ensnaring it around Qizhan. In the brief moment of distraction, the fox's tail slithered toward her. Quick as lightning, Jiang Xuanqing seized the base of the tail, but her speed could not match Qizhan's. He turned and shielded it behind him. Jiang Xuanqing felt as if she had grasped something in her hand, and upon squeezing it, she discovered it was Qizhan, tightly clinging to her neck, his body trembling slightly as his fingers clutched at her arm. Don't squeeze. His enchanting voice quivered. Don't squeeze, she retorted defiantly. Bursting with indignation, Jiang Xinqing began to knead his tail that a plaintive cry escaped Qijin as he abruptly transformed into a small fox, his eyes glistening with tears as he affectionately licked her hand. Jiang Xinqing rubbed his ear with one hand, recognizing the allure of a fox spirit, even in its voice. With the obstruction removed, Jiang Xinqing noticed that her hand seemed empty, yet she was certain she had grasped something. As she traced along the length, it became evident that she was indeed holding a fox's tail, transparent and delicate, her fingers grasping at its base, while the little fox yelped in protest. "What are you yowling about?" Jiang Xinqing snapped. With one hand still gripping the tail, she pinched the fox's cheek, wishing him to experience the sensation of being forced. Jiang Xinqing smirked maliciously, running her hands along the ethereal tail from tip to base, even teasing the vibrant red end, igniting a peculiar sensation within his sensitive form. The little fox attempted to flee, only to be yanked back by his tail, tears streaming down his face as he cried out to her. Jiang Xinqing, unable to comprehend his anguish, petted the fluffy fox thoroughly, ultimately embracing him tightly, her grip firm on the tail's root as she took a deep breath of his scent. In no wonder petting a cat is akin to a cat indulging in catnip. After savoring the fox's essence, Jiang Xinqing generously released him. The disheveled little fox gazed at her with a look of grievance, letting out a soft whimper before scampering away. Meanwhile, Songming had just finished learning how to make clothes from Feng Yi and was about to call Jiang Xinqing down to play when he was obstructed by several beastmen. Some inquired about how to use the medicine pouch, while others, having heard of his prowess as the strongest among the younger generation of the tribe, insisted on competing with him, feeling increasingly uneasy as he was drawn into their chatter. Songming pushed past them and hurried up the mountain. A few males, unable to restrain themselves, hastily followed in pursuit. Upon reaching the entrance of Qijin's cave, they spotted a fire-red fox, its fur in disarray, eyes brimming with tears as it dashed out from the adjacent cave. The males exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile, but their expressions froze the next instant. A strange female emerged, looking revitalized and beaming with a smile. While Songming's gaze fell upon her swollen lips, which bore the marks of bites. "Aren't we supposed to avoid females?" he mused, realizing that despite her initial resolve, she had succumbed to temptation within mere days of their arrival. Songming shrugged off the concern. It mattered not who was the first mate of the little female. However, he couldn't help but wonder why Qijin appeared so disheveled, just as he contemplated when to take their relationship further. A shriek pierced the air. Nearly, several males scrambled to assist the unconscious figured. As Jiang Xinqing approached, she discovered a female slumped in Qijin's cave, a large bump swelling on her head. "Alas, it's all my fault." The wooden frame was not sturdy enough, causing the waiting female to be struck. Songming feigned concern. "Oh dear, that bump looks serious. I'll fetch my father immediately." He recognized the unconscious person as Neili, the one who had previously irked Qijin. Though he found her rather unpleasant himself, after expelling the female from the cave, he followed the scent left by Qijin and eventually found her by the river outside the tribe. Chapter 10. "You are truly beautiful." The small fox, submerged in water, wore a woeful expression. Songming inquired, "What's wrong?" "I've been affected by the dream flower. You should ask my father for some leaves, as I have none here." Qijin admitted, not every herb was collected by him, and he had overlooked the possibility of such an occurrence today. His father's stock of herbs was extensive, given that a fourth-tier beast man had ample space and could preserve many items in his cave. Songming dashed to his father's cave, retrieved the leaves, and made sure to inform him that Neili, who had a sizable bump on her head, was still unconscious in Qijin's cave. After consuming the leaves and spending some time in the water, Qijin finally emerged, shaking off the excess water and grooming his still damp fur. The petals of the dream flower could induce arousal in beastmen, while the leaves served as an antidote. "Isn't it true that we shouldn't approach females while aroused?" The fox's body stiffened as he stammered. "It wasn't my intention to collide with her by the river. I lost control, though," Songming teased, his eyes fixed on him. The little fox averted his gaze, feeling guilty and unable to meet his eyes, unaware that his fox ears were quivering with anxiety. "How are you feeling now?" Songming asked nonchalantly. "Much better. Can we still go to the bonfire later?" "Yes, I'm fine. What does it feel like to kiss?" "Quite soft." Preoccupied with grooming his fur, the fox answered, only to realize belatedly, his face flaring with embarrassment, grateful that his fur was already a vibrant red, lest it turn pink. Songming jested. So you still have control despite feeling uncontrollable. Enraged and flustered, the fox urged him, just go. Come find us at the bonfire later. All right. After finishing his grooming and enjoying a gentle breeze, Chijin gazed at his tail, contemplating the other tail he had felt in his grasp. Reaching out but only catching hold of the red one. Confused, he pondered why she could touch it while he could not. Was there a difference? After some contemplation, he realized the only distinction was that she had consumed a piece of his leaf earlier that morning. The green leaves possessed no healing properties but were imbued with energy, serving as the vine's means of sensing their surroundings and growing. Chijin summoned the vine and, observing its lackluster branches, plucked a leaf to consume. With the loss of another leaf, the vine drooped, but after waiting a moment, he reached out again, this time grasping the transparent fox tail, albeit feeling overly sensitive. Had she not grabbed him, Chijin would have remained unaware of his newly acquired colorless tail. Suddenly recalling something, he sensed the transparent fox tail's energy. Within the realm of spirit, he could perceive the shape forming on the little fox's tail, and he watched as the wood element energy flowed toward the transparent fox tail. Albeit slowly, with a focused thought, the energy surged toward the transparent tail, which could not absorb it, nor could the vine. This energy was absorbed and condensed within his body. The tip of the small vine sprouted a new green leaf. Waving gently in the breeze, the Chijin's eyes sparkled upon seeing the little green leaf, and a smile crept onto his lips, but as he thought about meeting her soon, his expression fell. Ever since her arrival, she had not spoken a word. Wait, hadn't she just spoken? Chijin reflected on the events in the cave, convinced that the little female had indeed spoken, and he would need to apologize to her. He wondered if she would forgive him. Seated on a wooden stump, Jiang Xianqing savored the meat grilled by Songming. Today's meat had been marinated in advance, so Songming had refrained from seasoning it. She relished this new flavor, swallowing tender slices of meat wrapped in fresh green leaves until she felt pleasantly full. Waving her hand to Songming, she declined his offer to feed her again. As dusk settled in, the surrounding bonfires were ignited, small flames encircling the grand central fire. Beside the smaller fires sat females with partners, while many single males lingered, hoping to choose a mate from those gathered around the central bonfire. Jiang Xianqing held little interest in selecting a partner and paid little attention to the goings-on in that area. Meanwhile, Chijin, his ears flushed with embarrassment, sat nervously beside Jiang Xianqing, his gaze fixated on her. The firelight illuminated her exquisite features, etching her beauty into his memory, and his eyes sparkled with fascination, though a hint of anxiety lingered. Songming, observing from a distance, noted Chijin's unwavering gaze upon the female. This kid has finally awakened, he chuckled, watching the flirtation unfold, prompting the tribe leader to glance at him with a puzzled expression, clearing his throat. Songming suppressed his amusement. He glanced at Chijin, aware that Nayli had already been examined by his father. Her condition was not severe, but she remained unconscious, her partner having taken her away. She is a female. I am fortunate to have escaped punishment. This silent grievance is all I can bear. Jiang Xianqing regarded Chijin with surprise, realizing that he seemed able to comprehend her words, though he remained oblivious to Songming's speech. Recalling the incident in the cave, she recognized that Chijin's plea not to squeeze had indeed been understood, but she had forgotten amidst her focus on the fox. Chijin pondered how to apologize and explain himself. He noticed Jiang Xianqing looking at him, causing him to feel nervous. What's the matter? I think I can understand your words now. Can you understand me? Jiang Xuanqing's voice was soft, yet not overly sweet. Flowing like a gentle stream in spring, melodious and pleasing to the ear. Chijin nodded, affirming, yes, I can understand. It seems so. Could it be that the little female's silence was due to her inability to comprehend before? Meanwhile, Songming, perplexed, wondered, the little female can speak, but why does it seem encrypted? Why can't I understand her words? What are you two discussing? Having confirmed the situation, she suddenly found herself able to comprehend what Chijin was saying. And Chijin could understand her as well. However, she still could not grasp the words of Songming. It appeared that Songming was equally perplexed by her speech, prompting Jiang Xianqing to ponder the reason. Did you not hear everything? She inquired. That I couldn't understand what she said. Combined with your words, it felt like a cryptic conversation. Who could decipher that? Recalling the issue with the little female, Chijin conveyed the circumstances to Songming, including all that had transpired that day. albeit omitting certain details, merely stating that he had fled right after the encounter. Yet, Song Ming, observing the wounds on their mouths, held no belief in Qi Zhan's latter claim. Why not try it out? Perhaps a gentle breeze to start. Upon hearing Qi Zhan's suggestion, Jiang Xianqing regarded Song Ming as if he were a fool, dismissing such a ludicrous idea. Qi Zhan elaborated on the events leading to this moment and extended his apologies, which Jiang Xianqing graciously accepted. She contemplated voicing a question but ultimately decided to remain silent, opting instead to observe the bonfire gathering. Numerous males had received invitations, occupying seats beside the females they admired. Jiang Xianqing noted that most females were surrounded by 7 or 8 males, while only a couple were accompanied by 3 to 5 and engaged in lively conversation. Song Ming, harboring ulterior motives, chose a discreet corner to minimize attention while observing the others. Yet, a keen-eyed male soon approached, presenting a bouquet. For you, little female, you are truly exquisite. Chapter 11. A potent aura. The male, blushing, extended the flowers toward Jiang Xianqing, who glanced at Qi Zhan, hoping he would convey her sentiments. Qi Zhan, wide-eyed, fabricated a tale, asking if she wished to present a flower to her favored male. Both tigers regarded him in disbelief, and Jiang Xianqing plucked a flower to offer to Song Ming. Smiling at the other tiger, thereafter ignoring him, the male departed dejectedly, casting a glare at Qi Zhan. However, he remained oblivious to why the little female would regard Qi Zhan as he spoke nonsensically, attributing it to an inside joke among the three. Song Ming, receiving the flower, wore a delighted expression, while the little fox poked at the fire with a stick, wondering why he was not gifted anything. Did she not favor him? The disgruntled fox could no longer contain his curiosity, asking, "Why was I not given one?" "Because you spoke foolishly," was the reply. Jiang Xianqing, though unable to comprehend, was not naive. Piecing together their expressions and observing the surrounding males, she discerned the underlying intentions of the bonfire gathering. Presenting the flower to Song Ming was a veiled rejection of the male who had approached her, while Song Ming had driven away other suitors with a mere word. Although seated beside the small bonfire, it did not deter others from pursuing her. Among the White Tiger tribe, the strongest were the 4th-tier beastmen, and no beast would dare challenge Song Ming recklessly. Jiang Xianqing held little interest in such matters. She yawned, feeling drowsy. Under the luminous moon, she returned to the cave, washed up, and lay down on her bed. As she stirred, Song Ming and Qi Zhan followed her back. The two beasts conversing in Qi Zhan's cave, confirming whether they truly wished to choose her. Jiang Xianqing, not overly fatigued, sat up and playfully tapped the little snake's head by her leg, questioning why it was sleeping so soundly when it was not winter. The little snake ignored her, and as Jiang Xianqing lay back down, she recalled the earlier female and the lively gathering, murmuring to herself, "Perhaps I should seek a partner as well. I in this world. Nothing comes without a price." The two beasts who chose to assist her likely sought to become her mates. Otherwise, Qi Zhan could have successfully held hands with that female today. Sighing, Jiang Xianqing decided to sleep. Allowing everything to unfold naturally in the dead of night, the little snake slithered to Jiang Xianqing's chest. Having mingled with the wild fox, his scent clung to her, and now he sought a companion. Bai Han was quite displeased. He enlarged himself, wrapping around her, seeking to absorb her essence. Uncomfortable from the embrace, Jiang Xianqing turned in search of a more comfortable position, sleepily clutching the cold serpent, resting a leg atop him and nuzzling her small face against his body. The snake stiffened, refraining from movement until she settled into a deep slumber, at which point he stretched his rigid form. With his forked tongue, he licked her neck and gazed at her rosy lips, his tongue brushing against them, adding a hint of moisture. The following day, after waking and freshening up, Jiang Xianqing discovered the little white snake was missing from beside her leg. After searching the cave fruitlessly, she felt a pang of disappointment at the absence of the first living creature she had encountered. Qi Zhan approached her, having summoned the courage to speak with Song Ming and, bolstered by his newfound ability to cultivate, gained confidence. Having never encountered a female they admired, since Song Ming brought her back, Qi Zhan had developed feelings for her, and both beasts resolved to bond with her as soon as possible. Without prior attachments, they had remained single. When they encountered someone they liked, they did not hesitate. Beastmen were unencumbered by excessive reservations. Qi Zhan intended to ask for her opinion today, but upon entering, they were met with the strong scent of the snake beast. Logically, by now, there should have been no trace of Baihan's scent on her. Yesterday, it was still Qi Zhan's. The only plausible explanation for such a potent aroma was that Baihan had visited yesterday, seeking the little female, and had engaged in intimate contact. This news was troubling. A fifth-tier beastman could come and go as he pleased, rendering the tribe's defenses nearly useless. Moreover, it seemed their initial suspicion that she had been driven away by Baihan was mistaken. Perhaps she was indeed his female, fortuitously encountered by Song Ming and brought back. Their doubts were not unfounded. Baihan had arrived years ago, and his formidable presence had drawn the attention of nearby rogue beasts. However, the fourth-tier Baihan had single-handedly expelled all rogue beasts, seizing their territory by the lakeside. Though the rogue beasts had contemplated reclaiming their domain, they were unable to contend with Baihan, who had dealt them heavy casualties. Subsequently, the rogue beasts offered their females to Baihan, but to no avail that as their numbers grew, they learned that Baihan had ascended to the fifth tier without a mate, and they sent a young female who had just come of age and remained unbound, hoping to curry favor. This time, Baihan, now at the fifth tier, nearly annihilated them. After their leader fled, they abandoned any thoughts of allying with Baihan, fostering a deep-seated enmity instead. Unable to defeat him, they retreated to gather strength. The young female eventually found a mate among the white tigers and still resided in their tribe. After that incident, the nearby tribes experienced no further assaults from rogue beasts. Baihan refrained from attacking surrounding tribes, and naturally, they did not provoke him. The ownership of the lakeside territory became irrelevant, as it was no longer theirs, and they welcomed the brief respite at breakfast. Song Ming prepared porridge and roasted a sweet potato larger than Jiang Xuanqing's head, while Song Ming and Qi Zhan were lost in their thoughts. Jiang Xuanqing remained blissfully unaware, indulging in the delectable meal. The sweet potato was soft, sticky, and fragrant. She consumed a palm-sized portion and was about to take the last bite when a small white snake slithered in. Jiang Xuanqing extended her hand to the ground, beckoning the little white snake, almost instinctively offering the spoon to him. Baihan, having returned from a hunting excursion before dawn, reluctantly left the hunt, eager to return and accompany her upon her awakening. But despite his haste, he was slightly late. With a flick of his tongue, Baihan snatched the porridge from the spoon and, in full view of the other two, burrowed into Jiang Xuanqing's collar. Startled, Jiang Xuanqing exclaimed, "Where are you going, little snake?" She promptly pulled the little snake out and placed it on her shoulder, playfully flicking its head as she pondered the audacity of the snake. It made its entrance into the cave, coiling around her shoulder. Observing Baihan transformed into a juvenile form, both beasts inwardly cursed his shamelessness. While their beast forms could also change in size, they were limited to two forms. One was their original state, and the other was a smaller form to appease the female. They could not freely adjust their size like by hand. "Oh, you spend every day with this snake?" Qi Zhan inquired nonchalantly, feigning indifference as he observed her unfazed demeanor. "Yes, it was with me before arriving at the tribe, though it mostly slept." Chapter 12. Unspoken understanding. Qi Zhan relayed this to Song Ming, who was oblivious to the fact that Baihan could transform into a juvenile form. Once a beastman reaches the fifth tier, their power undergoes a qualitative leap. The differences in strength between each tier are substantial. While numbers might yield victory in some cases, the gap between the fourth and fifth tiers, as well as between the eighth and ninth, cannot be bridged by sheer numbers. Furthermore, Baihan's scent would have been subdued during his hibernation, making it impossible for Song Ming to detect it. After breakfast, Jiang Xuanqing played with the little snake, winding it around her fingers before releasing it, and the little snake obediently allowed her to have her fun. She beamed with joy. Song Ming and Qi Zhan exchanged glances. Realizing the predicament they faced, the little female clearly favored Baihan, whom they could not hope to defeat. By the way, I still do not know your names. I am Jiang Xuanqing. I am Qi Zhan. And this is Song Ming. All right, I understand. Song Ming, could you help me gather this? Jiang Xuanqing pointed to the hair on her toothbrush. With a swift motion, Qi Zhan tidied it up. Thank you. She relayed a message from Qi Zhan, and both of their expressions were rather grim. The atmosphere felt unusually distant, necessitating a means to bridge the gap between them. Jiang Xuanqing merely expressed a casual thanks, not contemplating the matter as deeply as they did. After tidying up, Qi Zhan proceeded to organize the medicine box. Yesterday, she and Song Ming had cleared out the broken wooden frame, but due to the lateness of the hour, they had to temporarily store the dried herbs. Song Ming was reconstructing the wooden frame, and with nothing better to do, Jiang Xianqing coiled the little snake around her wrist and joined in the task of sorting the medicine box. While organizing, she cautiously inquired, "Qizhan, do you and Song Ming have a female you fancy?" The little fox, still preoccupied with thoughts spurred by Bai Han's presence, was caught off guard by the question. Could it be? Previously, there had been none. "Do you wish to seek a partner?" Qizhan pondered her words, devoid of beast marks. Perhaps they still had a chance to end the years of calamity on Earth. Nothing was too strange. As long as one was powerful, a female could indulge in multiple relationships. Jiang Xuanqing's sole thought was to find her sister, but alas, it was all a ruse. She had not found her sister. And now she found herself here, acutely aware that her sister might already be deceased. Moreover, she was now an ordinary person, incapable of bearing heavy burdens, gasping for breath after every few steps. She could not survive alone in this place. In truth, she felt a slight inclination towards Song Ming, as they had interacted more, yet she could only converse with Qizhan for the moment. Jiang Xianqing was not particularly fixated on the idea of a lifelong partner. Life was fleeting, and one should seize joy in the present. The little snake narrowed its eyes, instinctively tightening its coil around her wrist. "Oh, do you have someone now?" Qizhan stepped closer. "I thought you knew." She attempted to take her hand, but the little snake flicked its tongue. Exuding an air of danger, he cast a glance at the little snake, not wishing to provoke its sharpness, for one swipe of its tail could render him unable to see the sun the next day. Both the person and the beast shared a tacit understanding, and the topic was never mentioned again. A significant amount of herbs had spilled yesterday, and they were being reclassified and repacked. Qizhan found the silver bracelet on Jiang Xuanqing's wrist somewhat distracting. He quickened his pace, for it was not a time meant for solitude. At noon, Song Ming built 2 fire pits, one for steaming rice and the other for grilling meat atop a stone slab. The sizzling sounds filled the air as slices of meat were seasoned with new spices, tossed about briefly before being drained of excess oil and set aside. On the other side, warm rice was served, complemented by freshly cut, crisp vegetables laid atop to counter the richness. After the meal and a quick brush of her teeth, Jiang Xianqing retired for an afternoon nap, aware that a day in the beast world seemed significantly longer than in modern times. Without a rest, she would hardly endure, especially under the scorching midday sun when there was little to be done. In the afternoon, Jiang Xianqing was awakened by sounds from outside. She scooped up the little snake, wishing she had pockets to tuck it away. "Qizhan, how dare you harm Neli?" A female, flanked by 7 or 8 males, was vociferously arguing with Qizhan and the others, but unfortunately, she could not comprehend their words. "What does it matter to me if I tripped? It was clearly you who struck me with your tail." Neli, consumed by jealousy, lamented her efforts in vain. Not only failing to capture the heart she desired, but also hearing rumors that Qizhan was entangled with a female. No one was to have peace. Who saw it? Just empty accusations against a beast. Song Ming bared his teeth, having chosen a time when no one was around to plot mischief. Naturally, there were no witnesses. Besides, his mail had come up with him, and everyone had seen it clearly. Even so, it was their faulty frame that had collapsed upon me. "You owe me a piece of wood crystal as compensation." Jiang Xianqing prodded Qizhan's arm, discreetly asking what had transpired. Qizhan softly informed her of the situation. Neli was furious, approaching with a cold demeanor, yet appearing gentle in front of the female. The two of them ignoring her, whispering sweet nothings right before her eyes. She stepped forward, arm outstretched to separate them, when the little female suddenly collapsed to the ground, gazing at her in disbelief. Jiang Xianqing exchanged glances with Song Ming, who rushed to embrace the little female. Song Ming quickly exclaimed, "You can speak your mind, but how could you push our little female? She's so frail." Neli, incredulous, retorted, "I didn't even touch her." "Ah, Neli, therein lies your fault. How could you harm another female?" Neli's male stood behind her, oblivious to how the little female had fallen, while the leader nearby saw everything clearly, though this did not prevent him from showing favoritism. Neli's male was not from their tiger clan, nor was she a female of the tribe. The new little female was different. An old acquaintance had already informed him of yesterday's events, and when called to mediate, he had been pondering how to resolve it. Considering the injury had occurred in Qizhan's cave, seizing the opportunity, the leader effectively nullified Neli's grievances regarding her injury and Jiang Xuanqing's tumble. Unwilling to concede, Neli attempted to protest, only to be whisked away by her male. They were all aware they had no substantial ground to stand on. Neli could make a fuss under the guise of being a female. But with another female present, It could only end inconclusively. Jiang Xianqing brushed off her skirt, deeming it a trivial matter. After Qi Jun introduced her, she smiled at the leader, who returned the gesture warmly. Recognizing her beauty and charm, and noted her discerning choice in a male from their tiger clan. Clearly a fine female. Once the matter was swiftly resolved, the leader departed. Jiang Xianqing, upon observing that every female here possessed numerous partners, understood that the status of females was likely not low. Females appeared to lack means of self-defense, or else Qi Jun would not have been able to injure one. It was evident that everyone was aware of the incident with the fragrant flowers. Yet they still sought trouble, self-inflicted consequences. Qi Jun smiled. Songming wishes to make you a garment. Shall we take your measurements? Chapter 13. A new garment. Jiang Xianqing nodded, recalling the awkwardness of their last encounter. Qi Jun took vines to measure her, meticulously noting down the dimensions with charcoal on animal skin. Songming cut and stitched the animal hide, his movements rather clumsy. Jiang Xianqing was also unfamiliar with the process. So she had few demands. She simply wanted something wearable, a replacement for her current attire, so she wouldn't have to run about bare. Although it seemed straightforward when Feng Yi explained it. Songming soon realized it was more challenging than cooking. The uneven stitches left everyone speechless. Upon seeing the finished product, Bai Han cast a disdainful glance, questioning the unsightly creation. Nevertheless, Jiang Xianqing graciously donned it. Recognizing her own limitations, as long as it was wearable, that sufficed. The garment, resembling a sleeveless dress, hung loosely on the little female, and while Songming had aimed to cinch the waist, it was evident that such precision was unattainable for a novice. It was quite roomy and comfortable. Jiang Xianqing reassured the dejected Bai Han. But no matter how thin the animal hide, it is still thicker than my skirt. Songming practiced sewing with subpar animal hides. While Qi Jun had her own tasks, Jiang Xianqing returned to the cave to strengthen her body, casting the little snake aside for the time being. Bai Han leisurely swam towards Qi Jun's cave. Where Songming was struggling with the needle and thread, there were still extra needles and threads in the box, and with his distinctly articulated fingers, Bai Han retrieved them. It was his first time as well. But he possessed ancestral memories. After some thought, he decided to use the snake's skin he had shed upon reaching adulthood. He had only shed his skin twice, once upon maturity and again after reaching the 5th tier. This piece of skin, while inferior in color and defensive quality compared to the skin from his 5th tier form, was perfect for practice. Once he became proficient, he would use the latter for garments. As he deftly maneuvered the bone needle, Bai Han completed the clothing just before sunset. A strapless short dress and a cropped top, with tightly woven stitches. Songming, having endured much, gleamed with excitement as he grasped Bai Han's hand. Big brother, from now on, you shall be in charge of the household garments. I shall go prepare dinner. This task was hardly one for a beast, and Songming tidied up the needle and thread. Discarding his tattered items before heading to the adjacent cave, Bai Han's lips twitched. Who was your big brother? Just as he opened his mouth to protest, Songming had already vanished from sight. He thought of Jiang Xianqing and crafted a few sets of undergarments, stowing them away in his space before transforming into a little snake to seek out the female. After a busy afternoon, the vines returned to their owner as shimmering green specks. Jiang Xianqing was lounging on her bed when the little snake slithered over, neatly stacked garments suddenly appearing beside her. Upon inspection, Jiang Xianqing found the silver dress to be exquisite, and she was quite taken with it. The little snake, possessing his own space, must also be a beast man, she mused. However, seeing those tiny garments made her blush. Did you make these? Why did you also create this? Jiang Xianqing contemplated trying it on, but remembered she had just finished exercising and was dripping with sweat. Perhaps she should wait until tomorrow after a bath. Noticing her reluctance to try it on, Bai Han asked in confusion, "Don't you like it?" The delicate female showed no response to his words. Bai Han transformed into his human form, biting the tip of his tongue as he lowered his head. Drawing her into his embrace, his large hand pressed against the back of her head, preventing her from retreating, as his tongue slipped into her mouth, dancing with the mingled saliva and entwined tongues. Until the strength of the person in his arms waned, tears streaming down her face before he finally released her. His silky hair cascaded down, merely wrapped in a silver-white beast skin around his waist. Jiang Xianqing could feel the warmth emanating from his robust physique, his exquisite features resembling the moon in the heavens, cold yet noble. Beneath his raven lashes lay violet eyes, adding a touch of allure and danger to his presence. As her heavy breathing gradually subsided, Jiang Xianqing, entranced by his beauty, gazed at him blankly as he asked in a voice tinged with magnetism, "Do you not like it?" "No, I do not," Jiang Xianqing responded dryly. Her mind racing. How could she possibly enjoy such a kiss when she was on the verge of fainting? And who initiates a kiss so boldly? Bai Han felt a twinge of disappointment until he heard Jiang Xianqing say, "I do not like it. Next time, do not kiss for so long." "Are you trying to suffocate me?" Bai Han chuckled softly. "I was asking about your clothing. You are not wearing any, and I feared you might not like it." Jiang Xianqing choked on her words, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in, but she still earnestly explained, "I like it, but I have not bathed. I wish to wear it after I wash tomorrow." Satisfied with her answer, Bai Han transformed back into a small snake and casually inquired, "Then can we kiss next time?" Jiang Xianqing did not respond, poking at his body. "Why have you changed back again? Do you prefer the previous form?" The silver-haired man reappeared before her, leaning in too close for comfort, prompting her to awkwardly retreat, though her gaze could not help but wander over him. This snake was truly captivating. As he seemed poised to kiss her once more, Jiang Xianqing hurriedly dashed to the dining table, slapping her own face. How could she be so easily swayed by beauty? It was utterly disgraceful. Why can you all understand each other? Is this household isolating me? At the dining table, Song Ming observed the little snakes swimming toward him. Bai Han neither drove them away nor took the small female with him, leading him to surmise that Bai Han did not object to their interactions with her. Thus, Song Ming automatically considered them all as one family, for family does not speak as strangers. He had witnessed everything that transpired and wondered why only he could not communicate normally with the small female. A small purple lightning bolt lightly pierced Jiang Xuanqing's fingertip, carrying a droplet of blood that floated before Song Ming. The differential treatment left him feeling electrified, yet he did not hesitate to consume it. Jiang Xianqing gazed at the blood belonging to Song Ming, recalling her earlier encounter with Qi Zhan, where she too had tasted blood. The metallic tang in her mouth made her realize, and she could not help but ask, "Does that mean I have to drink someone's blood to understand them in the future?" Having traversed into a beastly world and inexplicably become a vampire, would she have to bite everyone she wished to converse with? Who knew if she would end up as a good person while transforming into another species? Not entirely clear, but I can only understand you after drinking your blood, and Qi Zhan is the same. That is my guess. Bai Han did not speak the truth. As she became more entangled with this world, she would naturally come to understand it, as some matters were not suitable to disclose at present. Jiang Xianqing consumed the droplet of blood before asking, "By the way, what is your name?" "Bai Han." From that point on, all three beasts could communicate with her effortlessly. Dinner consisted solely of roasted meat, crisp on the outside and tender within, accompanied by strawberries to cleanse the palate. After the meal, Song Ming and Qi Zhan returned to another cave. The little snake could not drive them away. As it was unable to overpower them, Bai Han remained by her side. The little snake coiled quietly next to her as dawn broke. Jiang Xianqing picked up a new undergarment and skirt, heading toward the small door of the tribe, while the little snake pushed the heavy stone door open and shut. "Watch over me," she instructed, holding a small green bean for cleaning. Jiang Xianqing shed her clothes and bathed downstream in the river. After finishing her bath, she did not rush to the shore but swam for a while, with the little snake diving into the water alongside her. Once she dried off and donned her new attire, Jiang Xianqing intended to pull the little snake ashore, but it continuously evaded her grasp. Will you wait for me under the tree?" Bai Han's voice was slightly hoarse. Jiang Xianqing stood up, casting a glance at the little snake, and seizing the opportunity, she swiftly pulled it up. "Why are you hiding from me?" Its tail coiled like an incense spiral, and Jiang Xianqing squinted, pressing down on its head to straighten the little snake. Chapter 14. Gathering Information. Gazing at the little snake, Jiang Xianqing fell silent once more. This was a color serpent. The little snake flicked its tongue, its continued small form a result of its unfulfilled mating season. Desperately suppressing its urges and naturally reacting to her presence, Jiang Xianqing, in a pleasant mood, smiled at him. The last time she smiled like that was when that fox had been tormented. The sense of foreboding crept into his heart. As expected, the next moment, Jiang Xianqing pinched the little snake, grinning mischievously. Bai Han lay languidly across her legs, eyes narrowed, flicking his tongue, the entire snake exuding an air of laziness as the sun climbed higher. The weather began to warm. "All right, Song Ming and the others should be returning. We should head back too." Jiang Xianqing washed her hands in the river, also rinsing the little snake. Bai Han coiled around her fingers. Reflecting on the little snake's reactions, its trembling in her grip was quite adorable. What a pity it was not in human form, preventing her from witnessing the charming expression of the aloof flower. After restoring the little snake to its usual state, it easily pushed the door open with its tail tip, leaving Jiang Xianqing rather disheartened. Closing the door, she returned to the cave, where Tsang Ming had already prepared dinner. Today's dish was braised meat over rice. The sauce drizzled atop the rice and accompanied by refreshing fruits and vegetables to balance the richness. Jiang Xianqing only requested a few pieces of lean meat, as the fatty portions were too rich for her in the morning. The scent emanating from both the beast and herself was difficult to ignore, though they did not see any beast marks on Jiang Xianqing. Could they be hidden within her clothing? The garments she wore suited her well. The silver-white strapless short dress fell to mid-thigh, complemented by a matching short cardigan that ended at her wrists. The snake skin was cool and breathable, ensuring she did not feel hot despite layering. After dinner, Qi Zhen and Tsang Ming tidied up, while Jiang Xianqing attempted to assist, but found herself unable to contribute. Thus, she resorted to doing push-ups on the bed, with the little snake swimming up her leg to her back. The odd sensation made Jiang Xianqing shiver, feeling a strange itch. The little snake was light, so she paid it no mind. After completing more than 10 proper push-ups, Jiang Xianqing collapsed onto the bed, unable to rise again. Not bad, quite good, she thought. Much better than when my arms trembled like a stick insect at the beginning. Observing her sprawled out and unmoving, Bai Han transformed into his human form, propping himself up beside her with one arm and reaching toward her waist with the other. Qingqing, let me be your primary husband. I was the first to encounter you. Had he not feared that the other two would whisk her away, he would still be in slumber. Primary husband? She inquired. It means your first beast husband. Bai Han leaned down and whispered in her ear. After all, I know you do not belong to this world. Jiang Xuanqing's heart skipped a beat. She turned over, pushing Bai Han away as she scrutinized him. How do you know? You fell directly from the sky onto my head, and I saved you. Though her consciousness had been somewhat hazy at the time, he could still sense everything around him amidst the spatial distortion. It was a stroke of luck that her body had not been torn apart. Bai Han was fond of the aura she emanated, so he remained close to her. Jiang Xuanqing's memories were filled with the cheers of the mad scientists from the research facility and the recollections of waking up in the cave. Everything in between was a blur. You? Jiang Xianqing opened her mouth, wanting to say something but unsure of what to express, her emotions swirling within her. In this world, females could have multiple partners, once we bond. You can also bring those two along. I will not interfere excessively with your choices. Bond? Jiang Xianqing, filled with curiosity, inquired further since she had already gained some knowledge. Bai Han patiently elucidated the intricacies of their world, imparting a wealth of information. In this realm, the weather and environment could be exceedingly extreme. While males awakened extraordinary abilities, females not only lacked such powers, but also could not transform into beast forms, rendering their survival in such harsh conditions increasingly precarious. Consequently, their numbers dwindled, and it was common for a single female to have multiple partners, not solely for the purpose of reproduction but also because, upon the male's ascension, their spiritual energy would surge uncontrollably, necessitating the calming presence of females. Of course, they could endure the turmoil, albeit at the cost of relying on wood crystals to prolong their lives. Males progressed through 9 tiers of cultivation, with fewer than 5 reaching the 9th tier across the entire continent, as no beast could surpass this level. Upon reaching the first tier, males could access secret realms and acquire personal spaces that expanded with their strength. Crystals obtained from these realms were instrumental in rapidly enhancing the abilities of beastmen. After ascension, beastmen had the autonomy to decide whether to enter the secret realms, while some chose to venture in. Others, more knowledgeable about these domains, opted to accumulate resources. Beyond the 5th tier, the energy required for ascension became monumental, with stronger individuals yielding greater quantities of crystals. Ascending became progressively arduous, and a substantial stockpile of crystals would pave a golden path for their cultivation. Once a female mated with a male, she bore the beast mark of her partner. This mark, also referred to as a contract, could be classified as either a standard contract or a blood bond. The standard contract manifested upon consummation and was exclusive to females, who could easily dismiss it without repercussions. However, the male would face backlash, though not fatal. The blood bond, in contrast, required both parties to consume each other's blood before it could materialize. Compared to the standard contract, the blood bond bore the male's unique ability insignia, while the male would also carry the female's mark, representing her beast form, though the female could not transform. Thus, if the female belonged to the tiger clan, her partner would display the tiger insignia at both the 5th and 9th tiers. A female could acquire any ability from her partner through a blood bond, yet such gains came at a price. Should the female perish, the male would also be unable to survive. Conversely, the death of the male would inflict severe consequences upon the female. The contract could not be broken. Any female who attempted to sever it would meet an immediate demise. The stronger the male, the more potent the energy supplied by the blood bond, which also provided protection to the injured female, serving as both a safeguard and a constraint. Some powerful and talented beastmen opted to dominate wood-type beastmen, compelling them to yield wood crystals, which they would use to stave off death during episodes of spiritual turmoil, while likewise offering protection to the wood-type beastmen. Having already consumed their blood, Jiang Xianqing realized that should they bond, it would result in a blood contract. Once bound by a blood contract, our lives will be intertwined. Jiang Xianqing furrowed her brow, feeling exceedingly vulnerable if someone were to harm her in the future. Her death would spell disaster for her entire family. You could say that, Bai Han replied. This arrangement does not seem to favor you. Why would you wish to bond with me? Jiang Xianqing sensed Bai Han's formidable presence. As even Song Ming and Qi Zhan exhibited a degree of wariness in his presence, females, devoid of extraordinary abilities, faced immense threats from their environment and rogue beasts, despite the protection afforded by numerous males and tribes. Their population remained scarce. The rules were established to safeguard females. Without these contractual stipulations, their status would plummet, reducing them to mere breeding machines. Moreover, I harbor feelings for you that I know not whence you come. But here, if a male finds favor, he pursues a partner. Chapter 15. Her name is Tasha. Suddenly being confessed to took Jiang Xianqing by surprise. She knew she was attractive, yet she was undeniably drawn to the serpent's appearance as well. She initially believed her looks captivated Bai Han, but the three beasts had chosen her precisely because her character diverged from that of other females. Before encountering her, Bai Han had no intention of seeking a female partner. He had journeyed far from the southern continent to avoid following in his forebears' footsteps. Compelled to submit to a female he did not cherish merely for the sake of reproduction and suppressing the tumult of his spiritual energy. For the youthful Bai Han, the notion of remaining in the sweltering southern continent, where serpentine creatures were favored, was unbearable. Cold-blooded creatures naturally attracted females in the intolerable heat, and the young Bai Han, driven solely by a desire for strength, found no solace in the company of females he encountered. Thus, he chose to depart alone, eventually finding his way to the eastern continent. Encountering her here felt serendipitous. Although Bai Han had remained in slumber, he remained acutely aware of the happenings in the world around him. Had he been oblivious, he would have perished long ago. In contrast to the majority of females who merely reveled in the offerings of males. Becoming spoiled and haughty, Jiang Xianqing appeared both obedient and enchanting. The two beasts tended to her needs, and she would assist them within her capabilities, while females were not obliged to contribute, and males' efforts were deemed a given. She was different. The tumult of spiritual energy after reaching the 5th tier had nearly claimed his life. Fortunately, a few wood crystals had allowed him to survive, rather than providing protection for wood-type beastmen. He preferred to care for her. Jiang Xianqing hesitated. She had been unaware of the existence of contracts. Could she truly bear the weight of such a binding relationship? As Bai Han observed her frown, he tentatively reached for her hand, but Jiang Xianqing evaded him. She had previously contemplated finding a male to secure a stable life here, yet the revelations imparted by Bai Han caused her to recoil. Please leave for now. I wish to be alone for a while. Jiang Xianqing urged Bai Han to exit. Perplexed, Bai Han wondered if she preferred the two beasts instead. Perhaps he should have swatted that old tiger with his tail and returned her to the cave. While he could not remain by her side for long, it would have been preferable to her being abducted by a tiger or beguiled by a fox. After Bai Han exited the cave, he cast a disdainful glance at the two beasts sunbathing while drying herbs, yet he refrained from taking action and departed the tribe, not returning until dusk. Lunch consisted of braised meat rice. And after completing her afternoon training, Jiang Xianqing wiped herself down and sat on the bed, lost in thought that as the sun set, the silver serpent leisurely returned, presenting Song Ming with 5 eggs. "Did you go to raid a nest?" "I happened upon them and brought them back." Having just eaten, he rested beneath a tree, and though he had no intention of hunting the 2 birds, they had unwittingly perched atop him and mated. Bai Han returned after cleansing himself in the lake, and dinner was a dish of wild birds stewed with eggs. That evening, the braised meat rice transformed into a delicate egg custard, smooth and fine, complemented by a drizzle of gravy and minced meat, creating a unique flavor. After freshening up, Jiang Xinqing prepared for bed, though she found herself restless, tossing and turning as thoughts of Bai Han lingered, who seemed intent on coiling around her, only to be unceremoniously cast aside. Bai Han, realizing the little snake had returned to perch beside her, obediently curled up. After some time, Jiang Xinqing gradually succumbed to sleep. The next morning, she awoke, rubbing her neck, and after washing up, leaned against the fence, watching the playful little white tigers in the clearing of the tribe. Each little white tiger was plump and, despite their short legs, they scampered swiftly, chasing one another. "Do you enjoy younglings?" Qi Zhen inquired, standing beside her. "They are quite adorable," she replied. "Each one looks so charming and touchable. What's the name of that female?" Jiang Xinqing pointed to the female calling the cubs home for a meal. Surrounded by several little white tigers, that it was the same female who had publicly kissed 2 males previously. "Her name is Tasha. She belongs to the leopard clan." Noticing Jiang Xuanqing's interest, Qi Zhen continued. "She was taken by rogue beasts when she had just come of age, before she had a partner, and was given to Bai Han. Bai Han cast her aside, and she joined the tiger tribe. Injured, what became of those rogue beasts? Some died, while others fled. When it came to survival, they had little regard for females. Many females were rescued during that time, and people began to say Bai Han was a harbinger of misfortune. After all, the rogue beasts had offered many gifts to win his favor, discarding any female in the process. What are you discussing?" The little snake emerged from the fence, having just returned from outside. "You and Tasha." "Who is Tasha?" "The female you discarded," Qi Zhen replied, glancing at Jiang Xuanqing. "Do you wish to play with her?" Unable to respond, Jiang Xinqing decided it was best to let it be. Song Ming emerged to call them for breakfast, which consisted of egg soup and grilled meat skewers. After the meal, Bai Han transformed into his human form, taking Jiang Xuanqing's discarded clothes to wash. Just as he reached the height of his chest, she rushed over, and Bai Han raised his hand, keeping them just out of her reach. "I'll wash them myself, but there are undergarments in there." "I'll wash them. You can amuse yourself." Jiang Xinqing pinched his waist, insisting, "Hand them over." "No, then you wash the skirt and give me the undergarment." While making clothes was tolerable, as she wouldn't see them, allowing herself to be hypnotized. Washing undergarments felt too intimate. "It's only a matter of time. You must get used to it." Bai Han lowered his gaze upon her. Once he had made his determination, he would not relinquish his hold. Even if she were to dismiss him, she could not turn to another beast, for there was none in the eastern continent who could rival his strength. Her short hair had become somewhat disheveled upon her approach, a lock of it standing defiantly upright. Her fair complexion was touched with a delicate blush, and her peach-hued lips appeared even more alluring after being gently nibbled by her teeth, with a slight furrow in her brow. Her deep brown eyes reflected his figure, rendering her even more delectable in his eyes. As he contemplated this, he yielded to his desires, drawing her into his embrace with one hand while lowering his head to press his lips against her rosy ones. Just as his tongue was about to slip into her mouth, he bit down gently on her lip. Bai Han watched as she struggled fiercely before twisting away and fleeing, licking the wound on his lip. He noted her slight stature, realizing that kissing her was somewhat cumbersome, and he wondered if she would grow taller in time. Jiang Xinqing dashed into the cave of Qi Zhen, her cheeks flushed. The fox and the tiger were diligently sorting herbs, and while their initial surprise had been palpable, neither Qi Zhen nor Song Ming had ever laid a hand on her. "How rude of you." "Color serpent," she exclaimed. Unbeknownst to her, the 2 beasts had initially aimed to cultivate a bond with her slowly, but just as they were considering taking a step further, Bai Han had awakened upon her entry. The 2 beasts remained docile, mindful of the potential jealousy from the serpent that could send them flying. Once the heat in Jiang Xuanqing's face subsided, she began to assist, only to discover later that all the herbs were destined for her own use. Her hard work bore fruit, but the consequences fell squarely upon her. Chapter 16. The virtuous Bai Han. Jiang Xinqing paid no more heed to the clothes. If he wished to wash them, let him do so. Free labor should not go to waste. The half-grown white tiger was taken aback upon witnessing Bai Han, with his cool and noble visage, washing the garments of his female master. Indeed, his father had spoken true. No matter how dazzling one might appear outside, a return home necessitated the role of a dutiful husband. There's something you need? Bai Han inquired, twisting the garment in his hands as the young beast stared at him. Unmoving at Yes, my father instructed me to inform you that a group of stray beasts has been causing quite a commotion in the forest, actively searching for you. He advised you to be cautious and reminded everyone not to hunt alone. The not-yet-adult male scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his earlier behavior. Very well, I shall convey this to them. Soon enough, you will no longer see those strays. After the young tiger delivered his message, he departed. Bai Han hung the clothes to dry, utilizing the drying rack that Song Ming had crafted during his leisure. Lunch consisted of stir-fried vegetables with meat and rice, accompanied by a soup reminiscent of tomato and egg. After the meal, Jiang Xianqing retreated to catch up on sleep, while the three beasts congregated nearby. What did you say to her? Song Ming inquired. Noting the young female's pensive demeanor, Bai Han leaned back against the wall, eyes closed, as Song Ming transformed into a large white tiger beside him. Qi Zhan was busy grinding the petals of the fragrant flower and cast a glance at the silent serpent. One beast alone cannot protect her. You cannot remain by her side at all times. He hinted to Bai Han not to whisper sweet nothings into the young female's ear, for she could not possibly have only him as her partner. Bai Han lazily lifted his gaze. That I shall speak once you both have formed a bond. When will your ointment be ready? At the earliest, tomorrow. That if you rush her, she will not consent. Can you truly force her? Qi Zhan and the others had just finished consuming the leaves of the fragrant flower and thus were unbothered by its scent. Soon, she will agree. After all, she can do nothing else and can only spend time with the three of us. If she does not choose him, she cannot select anyone else. The two present would struggle to match his strength combined. Qi Zhan and Song Ming felt powerless to contend for her affection. The position of rightful partner could only be filled by Bai Han. What do you plan to do about those strays? Sooner or later, they will catch wind of your presence, Song Ming asked. Referring to their leader, a hyena, disgusting, and yet as persistent as a stubborn adhesive, not a cause for concern. They will not locate me in the short term. Once we have formed a bond, I will break through to the 6th stage and resolve the issue. Bai Han was but a step away from the 6th stage. Although he possessed the green crystal, he would not choose to endure hardship merely to draw close to her in the afternoon. After Jiang Xianqing awoke and completed her exercises, she sat on the bed, lost in thought. Boredom led her to indulge in fanciful musings. After a while, she sought out Qi Zhan. What do the females in the tribe do daily? Mate, bear young, and chat. Qi Zhan was simmering a concoction in a pot, periodically adding herbs and various ingredients from bottles. None of that is something I can partake in. I wish to venture outside the tribe. That is ill-advised. There are many stray beasts outside, and both Song Ming and Bai Han have gone. I cannot accompany you. Then let me assist you. Qi Zhan smiled at her. I can manage on my own. Feeling dejected, Jiang Xianqing returned to the cave. Unable to sit still, she decided to tidy up the cave once more, freshened herself, donned a white dress, and set her snakeskin skirt out to DRY.AT dinner. The three beasts noticed her morose demeanor, yet they said nothing. That night, Jiang Xianqing found herself unable to sleep. Bai Han embraced her from behind, waiting for her to speak, but she remained silent. Do you not like me? Bai Han tightened his hold around her, oddly noting that tonight the young female did not struggle. I do. Then why do you hesitate to bond with me? Jiang Xianqing opened her mouth, her throat tightening. Until now, she had been unaware of the blood pact that linked female and male lives in this world. Had she known, she would have been more than willing to seek a partner and live a stable life like other females. However, the weight of sharing one another's life made her falter. She felt weak, and if an accident were to occur in the future, those who followed her would perish too, since the upheaval on Earth began. She had become a chosen one in the eyes of ordinary people. Her immense power allowed her to easily dissolve malice, and she had witnessed countless fragile lives slipping away effortlessly. The stark contrast now made Jiang Xianqing feel inferior and fearful. I am too weak. I would bring you down. Bai Han chuckled softly, finally grasping Jiang Xianqing's thoughts, feeling a wave of tenderness within. After we bond, you will randomly gain a power from me. What power? Random. It's not something I can control. Jiang Xianqing had long since lost hope in her own luck. Abilities, physical enhancements, toxins, or other capabilities. After a brief pause, Bai Han continued, any powerful male, or any male who truly loves his female. would bond without hesitation unless the female is unwilling. This covenant cannot be broken except by the female herself, should she reject her partner. The protection it grants to the female surpasses your understanding. As long as the covenant exists in the male lives, you shall not perish. Any harm directed at you will be mitigated by the blood pact. I have never regretted the choices I have made. I follow my heart in choosing my female, and from the moment of obedience, you become my new deity. The female's ability to thrive also hinges on the strength of her partner, should you truly perish. It would be due to the presence of useless beings around you. If I were to die, it would be because of my own weakness, and I shall not meet such a day. He would continue to grow stronger, anticipating a different life in the future, one intertwined with hers. Does that mean even if I am unconscious, no beast can harm me to bring about your demise? Jiang Xianqing turned, her voice considerably more lively. Indeed, otherwise the high-tier males of the beast world would have been exterminated long ago. Then let us bond. Sleep first. We shall discuss it tomorrow. Why? She had finally begun to resolve her inner turmoil. Yet the serpent was unwilling. Wait for Qizhen's ointment. It will ease the process of our union. Jiang Xuanqing's cheeks flushed, obscured by the darkness, yet Bai Han saw her clearly. Previously, he had hoped to provide her with information about this world to foster their relationship. But aside from revealing that she was an outsider, he had simply offered a brief introduction. Had he known, he would have refrained from speaking or ensured he conveyed the entirety of his thoughts without delay. The following day, as dawn broke and the sun rose slowly above the horizon, Jiang Xianqing awoke to the blinding sight of Bai Han's white chest. Awake, a voice rich with magnetism rang above her. Are you not going out today? No, Song Ming and the hunting team from the tribe have left together. They will bring back provisions for me. Missing one meal is of little consequence. Then accompany me outside to bathe. Very well. Chapter 17. Bai Han's bonding. Jiang Xianqing gathered her change of clothes and led Bai Han outside. Bai Han went to fetch a small wooden tub, the river water still cool, causing Jiang Xianqing to shiver as she stepped in. Perhaps Song Ming could construct another wooden tub for bathing. It would allow for warm water, making it convenient at any time. Bai Han coiled around her as a large white serpent. Once the sun rose higher, the surrounding warmth increased, and Jiang Xianqing lay atop his tail, her legs splashing about. Will it always be this hot here? We are currently in the second month of the hot season. The weather will grow increasingly warm. It is only in the 6th month of this season that temperatures will begin to decline, followed by 6 months of the rainy season, 6 months of cold, and then another 6 months of rain before the cycle returns to the hot season. One complete cycle lasts for 24 months, with each month comprising 4 weeks, and a week consisting of 7 days. This system was derived from the Western continent. The climate in the Eastern continent remains relatively normal, while other continents experience varying seasonal lengths. Will it rain continuously during the rainy season? Not at all. There will be sunny days as well, during which the temperature is most agreeable. The supple form pressed against him as Bai Han calmly addressed her inquiries, subtly shifting his lower body, a slight movement that drew Jiang Xuanqing's puzzled gaze. Bai Han transformed into human form, positioning himself behind her. As Jiang Xianqing felt the searing warmth, she momentarily found herself in a daze. Not hiding anymore, Bai Han teased. I want to hide, Jiang Xianqing replied, her cheeks nearly ablaze. She had never been this close to a male before. Help me, just like last time. Then, transform into a small snake, she stammered, struggling to articulate her words. Isn't this fine? Jiang Xianqing fell silent. Sensing that he was far more alluring than a seductress at this moment, the intense heat emanating from him was palpable. Their youthful bodies nestled in the sunlight. The radiance illuminated the girl's flushed cheeks, her flustered gaze darting away, while the man bore a smile, his deep purple eyes swirling with intense desire. Not now, but a little reward wouldn't hurt. However, it was evident he would be disappointed, as the prey had hurriedly fled. Bai Han felt a tinge of regret as he settled quietly in the water, only pushing open the stone door to return home with the flustered female once he had regained his composure. I will never go bathing in the river with Bai Han again. Lustful snake. After breakfast, Song Ming prepared the bathing tub while Qi Zhen brewed medicinal ointments and polished a small jade-like vial. Bai Han tidied the dishes and cleaned up the utensils. Every morning, they would venture out hunting, not particularly hungry, but accompanying the young female for a light meal. Jiang Xianqing was initially weaving a basket from dry grass when Song Ming, seeing her efforts, offered her the leftover bamboo strips from his own weaving. Discarding the grass, she planned to craft a small basket from the bamboo. She enjoyed crafting during her leisure time on Earth. She would create little figurines and weave bags. Although she had never tried weaving a basket from bamboo, she believed the tasks were quite similar. By midday, she had completed the base, weaving the bamboo tightly, which indeed proved to be engaging, albeit a bit laborious. Before lunch, Qi handed a portion of the finished ointment to Bai Han and Song Ming, keeping the remainder for herself. Jiang Xianqing noticed this and found herself distracted during the meal. After her nap, she exercised for a while. Continuing from her earlier progress, she resumed weaving the basket, yet felt an underlying tension. Before long, she set the basket aside, feeling annoyed. Can't I just give it to him secretly? The thought made her restless. Unable to focus, she decided to poke the tail of the great white serpent, who was in the midst of his training. Bai Han, having transformed back into human form, asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Xianqing clung to his slender waist, the taut muscles beneath her small hands tugging at his beast skin skirt, but it remained firmly in place. "Why can't I pull it off?" Bai Han held her arms down at her sides, the energy conversion palpable. "Would you like to see something else?" Jiang Xianqing bit her lip, suppressing her embarrassment, and asked, "Shall we bond?" Bai Han did not respond verbally. Yet his body provided the answer as he lifted her and placed her gently on the bed. Jiang Xianqing instinctively covered her eyes. "Don't look at me." Bai Han pinned her hands beside her, peeling away the wrapper from a candid eye. In the adjacent cave, two beasts engaged in their training were caught off guard by the sounds of weeping and moaning, the sultry voice echoing in their ears. The white tiger stretched lazily, losing interest in his training, while Qi felt a complex mix of emotions, having just given the ointment, only to hear the human indulge in such pleasures. Bai Han reveled in her sounds. Subtle marks began to appear on her fair skin. Jiang Xianqing could not ascertain how long she had been worn out, eventually succumbing to sleep. After the sounds ceased, Song Ming, his beast skin skirt taut, began heating water for bathing, exclaiming, "Teske, all this hustle and bustle has given me the upper hand. Even if Xianqing chose us first, the outcome would remain unchanged. Who among us could be inferior in talent? Although Bai Han is currently more formidable, that may not hold true in the future. It was only when the first rays of dawn broke that Jiang Xianqing awakened, the cave still dimly lit. Apart from feeling a bit sore and fatigued, her body felt refreshingly clean, save for a large hand resting on her chest and a long leg draped over hers, warm breaths cascading over her neck. Having skipped dinner and being thoroughly exhausted by Bai Han, she now found her stomach growling with hunger. Gently pushing aside the arm and leg that pinned her down, Jiang Xianqing attempted to rise to grab some fruit. However, as she stood and took a step, her legs buckled, causing her to stumble. Stifling her voice and breath, she cursed her misfortune. Upon brushing against the cool skin, Bai Han let out a muffled groan. Draping his arm around her waist, his voice came out slightly hoarse. "Hungry? Wait here." Bai Han rose to stoke the fire and heat water before bringing a cup to Jiang Xianqing. "That I'll manage myself." After finishing a cup of water, her parched throat felt significantly better. Placing the cup aside, Bai Han helped her dress and carried her to the small dining table. Song Ming, sporting a tuft of fur atop his head, yawned as he entered, tossing prepared ingredients into the stone pot to cook porridge, while simultaneously taking Jiang Xianqing's hand in his. The female's fair skin bore numerous marks, with the most prominent being a small, ink-colored snake coiled around her chest. Surrounding the little snake were three small flashes of lightning, alternating between black and purple. Song Ming's gaze flickered. It appeared unstable, but if the final glow was purple, it would signify a supernatural ability. Bai Han sat beside her, allowing her to lean against him, while Jiang Xianqing languidly enjoyed the massage he provided to her waist. The contract mark appeared on Bai Han's skin, corresponding to his heart. A small, intricate dark totem. Song Ming scrutinized it for a while, but could not discern the beast form. Reflecting on her initial inability to communicate, reliant on blood links to understand, he felt a vague sense of something significant. Chapter 18. The little gas canister. After finishing the vegetable and meat porridge, Jiang Xianqing felt revitalized, though her legs remained slightly wobbly, making her gait awkward, with no other noticeable changes in her body. This is so exhausting. While weaving the bamboo basket in her hands, she persistently questioned the little snake clinging to her. "What is your supernatural ability? What power have I acquired? Why do I feel no change at all?" "Lightning-based, still unstable. You'll see results in a few days," Han replied, resting his chin on her shoulder, his deep gaze fixated on the flickering little lightning above her chest. Perhaps it was indeed possible. If only it were a supernatural ability. Lightning possesses immense destructive power. I desire it so much. Jiang Xianqing mused as the purple lightning around the little snake gradually brightened, unbeknownst to her. The stronger her desire for a supernatural ability, the more stable the purple lightning became. The fox and white tiger intensified their training, while Han stealthily returned with a substantial haul of prey. After feasting well, they would not emerge again for several days. On his way back, he plucked some strawberries to mask his scent. By dusk, Jiang Xianqing had completed her basket, square-shaped with 2 handles on either side. It was just the right size to hold the strawberries Han had brought back, filling it to the brim, with some extra that she savored. Dinner was light that evening, with Songming only roasting 2 small drumsticks. After a satisfying meal and washing up, Jiang Xianqing retired for the night. Han held her close, leaning down until her complexion flushed before releasing her. Apart from a goodnight kiss, there were no further actions. The next day, Jiang Xianqing awoke feeling refreshed and ready to exercise. The morning sun was gentle, and she felt a twinge of excitement as she gazed at the small white tiger in the clearing. Songming approached and took her hand, asking, "The sun isn't harsh yet. Would you like to play with the little tiger?" Jiang Xianqing was taken aback. "Can we really play with someone else's?" "Of course, as long as you don't harm them. You can even bring one home." "Will you accompany me?" Jiang Xianqing felt torn. She wanted to go, but worried about potential mishaps that would be hard to explain. Hand in hand, they reached the shaded area where a few small white tigers were drawn to them, lifting their heads to gaze curiously at the unfamiliar female. Songming and the others recognized her, allowing them to approach Jiang Xianqing, who remained still. One familiar little white tiger, with a dazed expression, ambled over and was lifted by the scruff of its neck into a small female's embrace. The little white tiger glanced at her, seeing a beautiful sister. It enjoyed being held in her arms and did not run away. Jiang Xianqing gently stroked the little tiger, its white fur adorned with short black stripes, smooth and plump, resembling a small gas canister. So adorable. The compliment made the little tiger shake its ears, feeling bashful. The little tiger sniffed around, unable to detect the scent of Songming or Qi Zhen on the beautiful sister, puzzled by the presence of a serpentine scent. "Do you like the little tiger? What about the big one? Do you like it?" Songming whispered in her ear, the little tiger in her arms eavesdropping with wide eyes. "Wow. Will it still be something I can hear?" Jiang Xianqing stammered, her gaze fixed on the charming little creature, feeling shy to respond. Not waiting for an answer, Songming bent down, covering the little tiger's eyes with one hand and kissing Jiang Xianqing's cheek. "The little one in your arms likes you, and the great white tiger beside you does too. You can only play with others' pets, but can you consider having a litter of little white tigers? I will raise them to be as plump as this one, that he is not fat." "Songming, you are being mean. If we are courting, why must you say that about me?" The little white tiger turned its head and bit down on Songming's hand. With its teeth not yet fully grown, the bite lacked any real harm, leaving only a drool-covered finger in its wake. Frustrated, the little white tiger buried itself into Jiang Xianqing's arm. Blushing, Jiang Xianqing remained silent, contemplating how this little tiger seemed to possess an uncanny charm. Should she mused inwardly, pondering whether Han would mind. Following her heart, she leaned closer to Songming, standing on tiptoe to gaze up at him. Songming wiped the saliva from his hand onto the little white tiger, then playfully tossed it onto the ground before leaning down to kiss it. The little white tiger was utterly incredulous, letting out a series of yowls in protest. After the kiss, Jiang Xianqing turned her head to see the little tigers lined up in neat rows, staring at them in unison, causing her to blush and cover her face. While Songming laughed behind her, when Tasha arrived, she was greeted by the sight of her own silly cub biting Songming's ankle. Feng Yi picked up the little tiger, giving its forehead a gentle tap with his knuckles. "Why gnaw on him when you have your own teething toys at home?" "Good morning, Songming." "Good morning, Feng Yi." They greeted each other amicably. Tasha's curiosity led her to glance at Jiang Xianqing, realizing this was the female Songming had brought back. She appeared petite and delicate, with smooth facial features, exquisite traits, and short black hair that looked fresh and neat. Her skin was fair and flawless, and the snakeskin-fitted dress she wore accentuated her curvaceous figure. Jiang Xianqing observed Tasha with clearer eyes now than before. Tasha's hair was slightly curled, a shade of light brown, smooth and glossy, her skin a golden hue. Though perhaps not conventionally beautiful, her smile radiated warmth and vitality, akin to that of a little sun. "Hello, I'm Tasha." The cheerful Tasha greeted enthusiastically, her eyes lighting up at Jiang Xuanqing's response. "Hello, I am Jiang Xianqing." Tasha stood half a head taller than Jiang Xianqing. And while Jiang Xianqing appeared fragile, Tasha's well-toned physique exuded strength and health, her animal skin top accentuating her ample bosom, complemented by a matching short skirt. "Are all these your cubs?" Jiang Xianqing inquired, pointing to the 5 little tigers neatly sprawled on Feng Yi's arm. "Yes, they are mine and Feng Yi's. They've just learned to run and are quite playful," Tasha replied warmly. Being Song Ming's female, and fueled by her curiosity, she invited, "Do you like them? Would you like to take one home to play with for a couple of days?" Jiang Xianqing quickly declined. No, I was merely asking." The thought of actually taking one home was tempting. Not pushing further upon her refusal, Tasha's gaze lingered on the little black snake on Jiang Xuanqing's body for a moment before pulling her aside to ask, "Is Baihan big? Is he capable?" "Huh." Jiang Xianqing was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt question, her face flushing red as memories of that night flooded back. "That I mean no offense. Didn't they tell you? I was brought here because of those disgusting stray beasts they that time. I thought I was going to die, and even if I didn't, my days were numbered." Surprised, she continued, "I never expected they would send me to Baihan, only for him to toss me aside. I'm truly grateful to him. Had it not been for him, I would have endured the torment of those strays and would never have met you all." Chapter 19. The cultivation maniac reflecting on her past, Tasha felt a twinge of sorrow. She had been abandoned and had broken her leg in the process, cursing the heavens and the earth in her helplessness. Even doubting that serpent, she had crawled out of the forest, frightened and anxious, only to be rescued by Feng Yi and Feng Xian, who were guarding the tribe's entrance. After healing her leg, she found herself with a beloved male and was now quite content with her life. Thankful for Baihan. She had no fondness for Baihan. She vividly recalled his disdainful gaze, and she needed to ensure her new friends did not harbor any negative feelings towards her. Tasha's question stemmed from mere curiosity about his capabilities, especially given Baihan's infamous title as the Cursed Lone Star. She suspected he was incapable, which was why he had not sought out a female companion. If a male was incapable, he should gracefully yield to others. After all, Song Ming had yet to officially bond with her. Feng Yi, Feng Xian, and Song Ming were good friends, and Tasha aimed to assist the great white tiger in finding a partner. When choosing a male, one should not only consider strength, the size of the male also mattered, as an incapable one was undesirable. Baihan is tolerable, Jiang Xianqing managed to assert, finally defending Baihan's reputation. Tasha had not yet encountered Song Ming, but she was satisfied with the 2 males she had at home. Thinking of their shared lineage as white tigers, she surmised they could not be too dissimilar. "You should try Song Ming sooner, then you would have something to compare him to." Jiang Xianqing. Song Ming cleared his throat behind the 2 females, causing them to turn rigidly. Feng Yi beckoned to his female companion. "Tasha, it's time to eat. Afterward, you can continue your chat. Ching, I'll take my leave now. Perhaps you could bring the little tigers to play with me sometime?" Of course. Once Tasha departed, Jiang Xianqing felt an increased awkwardness. Song Ming leaned closer to her face, teasing, "Shall we try? I may not be larger than that serpent, but I assure you, I will exert myself to ensure you are not disappointed." Jiang Xianqing felt herself flushing. Delivering a playful punch before sprinting back home, the strength of his touch was not dissimilar to that of the little tigers, and he chuckled softly, leisurely following her. With his long legs, Song Ming kept pace effortlessly, while Jiang Xianqing found herself breathless from the exertion. For breakfast, Qi Zhen had prepared porridge, a golden hue with sweet potato nestled within the millet, sweet yet not cloying. By the way, I can understand what Tasha and her partner are saying," Jiang Xianqing remarked, feeling a swell of happiness. On one hand, she could now communicate with others, despite Tasha's peculiar topics. On the other hand, she no longer felt the need to bite others like a vampire. Perhaps it was due to her bond with Baihan. Baihan showed no signs of surprise, and Song Ming, having overheard their conversation, remained unfazed, while only Qi Zhen congratulated her. "How did you enjoy your time with Tasha?" "I quite liked it." Tasha was the first person Jiang Xianqing had noticed in the crowd, and she was also her first friend. "You can go find her to play. She has only 2 partners. Feng Yi and Feng Xian, siblings from the same litter, and they are quite familiar with us." Tasha had just given birth to a litter of little tigers, and as Jiang Xianqing observed, Song Ming and Qi Zhen both thought they would need to put in more effort in the future. This first litter of cubs was not for Bai Han to decide, but for now, the priority was to bond with Qingqing. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the three beasts headed off to cultivate. For Bai Han's intensity was relentless. Jiang Xianqing contemplated weaving a larger bamboo basket to store her clothes, as they were currently piled on the side of her bed. The cabinet blocking the bed held miscellaneous items, including stone pots and utensils. Although there were still empty drawers, Jiang Xianqing preferred not to use them. Her clothing was minimal, and a single bamboo basket would suffice, making it a perfect way to pass the time. In the afternoon, upon waking, Jiang Xianqing was greeted by the sight of Bai Han enveloped in violet lightning, the dense currents wrapping around him. Is he going to be all right? Jiang Xianqing watched him anxiously. After some time, the lightning gradually subsided, and several delicate currents surged towards her chest, illuminating a small lightning mark. Bai Han transformed into his human form, his eyes exuding a chilling intensity that seemed almost tangible. His aura becoming dangerously mysterious. Jiang Xianqing felt as if she were facing a dormant beast, the pressure overwhelming, a bizarre sensation rising within her. Bai Han closed his eyes to contain his aura, and when he opened them again, he had regained his composure, standing tall and elegant. Though he still appeared cold and aloof, this demeanor felt familiar to Jiang Xianqing. He had just broken through to the 6th level and, noticing his female master staring at him in a daze, asked, "What's wrong? You looked as if I were about to devour you." Still shaken, Jiang Xianqing replied, "You looked so intimidating just now." Bai Han raised an eyebrow, pinning her beneath him, teasingly exploring that soft area that he grasped her chin, and as the wind also brought 2 small chairs for them, placing them at the cave's entrance. After Tsangming and Qijin finished tidying up, they began to engage in a fervent competition with Bai Han, leaving Fengyi feeling somewhat neglected as she observed this scene. No wonder she hadn't seen her friends for the past couple of days. It turned out they had all transformed into fervent cultivators. Influenced by the atmosphere, she too began to intensify her training. As several males remained hidden within the cave, the little tiger cubs didn't come. As Fengxian was accompanying them for breakfast, Tasha sat on one of the small chairs, while Jiang Xianqing took a basket that was not yet woven and settled beside her, placing a basket of strawberries between them. As she chatted with Tasha, she also worked on weaving the bamboo basket. Tasha, filled with curiosity, received some bamboo strips from Jiang Xianqing, who showed her how to weave, and they started both crafting and conversing. "Why do you stay at home every day?" Since Tasha's arrival, she had been keen to meet her, but it wasn't until today that they finally crossed paths, as Jiang Xianqing had remained at home. Tasha, fearing she might not enjoy the hustle and bustle, hesitated to disturb her. Chapter 20. Want to meet the great-grandmother? It had only been a few days since her arrival, and she was still unfamiliar with everyone. The main issue was her inability to converse with others, which hardly warranted mention. After all, through conversation, one becomes acquainted. She felt rather bored at home, especially since there weren't many females in the Tiger clan. And among the newly arrived females from the Deer clan, there were some she didn't particularly fancy. "I feel quite bored as well. Then I shall frequently come to visit you." "Sounds good." Tasha, like a warm little sun, brought a sense of joy to Jiang Xianqing, making her days less dull and even more enjoyable. "You should probably conceal your beast mark." Tasha noted the 2 small lightning bolts glowing on Jiang Xianqing's chest, with one yet to illuminate, indicating a high probability of it being an extraordinary ability. Females capable of acquiring such powers were exceedingly rare. There exists a special herb that can mask colors without harming the skin, allowing one to catch enemies off guard, as no wandering beast would suspect you possessed extraordinary abilities. She kindly offered this suggestion, revealing the 2 dark tiger heads near her shoulders, accompanied by several ink-like lines. "Is yours concealed?" Jiang Xianqing asked curiously, as it was her first encounter with the Tiger Clan's contract. Both tiger heads appeared identical, suggesting that if she were to bond with Songming in the future, it would likely be the same. Fengyi and Fengxian had not yet reached the 5th tier, one being at the 4th tier and the other at the 3rd. For now, she had not replicated their abilities through the blood contract. The 2 beasts at home weren't too shabby, as the males from the eastern continent typically lacked substantial strength, especially in such a remote tiger clan. "When will you bond with those 2 beasts?" "Must you wait until they reach the 5th tier?" Songming was one thing, but Qijin was another. Regardless, the males couldn't bond before reaching the 5th tier. Even after he reached that level, he could still acquire abilities through the blood contract. "Damn, I forgot," she thought, Realizing she had inadvertently touched a sensitive subject, Tasha hurriedly added, "Although Chijin cannot cultivate, his medical skills are commendable, and the little fox cub is quite adorable. Generally, nothing untoward occurs in the clan. And besides, Songming and Baihan will protect you. In the future, you may seek out stronger males that I would not disdain him. Moreover, he can cultivate now, and he is quite handsome, is he not?" Seeing Tasha's concern that she might look down on Chijin, Jiang Xianxing chuckled softly. She had decided to embrace all three, resolving not to seek any other partners henceforth. "He can cultivate now. Congratulations. However, it is true that males from the Fox clan are all quite handsome, though few can rival Chijin's enchanting allure." Tasha mused, "I too wish to find another male of the wood element. The two at home share a similar style, so ideally, I would like one with a gentler appearance." "Do you have someone in mind?" "Not at the moment, but during the initial rainy season, gatherings will occur in the surrounding clans. Perhaps I can bring one home then. Will you join me? We can explore together." "Very well." As the sun grew increasingly intense, Tasha returned with Fengyi, promising to visit Jiang Xianxing in the afternoon when the sun was less scorching, bringing with her a small basket of fruits. Each grape was as large as a lychee, with the little white tigers following her in a daze. Jiang Xianxing fed some strawberries to the little white tigers, who, after finishing their treat, began to explore the cave. One daring little white tiger cautiously climbed onto Baihan, and upon receiving no reaction, they all eventually settled atop the coiled form of the great white serpent. Cool and refreshing. How delightful. The little creatures gradually sprawled out into 5 little tiger pancakes. Through her 2 days of interaction with Tasha, Jiang Xianxing gleaned much information regarding the female perspective in regular clans or beast cities. Females held a high status. Resources were generally prioritized for them, allowing them the liberty to choose their male counterparts. Wandering beasts, having severed their contracts or being cruel and vicious, showed no respect for females, often confining them for communal use. These females led short lives, and upon their demise, they would seize females from various clans. Most females opted to join larger clans, while some entered beast cities, which were heavily fortified, offering females greater security, as not all males or females were willing to form blood contracts. Some females, fearing injury, chose not to enter such contracts, and there was a limit. No more than 10 could be formed. They resided in the eastern continent, where the strongest beast city was established by the leopard clan. Relatively close by, Tasha had been captured while attending a clan gathering after leaving the beast city. Due to its stringent security, beast cities were unsuitable for hosting gatherings, so the leaders of surrounding clans would convene to select a location for such events. The western continent was the most developed and had the most favorable environment. It was said that the messengers of the beast gods resided there. Tasha aspired to visit the western continent when her beast husband became stronger, ultimately deciding where to settle down. The southern continent was a desert, with oases scattered throughout. However, the prolonged heat of the season was unbearable for most females. Conversely, the northern continent was frigid and lengthy in its cold season, often experiencing blizzards where smaller clans could easily face annihilation. Jiang Xianxing gained a deeper understanding of the beast world continent, growing fond of Tasha, who reciprocated her affection. Their bond deepened as they engaged in countless conversations. In the dead of night, Jiang Xianxing was roused by the white serpent. Baihan, as he tightened his coils, his consciousness still hazy, he desired more. His beastly instincts compelled him to wrap around Jiang Xianxing tightly, and a pained expression flickered across her feminine features. She realized he was experiencing a surge of spiritual energy, but was uncertain how to alleviate it, for Baihan was not in human form, and no one had instructed her on how to help. All she could do was endure the pain and reach out to him. Her soft hand caressed his body, the silver-white serpent appearing almost luminescent in the night. As his head rubbed against her palm, not enough, not enough. The great white serpent loosened its grip, allowing Jiang Xianxing to wriggle free from its layers of coils and transform into her human form. Baihan tilted his head, taking a moment to react before shifting into his human shape. Where Jiang Xianxing embraced him in the darkness, she could see nothing, yet the white serpent observed everything clearly that Baihan had predicted. Jiang Xianxing endured 3 days without respite. He either coiled around her or watched her with intense, piercing eyes. Who could imagine being awakened in the middle of the night only to be greeted by 2 enormous purple eyes? The sight was mesmerizing amidst the swirling stars. Yet after a while, Jiang Xianxing grew immune to it. If this continued, she would soon have to meet her great-grandmother. Fortunately, on the fourth day, Baihan ceased his advances, preferring instead to remain as a small serpent nestled against her. Ouch! 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 Jiang Xianqing lay on the bed as Qizhen massaged her waist and legs. Does the surge of spiritual energy last this long? Jiang Xuanqing's voice had grown hoarse. If one was this clingy, what would three be like? What if all their spiritual energies surged? Would they all have to share the same space? She recalled Nayli from before. How could she manage with so many partners? Chapter 21. Annihilate them that I have yet to appear, but Songming has not been gone for long. Before reaching the fifth tier, a beastman's surge of spiritual energy lasts only half a day. I've heard that afterward, the duration increases. Is there no other way to alleviate it? Any form of intimate contact will suffice. Your caresses and embraces are effective. If only she had thought to inquire further. Jiang Xianqing silently chided herself. Qingqing, do you like me? Qizhen asked cautiously, observing her reaction, the waiting time stretching unbearably for him. Unable to endure the torment, he confessed, I want to become your male, though I am still weak. I will strive to improve. Please give me a chance. Among the three beasts, Qizhen had the least interaction with her. Jiang Xianqing turned over, and the little fox's eyes glistened, appearing even more enchanting. She beckoned him closer. Come here, draw nearer. Qizhen lowered his head, feeling anxious, as Jiang Xianqing wrapped her arms around his neck and gently pulled him down, brushing her lips against his in a comforting gesture. Don't overthink it. I never said I wouldn't have you. The ears of the fox protruded, and she gently rubbed them. With keen eyes, she noticed the small snake clinging to her side. Its gaze sinister and crackling with electricity. She swiftly grasped it and coiled it in her hand like an incense spiral, kneading it. Having narrowly escaped danger, Qizhen smiled and began to massage her. Knowing that Baihan would always clean her up afterward, leaving her feeling refreshed despite the exhaustion that in the evening, Jiang Xianqing luxuriated in a hot water tub, infused with a bit of essential oil prepared by Qizhen. The fragrance, subtle yet delightful, was derived from an unknown flower that she adored. As the first rays of dawn broke, after a meal, Jiang Xianqing reclined in a rocking chair. Tasha, observing the lingering bruises and bite marks on her body, teased, You seem to be enjoying yourself, leaving me to wait alone. Jiang Xianqing playfully countered, Have you considered having a litter with Feng Xian, perhaps during the rainy season, when it's not so hot, and carrying young one's isn't is arduous? Is giving birth painful? Not particularly, she reassured. The differences between male and female species were inconsequential. Offspring followed the paternal lineage. Yet, she pondered, if she bore young here, would they also follow the father's line? Jiang Xianqing harbored doubts. But no beast could provide her with answers. After a leisurely chat, Tasha departed, the heat intensifying even before noon, making the scalp tingle under the sun's glare. As Jiang Xianqing lay in the cave, she suddenly felt a surge of warmth beneath her. Are you injured? Baihan inquired, puzzled, as the sweet, metallic scent of blood filled the air, causing his pulse to quicken. Jiang Xianqing, caught in the throes of her monthly cycle, stiffened, unsure how to proceed. Do we have any beast skins? I'll go ask Songming, Baihan said, transforming into human form and heading to the adjacent cave. Moments later, he returned with several clean beast skins, followed by Qizhen. Place this beneath you for now. Songming has gone to fetch the white dumpling. I'll stitch you up as soon as he returns. Qizhen lifted her to facilitate Baihan's arrangement. One beast cut snake skin while another prepared hot water. The great white tiger soon returned, conjuring clean cotton from thin air. Baihan evenly spread the cotton within her undergarments. I can manage, Jiang Xianqing said, carrying a basin of warm water to a corner to cleanse herself. Baihan handed her clean garments. Are you uncomfortable? Jiang Xianqing shook her head. The three solitary beasts had entirely overlooked her needs, forcing her to prepare in haste. Baihan stitched her up a few more times before consulting with Songming and Qizhen about dealing with the group of strays. His spiritual energy had calmed, and it was best to clear the area quickly for everyone's convenience. Qizhen intended to forage for herbs to replenish energy and alleviate pain, while Songming, now at the fifth tier, opted to stay home just in case. Many holes had been excavated on the mountain near the lake within the forest, where numerous strays congregated. In the largest cave, a short, grotesque man leered, It must be you. Belle, that dead snake probably fled at the mere whisper of your arrival. After so many days, it seems too frightened to show itself. Your strength is unmatched in the eastern continent. I've long desired to join the Wangba tribe. I heard your brother Gao has reached the 7th tier, establishing a stronghold in the northern continent. Truly, the king among kings. In flattery, he claimed 2nd place. No beast dared to claim the 1st. Bell reveled in the praise. Reclining in his chair, legs crossed, despite the ugliness of the creature, its words resonated beautifully within him. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Once I slay the beast you mentioned, you may accompany me to the northern continent. Oh my, truly, the beast gods favor me. Joining the Wangba tribe has been my lifelong aspiration. The hyena's excitement was palpable, a mix of performance and genuine emotion, nearly begging to kneel in servitude. As a mere 3rd tier, joining the largest stray beast tribe would secure his future, but first, he must eradicate the filth of his kin. Purple lightning danced through the forest, leaving only faint traces of electric currents in its wake. The small snake hovered midair, overwhelmed by an increasingly foul stench, unable to suppress a dry heave. Were it not for this repulsive creature that burrows underground, I would not have spared it time and again. Approaching the lake, he held his breath, conjuring a burst of electric energy that exploded into blinding brilliance before the strays, leveling the surrounding caves in an instant. The hyena maintained its grin as rocks crushed its body. Separating head from torso, soon to be buried beneath a thick layer of powder. Damn it, who dares to launch a surprise attack? Bell, covered in dust, barely evaded death, thanks to his earth affinity as an insectoid. Just as he emerged, the residual electric currents singed him, enveloping him in a wave of murderous intent. In that critical moment, he activated his survival instincts, hastily consuming a green crystal and taking flight. A cloud of scaled dust trailing behind him, that a purple flash pierced his heart, disbelief flooding his eyes. How could this be? Who is it? Could it be that snake? In a distant part of the northern continent. A moth female watching her kin being tormented felt her smile freeze, blood spilling from her mouth as she fainted. From the ground erupted a pile of earth-type crystals and a few wood-type crystals. Baihan collected all the wood crystals, stowing the other fallen wind and wood crystals into his own space. Chapter 22. Song Ming's Bond. The mound held numerous wind crystals, yet only 3 wood crystals remained. While the deceased moth bore 16 up, Baihan dove into a patch of flowers, rolling about. This is horrid. How can I face my home like this? After washing several times in the lake, he quickly returned to the cave. Upon entering, he tossed all the wind crystals at Song Ming, keeping 5 wood crystals from his previous acquisition for himself, while giving the rest to Qi Zhen. There are many other crystals by the lake. We can inform the leader to lead a team there, but it's quite foul, so perhaps it's best you all avoid it. The stench is hard to eliminate, and it's not worth sullying our home for those useless crystals. Baihan transformed into a small snake, requesting Jiang Xianqing to apply essential oil on him until he was satisfied with his fragrant form. Jiang Xianqing chuckled, amused that the little snake had never seemed so distressed before. A trace of scaled dust returned with the current, gently settling in Jiang Xuanqing's palm. Unbeknownst to anyone, she soon began to feel unwell. Why do I feel dizzy? Could it be from the blood loss? As she raised her hand, a multitude of red rashes appeared on her skin, prompting her to exclaim, Qi Zhen. The 3 beasts stared in alarm at the rashes on her body. Qi Zhen took her pulse. Recalling that the essential oil had been used previously without issue, the sole possibility was that Baihan had brought something back with him, likely the scale powder. This powder was colorless and odorless but possessed slight toxicity, dispersing in the air that he had inadvertently brought back a trace of it. However, the moth's scale powder would only induce fainting, and the snake's venom, though mild, had minimal effect on him. Even if the little female was frail, she would merely fall into a brief slumber. No one anticipated this outcome. The toxin is mild. It's not serious. I'll brew some medicine. You'll be fine after drinking it. Qi Zhen hurried off to prepare, while Baihan looked on with guilt and concern at the red rashes. That I'm sorry. Qingqing, it's my fault for not being more cautious. Jiang Xianqing comforted him with a kiss. It's not your fault. Now that I know the scale powder affects me significantly, I'll keep my distance from them in the future. That IT seemed to be merely a minor allergy. She never expected to discover an allergen in the beast realm. As a result of this incident, the beasts at home became vigilant, watching over her with increased caution, aware that their tough hides were not comparable to her delicate form. Only after the rashes faded and her complexion returned to its usual fairness did their concern for her begin to wane. On the 3rd day of her cycle, Song Ming experienced a surge of spiritual energy, prompting the great white tiger to pathetically curl up in Jiang Xuanqing's embrace. She had no choice but to pet the great white tiger daily, leaning on it when she grew weary. Her menstrual supplies and undergarments were meticulously washed by Han and Qi Zhen, neatly arranged in a new bamboo basket placed in Han's space. Though she had attempted to wash them secretly, either Song Ming sought someone out or they overheard her, leading her to abandon the effort entirely. 5 days later, her body was entirely cleansed, just as she emerged from a bath. Song Ming pinned her against the cave wall, under the bright sun, with fluffy ears atop his head and a tail as thick as her arm wrapped around her leg. He asked, "Qingqing, may we bond now?" In broad daylight, with the sun still hanging in the sky, Jiang Xuanqing reached out to stroke his head, surprised by the softness of his short hair. "Tonight, perhaps?" Song Ming remained silent, lifting her into his arms. Her legs draped over his waist as he leaned down, nudging her neck with his ear. The warmth radiating from his body enveloped Jiang Xuanqing, who felt a hint of helplessness. She had dinner plans for the evening. Song Ming, still quiet, applied a gentle pressure with his fingertips. "What do you mean by not speaking?" Jiang Xuanqing tugged at his ear, urging him to meet her gaze. His large, innocent eyes appeared both aggrieved and stubborn. What a fragile yet resilient flower she was, with a fluffy tail sweeping back and forth against her legs. Jiang Xuanqing's lips twitched, but her heart ultimately softened. "Then be gentle." Song Ming lowered his head, carrying her towards the bed. Jiang Xuanqing rested her head on his shoulder, blissfully unaware of the primal desire flickering in his eyes as he suppressed his earlier demeanor. Next door, Han continued his quiet cultivation, while the little fox was restless, wondering if it was finally his turn. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Xuanqing missed dinner and only awoke the following day. Song Ming, not to be outdone, had left numerous mottled marks on her skin. A watering-colored tiger head had appeared on her left arm, accompanied by similar inky lines, reminiscent of Tasha's markings. Song Ming held her close, his semi-beastly traits still apparent. His ears twitched, and his tail lightly brushed against her leg, scratching like a gentle itch. His heart bore a small, intricate ink-colored totem, devoid of any beastly form. Jiang Xuanqing playfully punched him, earning a muffled grunt from Song Ming. "What are you pretending for? You change once you're in bed." "Where's my poor, stubborn male?" she exclaimed, feeling cheated. "It really hurts." Song Ming feigned a pout, and Jiang Xuanqing noted that this time, it wasn't as unbearable. The tiger's antics seemed less relentless than that of the snake. "Qingqing, what you should be experiencing is an enhancement of your physical abilities." Song Ming pointed to her arm. Unlike the small snake on her chest, the lines of supernatural power had not yet illuminated. Jiang Xuanqing dressed and stepped outside, only to realize her hearing had sharpened significantly, her vision extended farther, and her physical strength had noticeably increased. Her body's resilience greatly improved compared to before. Just then, Han emerged, observing her lively demeanor, casting a disdainful glance at Song Ming's lower half, as if to say, "You're not quite up to par." Song Ming licked his sharp teeth, feeling irked by the snake's smugness. Breakfast resembled a 5-red kanji, primarily meant to replenish energy and blood. As Jiang Xuanqing savored her porridge, she playfully pinched Song Ming's tail. With her newfound strength, she squeezed harder, causing Song Ming to wince, a fitting little punishment for him. His tail, electrified by her teasing, fluffed up, sending a tingling sensation through him, and he shot a puzzled glance at Han. "What's the point of zapping me?" he wondered, suspecting jealousy over the fact that the female master was toying with his tail. Han regarded him with a look of incredulity, gesturing toward Jiang Xuanqing's hand, where small purple sparks danced. Unaware she was still pinching his tail while drinking porridge, Jiang Xuanqing shrugged. "Well, if it's me, so be it. Zap away. It's not painful or bothersome, just a bit tingly." Noticing the attention on her, she queried, "What's wrong? Is there something on me?" Glancing around, she finally noticed the faint purple lightning crackling around her hand. The good news was she had gained a supernatural ability. The bad news was that Song Ming had fluffed up from her electric shocks. Feeling slightly guilty, she reached out to touch him, but only made his fur messier. Chapter 23. Qi Zhen's bonding. It was unintentional. She had no idea how her supernatural powers had manifested, nor could she retract them, so she simply tossed her tail into Song Ming's embrace. Jiang Xuanqing stared at the purple lightning swirling around her hand, utterly at a loss. "Let us eat first. Afterward, I'll teach you." Life took a busy turn. Jiang Xuanqing devoted her time to practicing her newfound powers. while Bai Han imparted various techniques for harnessing her abilities. Occasionally, she ventured outside to experiment amid the weeds by the riverside, and with her enhanced physique, pulling weeds became a breeze. "Wow, Bai Han, look!" Jiang Xianxing exclaimed, leaving a fist imprint on the tree trunk. You've gained quite a bit of strength. Does your hand hurt?" "Not at all." Jiang Xianxing was too caught up in her excitement to notice the minor discomfort in her hand. Though she yearned for a mundane, stable life, she felt a surge of happiness at having the ability to protect herself in a perilous environment. That it was only through strength that life would unfold more favorably. In the days that followed, the little fox, who had yet to enter the door, diligently cultivated, and just as he was on the brink of reaching the third tier, the pent-up psychic energy within him erupted violently, overwhelming him and scattering his thoughts. In the early morning, Bai Han observed the crimson fox curled up in a corner, trembling, its ears drooping, and its once lustrous fur now dulled, struggling to hold back its whimpers. Such a fool, he mused. Despite being the first to grow close to her, he had yet to savor the fruits of his affection. Songming leaned against the wall, feeling a pang of sympathy, yet understood that such matters must be pursued independently. Jiang Xianqing was so tender-hearted, a mere nudge would likely suffice. At breakfast, noticing Qizhan's absence, Jiang Xianqing casually inquired, prompting Songming to hesitate, wishing Qizhan would take the initiative. "He might need you. After eating, perhaps you should check on him," Bai Han advised, "but don't let him die. He's weak, though his bones are tough." The fox seemed to have awakened his bloodline talent. 9 tails were exceedingly rare in the beast realm, and forming a bond with him would greatly benefit Jiang Xianqing. Understanding this, Jiang Xianqing absent-mindedly nibbled on some roasted meat before heading next door, finding the little fox weeping a puddle of tears in the corner. She stroked his dulled form, cradling him in her arms. Ever since forming a bond with Bai Han, he and Songming occasionally sought her out for a bit of mischief, and Qizhan, always obedient, had only strayed once due to the prior incident. Their closeness was generally marked by her gentle comfort during a moment of weakness. So sensitive and quick to cry. "You're truly timid," Jiang Xianqing teased, rubbing the fox's ears as his fluffy crimson tail gradually split into 2. The fox remained curled in her embrace, eyes still shut, trembling. Jiang Xianqing reached out, drawing him closer, as tendrils of vines entwined around her. The tips adorned with 2 leaves, now considerably thicker and sprouting a few more leaves. Her legs were nearly numb from his weight, and just as she contemplated shifting positions, a translucent tail found its way into her palm. Upon squeezing it, a soft whimper escaped the little fox, who looked up at her with glistening eyes awake, transform into a human. Qizhan appeared fatigued, beads of sweat trickling down his strikingly beautiful face. "Qingqing, why are you here?" Jiang Xianqing playfully pushed him down, declaring, "I came to see you, to give you a name." Enveloped in her warmth, Qizhan suddenly became awkward, passively enduring her kisses. In truth, the little fox was quite concerned about his image. Perhaps due to his inability to cultivate since childhood, feeling out of place among his kin, and being cast aside by his mother, while his father, seeking favor, had abandoned him. Perhaps out of compassion, he had not been left in the northern lands, but instead sent to the eastern continent, where he was found and brought back to the tiger tribe by a despondent father. The days of disdain and scorn were buried under the care of his new father. The sensitive and insecure little fox was reluctant to let anyone see his weakness, especially her. Among the 3 beasts, he was the weakest, and this weighed heavily on his mind. He worked tirelessly to catch up, sacrificing much time he could have spent with her. Thus, he hesitated to approach her, wanting her to always see him at his most radiant. Qizhan blinked his teary eyes, crying while feeling the warmth enveloping him. Jiang Xianqing felt his 2 tails wrapped tightly around her, deep and heavy. Her fatigued arms trembled, and she too longed to cry. "You foolish fox, stop crying. I might just break down myself. Such a disobedient creature." Qizhan clung to her, murmuring, "Qingqing, Qingqing." The affection in his gaze seemed ready to drown her, yet the one in his arms had already succumbed to sleep, oblivious to it all, once she had cleaned him up. Qizhan lay on the bed, his eyes sparkling as he watched her. A small watercolor fox appeared on her right arm, resembling his current form, one tail resting beneath its paws. The little fox lazily sprawled out, flanked by watercolor leaves. Bai Han stepped next door, granting them privacy, while Songming busied himself with stir-frying rice in a stone pot, ensuring Jiang Xianqing wouldn't wake starving in the night. Qizhan had entered the 3rd tier. Each time he advanced, he gained an additional translucent tail. Only when he absorbed enough energy to solidify all three tails could he reach the fourth tier. In other words, he needed all three tails to materialize before the fourth translucent foxtail could emerge, allowing him to ascend to the next level. The little fox diligently cultivated. Though there remained a considerable gap between him and the others, he still felt confident upon awakening. In the dead of night, Jiang Xinqing, famished, devoured 2 bowls of fried rice, feeling as though she could consume an entire cow. She was eager for a third bowl, but Qi Jin promptly took away the utensils. 2 bowls are more than enough. Overeating at night is bad for digestion. The next day, when only the 3 beasts were present, Baihan revealed Jiang Xuanqing's identity as an outsider to them. Song Ming had harbored suspicions, and Baihan's words confirmed his thoughts. You knew all along? Of course. After all, I saved her. I'm unsure why Qingqing ended up here, but she can never return. It doesn't matter what her past was or where she came from. Now she belongs to us. The little fox wore a serious expression, a sentiment shared by the other 2 beasts. Regardless of the past, they would stride alongside one another in the future. Baihan advised them to dress more conservatively in areas with numerous beasts, for the marks upon their bodies could reveal much, inevitably attracting the attention of others. The absence of any discernible beastly totems would eventually raise suspicions. Blending in was essential to avoid drawing notice. They had no intention of altering their totems. It sufficed to conceal them, as Qingqing's body bore their beastly marks in essence, which was ample proof. Upon waking the next day, Jiang Xinqing noticed that Baihan and Song Ming had transformed their beast skin skirts into matching vests and shorts, while Qi Jun had also donned a similar upper garment, akin to a vest, but made of a fabric resembling red silk, rich in texture. Have we not already tasted this? Why not show it? Chapter 24. Looking forward. Why are you all dressed so conservatively? Males were less to exhibit their strength to females, a form of courtship. Now that we are all bound, it is only fitting that we dress more modestly. Song Ming wrapped his arm around her shoulder, his white athletic attire adorned with subtle black stripes, exuding a more vibrant and sunny demeanor. Baihan, clad entirely in white with little embellishment, nevertheless emanated an aura of exquisite nobility. His presence elevating the simplicity of his attire. The vixen, regardless of what she wore, exuded allure, with attention primarily focused on her face, rarely diverting to other aspects. Is it not unappealing? The 3 of them gazed at her, awaiting her response. Quite the contrary. You all look splendid, even if draped in mere cloth. Jiang Xinqing spoke candidly, acknowledging the striking looks of her companions. Fortunately, Song Ming's beastly mark significantly enhanced her physical prowess, and Jiang Xinqing felt relatively well. Tasha arrived with a playful little tiger cub, bringing along a type of dye for her. Qingqing, this is for you. I've tried it. It's quite convenient, lasting a month and harmless to the skin. Is Feng Yi at the 5th tier now? Indeed, perhaps influenced by your household. My 2 have also begun fervently training. Jiang Xinqing handed the dye to Baihan, requesting he assist in adorning Little Lightning, masking its original hues, the inky color blending seamlessly with the surrounding shades. What ability have you awakened? A talent skill, Tiger-S Roar, which can stun and daze an opponent when they are caught off guard. The duration of the daze is considerable, but it proves ineffective against those of higher tiers or with strong vigilance. The commendable skill indeed. She recognized that talents were rarely acquired, and this one held great utility. Jiang Xinqing congratulated her for it. As time passed, venturing out during the day became untenable due to the scorching sun, which was already difficult to endure. Tasha expressed her frustration, noting that the hottest months from March to May would confine her to her home, driving her nearly mad. Then I shall come to find you. No, do not. Be wary of heatstroke. It would be more comfortable to endure this period at home. After declining, Tasha shifted to gossip, revealing that a delegation from the deer tribe had come to retrieve their females, and one of the 4th-tier males had taken a liking to a newly matured female of their tiger tribe, much to the chagrin of their leader. The loss of a formidable warrior was never a cause for celebration in any tribe. Before Tasha departed, Jiang Xinqing gifted her a pouch of replenishing herbs crafted by Qi Jun, which could simply be steeped in water for a sweetened drink. Song Ming and Qi Jun went to see their father, who felt reassured upon learning they had formed a blood bond. That I was merely under a standard contract. After injuring my leg, I was informed I might never stand again, and she severed the contract. Their father lamented, recalling how his life had felt devoid of hope. His previous female had numerous partners, and he, lacking charm, had been abandoned. In the Eastern continent, medical practices were underdeveloped, The wood-type beast man who treated him could not provide a remedy to restore his health, leaving him reliant on supernatural abilities or wood crystals. Yet his female refused to pay any recompense. He lingered in a state of severe injury, despondent, until a friend from the leopard tribe could no longer bear to witness his plight and covered the costs of beast skin and herbs, allowing the wood-type beast man to treat him. Unfortunately, due to his injuries, he was unable to cultivate himself. He requested a book detailing various herbs' properties from his friend, which had been brought back from the Western continent. And, using it as a guide, he foraged for an array of medicinal plants. His father could not decipher the text, yet he persevered through the illustrations, gradually experimenting. Occasionally, he would rescue injured stray beasts, documenting his findings regarding the herbs and their effects meticulously. Years later, he had developed a substantial understanding of the dosages of numerous herbs. Yet the truth could not remain hidden forever. The beast city discovered his activities. They forbade him from bringing back strays and expelled him, forcing him to return to the tiger tribe. That on his journey home, he stumbled upon Qi Zhan, a small creature, reminiscent of his former self, abandoned and injured. He took Qi Zhan in as his own, nurturing it with unwavering dedication while honing his medical skills until they enabled him to reclaim his life and discover newfound hope. He entered a secret realm and gifted half of the obtained crystals to his friend from the leopard tribe. The remaining crystals elevated him to the 4th tier, though he still had some distance to cover to reach the 5th. That medical tome was immensely valuable at the 4th tier in the eastern continent. He was already considered a stray beast, unable to seek a new female. A female cannot have too many males around, lest the attention she receives wane. Focus on your training and strengthen your abilities. Their father cautioned them, emphasizing that only through strength could they wield influence and dictate the choices of females. Songming allocated a quarter of the wind-type crystal given by Han to their father, while Qi Zhan produced 6 wood-type crystals, which were all declined. That I am still young. Many opportunities lie ahead. Moreover, these were all obtained from strays. My life henceforth will be devoted to her. You have suffered a severed contract, injuring your roots, making self-cultivation arduous. These crystals are sufficient for you to ascend to the 5th tier, prolonging your lifespan and expanding your possibilities. That I merely return the wood crystals you gifted me. If you refuse once more, it would be rather ungracious. Their father, tears streaming down his face, lamented, "You two little rascals." He never anticipated that these non-biological children would reciprocate his care with such sincerity. When he took them in, he merely wished to spare the unfortunate creatures from losing their futures before they had a chance to strive. Having no offspring of his own, he treated them as if they were his own. Unlike most beastmen who would release their young once they gained independence, he remained thoughtful of them, empathizing deeply. Songming informed the leader of the abundant crystals found in the lakeside, leaving the remaining matters to others. Soon, the weather indeed grew increasingly sweltering. Even with shade overhead, standing outside felt like stepping on hot coals, and the cave began to warm, losing its coolness. Even the evening breeze turned hot. Jiang Xinqing longed to cling to Han. Overwhelmed by the heat, Songming and Qi Zhan joined her, inching closer to Han, often waking up the next morning nestled against his great white serpent form. Han mused to himself. Xinqing seems to relish this arrangement. These two beasts may be somewhat excessive, yet he refrained from pushing them away. Their father sent gifts to Jiang Xinqing on several occasions, including ornaments favored by females, such as pearl earrings and necklaces, along with an exquisitely crafted wooden comb. This comb represented a cherished memory he had long kept hidden. It was intended for a female he never had the chance to present it to. Yet he felt it was time to let go, no longer allowing himself to be ensnared by past sorrows. A powerful beast must look forward, just as he had never forsaken himself, rising step by step to attain the happiness he now possessed. Throughout the 3 months, each beast took turns to engage with her every other day. For instance, after Han had just left her bed, Songming would ascend the next day, after another day. The little fox, her ears flushed with color, gazed at her with anticipation, and Jiang Xinqing found herself unable to resist. Having indulged frequently, Jiang Xinqing could no longer withstand it, establishing a rule that permitted her only 3 days a week for such interactions, allowing her to rest for an entire week during her monthly cycle. Chapter 25. The arrival of the rainy season. Naturally, the 3 beasts did not slacken in their training. Qi Zhan was as busy as a spinning top, managing to appear as if her tail were splitting into multiple selves, one mastering medicine, another cultivating while maintaining closeness with her female. They would only hunt during the early hours or at night. as the demand for heat-relieving herbal pouches in the tribe surged. However, their father had sufficient supplies, so Qi managed the household's needs. Every day, refreshing mung bean soup was served to combat the heat. And Jiang Xinqing yearned for the icy sensation, casually remarking, "How I wish for ice cubes," prompting her three companions to stiffen imperceptibly. The dryness and mugginess of the hot season made Jiang Xinqing feel as though she was being roasted. Moisture rapidly evaporated from her body, leaving her sweaty and sticky, as even after bathing, perspiration would soon return. She busied herself with fanning herself, often clinging to Bai Han, utterly lethargic in the oppressive heat. This weather is truly unbearable. As June of the hot season arrived, a gentle breeze began to caress her face, the air no longer laden with oppressive heat. The river revealed much of its bed. The water levels declined, slowing, and the earth ceased to crack under the sun's relentless gaze, while the leaves of the great trees regained their vitality. Leaning against a tree trunk, Tasha stretched languidly, finally feeling alive again. It's unbearably hot, as though we're being roasted over an open flame. Jiang Xinqing was deeply moved, witnessing the meteoric rise in Bai Han's popularity within the household. Bai Han had ascended to the 7th tier, while Song Ming had also reached the 6th tier. The little fox, after evolving to the 4th tier, sprouted an additional tail, although apart from the original one. The others could be concealed. Feng Xian had attained the 5th tier, and this time, Tasha had received a physical enhancement. The tribe had acquired a substantial quantity of crystal stones from the lake. Devoid of wind attributes, the leader intended to distribute them evenly, with a slight preference for those who had contributed more. Tasha relayed the news she had gathered. The White Tiger tribe was entirely wind-based, rendering these crystals somewhat useless to them. While they offered little assistance in enhancing strength, they were plentiful for trade. The tribal gathering was imminent, promising the presence of rare commodities from distant continents. If the opportunity arose, I would love to explore other lands. Upon hearing this, Tasha's eyes lit up, suggesting they venture to the western continent together, where the prolonged rainy season rendered the environment most suitable. All right, let's embark on that journey together when the time comes to end the final month of the hot season. Jiang Xinqing began to pester the beasts at home to take her out of the tribe. None of the three beasts could resist her charm, ultimately conceding. In the forest, with her attributes amplified, Jiang Xinqing leaped about like a monkey, eager to catch wild beasts. The trio encircled her, reminiscent of her childhood when the disciplinary head would scold her. Eventually, Bai Han caught a few wild rabbits to assess her proficiency with her abilities. The rabbits were slightly taller than her, and with a powerful punch, she left a significant dent in a sturdy tree trunk. After a considerable effort, Master Jiang only managed to secure one rabbit. Dinner consisted of spicy rabbit meat served with rice, and Jiang Xinqing offered Tasha some of the spicy delicacy, earning her praise in return. After the meal, she reclined in a rocking chair, gazing at the bright stars in the night sky. It had been a while since she arrived here, and the tranquility of life sometimes felt dreamlike. What are you pondering? The cultivation enthusiast rarely took a break to accompany her in stargazing, while the little snake coiled around her shoulder, and Song Ming and Qi Zhen lounged beside the rocking chair. I am reflecting on the past and the future. Jiang Xinqing spoke little. She was an ordinary person without grand aspirations or ambitions. With great power came a daily struggle of being placed upon a pedestal. But perhaps everything was indeed for the best. In the last 3 days of the hot season, the weather turned pleasant, with refreshing breezes during the early mornings and evenings on the first day of the rainy season. The sky was clear, and the tribal gathering commenced. After discussions among the tribal leaders, the location was unanimously decided to be at the forest lake, where the ground had been thoroughly cleared, providing a broad and bright vista. Wild beasts began to conceal themselves, a group of eccentrics choosing the forest as their rendezvous point. Jiang Xinqing and Tasha held hands as they walked ahead, flanked by several males. The strikingly delicate female, paired with the vibrant and healthy one, drew many single beast glances. Alas, their charms were wasted on two oblivious souls. Tasha had specific needs, while Jiang Xinqing had no intention of seeking a partner. Wow, look over there. It's a male from the elephant tribe, Tasha whispered excitedly to Jiang Xinqing. Unfortunately, the males behind them had keen senses. Everyone turned to the direction Tasha indicated, where a group of robust elephant males stood, their muscular chests and abs exposed to the air, their animal skin skirts tightly wrapped around their lower bodies. Appearing strong and firm, Tasha exclaimed in awe, "Their muscles are almost bigger than mine. They look incredibly fierce. True muscle men." The three males immediately grew sullen, as if they could feel the weight of their gazes on Jiang Xinqing. Sensing this, Jiang Xinqing quickly averted her eyes. The elephant tribe and the lion tribe were the most formidable clans on the eastern continent, equally competitive with the beast city, yet they did not accept outsiders. Even females wishing to join would require 1 or 2 males from their tribe and must settle long-term. With so few females, many males likely had limited opportunities, didn't they? The females of the elephant tribe were robust and had a high survival rate, making them the most numerous on the eastern continent. The lion tribe, though not weak, provided more benefits and protections for females, leading some to wish to join. Those males without females or offspring who grew older were supported by the tribe. Qingqing, do you wish to find a few more? Tasha believed she was speaking softly, yet the beasts overheard her clearly. This Tasha, she hasn't said a single good word today. Bai Han squeezed between the two, and the pressured Feng Xian and Feng Yi hurriedly embraced their respective females. So, is Qingqing not satisfied? Do you wish to seek out other males, perhaps like those from the elephant tribe? Bai Han's words were laced with double meanings. Although he smiled, a coldness lingered in his gaze. Jiang Xinqing fell silent, realizing he was indeed jealous. Qingqing, don't you fancy the little tiger cubs? With the rainy season upon us, it's the perfect time to have a litter. Qi Zhen looked at her with a pitiful expression, and the little fox bore a look of accusation, as if to say she would be in tears if Jiang Xinqing sought another. No, it's enough trouble already with you all. You don't seem too weary. You still have the energy to look at other males, Bai Han teased, lightly squeezing her palm. I've never seen them before. I am just curious. Jiang Xinqing, feeling flustered, was adamant that she merely wanted to observe. While their fingers were interlocked, she gave Bai Han's hand a gentle squeeze. The 3 beasts exchanged meaningful glances. Realizing they needed to step up their efforts, Jiang Xinqing and Tasha parted ways to explore independently, amidst a bustling crowd of various tribes. Jiang Xinqing detected the distinct sense of different beings. Though she could not identify the tribes based solely on smell, stalls were set up among various tribes, with the rabbit tribe offering medicinal herbs and vegetable seeds, the elephant tribe showcasing pearl ornaments and preserved fish, while the lion tribe surprisingly had pottery bowls and vases. Jiang Xinqing led Bai Han to a lion beast stall, her eye caught by a lovely cup. How could she refuse such a beautiful vessel? Bai Han and the others were drawn to a plush, pole beast skin at the stall, perfectly suited for her winter clothing. The lion beast blushed. What a charming little female. Take whatever you fancy. Just give a token in return. The gathering served not only as a means of exchanging goods, but also as an opportunity for intertribal communication. Qi Zhen cradled the ceramic bowls and other vessels Jiang Xinqing had selected, while Bai Han claimed the finest beast skin. Song Ming exchanged the fire attribute crystals allocated to them by the tribe with the lion beast, 15 in total, a considerable transaction that benefited the lion beast. The 3 beasts urged her to explore other stalls. After stowing their acquisitions in her space, Jiang Xinqing wandered further. The zebra tribe had ample cotton, and Song Ming traded several water attribute crystals for a good quantity. As they had no use for them anyway, after browsing without finding anything else she desired, Jiang Xinqing searched the crowd for Tasha and found her at a male stall. The newly matured male blushed as he stole glances at Tasha while enthusiastically introducing his wares. Feng Yi and Feng Xian wore long faces, helpless as their female had taken an interest. Jiang Xinqing approached, selecting seeds that sounded like carrots and cabbages. Unfortunately, Yi was too engrossed in charming Tasha to notice her. Ah, Xinqing. You're here, Tasha said, touching her nose. Having been too focused on the handsome male, Tasha directly asked the charming rabbit, would you like to be my male? These leaves taste the same. The rabbit looks tastier. Really? Yi quickly packed up half of the seeds into her space and handed the other half to Bai Han and the others before dashing off to inform the leader. Is she that direct? Jiang Xinqing stood there with seeds in hand, looking somewhat dazed. Is that all it takes? Don't you think they should spend some time together first? That was quite fast. Of course, she caught my eye, and if I like someone, I just asked out if they agree. They're mine. If hesitating or declining, I'll just look for the next. Jiang Xinqing scratched her head, finding it too forward. Her own relationships had developed over several days. She informed Tasha that she would be leaving first and could inquire about anything else back in the tribe, having made the effort to venture out. Jiang Xinqing headed back into the forest to catch wild beasts. Hiding was futile, as the beast's keen senses easily located them. Today's haul included wild rabbits and wild chickens. The chickens would be used for soup, while the rabbits were best prepared spicy. The last 2 wild birds Bai Han had brought back were roasted, and although they tasted delightful, Jiang Xinqing was eager for a change of flavor. That evening, Jiang Xinqing approached Tasha with spicy rabbit meat in hand. Tasha, I brought some spicy rabbit. Yoi looked at Tasha in shock, her crimson eyes glimmering with moisture. No, the rabbit is too adorable. I can't eat that. Tasha pretended to refuse, yet she moved a chair outside the cave for herself and Jiang Xinqing, chatting as they savored the meal. This is delicious, truly satisfying, by the way. What tribe does he belong to? Oh, the rabbit tribe. As she savored the rabbit meat, Jiang Xinqing turned to find Yi gazing at them with a look of deep sorrow. Jiang Xinqing remarked, "What a coincidence. It's my first time experiencing such a grand undertaking." She was unaware that Tasha's newly acquired companion belonged to the rabbit tribe. Her family of beasts had not forewarned her before she set out. Tasha dined on spicy rabbit for dinner and indulged in gentle rabbit before sleep, marking today as a veritable feast of rabbits. The gathering lasted 3 days, and on the 4th day, a light rain began to fall. After days of torrential downpours, the rain intensified, splitting the darkness with flashes of lightning that resonated as if right beside them. The river, with more than half of its bed exposed, gradually filled up. Baihan's 7th-tier spiritual power surged amidst the storm. Days later, Jiang Xinqing found herself nestled in a plush quilt, reluctant to rise. The bamboo mat had been removed long before the rainy season, making the temperature difference between her cocoon and the outside world rather stark. Humph! Upon seeing Baihan, Jiang Xinqing turned away, silently accusing him while simultaneously feeling her legs weaken at his presence. After merely 2 days of rest, she found her appetite waning, disinterested in all food. Yet, after a few more days, her hunger suddenly returned with a vengeance, only for her to immediately regurgitate whatever she consumed. Am I falling ill? Jiang Xuanqing's face contorted in distress as Qizhen checked her pulse, while Baihan had just entered the secret realm a few days prior. You are expecting a child, Qizhen stated, her expression grim. Although this was typically a cause for celebration, the child was Baihan's. After all, he was the only one she had recently mated with, and both beasts had failed to produce their first litter. Ah, Jiang Xuanqing exclaimed, somewhat astonished yet not entirely surprised. With all this commotion, it would indeed be unusual not to conceive. However, a sense of anxiety lingered within her, what might result from crossing the reproductive barriers. Other females were at least beast men. The rain continued to fall steadily for a month, with occasional heavy downpours leading to flooding at the cave entrance. Songming and Qizhen prepared stones to elevate the threshold, sealing the gaps with earth and laying waterproof beast skins inside the cave. To prevent rainwater from splashing in, they hung waterproof beast skins as a makeshift curtain at the entrance, the raindrops pattering against it dimming the light within the cave. Jiang Xinqing, with her improved vision, was still able to see without much difficulty. When the rain lessened, Songming ventured out to hunt, knowing there was still plenty in the space, but he aimed to store more, especially since Qingqing was expecting. Qizhen stayed behind to care for her, while Baihan's return remained uncertain. Jiang Xinqing sat on the bed weaving a bamboo basket, intending to craft a cozy nest for the yet-to-be-born child. A snake egg could yield several offspring, so she needed to make it larger. Do you miss me? A large, well-defined hand wrapped around her waist from behind, gently caressing her belly. Baihan rested his chin on her shoulder, his silvery hair cascading down, and the bond on his chest seemed to sense the change in atmosphere, no longer ablaze with heat. Why have you been gone so long? Jiang Xinqing casually inquired as she leaned against him. My strength has increased, yet the secret realm proved challenging to breach. I have held on for a bit longer for the sake of acquiring more crystal stones. He feared her resentment, but more so, he worried about his own inadequacy in providing her with more. He had only spent 2 periods in the secret realm, and through the bond, he sensed her pregnancy. In 2 months, the snake egg would hatch, and he needed to be there to support her and prepare accordingly. I miss you so much. What about you? I have been thinking of you constantly. The longing from their time apart surged into a passionate warmth. In their tender entanglement, love flowed between them, and Baihan had never anticipated losing his rationality in such a manner, though he tempered his strength this time. Listening to her enchanting voice, Baihan felt as if he had found solace in a drifting reed. His heart burdened solely by thoughts of her. Every one of her gestures, her playful pouts, her clinginess, her laughter, and her sobs played repeatedly in his mind. Chapter 27, Lord Gal. As the curtain was lifted, bright sunlight streamed into the cave, casting a warm glow upon Jiang Xuanqing's fair skin. She let out a soft murmur and burrowed deeper into Baihan's embrace. In the early morning, the air was cool and damp, with sunlight filtering through thin clouds, sparkling brilliantly upon the water's surface. Dewdrops rolled off broad leaves. Songming and Qizhen did not intrude upon their moment. instead tidying up outside the cave entrance, moving anything that needed sunlight into the open. Judging by the clouds and the scent in the air, it seemed unlikely that rain would return soon. The refreshing breeze carried the earthy fragrance of soil and grass. And Jiang Xianxing stretched her body outside. Her hair had grown a bit long, but she had no intention of cutting it on earth. She had little inclination to manage it, but now she desired to grow it long. The snakeskin skirt had been neatly stored away in her space, and Bai Han fashioned her a temporary outfit from thinner beast skin. It was a long dress, black and white in patches, with loose sleeves at the wrists. The waist was tailored to fit, allowing for a bit of looseness around her midsection, and the hem fell in graceful pleats to her ankles, complemented by a pair of leather ankle boots. With her flowing, silky black hair cascading down, she appeared exceptionally gentle. This new style captured the attention of Tsang Ming and Qi Zhen, their eyes lingering on her. Qingqing looks beautiful in anything. Tsang Ming wrapped one arm around her waist while using the other to serve her more food. Indeed, Bai Han is quite the skilled cook. Bai Han, without hesitation, replied, "It is you who are beautiful that I wish to go out for a stroll, perhaps in the afternoon. The tribe's gathering should be well underway by then." "There's a gathering?" "Yes, during the sunny days of the rainy season, there are usually gatherings. It is the best time for tribes to come together and exchange necessary goods." Beast City was typically far away, and only the more powerful tribes could afford to traverse continents, while weaker tribes relied on gatherings for trade. In the afternoon, Jiang Xianxing and Tasha planned to attend the gathering. The ground was damp and somewhat muddy. Jiang Xianxing rode atop a white tiger, while Tasha perched on the back of a large white rabbit. "Finally, I can get out. I felt stifled." Jiang Xianxing exclaimed, "Isn't this more comfortable than the scorching heat of the summer?" Indeed, the heat was nearly unbearable. Is that the one with the white hair? Gal observed the distant, aloof male, suppressing his murderous intent to avoid alerting him. "Yes, my lord. Through our various inquiries, we learned that Lord Bell was invited by a small wandering beast leader during the summer to kill Bai Han. But all traces vanished near the lake." Gal clenched his fists. Bell, his only brother, had perished, and even Nana had been injured. He had cared for Nana until she recovered, but the eastern continent was at its hottest, and he had only recently found an opportunity to gather information. Watching Bai Han smile gently at the small female beside him deepened the hatred in his eyes, though he dared not look directly at them for fear of raising suspicion. "That wretched creature will know the pain of loss. Go, contact the tribe and send higher-tier males to assist me." "Yes, Lord Gal." On another front, Tasha mentioned that she had just conceived a litter of tiger cubs, fathered by Feng Xian. Although her pregnancy was not as advanced as Jiang Xuanqing's, her belly was slightly larger. Jiang Xianxing touched her own flat abdomen, which appeared unchanged. Could there truly be a problem? In a few months, the little tiger cubs would be clamoring for her attention again. Tasha sighed. "The only truly adorable stage is when they are just born or still small. Once they learn to run and jump, they become quite the handful. The few at my home can already transform, and Feng Yi has provided them with another cave. If we leave in the future, will the cubs be able to come with us?" The tiger tribe did not impose such requirements, as it depended on the cubs' wishes. Some would choose to stay behind, and the tribe would care for and support them. Once they reached adulthood, they would be on their own. Upon returning home, Jiang Xianxing felt a wave of unease. She had not confided in Tasha about her pregnancy, uncertain of what it might entail. According to the rules of the beast world, it could be a snake egg. Yet her belly showed no sign of change. "Hey, Qizhen, are you free? Could you take a look for me?" It was better to seek medical advice than to dwell on her worries. "Qingqing, are you unwell?" "No, I just feel as if I am not truly pregnant. Each individual is different. Do not overthink it." After checking her pulse, Qizhen reassured her, "But do not inquire further. I can only sense a life force within you. Beyond that, I cannot discern anything else." Qizhen began to doubt her medical skills, realizing she needed to seek further training from her father. During lunch, while Jiang Xuanqing slept, Qizhen approached Bai Han for answers. As he was the only one with more information about the child, Bai Han shook his head, admitting, "To be honest, after Qingqing's pregnancy was sensed through the blood bond, I received no further information." He had attempted to use the bond to learn about the child in her womb, but a veil of mystery obscured his vision, leaving him in the dark. The life force was faint and weak. They might need to prepare themselves psychologically. In this case, it could mean fewer offspring or that the children would be frail and unlikely to survive. After several days of clear weather, Jiang Xianxing ventured out more frequently. After the heavy rains, the forest was abundant with mushrooms, and as she traversed half the forest, she stumbled upon wild corn. The forest was vast, and whenever she grew weary, she would sit atop the backs of the three beasts. Occasionally, Songming and Qizhen would seek out some diversions, yet Bai Han remained steadfastly by her side, ever vigilant to the slightest rustle of the surroundings. Jiang Xuanqing possessed limited knowledge regarding mushrooms. She picked the most familiar variety, resembling the common Pleurotus ostratus. After presenting it to Bai Han for confirmation of its edibility, she gathered a few more. She procured some flour and linen from the elephant tribe. Having heard they were preparing to migrate en masse to the western continent, which piqued Jiang Xuanqing's curiosity about that distant land. The previous day, she had husked corn and ground it, then, through the linen, poured water to knead the cornmeal. After extracting the moisture, she allowed the corn water to settle before drying it, eventually storing the fine powder in a ceramic-like jar she had previously acquired. On the morrow, Jiang Xuanqing requested Songming to cut a generous portion of fatty meat for oil extraction. Typically, in their cooking, meat was sautéed before adding vegetables, resulting in a modest amount of oil. However, she desired the richness of fried dishes, necessitating a greater quantity of oil. Songming, observing the stone pot, went to wash some mushrooms, while remnants of the wild chicken used for soup still lingered. The meat was sliced into strips, and the chicken legs were marinated with seasonings. These seasonings differed somewhat from modern ones. She could only rely on her sense of smell and taste to determine what to use for marinating the chicken legs, omitting certain ingredients, such as soy sauce, for which substitutes could not be found. Nevertheless, the meat from wild beasts was delectable and tender, mitigating any significant impact from these omissions. After allowing the extracted oil to cool, she set aside a portion for frying, dipping the mushrooms and meat strips coated in a starchy batter into the pot in batches. Once fried, they were retrieved and sprinkled with salt, while some were dusted with an unfamiliar seasoning powder, reminiscent of cumin. The marinated chicken legs were prepared for spicy chicken. The fragrant, crispy fried mushrooms were utterly satisfying, and the fried meat exuded an irresistible aroma. As the meal neared completion, her father approached to bid farewell. In Chapter 28, The Snake Egg Hatches, her father successfully advanced to the 5th tier, appearing considerably younger and more agile than before. In earlier years, a friend from the leopard tribe had established a foothold in Beast City and had contemplated inviting him back. But he could not abandon his 2 children, nor face certain memories tied to that place. Times had changed, and upon his return, he would become the deputy city lord of Beast City, having left an estate akin to a stray dog. Burdened with many regrets. When will you leave? Now. So sudden. Yes, my beast awaits outside. Our opportunities to meet will diminish. Jiang Xuanqing packed a generous supply of mushrooms, meat strips, and freshly prepared spicy chicken for her father as a parting gift. A small token of her affection, he accepted it with a smile, adding, "If you ever decide not to stay here, you can come find me in Beast City." All right. Songming and Qizhen embraced her father in farewell. In the beast world, such deep emotional bonds were rare. Bai Han stood aloof, observing them with indifference, knowing their offspring would soon grow independent, yet her father continued to care for them as if they were still younglings. "You and your little snake will soon become inseparable," Jiang Xuanqing remarked with a light chuckle. Having lost both her parents and later her sister, with whom she had formed a bond of reliance, she had never experienced the warmth of parental love until now. With the impending arrival of her own child, Bai Han remained silent, contemplating whether the little snake could survive and grow, knowing that snakes were generally not affectionate creatures. A month passed with nothing but sunny days. The weather was pleasant. One morning, as Jiang Xuanqing rose to stretch, she felt a sudden discomfort in her abdomen. Placing a hand on her belly, she noted the pain was not severe. Could the snake egg be on the verge of hatching? What's wrong? Is your stomach uncomfortable? Bai Han inquired as he assisted her. Taking a step, she felt something drop, becoming lodged in her undergarments. I think. Uncertain, she lifted her skirt and handed it to Bai Han, slipping out of her clothing. As she did, a white egg rolled onto the floor. The 3 beings stared in astonishment at the egg on the ground. Its silvery shell adorned with scale-like patterns, roughly the size of a chicken egg, thankfully unbroken. After a moment of hesitation, they reacted. Bai Han lifted her onto the bed while Qizhen examined her, and Songming retrieved the small egg for cleaning. It was small enough to fit in the palm of one's hand, yet it felt peculiar. Songming hesitated to take it. Qizhen conducted a thorough examination. The leaves of the vine glowing green upon Jiang Xuanqing's abdomen. After waiting for a while with no movement, Jiang Xuanqing sat up. Qizhen hesitated. "Qingqing, how do you feel?" "I feel fine, just like usual." During her pregnancy, she had felt no different, her belly showing no signs of movement, as if she were not with child at all. Observing Qizhen's expression, She sensed that perhaps this was the only egg. Do not be disheartened. The next clutch may yield more. Although even he doubted the validity of his own words. What about my egg? Bai Han had remained silent. Those snake eggs were typically viable. It was rare for a hatchling like Ching Ching's to be so small, indicating potential developmental issues. With the first clutch appearing like this, Bai Han felt a pang of discomfort. Since the moment of conception, he had harbored expectations, yet now he feared that such sentiments might turn into disdain. Here, Song Ming passed the snake egg to Jiang Xianqing, while the others observed her every move, not missing a single subtle expression. Jiang Xianqing felt a twinge of curiosity. Had she truly given birth? She gently prodded the small egg in her palm. Still warm to the touch, that it seemed the little one had inherited traits from its father, which brought her some solace. The snake egg remained unresponsive, and Bai Han's last flicker of hope extinguished. His heart felt as if it had been pierced, chilled to the bone by a fierce wind. Closing his eyes, he accepted the reality and spoke hoarsely, Ching Ching, just discard it. As long as you do not despise me, we have ample time to wait for a healthy offspring. Jiang Xianqing, puzzled, questioned the somber expressions on their faces. Upon receiving the snake egg, she felt a strange connection, perceiving a silvery little snake sleeping within, seemingly glancing at her. After hearing Bai Han's words, she shot him a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? You want to discard a newborn? Why would I despise you? Do you not like it? Jiang Xianqing was quite fond of the little creature. It was a tiny snake, even cuter than Bai Han's offspring. Bai Han stammered, his thoughts a blank slate, ultimately squatting down to embrace Jiang Xianqing tightly. It's my fault. The snake egg is inadequate, perhaps a stillborn. Let it go. Bai Han faltered. What if the next one is the same? Ching Ching seems to genuinely like this one. His eyes felt misty, and he opened his mouth, but found no words to express his thoughts. What are you rambling about? It's still alive. To discard it right after birth. Aren't you supposed to be a father? Jiang Xianqing pushed him away with disdain. While it was indeed small, it was still a singular offspring, and the little snake appeared to be healthy. Bai Han's eyes reddened, caught in a state of sorrow, while Qijin and Song Ming also felt a tinge of sadness, taken aback by Jiang Xuanqing's words. Qijin, assuming Ching Ching was struggling with acceptance, spoke hesitantly. It truly lacks a vital energy. Jiang Xianqing wrapped her arms around Bai Han's neck and kissed him, lightly biting his lip. Feel for yourself. The little one is clearly healthy. She guided his hand to the small snake egg, which shimmered with a radiant glow. The three beasts. The melancholic atmosphere dissipated instantly. As long as it was alive, Bai Han returned to his aloof, ethereal demeanor. But does this egg still need to be incubated? Jiang Xianqing arranged a clean hide in a bamboo tray, placing the snake egg within. The large tray held the solitary egg, appearing quite lonely. In hindsight, she had not anticipated having only one egg. After her bath, Jiang Xianqing wove a small bamboo basket with a hinged lid, lining it with a hide before placing the egg inside, positioning it beside her pillow. In the 4th month of the rainy season, light rain began to fall again. During this month, the snake egg had grown somewhat, increasing from the size of a chicken egg to that of a duck. It was so subtle that one could easily overlook it. Jiang Xianqing occasionally wiped the shell, which had become significantly harder and heavier. When will the little snake emerge? Jiang Xianqing prodded Bai Han's arm, noting his recent silence. Can you really say that the snake egg at birth will be much larger than this? Bai Han nuzzled against Jiang Xuanqing's neck, revealing the harsh truth. I do not know. It is indeed underdeveloped, much smaller than other snake eggs at birth. Even the empty or stillborn eggs were larger. Ching Ching, he continued, it truly may not be well. You cannot sense it. It feels like a fog is obscuring your vision. Perhaps the little snake possesses greater talent than you, merely lacking sufficient nourishment. It will be fine with some care. In Chapter 29, Captured, Bai Han, the most gifted snake beast documented in Snake Beast City, made no rebuttal as he ventured into secret realms, suggesting, should we not try for another clutch? No, the little snake is still here. Jiang Xianqing shook her head in refusal, grasping his hand. Could you spare me some crystal stones? The extraordinary abilities of younglings typically inherited from their fathers. She pondered that perhaps with some energy absorption, the snake egg might exhibit significant changes. Bai Han handed her 5 thunder-type crystal stones, each purple and the size of a chicken egg, pulsating with energy when held, yet the snake egg seemed unable to absorb it. Let us give it a try. Jiang Xianqing carefully placed the crystal stones into a bamboo basket, ensuring that the snake egg remained undisturbed. Why do your crystals differ in size and luster from those used for bartering? She inquired. The acquisition of crystal stones is greatly influenced by one's innate abilities. Upon entering the secret realm, one must contend with ferocious beasts to obtain them. The more creatures one slays, the greater the bounty. Within the secret realm, beast hordes will incessantly multiply until the males are utterly exhausted and their powers depleted. In this realm, only physical combat and innate abilities are permitted. All else is rendered ineffective. Does this not imply that the more gifted and powerful orcs will only grow stronger, while the weak remain perpetually so? Indeed, it is a matter of survival of the fittest. Jiang Xianqing felt a twinge of concern for the future of the small snake. Gently prodding the egg, "You must strive to grow stronger. Your survival is my greatest hope." The eggshell briefly glimmered in response to her words. Baihan's gaze flickered. Under normal circumstances, snake eggs would be the size of a palm, devoid of any awareness of the external world. Yet, Qingqing seemed able to communicate with the small snake, and the egg responded solely to her, disregarding the three beasts entirely. Perhaps the egg had only flickered before them to validate her words. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xianqing, Baihan withheld his thoughts, choosing not to mention the beasts at home to spare her feelings. She had never encountered other newly hatched eggs, and assumed the little creature was merely undernourished, or that her humanity was the cause. In mid-May, the weather was overcast. Although no rain fell, it seemed a storm was imminent. The snake egg remained unchanged, and one crystal stone had vanished from the basket. Who said the little snake was incapable of absorption? Baihan fell silent, recalling his ancestral memories that confirmed the egg could not absorb crystals or energy. Let it be. It is already unlike a normal egg. Jiang Xianqing urged him to incubate the egg, while a serpent, as thick as her arm, languidly coiled around the small snake egg. Satisfied, Jiang Xianqing took the lead, holding on to Qizhen as they strolled towards the river. While Song Ming remained home to prepare lunch. Outside the tribe, a rogue beast lay in wait upon a tree by the riverbank. "You arrived too late, missing the prime opportunity. With recent rains, that little female has not shown herself for some time. Gale, why did you not eliminate her two weak males in the forest? Nana was injured, yet that wretch remains lively." Gale's eyes gleamed with malice. "What use is it to kill those two useless ones? It would only alert the enemy. I intend to capture that female and torment her. If I cannot kill her, I shall ensure she is reduced to a mere common female." Observing the weather, which hinted at an impending storm on the eastern continent and the onset of winter in the north, he concluded, "We should annihilate this small tribe today and return to the north." The ambush had been meticulously planned, with a hidden gateway nearby. Just as Gale prepared to strike, the beautiful little female emerged from the stone door, a bloodthirsty smile gracing her lips. Truly, it was the favor of the beast god, delivering her right to him, saving both time and effort. Qizhen, sensitive to scents, instinctively positioned himself in front of Jiang Xianqing, detecting the chaotic presence of male beasts in the air. "Qingqing, today may not be suitable for you to be out. We should return." He abruptly shoved her into the stone door. As a pitch-black claw burst forth from her previous position, Jiang Xianqing cast a deep glance at Qizhen before turning to flee. Shouting, "Help!" Inside the cave, Songming instantly transformed into a massive white tiger, the beast mark transmitting a faint sense of danger to her other companions. Qizhen and the others were in peril. A flash of purple light illuminated the cave just as the claw was about to seize Jiang Xianqing. A silver-white snake tail lashed out, striking it with great force. The enormous serpent coiled protectively around her. Outside the tribe, Qizhen had crashed through 3 towering trees, collapsing on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his joints grotesquely twisted, unable to rise. Simultaneously, 3 7th-tier males unleashed fierce attacks on Baihan. A searing fireball hurtling toward him, the ground distorting as hardened clumps of earth, sharp as blades, shot toward them, while dozens of wind blades blocked their escape. Song Ming found himself entangled with several mixed 5th and 4th-tier orcs. Unable to assist, hearing the commotion, Tiger Clan males rushed to join the fray, but the 7th-tier battle was beyond their capabilities. They could only aid Song Ming. Wine defended Song Ming from an attack from behind, while Feng Xian guarded Tasha within the cave, preventing her from emerging. Mei evaded the beast horde by leaping over the wall, where several rogue beasts stood atop Qizhen's back. She dispatched each rogue beast with a single punch. And just as they prepared to strike, she kicked the male beast off Qizhen, hoisting him up and carrying him back to the tribe. Be careful of. She coughed. 6th-tier males lay in wait. And before Qizhen could finish his warning, he succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to relay crucial information to Baihan and Song Ming. Seeking death, Baihan was enveloped in a torrent of energy. lightning crackling around Jiang Xianqing as the snake tail hurled her into the AIR.AS. Purple flashes darted about. A tremendous force struck the back of the fire-type scorpion beast, sending it crashing to the ground like a cannonball. The snake tail whipped around, propelling the fire energy sphere toward Gale. The wind blades redirected the fireball, but Gale struggled to withstand the assault. Despite being of the same 7th tier, Bai Han showed no signs of faltering. Even in a 1-against-3 situation. Hurry, you fools. Why are you still hiding? Act swiftly and retreat. On the ground, the scorpion beast was pierced through by razor-sharp earth spikes, and a colossal centipede emerged from the ground, casting aside the fallen scorpion beast companion, leaving behind a purple lightning sphere. Bai Han's pupils constricted. Ching-ching. The fire-type scorpion beast exploded, the energy blast sending a multitude of beasts flying. Bai Han charged forward recklessly, but could not withstand the energy detonation and was flung away, unable to draw near. 6th tier moths emerged from the burrow excavated by the multi-legged beasts, swiftly carrying Jiang Xianqing away as they fled. Their winged dust showering her. Just as she prepared to unleash her abilities, dizziness overcame her, her powers waning, and she fell unconscious without inflicting any real damage on the moths. Her skin erupted in a myriad of red rashes, her body becoming swollen from an allergic reaction. Gale summoned a massive whirlwind to attack Bai Han, while the multi-legged beast spat forth dozens of earth spikes toward him. Chapter 30. A fate worse than death. A potent aura of murder locked onto them. Bai Han cast a dark glance at the retreating moths, summoning robust lightning to strike all rogue beasts on the ground. The 2 most formidable bolts aimed at the 2 7th-tier males. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Bai Han was locked in a fierce battle with the 2 beasts in the air, while several 6th-tier moths attempted to hinder him. On the ground, Bai Han's attack had disrupted the moth's wing dust significantly, but the Tiger clan ultimately triumphed, suffering no fatalities yet sustaining numerous injuries. Above, sensing the tide turn, several 6th-tier moths exchanged glances, signaling a retreat from the battle. These useless wretches. Gale glared at them with venom, as Bai Han's onslaught grew fiercer, seemingly reckless. He had not anticipated that even 3 7th-tier males combined would be no match for him. My apologies. Brothers, I trust you will understand, Gale sneered maliciously, unleashing a torrent of wind blades, obscured by the onslaught, as he too fled the Tiger clan, having successfully captured the female, an outcome not without merit. The forsaken multi-legged beasts quickly fell to Bai Han, their blood raining down upon the earth. A light drizzle began to fall, and Bai Han pursued. The ground was littered with an abundance of crystal stones and carcasses, particularly the 2 7th-tier beasts having yielded the most crystals. The leader directed the healthy tribe members to transport the crystals back to the tribe, piling them in the clearing. Mei returned with 3 to 5 pieces of wood crystals, cramming them into Qizhan's mouth. The vitality of the crimson fox was restored, as vines sprouted from the earth, realigning his distorted joints. Song Ming hurriedly entered, asking, "How is Qizhan?" "He'll be all right. He won't die, but he is severely injured and needs a few days to recover." Satisfied with his condition, Mei ventured outside to treat the other wounded beasts of the tribe, hoping to procure additional wood crystals for Qizhan, who was only at 4th tier and had recently progressed through 1 or 2 secret realms. The uninjured males sorted the crystals by attributes. Wind, earth, and fire types were the most abundant, while wood types were scarce in comparison. The rogue beasts had taken a female from them, and the injured tiger males gathered. Feeling despondent, although she was not their female, they felt a profound sense of guilt for failing to protect her. The leader had already accounted for the crystals. "Yes, I am aware. Give the wood crystals to Qizhan," Mei suggested from within the pile of beasts. The leader scanned the tiger males, who showed no reaction. Even if she was taken, she won't perish, but it won't be easy for her. Let's give all the wood crystals to Qizhan as consolation. Indeed, Qizhan remains heavily injured and unconscious. The wood crystals came from those 2 7th-tier beasts. Bai Han was the one who killed them, and they rightfully belonged to his family. The beasts engaged in a chorus of agreement, none contesting the notion, for they understood that once Bai Han returned, he would reclaim whatever he desired. Despite this, the tribe had contributed significantly. After bestowing all the wood crystals to Qizhan, the wind crystals and others were evenly distributed among the tribe's beasts. "Song Ming, you know I must manage the tribe, so aside from the wood crystals, the rest will be shared among everyone." The leader cast a sympathetic glance at Qizhan, having finally found a female. And yet, even before the cubs had arrived, such calamity struck. After receiving the wooden crystals and other gemstones that had been divided, the leader departed, burdened with too many tasks post-battle. including the dilemma of how to console the female. Songming's hands trembled, and although Baihan insisted he remain in the tribe, anxiety gripped him relentlessly. He felt so feeble. If only he were strong enough, Qingqing would not have to endure such suffering. Songming sat beside Qijin, his mind a tumult of unrest. Tasha, exhausted from weeping, had fallen asleep, prompting Feng Xian to inquire, "Once Qijin awakens, you shall depart from the tiger tribe, correct?" "Indeed, regardless of whether Baihan has found her, we must leave. The tiger tribe is no longer safe." Today's events have given all females much to ponder regarding their future here. No one can expect to be the fortunate one. Meanwhile, the sixth-tier moth tribe hastened towards the northern continent, with the burdened female being passed from one to another, each throwing her to whoever surged ahead, confident that upon reaching the northern continent's border, assistance would await them. The rain fell gently, masking their scent, while simultaneously posing challenges for the moth tribe. "How vexing. I detest rainy days," one lamented. "Haha, today is a splendid day, splendid day. Have the raindrops muddled your mind? Even if you seize this female, your contract remains intact." "Haha, he means Gal is unlikely to survive. This loss is monumental. Upon our return, the leader will surely punish Gal severely. If he dies at Baihan's hands, all the better. Nana has only these two partners." The leader had just secured a female from the shark tribe and was engrossed, too preoccupied to attend to trifles. Daring to seize a female from the western continent and return successfully, truly the leader. "Now, let us hasten, so we may reach the northern continent before the torrential rain descends." Gal lagged considerably behind, with Baihan, like a specter, trailing him, moving even faster. A purple lightning bolt lacerated his arm, and Gal gritted his teeth. At this rate, he would soon be caught. He decided to plunge into the forest, using the terrain to confound Baihan. The rain intensified, impairing his visibility, causing fleeting double images. Gal began to fantasize about how he would torment that female upon returning to the tribe. The tribe was rife with males, some of whom harbored peculiar tastes. Most of the beasts among them had lost their contracts and thus sought to act as they pleased. A sinister smile crept across Gal's face as he spotted the northern continent's boundary within reach. "Ah, how delightful to make you pay for slaying that which you should not have. What does it matter if the contract protects that wretched woman? I can still make her wish for death." Rainwater streamed into his eyes, and Gal shook his head. He truly loathed rainy days. Suddenly, a pale hand, seemingly a masterpiece of the Creator, pierced through his chest. He looked down at the hand, his mind struggling to comprehend. As rain washed away the vivid crimson blood, revealing purple blood flowing from his arm's wound, Baihan surveyed the open vista before him. The moth tribe had long since vanished, the deluge having washed away their scent. The serpent seal contract activated its protection, preventing him from sensing Jiang Xuanqing's whereabouts. Baihan stood dazed in the rain. "Qingqing, wait for me." Meanwhile, Nana, having recuperated, wielded a whip against the low-tier hyenas on the ground, which lay bloodied and lifeless. Bayer is dead. I am nearly beside myself with rage. I had only two males. Gal and Bayer were not only powerful, but also possessed great potential. With their presence, Nana enjoyed a modicum of privilege within the tribe. "Nana, I have heard news from over there. Gal and the others have captured that female and are returning to the tribe. With the rain's impact, they will not arrive for nearly half a month." "Excellent. When that wretched woman arrives, I shall ensure her suffering is profound." Chapter 31. Arrival at the northern continent. Furious, Nana spat another mouthful of blood, her other moth tribe contract vanishing from her arm. "Nana." Songming carried Qijin back to his cave. Baihan returned in a daze, the small serpent lying on the bed, weeping at her scent. The beast seal automatically protected Jiang Xuanqing. She must have encountered danger, or the energy would not have been entirely consumed to sustain her life, leaving Songming unable to sense her position. Qijin remained in a deep slumber, and Baihan loathed his own blind confidence and aversion to socializing, leaving him bereft of options. Now, 2 days later, Mei, braving the downpour, entered the cave, where the atmosphere felt suffocating, as though the three beasts had lost their very souls. I have inquired. The elephant tribe left for the western continent at full speed a month ago after exchanging unwanted items. Tasha wishes to go to the western continent, and I have previously spoken with the elephant tribe. A female from the western continent was poisoned by a scorpion beast disguised as a female upon landing, and she was taken to a place called Wangba tribe in the northern continent. The western continent is actively recruiting powerful tribes, led by the High Priest Dxin, to eradicate the Wangba tribe. You may wish to venture to the northern continent. There is a significant chance she has been taken to the Wangba tribe. Bai-an and Songming immediately perked up. The rain posed little hindrance to the elephant tribe. Given their rapid journey and the assistance from the western continent, the elephant tribe would reach the nearest beast city to the eastern continent within half a month. Is the information reliable? Songming pressed anxiously. Absolutely. Bai-an and Songming exchanged a determined glance and prepared to head to the northern continent. They bestowed upon Mei numerous wooden crystals and wind-type gemstones, entrusting him and Feng Yai Fengshuan with taking care of Qijin. The two beasts braved the rain and set off towards the northern continent. Mei visited Qijin daily, practicing beside her, occasionally prying open her mouth to place a few crystals inside. Alas, the wooden crystals are meant for her. I grow anxious with her in such a state. Tasha has red eyes every day. My heart aches for her. The tiger tribe leader began to express intentions to neighboring tribes about the need for consolidation. A trend that was inevitable given the impending cold season and the formidable rogue beasts posing a significant threat to weaker tribes. Meanwhile, 6 moths, enduring the relentless rain for days, began to tire. Should we take a break? Does this female require sustenance? She appears to have been silent throughout the journey. She doesn't even struggle. A few moths laid Jiang Shunqing down. She wore a long dress, with only her hands and face exposed, the latter obscured by her hair. Her hands were covered in red rashes, swollen like pig's trotters. One moth lifted her hair, and upon seeing her face, his eyes widened in shock. Taking several steps back, others, curious, gathered around, with several male moths exclaiming in unison, "What an ugly creature!" The sight of the unconscious female's face, riddled with red bumps, her features grotesquely contorted, evoked both horror and disgust. Surely she cannot be gravely ill. One can only say your taste in females is rather peculiar, a male moth remarked. The world of beasts is vast and full of wonders. Those who had seen her expressed disbelief. I swear she was quite beautiful before we captured her. Do you believe it? Ha ha. She is now repulsively ugly. Reluctant to touch her further, one moth, with a pained expression, retrieved a piece of beast skin from his space and wrapped her within it. Reasoning that since she was in such a state, they might as well proceed underground for increased speed. Agreed. The Earth-type moths forged ahead, while the last of the Earth-type moths ensured the tunnel's stability. As they all hurried towards the northern continent, Jiang Shunqing, wrapped in beast skin, awoke several times along the way, consciousness hazy, until she ultimately succumbed to deep slumber. The moths only paused to eat twice, accelerating their journey, with Jiang Shunqing relying solely on the contract's energy to sustain her life. But on the other side, the elephant tribe transformed into their beast forms, for robust elephants, transporting a wooden triangular house towards the western continent. Though their pace was steady, the house remained stable, ensuring the female inside felt no jostling. At the northern continent's edge, emerging from underground, several moths appeared disheveled and famished, starved to death. We have only eaten twice in nearly half a month and expended considerable energy. Had we known, we would not have come. Is it just you few? Where are the others? They perished. That serpent beast is formidable. A 7th tier, holding its own against 3. The lower tier beasts not only fell victim to the serpent's attack, but were also besieged by the tribe. None survived. We merely managed to escape. A minor tribe from the eastern continent suffered the loss of 3 7th tiers, indicating that these high-tier males had grown lazy and forgotten how to fight. This endeavor proves to be a fruitless venture, as one discards the parcel into the hands of subordinates, whilst the members stationed at the border hastily escort it back to the Wangba tribe. The rainy season on the western continent lasts for 7 months, with the remaining 5 months divided among other seasons. The northern continent endures a frigid winter for 9 months, with the other seasons lasting 5 months. The southern continent experiences a sweltering summer for 9 months, while the eastern continent enjoys 6 months of rain, in the 6th month of the rainy season in the eastern continent. A few days later, Jiang Shunqing arrived at the Wangba tribe, coinciding with the 2nd month of the northern continent's winter. The Wangba tribe is nestled atop a snow-capped mountain, constructed against its slopes, surrounded on 3 sides by towering rocks. Reminiscent of the tiger tribe. Although the storm outside is not particularly fierce, the tribe's leader has already activated his domain skill, effectively shielding the interior from the howling winds and snow. The temperature within the tribe may not be entirely comfortable, yet it is far from cold. The familiar terrain brings joy to the moth tribe, as they exclaim, "Ah, we have finally returned." Before heading to procure today's provisions, a moth tribesman gestures towards a leather-wrapped parcel. Though unsightly, it is nonetheless a female, and any male can enter the cell to claim her, regardless of rank. The prison is constructed of stone, with the dwelling of a moth tribesman situated to the left upon entry. while miscellaneous items are stored to the right. Passing through the corridor, one first encounters an open area, with the room itself partially encircled. At the far end of the cell. In the open space kneels a male, his hands bound by chains, the cuffs embedded with spikes piercing his wrists, though fortunately, the shackles around his neck merely restrain him. His body bears numerous scars, yet none are fatal. The guard, a male of the Moth tribe, disdainfully tosses Jiang Xianqing into the nearest cell, which happens to face the imprisoned male. You've truly sullied your father's eyes, you hideous creature. Upon the arrival of the low-ranking male beast, the Moth tribesman, who had hoped for a moment of reprieve, finds himself yearning for eyes that have never beheld such a sight. Recalling the face of the female and shuddering in revulsion, in no wonder the beast who delivered her appeared as though he were discarding a hot potato. Evidently, such treasures are not meant for his grasp. Just as he prepares to lock the door, a male of higher rank calls out to him. Chapter 32. Seek treatment early if afflicted. A male of the Moth tribe rushes in, summoned to request the presence of higher-ranking beasts to assist Jire. He is also one of those who first laid eyes on Jiang Xianqing during the gathering. The exquisite beauty of the young female had stirred his heart, her every movement seeming to beckon him closer. At last, they have brought the female back. He chuckles lecherously, accompanied by several male Scorpion tribe members who have joined him. Why such haste? Is there news of good fortune? The female they brought back is absolutely stunning. The most beautiful female I have ever seen in my life. Really? I must see for myself just how lovely she is. A beauty who ended up in here? You must be dreaming, a Scorpion tribesman interjects, shoving past him to enter the cell first. He sweeps aside the leather covering, and upon seeing the figure on the ground, his eyes widen in shock. Several other Scorpion tribesmen, seeing his reaction, rush in eagerly. The air grows heavy with silence, and the guard, fully aware of the situation, quietly retreats to his quarters. Stunning, female, a half-exiting guard glances back with pity, realizing that even males of higher status in the tribe cannot be trifled with. They all appear starved for satisfaction. Perhaps it is best not to take offense. After all, the scarcity of females is painfully evident. Suddenly, he finds solace in his position, enjoying the leisurely life of a guard. Free from labor and well-fed, indeed, a beast's life is one to be savored. Inside the cell, the expressions of the Scorpion tribesmen twist in discomfort as they exchange glances, questioning whether their friend might need to consult a veterinarian, for poor eyesight could severely impact combat effectiveness. One Scorpion, with a grave expression, places a hand on the Moth tribesman's shoulder, lamenting, "Brother, I understand your plight, but it is best to seek treatment early if you are unwell." A late-arriving Moth tribesman stares in disbelief. What is this hideous creature? He tears at the fabric of Jiang Xianqing's shirt, revealing a dark serpent coiled within. Sensing the malice, a flash of purple lightning ignites, the triangular array rotating and morphing into a complex formation, from which a phantasmal serpent emerges. Recognizing the familiar serpent, the Moth tribesman confirms her identity. It is indeed that female. He hastily rubs at her swollen face, rendering it even redder. By the gods, even the hyena tribe's females are not this ugly. In his mind, her once beautiful figure is gradually replaced by the image of a hideous creature, ultimately leaving him to stand, his body still tingling from the shock, and walk away in a daze, under the mocking gazes of his friends. When Jean glances at the figure on the ground, she lies there, breathing faintly. A blood contract, and a female of a 7th-tier male. Truly, the Wangba tribe is growing increasingly audacious. He muses with a cold chuckle. It seems my escape is not far off. Several low-ranking beasts retreat to the side as the high-ranking male enters. For there exists a stringent hierarchy within the stray beast tribe. The status of high-ranking males is generally elevated, and it is rare for low-ranking beasts to garner the attention of a leader. They have also heard rumors of the deaths of 4 high-ranking male beasts, particularly noting that 2 of them had a female. It appears that misfortune awaits that female. Who knows, perhaps we can also enjoy some respite. What nonsense! That Nana female is among the few beauties in the tribe. How could it possibly be our turn? I have heard that the one they just captured is an eyesore. No beast wanted her. Hence she was tossed into the cell. That aren't all the females in the house. Why did she end up in the cell? I've heard that several low-ranking males who were supposed to take her back were unwilling. I think they have played too much. They're all too soft now, yet still have the nerve to be picky. As the high-ranking male emerges shortly thereafter, the low-ranking males seize the opportunity to enter. This female is said to have a blood contract. They say we can do as we please. What a splendid opportunity. Why should you shy away? I'll go in and enjoy myself for a couple of days. Naturally, the other males, having never seen her, are unwilling to fall behind. After all, everyone desires a share of the spoils. With the cell door wide open, they enter, their faces adorned with lecherous grins. However, their smiles freeze upon seeing Jiang Shenqing. This, dog brother, are you not eager to indulge? And no, I've been rather active lately. My health is not at its best. I was actually planning to see a veterinarian. You all go ahead. Ha ha. I merely came to take a look. I have no interest in females. Ha ha. I suddenly remembered I need to bring wine to the chief. I must take my leave. One hyena tribesman chuckles awkwardly before making a hasty exit. From that moment onward, no beasts returned to the cell, and news of the ugly female spread throughout the tribe. Occasionally, some disbelievers would peer in, only to depart with looks of dismay. Her hideousness left the males of the tribe cherishing the few females they had even more. A day later, the fox beast mark on Jiang Xuanqing's right arm glowed with a vibrant green, a surge of powerful life energy coursing into her being. The Serpent S contract protected her. Yet the contract with Songming reverted to its original state, and the great white tiger outside the tribe sensed her location. Jiang Shenqing let out a soft whimper as she opened her eyes. Lying on the ground, feeling weak and unwilling to move. Where am I? Have I been abducted? Jiang Shenqing blinked wearily, her vision still somewhat blurred. Her stomach burned with hunger, and she detected a tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the air, causing her mouth to water incessantly. She painstakingly crawled to the door of her cell, gripping the bars to hoist herself up. Opposite her, a male figure was seated before a large platter of charred meat, accompanied by a substantial jug of water. How ravenous, how ravenous! Jiang Shenqing licked her parched, cracked lips, her gaze fixated hungrily on the roasted meat. When Jean felt the intensity of her stare and cast a sidelong glance at her, then lowered his head elegantly, using his tail to slice off a piece of meat and bring it to his mouth. In no wonder that group of stray beasts came and went. He found them quite unsightly. Jiang Shenqing pushed the door open and, using both hands and feet, crawled toward the platter of meat, sinking her teeth into its charred exterior. After devouring several bites, she felt a noticeable relief in her stomach. Gaining enough strength to rise, she seized the jug and drank deeply, only to have it snatched away by a long, blue tail. It was then that she noticed him. His icy blue hair was tousled and cascaded down to his waist. His body marked with scars, his delicate features bore a certain softness. Though his expression was devoid of emotion, he appeared gentle and serene. His beauty was striking yet softened, lacking any aggression. He exuded a gentle aura akin to flowing water, his deep blue eyes mirroring the vastness of the sea. The long, thick tail was an ethereal blue, reminiscent of the most exquisite jade, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, while the tail's hook was sharp and menacing. Unlike Bai Han, who repelled others from 1,000 paces, or Tsang Ming, whose vibrant energy radiated with sunlight, and certainly not like Qi Zhan, whose allure was captivating, he possessed a beauty that was profoundly moving, rendering the atmosphere around him tranquil. With no water to drink, Jiang Shenqing resorted to consuming the roasted meat. Chapter 33 locked the cell door in her state of hunger. Even the charred meat became a delicacy. She was aware that excessive consumption after severe hunger was inadvisable. Having eaten about half of her usual portion and taken a few sips of water, she softly uttered her gratitude before retreating into her cell, closing the door behind her. When Jean furrowed his brow, the food was already insufficient, and today she had pilfered a bit from him, yet he refrained from protest, considering her female status. However, in the following 10 days, the guards of the Moth clan only delivered meals to him, entirely forgetting about the female. When Jean gestured for the guard to send some to Jiang Shenqing, but the guard retorted irritably, "You are but a prisoner. Do you still have the heart to look after others? Such a soft-hearted beast only serves to highlight your kindness. What does that ugly female need? Wasting food. Food is already scarce in this cold season. You should be grateful for what you have. Were it not for orders from above, you wouldn't even have this much. Just eat your own." When Jean replied, "If you don't send her food, she will come to steal from me. You might as well lock her cell door." After delivering the meal, the guard stormed off, slamming the door to Wen Jin's room with a resounding thud. The sound echoing in the cell, Jiang Shenqing leisurely opened the door and sat beside him, consuming his roasted meat and drinking his water. When Jean thought, with so little food for the day, as he wrapped his tail around her waist, intending to toss her aside. But to his surprise, she grasped his tail hook, sending a surge of purple lightning coursing through him. When Jean was jolted, his body tingling, the crackling electricity threatening him. Thus for the next 10 days, he could only let her eat her fill before he could consume what was left. Over time, An unspoken camaraderie developed between them as meal partners. Occasionally, they exchanged a few words, but aside from inquiring about each other's names, they never delved into personal matters, merely commenting on the diminishing water supply, the state of the meat, or how late the food arrived. Deep within the Wangba tribe, in a lavish stone chamber, there existed an intricately carved fish tank. Within it swam a female with flowing aquamarine hair that drifted like seaweed in the water. She wore a delicately fitted blue silk bodice, which transformed into layers of a fluffy, cake-like skirt at her waist. The skirt was adorned with numerous beautiful pearls and tiny shells, while her lower half bore a fantastical fishtail that sparkled under the sunlight. A muscular male, broad-shouldered and bear-like, was patiently coaxing her. "Come on, Yaya. Today is your sea tribe's favorite fish dish, prepared exquisitely. Come and taste." Oku's greedy gaze roamed over the mermaid's flawless skin, smooth and pale. He imagined his hands gliding over it. Leah felt a wave of revulsion, and with a swift flick of her tail, splashed water onto Oku, drenching him from head to toe. "Get lost." But Oku was unfazed. Instead, wearing a foolish grin, "Yaya, I must have you. But for such a beautiful female, I will prepare a ceremonial experience before indulging." Oku was already at the 9th tier, while the strongest of the beast seals on Leah only belonged to her husband at the 8th tier. Yet the seals could not hinder him. On the 11th day, a low-tier hyena rushed in, his face flushed, having obtained the key from the guards of the Moth clan. "Jiang Xinqing, come here." Meal partner Wen Jin called to her, urging her to hide beside him for protection. Without hesitation, Jiang Xinqing opened the cell door, waiting for the male to enter, though the hyena was puzzled as to why the door was ajar. His mating instincts clouded his judgment. The entire tribe knew of the ugly female locked away, yet he had nowhere else to relieve himself. And if she was ugly, so be it. With his eyes closed, he could see nothing but he lunged at her, eyes shut in a desperate rush. When Jean pressed his lips tightly together, thinking her foolish for standing there, unable to bear witnessing what transpired next, facing the charging hyena. Jiang Xinqing delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing against the wall, her tiger-head beast seal beginning to radiate warmth. Under the amplification of her contract energy, her strength far exceeded the hyena's defenses. And she landed 3 powerful punches into his abdomen. Gagging, the hyena spat out blood, astonished that such power could reside within an ugly female. Caught off guard, he reacted with fury, but she swiftly slapped him to the ground. Jiang Xinqing planted her foot firmly between his legs, and the male grimaced in agony, letting out a pained scream before losing consciousness. When Jean watched in disbelief, feeling a strange pain between his legs. Acknowledging he had forgotten about her blood contract, the lightning pierced through the hyena's heart, the immense energy reducing it to dust, extinguishing his breath. Such a toad coveting swan meat. Jiang Xinqing disdainfully kicked the fallen hyena. In this cell, they were the only 2 inmates, watched over solely by a single guard of the Moth clan, who occasionally indulged in his vices. At that moment, he was drunkenly snoring away. Jiang Xinqing picked up the key from the ground and approached Wen Jin, attempting to unlock his chains. When Jean gazed at her meaningfully, "It's useless. That key won't work." Oh, Jiang Xinqing replied, inspecting the key in her hand. The design was quite simple, just a main shaft with a short side edge. It appeared easy to replicate. "Is your key similarly simplistic?" "About the same. Quite similar." She glanced at the empty water jug on the floor, and with a determined fist, smashed it, intending to carve wooden pieces into keys of varying lengths. When Jean observed her diligently crafting the key, repeatedly testing it, listening intently to the sounds and adjusting the design accordingly, his pupils reflected the earnest expression on her face. How foolish, so clumsy and dim-witted. Yet a strangely unfamiliar feeling stirred within Wen Jin's heart as he silently watched her. She continued tirelessly until all the usable wood was exhausted, yet Jiang Xinqing remained undeterred, thinking it was better to be busy than idle. "Is the key with that moth guard?" Fearing she might entertain other thoughts, Wen Jin cautioned, "No, it's in my brother's space. He is already at the 7th tier, far beyond your ability to contend with." Jiang Xinqing gazed at the chains binding him. She had long harbored thoughts of destruction, but using her powers would undoubtedly affect Wen Jin. Curiosity overcame her, and she asked directly, "Why don't you use your abilities?" "The chains binding me are crafted from deep-sea dark stone, which restricts a beastman's ability to use their powers. It can even devour their energy. No wonder. It seemed she should resign herself to making keys. Don't think about escaping alone. I won't. I will definitely take you with me, rest assured. Consider it compensation for the food and water from these past days." Upon hearing this, Wen Jin's lips curved into a smile as he explained, "The Wangba tribe is heavily fortified. The tribe leader, Oku, is at the 9th tier, has awakened domain skills that envelop the tribe, and he can sense anything entering or leaving. You would be in great danger alone. As long as I live, your food and water will not diminish. You can stay here at ease. Chapter 34. The unexpected arrival, and then what? Wait for the stray beasts to pin me down or die here. I refuse to lie down among the refuse. Jiang Xianqing was displeased with the notion of remaining in a perilous situation. Her voice turned cold. She could not simply sit idly by. One must learn to save oneself. This was clearly a well-organized tribe, with 3 against 1, and high-tier males. The odds of success were minuscule. She could not place all the pressure on them, and who knew what would come first, an unexpected event or tomorrow. The coldness in Jiang Xuanqing's voice made Wen Jin fearful that she might attempt to escape. The Wangba tribe was starkly hierarchical, and while some beasts were lazy, akin to parasites, they were often the first to perish in dire circumstances. Generally speaking, if you stay with me, I can protect you, and you are quite brave. Jiang Xianqing disregarded his hollow compliments, noting that there were indeed exceptional circumstances at play. These exceptional circumstances were directed towards her and had nothing to do with him. Why have you been brought here? Are you familiar with this tribe? When Jean patiently elucidated, I am not a wandering beast. I simply declined their invitation that I visited this tribe when my brother invited me to join. So I cannot claim to be well acquainted, but I am aware of some geographical locations. Jiang Xianqing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and placed the key on the table before returning to her cell. She dragged the lifeless hyena to the corner and covered it with animal hide. She would not expect anyone to rescue her until the very last moment. Contemplating her escape, she realized that relying solely on herself might not suffice. However, with his assistance, perhaps they could dig a tunnel together, one to keep watch while the other excavated. First, she needed to free Wen Jin from his chains. Yet, the following day brought an unexpected visitor before the water jug arrived. Ha ha ha, brother. Oh dear. I've been so busy causing a bit of trouble in the Western continent that I completely forgot to pay you a visit. A male identical to Wen Jin, accompanied by a squad of subordinates, shattered the silence of the cell. You want to hold it against me, will you? Wen Zhou's tone was odd. Though he bore the same face, his aura paled in comparison to Wen Jin's, and the malice in his gaze tarnished any semblance of beauty. Wen Jin chose not to engage with him. The routine was always the same, that a long whip of condensed ice materialized in Wen Zhou's hand, striking towards Wen Jin's tail hook. Regrettably, the dark stone could only inhibit the use of abilities. Although the chains restrained his beast transformation, they could not prevent an orc from partially transforming. The tail hook presented a bit of trouble. If not controlled, the show could not commence. Why are you ignoring me? Brother, the chief kindly sought to recruit you, and yet you declined. TSK, if it weren't for our shared innate abilities, it would have thwarted the chief's grand plans. Wen Jin was at a loss for words regarding his brother, whose intellect seemed to have been compromised. What grand plan? A plan seeking death? Wen Jin was unconcerned for his own life, for how could this brother allow him to perish so easily? Observing his brother's arrogant demeanor, a smirk of derision crept onto Wen Jin's lips. The Western continent would not permit wandering beasts to abduct their females, and the deep-sea chief had already reached the 9th tier before stepping down. He was eager to witness whether the male deity revered by his brother, Oku, could withstand the Western continent's onslaught against the Qingba tribe. However, Wen Zhou's involvement would undoubtedly create considerable trouble for him. He might find himself bearing an additional burden in the future. Ice needles of varying sizes coalesced in the air. As a member of the Scorpion tribe, Wen Zhou was acutely aware of their weaknesses. Those ice needles targeted vulnerabilities while avoiding lethal areas, causing Wen Jin to grit his teeth in silence, beads of sweat falling to the ground like pearls. Jiang Xianqing huddled deep within her cell, quietly observing the scene unfold. Mind your words, Wen Jin. His strength surpasses your imagination. You should consider yielding sooner rather than later. Chief Oku holds you in high regard. Noticing Wen Jin's continued silence, Wen Zhou's fury began to boil over. Scorching his rationality. I heard you still have the mind to provide that ugly creature with food. Such kindness is truly touching for a beast. However, kindness may ultimately be your undoing, just like your foolish decision to assist that little brat. Look, you've fallen into a trap and are suffering here without any sign of him coming to your rescue. Good brother, your foolishness has brought shame upon our kin. This world has no need for a soft-hearted beast like you. Wen Zhou reclined in his chair, relishing the expression of restraint on Wen Jin's face. but soon grew bored with the display. Oh, you have any novel ideas? Otherwise, my amusement will be rather lackluster. Oh, Lord Wenzhou, I must say, even the most innovative ideas must be practical. We wouldn't want them to end up as rewards that bring him pleasure. Upon hearing this, several beasts recalled that within the Qingba tribe, there existed an 8th-tier centipede male who enjoyed being bound by females for playful games. However, that male held a significant status, and the beast could only share subtle smiles. Now that you mention it, I just remembered that Wenjin's beast seal is still intact, and he has been close to a female until now. Wenzhou tapped his other hand against the armrest, contemplating, and then regretfully remarked, "That hardly qualifies him as a proper wandering beast." His beast seal had long since dissipated due to the death of a female. Fortunately, at that time, it was merely a common contract that had not resulted in his demise. He had just gotten off Nana's bed. That moth female was fearful of becoming a communal female and had been trying to please him ever since he returned. If that were the case, the younger brother ought to consider his elder brother's well-being. Go fetch that hyena tribe as communal female. My lord, I have an even better candidate. When Jean furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. A 6th-tier moth tribe member spoke up. Not long ago, we brought back a female whose beauty astonished the beasts. When did this happen? Wenzhou frowned. He was not there to torment Wenjin, but rather to deliver him a beautiful female. She asked the ugly creature in the cell, "Haven't you sent food before? How is she still alive after all this time?" Jiang Xinqing could never have anticipated that disaster would befall her in such a manner. Should she feign death? The 6th-tier moth tribe member reminded. My lord, the 3 males bonded to that female are bloodbound. Without food and water, she may be half dead at most, but she won't die, Jiang Xinqing retorted. You read quite loquacious. The guard moth tribe member dragged Jiang Xinqing out, and she glared at the unlocked door, cursing the low-tier hyena who had asked him for the key last time. That wretched creature, not returning the key and failing to lock the door properly. Next time I see him, he'll have hell to pay. Wenzhou regarded the female being dragged out with an expression akin to constipation. So ugly that it's a rarity. None of my brothers wish to touch her. Wenzhou burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. She is just right for Wenjin. Jiang Xinqing attempted to struggle, but as the moth tribe approached her, she felt an overwhelming discomfort. Wenzhou had never been so amused. Ah, Wenjin. Look, I've found you a pristine female. Aside from her males, no beast has touched her. Chapter 35. Who took the water jug? Wenzhou wielded the icy whip, ensnaring Jiang Xinqing and tossing her onto Wenjin. The ice-blue scorpion tail slammed her against the bars of the cell. Wenjin understood that he could not reveal a shred of special emotion towards Jiang Xinqing at that moment. A rising tide of hatred surged within him. It was always like this. Wenzhou's humiliations invariably ensnared others. Jiang Xinqing lay motionless on the ground, feigning death, her luck forever a series of twists and turns. Given the circumstances, perhaps it was time to serve them a taste of flirtation. With a smile, Wenzhou accepted a small vial, and icy iron chains bound Wenjin, stretching his beautiful ice-blue tail behind him. One of the scorpion tribe members tightened the chains around Wenjin's neck, and Wenzhou kicked him in the abdomen, forcing the liquid from the vial down Wenjin's throat. Wenjin choked several times, expelling much of it, but still managed to swallow some. Meanwhile, the high-tier males who sought to force the potion down Jiang Xinqing's throat found themselves incapacitated by her fierce resistance, as the ethereal little snake emerged and rendered them unconscious one by one. Wenzhou observed the little snake and noted that her male must be of considerable rank. However, he was still nothing more than a waste, with quite a peculiar taste. Given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely that he could harm her. Wenzhou instructed his remaining subordinates to remove the fallen beasts, and with a kick, he sent Jiang Xinqing tumbling towards Wenjin. Wenjin, I shall return in a few days. I hope you still wear that expression. After Wenzhou and his entourage departed, Jiang Xinqing slowly rose, casting a glance at Wenjin, whose head was bowed, obscuring his expression. The air grew quiet, and gradually, Jiang Xinqing could hear his breaths. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Are you all right? Wenjin ignored her, prompting Jiang Xinqing to approach him. Return to your cell. Don't come any closer. For the first time, Wenjin reprimanded her. Jiang Xinqing leisurely advanced towards him. But as the ice-blue tail shot out, it obediently coiled around her waist, drawing her closer to his chest. Jiang Xinqing was momentarily stunned, then chuckled softly, patting the tail. Wenjin pressed his lips together. Eyes closed, feeling rather embarrassed, the ice-blue tail tightened its grip, and Wenjin lowered his head, only to have his mouth covered. Jiang Xinqing's eyes widened in surprise, while Wenjin's gaze held a hint of anticipation. Is that not permitted? Of course not. When Jin's voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with grievance, I am not refuse. Really? Just a bit of medicine, and you're already in a panic. Jiang Xinqing found herself dismayed by her own words. You still claim you can protect me, yet you are now my greatest peril. Jiang Xinqing cast a sidelong glance at him. Truly, the words of males are not to be trusted. When Jin felt a flush of embarrassment creeping to his ears. Lowering his head slightly, yet his tail remained stubbornly unwilling to part. With no other option, Jiang Xinqing reached out to assist him. The tips of her blue hair swayed as she, finding Wen Jin's long hair bothersome, swiftly fashioned a low ponytail for him without any hair ties. After squatting for too long, her legs tingled slightly, and Jiang Xinqing limped toward the table, smashing the wooden pot recently crafted for the Moth clan due to Wenzhou's arrival with a punch. Before proceeding to create AKEY.it seems one must rely on oneself. When Jin pursed his lips, his handsome face tinged red, casting a glance at her before quickly averting his gaze, only to sneak a look at her again moments later. She truly is kind-hearted. The guards of the Moth clan had been searching for the water pot for 3 consecutive days. If neither of them had taken it, what purpose would it serve them? Crafting a new water pot is such a hassle. Truly, he is merely creating trouble for himself that I brought it to meet a need. Would you like it? I could return it to you later. Jiang Xinqing smiled at him, only to see the Moth clan member walk away in disdain. How absurd. Who would desire such an item, when Jin still had the wooden tub to resolve his needs? But Jiang Xinqing did not. The guard, seeing the beast's skin swelling in her cell, likely assumed there was no room left, and did not suspect anything. After rendering 4 water pots unusable, the final key successfully unlocked the shackles on Wen Jin's hands. With a click, Jiang Xinqing remarked with a smile. See, diligence pays off. Wen Jin also smiled, praising her. You are quite clever. Noticing the dried blood on the spikes, she felt a pang of compassion and reassured him. I will be quick. Bear with me for a moment. After saying this, she decisively pulled it out, turning to Wen Jin only to see him smiling faintly, his complexion pale. She liberated his other hand, and Jiang Xinqing breathed a sigh of relief. He remained silent, and goodness, despite his gentle appearance, he was truly formidable. After the shackles around his neck fell away, Wen Jin leaned against Jiang Xinqing, who promptly embraced his collapsing form. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just not used to it. Give me a moment to adjust. What about your injury? It's nothing serious. Well, that's good. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Jin leaned against her, and he felt inexplicably relaxed in her presence. The ethereal little snake fixated on him, and while he sensed the immense energy it contained, it hesitated due to Jiang Xinqing's proactive embrace. Wen Jin gently wrapped his arms around her, whispering, We can stay here for a while and prepare some supplies for our escape. Wenzhou will only return here after a while. As long as we deal with that Moth clan member, we can hide in the guards' quarters. There are rarely other beasts in the cells, and no one will discover we have left. All right, but can you manage right now? Should I go instead? I'll go. You stay here and wait for me. After Wen Jin spoke, he rose, reining in his aura and treading lightly, swiftly making his way to the guard's room. Knocking on the door, the Moth clan, caught off guard, opened it, and in an instant, his sharp tail pierced through Wen Jin's heart. After easily dispatching him, as Wen Jin was about to call for Jiang Xinqing to come over, he turned to find she had already followed closely behind. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? I worried you might fail and create a commotion. Jiang Xinqing gazed at him with sincere eyes. Though due to swelling, they appeared as mere slits to Wen Jin. Wen Jin locked the door from the inside, the snowflakes soaking in the blood of the Moth clan member gradually freezing his entire being. Moments later, the Moth clan member stood up once more. Wen Jin manipulated him to change clothes, as he still carried energy and presence from his recent death, though it would not sustain for long. Jiang Xinqing surveyed the filthy, chaotic room with mild distaste, pondering that she herself was not clean, so she held no high standards. However, Wen Jin noticed this and began to tidy the space, thinking that since females appreciate beauty, he should craft a cleaner wooden tub for her to wash herself. Wen Jin directed the Moth clan member to fetch water from the pond while also instructing him to pilfer some small green beans and needle and thread from the storeroom. He discarded all the beast skins on the stone bed, which was hard and unyielding, yet certainly better than the pile of skins stained with who knows what. Wen Jin retrieved clean beast skins from his space to lay down. He possessed few skins, the remaining pieces saved for bartering with the Miemia clan's offspring for wooden crystals. From now on, I will sleep on the ground. Then don't lay anything down. I am dirty too. It would be a waste of beast skins that I will make a wooden tub shortly. You can simply wash up. Chapter 36. It should feel like an injection. Jiang Xianqing was reluctant to complicate matters. They were not yet safe. Yet, upon smelling herself, she hesitated, opening her mouth to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. As when Jean left, he rummaged through the pile of miscellaneous items outside, finding a good number of wooden boards, and quickly fashioned a makeshift tub, which only reached her waist. The diameter was small. When she stood inside, there was barely a sliver of space to move. When Jean heated some water and poured it in, consciously turning his back to her, sitting at the door, contemplating making her a thick garment, lest she freeze upon exiting the tribe. But I'm not very skilled at making clothes. I can only make do. That's fine. Having something to wear is already good. After her bath, when Jean's back turned, he extended his tail towards her. Jiang Xianqing picked up a piece of beast skin hanging above to wipe off the droplets of water on her body and donned the clothing he had crafted. It was entirely a straight cut. Upon putting it on, it only had adjustments and seams at the arms, resembling an unbuttoned military coat without any front closures. Feeling refreshed after her bath, Jiang Xianqing sincerely praised him. You truly are a wonderful beast. When Jean coughed lightly, a blush creeping onto his face as he silently disposed of the water. After a brief respite, the following day, they began to discuss their escape plan. When Jean succinctly outlined the situation of the tribe. The snow mountains, the tunnels in the mountains are difficult to excavate, aren't they? There is no other way. If we wish to leave, we must dig a tunnel. Any approach above ground will be detected by the Oku. The tunnel doesn't need to be too long. It only needs to pass through the energy shield, right? A longer tunnel could take ages to dig. As long as we get out, we will find a way. It's hard to say. The perimeter of the Wangba tribe is patrolled by high-ranking males leading lower-ranked males, so we cannot ensure we won't encounter them. All right, I will first send him out to collect food. We can discuss further after we eat. How long can you control him? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? It shouldn't be a problem among the lower-ranked males. The guard of the Moth clan was compelled to patrol the area surrounding the cell before heading to the storeroom. In the vast open space at the storeroom entrance, several lower-ranked males were grilling meat. The charred ones were left for the cells, while those grilled to perfection were served to the females and high-ranking males. The leader actually wants to hold some sort of welcome ceremony. It's going to be a long ordeal. I heard that female, relying on her blood contract protection, has never given the leader a pleasant expression. Yet he still willingly caters to her. I caught a glimpse while delivering food. She is truly stunning. Her skin is flawless as silk. The leader, being in his prime, naturally wishes to invest time and effort. Such a beauty is far removed from us lowly beasts, unlike the ugly creatures in the cells. I followed along that day, hoping to change my taste, but my eyes ached all day. When Jean, he and the Moth clan could communicate through their abilities. Hearing everything quite clearly, he cast a furtive glance at the one lying on the bed, seemingly lost in thought. Not bad. Sometimes he could be quite endearing. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be resting in the cell? I came out for a stroll, seeing if I could find something to eat. Day after day, the food delivered to me is so scant. Who can be satisfied? The guarding Moth clan member complained. Rummaging through the storeroom as he spoke, the storeroom door stood wide open, allowing visibility from outside, and several beasts, familiar with him, chided. You seem to have plenty of time on your hands, as if you've eaten your fill. How can we beasts down here ever be satiated? However, in 3 days, the leader is hosting a feast to celebrate his acquisition of a beauty. Then we'll finally have a hearty meal. The Moth clan member picked up a piece of meat that had fallen to the ground and tossed it into his mouth, continuing to meander through the storeroom. It seems you all haven't prepared much. Have you? Is there any alcohol left? Give me some more. How dare you even ask? That's reserved for the feast. Last time, I told you to pour less, but you ended up pouring an entire jug. It's all gone now, so hurry up and scram. The Moth clan member feigned reluctance, gazing longingly at the wine jar in the corner, which had been brought from the western continent, its surface adorned with a key. When Jean memorized its appearance, controlling the Moth clan member, he procured today's grilled meat and fetched some water before returning to the guard's quarters. After relaying the news to Jiang Xianqing, they resolved to sneak in and poison the feast before the evening event. By then, the tribe's defenses would likely be relaxed, allowing them to escape through the tunnel amidst the chaos. Halfway through his meal, when Jean glanced at Jiang Xianqing, who was seated on the bed after finishing her food, her face remained swollen with numerous red spots, and she seemed about to speak but ultimately fell silent. Jiang Xianqing noticed his indecisiveness and encouraged. If you wish to say something, just speak. This isn't your usual demeanor, is it? No, the Moth clan's scale powder affects me significantly. After inhaling a considerable amount, I ended up like this. That day, when my tail was wrapped around you, I sensed some toxins within you that I can assist in alleviating it. Do you wish to return to normal? It may come at a cost. What kind of cost? It will hurt quite a bit. When Jean murmured softly, to absorb the toxins, the tail hook must pierce your body. Jiang Xinqing blinked with curiosity. It's fine. I can endure it. Let us give it a try. At present, her body relied on the fox's mark to transmit energy, yet the mark could only sustain her life signs and could not dispel the poison. Occasionally, she would experience dizziness and fatigue. It would be nothing short of a blessing if the toxins could be purged. A translucent blue tail materialized behind him, and the robust tail hook was far from diminutive. This was the first time Jiang Xinqing scrutinized his tail hook closely. Extending her arm to observe the hook, which was larger than the head of a large syringe found in modern hospitals, causing her heart to tremble slightly. She swallowed nervously, her gaze fixated on the cerulean hook. It should be similar to receiving an injection, right? When Jean, noticing her anxious demeanor, felt an inexplicable tension, the blue tail coiled around her arm, and the hook pierced her skin. Reflexively, Jiang Xinqing attempted to withdraw her arm, but ultimately restrained herself, gripping the struggling ethereal little snake with her other hand. The little snake appeared quite irate, and a surge of electricity coursed through its tail. The tail, in turn, failed to regulate its force properly. Jiang Xuanqing's eyes widened as she gasped. The little snake glanced at her helplessly, recalled the lightning, and circled around her wound. When Jean could sense a plethora of toxins in her blood, the tail hook released a small amount of venom, and he controlled it to devour the remaining toxins within her bloodstream, ultimately retracting it back into the hook. The moment the hook withdrew, a flurry of snowflakes fell onto the wound. The toxins have been completely cleared. But I cannot guarantee that you will recover to your former state swiftly. He paused for a moment before suddenly leaning closer to her. Should you encounter scale-winged powder again, you will still be allergic. I possess a permanent solution. Would you care to hear it? Chapter 37, Little Snake. We set off. Why are you coming so close? Jiang Xinqing leaned back slightly, halting at a suitable distance. When Jean, observing her evasive actions, stepped closer. Would you allow me to be your beast husband? Perhaps the contract skill could be the antidote. Jiang Xuanqing's lips twitched as she gazed at his handsome face, feeling his hair tickle her cheek. Was he implying what she thought? Do you harbor some unspeakable secrets? It seemed rather peculiar that he found her unattractive face interesting. Could he possess a unique preference? She would not remain in this guise indefinitely. Perhaps her allure was simply too great. Yet, Jiang Xinqing could not fathom what charm she possessed that could captivate him. What? When Jean appeared perplexed by her words, seemingly unwilling to seek clarification. Let us hasten our escape before discussing anything further. Jiang Xinqing then lay down, rolling over with the intention of getting off the bed, when Jean swiftly pulled her into his embrace, stating earnestly, I am serious. May I be your male? The suddenness of it all caught her off guard. Although Jiang Xinqing did not dislike him, she had no intention of taking him as a partner. Among her three beasts, one was the first she encountered, while the other two had cared for her, and their interactions had not been unpleasant. She had not considered rejecting them, as their bond was almost tacit. With no such intention, she chuckled awkwardly. Heh, you have quite the unique taste, but I already have 3 at home, and I cherish them. I will not be taking on another male. You truly not wish for it. They have not adequately protected you. That is due to my own weakness. It has nothing to do with them. Moreover, you were captured as well, so you are hardly in a better position. Upon hearing Jiang Xuanqing's words of defense, a fleeting shadow of despondency crossed Wen Jin's gaze, yet his tone remained gentle. Is it because of my beast form that you feel this way? I can vow never to reveal my beast form before you. Indeed, finding a partner as a scorpion beast was quite challenging. No silence enveloped the room once more, and neither human nor beast uttered a word. The atmosphere between them grew somewhat awkward. After finishing the remaining roasted meat, Wen Jin pried up a stone slab in the room, revealing a shovel formed from condensed ice in his hand. Give me one. Let us dig together. Hesitating briefly, Wen Jin handed her another, with the toxins purged. The sense of fatigue dissipated from Jiang Xinqing, and she was invigorated. That very day, the two of them dug a depth equivalent to their combined height. That night, Jiang Xinqing lay in bed while Wen Jin rested on the ground. His steady breathing resonated in the quiet night, creating the illusion that he was right beside her despite the distance. Unable to sleep, Wen Jin rose and sat by the edge of the bed, watching her, while the ethereal little white snake flickered with electricity. Observing him, he smirked derisively, reflecting that the contract could only prevent anything that would harm the female's life. Yet it could not obstruct a male's desire to mate with her. It could even be influenced by the female's subjective will. As long as he held no ill intent, the snake posed no threat to him. I in the darkness, when Jean gazed at her, contemplating that if the female master were her. When Jean gazed at her with sincere eyes, noticing that Jiang Xianqing remained unmoved, his tone turned despondent as he spoke. In our clan, the paternal line has long perished, and I have sheltered Wenzhou to grow. Yet, our beliefs have diverged amidst the struggle for survival. Because of him, no tribe would ever accept me. Delivering you to the tribe would be tantamount to my demise. Do you truly wish to witness my end? You could simply escort me nearby, so that I may go on my own. When Jean choked on his words, well then, if the emotional appeal failed, how could a female possibly reject a seventh-tier male? He found himself at a loss, struggling to articulate. I am quite useful at home during the hot season. We have snakes there, so it won't be too warm. Please, release me quickly, or else he will strike you with lightning. When Jean chuckled softly, and in the fierce gaze of the small snake, he pressed his lips against Jiang Xuanqing's. This household, he was determined to enter. The ice blue tail coiled tightly around Jiang Xuanqing's waist, binding them closely together. Jiang Xuanqing's arms were trapped in the middle, rendering her unable to move, forced to endure the kiss. When Jin's fervent emotions were encapsulated within his actions, silently pleading for her gaze to linger upon him a while longer. Brother, you can actually go that far? Quite a taste you have, a teasing male voice echoed nearby. When Jean stiffened, shocked that he had failed to notice the approach of this beast, Jiang Xianqing was equally startled. Both she and the beast turned to see a male figure standing at the edge of the tunnel they had dug. He was currently leaning against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze scanning the two of them. When Jean instinctively shielded Jiang Xianqing behind him, inwardly alarmed. This beast likely surpassed him in strength. Under their wary stares, Emo Xian plopped down onto a chair. Don't be tense. I am not from the Wangba tribe. Jiang Xianqing peeked out from behind Wen Jing. The male before her was muscular, his physique impressively defined, adorned in a snug gray tank top that accentuated his powerful chest and revealed hints of well-defined abs. He wore loose, dark gray pants tucked into sturdy boots. His sun-kissed skin was crowned with a tousled gray wolf-tail hairstyle, his high nose and deep gray eyes framed by thick lashes, his voice deep and magnetic. Although he lounged lazily, an aura of wildness emanated from him. Jiang Xianqing stole glances at him, and Emo Xian's gaze shifted to her, taking in her appearance entirely. She was gaunt, her face dotted with numerous red spots. After the toxins had been purged, her skin no longer appeared swollen, yet the multitude of rashes remained. Emo Xian expressed disdain, his words lacking any kindness, truly unattractive. You could kiss that? When Jean and Jiang Xianqing exchanged glances, the males were the selected ones, typically handsome, while the females, though not all breathtakingly beautiful, often held their own charm. Emo Xian had never before encountered a female as plain as Jiang Xianqing. Who are you? When Jean decided to hastily interrupt the conversation, attempting to soothe Jiang Xianqing, pay no heed to his nonsense. I am Emo Xian, a cub of the Miemia tribe, sent to rescue you. He smirked. Quite a few wood crystals were offered for my assistance, so I was more than willing to make this trip. I dug quite a few tunnels before arriving here, just hoping for a stroke of luck. Who knew I would intrude upon your intimate moment? His mocking tone caused both to blush. Are you leaving, or shall we proceed? Jiang Xianqing pinched Wen Jin's fingers, whispering softly in his ear. Can you defeat him? I really want to teach him a lesson. He.'s insufferable. Emo Xian raised an eyebrow, striding directly toward her. When Jean positioned himself in front of Jiang Xianqing, stating, let us go. Haven't the patrolling beasts noticed you? Those fools certainly wouldn't notice me, but you two might not be so lucky. There are 6 7th-tier beasts outside, leading a throng of lower-tier beast men on patrol, and above, flying rogue beasts are constantly scouting. Among the 7th tier, there is a multi-legged earth-type beast underground. Jiang Xianqing inquired, then how did you get in? I am 8th tier. Emo Xian looked at her with affectionate eyes, as if regarding a fool. Fine, she shouldn't have asked that question. Her inquisitiveness had led to her own embarrassment. I recall that the wolf tribe's innate skill is concealment, right? If you accompany her, I will do my best. When Jean couldn't guarantee that he and Jiang Xianqing would remain undetected. But as long as Emo Xian utilized his innate skill to lead her, she would go unnoticed. He himself had a significant chance of success. The sooner they could leave, the better. Delaying might lead to unforeseen dangers. Emo Xian approached Jiang Xianqing, lowering his head to sniff her. Her scent carried only the essence of 3 contracts and Wen Jing, devoid of any other mixed fragrances, even without a beast mark. Once they bonded, a female would inevitably carry the scent of her partner, which would not dissipate in the short term. Confirming she was not a shared female, Mo Xian hefted her onto his shoulder. This female, did you seek her out before your capture? No, she was also captured. Two prisoners have formed a bond. Under the eaves, one must bow their head, and Jiang Xinqing endured. Mo Xian led the way into the tunnel. Swiftly arriving at the spot Jiang Xinqing and the others had previously excavated, where another tunnel extended nearby. Be cautious, and do not slow me down, he warned before proceeding ahead, the tunnel winding and twisting under his excavation. Not long after they had exited the tunnel, a small snake slithered in, evading the beast. In the empty cell lay a long dead moth, alongside the tunnel. Bai Han wished to pursue but could not sense Jiang Xinqing. Only vaguely aware of her circumstances, Song Ming waited for him at a distance from the tribe. The little snake had no choice but to seek out Song Ming, covering the tunnel entrance as it left. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Xinqing felt hunger pangs, her stomach growling. Throughout their journey, she had remained obediently crouched to avoid attracting trouble. Once Mo Xian stepped out of the multi-legged beast's sensing range, he set her down. The journey had gone smoothly, and in a good mood, he handed her a piece of jerky. Jiang Xinqing, feeling awkward, bit down, using both hands and jaws to exert pressure, but lost her balance and fell to the ground, leaving only bite marks on the jerky. Her teeth ached slightly, but thankfully, they hadn't broken. Chapter 39. Bonded with Wen Jin rubbed his temples, and Mo Xian chuckled as Jiang Xinqing stood up. Her cheeks flushed. I only have jerky, nothing else. Wen Jin offered her some roasted meat. Though he had saved only a small portion, barely enough for a day or two, Mo Xian snatched the jerky back, leaving Jiang Xinqing both embarrassed and speechless. Since arriving in this world, her instances of feeling vulnerable had increased. Mo Xian found her slow, transforming into a gray wolf and allowing her to ride upon him. Hastening their journey toward the exit, with a few swift strides, the wolf's claws propelled them from underground to the surface, where the cold wind hit Jiang Xinqing, causing her to shiver. Wen Jin lagged behind, not as fast as them, and after a moment, he emerged. Jiang Xinqing's nose turned bright red from the chill as she rubbed her hands together, exhaling warmth. Wen Jin draped animal skins from his space onto her. Although the skins were not thick, they blocked a fair amount of the wind, providing some relief. Mo Xian pulled her into his embrace, flames swirling around them. Jiang Xinqing finally felt much better. Is it truly this cold in the northern continent? When I left the eastern continent, the rainy season had not yet ended, and now, it has become so frigid in such a short span. The northern continent experiences an early and lengthy cold season. It is not particularly cold at the moment, Mo Xian replied as he requested a chunk of ice from Wen Jin. The scorching flames melted it into warm water, which he carefully brought to Jiang Xinqing's lips, urging her to sip slowly. She finished the water in just a few gulps, and Mo Xian held her as he destroyed the tunnel. They were situated halfway up a mountain, still a considerable distance from the ground, merely just outside the patrol area of the Wangba tribe. Keeping her warm over such a long distance was not an issue, but he worried about encountering danger if he were preoccupied. Even if she survived, she might succumb to the cold. Mo Xian suggested, I can guard you. Why not do it now? Regardless of the contract skill, your ice-type abilities would enhance her cold resistance. Wen Jin shook his head, unwilling to force her. I will not compel her. Mo Xian, intrigued, remarked, you've kissed, yet still refuse. He glanced at Jiang Xinqing, noting her lack of beauty but recognizing her 7th-tier status as valuable high-tier combat power sought after by beast cities and tribes in the northern continent. Do you truly not want Wen Jin? Jiang Xinqing shook her head. Mo Xian abruptly pushed her away, exclaiming, had you said so earlier? I came to assist Wen Jin, since you are not his female. You fall outside my protective range. Without a female, Wen Jin cannot enter the beast city. From this moment on, my mission is complete. As dusk fell, without Mo Xian, the night's chill would render Jiang Xinqing immobile. Wen Jin grasped Mo Xian's arm. Wait outside for a moment. We need to talk. Quickly. In the cave, only the two of them remained. Wen Jin utilized his abilities to shield her from the cold wind. While the warmth was not comparable to Mo Xian's, it provided some relief. Why don't you want me? Do you truly not like me at all? Wen Jin felt somewhat wounded. He had never pursued a female before, and he never anticipated that his first attempt would end in failure. Jiang Xinqing found herself at a loss for words. It wouldn't be accurate to say she feigned disinterest in acquiring multiple partners. Rather, Wen Jin had not forged familiarity with the 3 companions at home. In other words, her partners remained oblivious, perhaps even journeying tirelessly in search of her, while she had already found new affection. Affection is reciprocal, Regardless of the rules governing the beast realm, she would strive to offer her partners the utmost respect. Mutual trust and reliance are imperative for a lasting relationship. Jiang Xianqing was unsure how to articulate her thoughts. Presently, she faced survival issues, and after considerable contemplation, she finally spoke. I can offer a reward for Mo Xian to escort me down the mountain to summon him. I require a substantial amount of wood crystals. Do you possess any? Jiang Xianqing opened her mouth, the image of the little fox diligently cultivating day and night echoing in her mind. Those were his belongings, and she had no authority to decide. Qingqing, I shall ask you but once. Do you harbor feelings for me? Or, do you detest me? And no, I do not detest you. That suffices. We shall bond as partners. But they are unaware of you. Once the bond is forged, they will sense it. When Jin understood whom Jiang Xianqing referred to, yet he too harbored thoughts of taking advantage of the situation. In this world, there are no truly benevolent beasts. Otherwise, countless lives would have perished long ago. The three beasts held significant positions in her heart, but when Jean was indifferent, prioritizing entry into her home before contemplating how to gain favor thereafter. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Xianqing made her decision. When Jean, I shall only accept a blood bond. Of course, we can only engage in a blood bond. A droplet of blood belonging to Jean coalesced into a small ice orb and floated before her. Easily crushed between her teeth. A thick layer of ice sealed the cave entrance, enveloping Jiang Xianqing, and when Jin's embrace. Do not make a mess inside. It will be quite inconvenient. Very well, just this once. After we bond, we shall descend the mountain. Jiang Xuanqing's fingertip was pricked, and before her, when Jean licked the droplet of blood into his mouth, once more brushing against her soft lips, the gray wolf remained crouched outside the cave. Cold winds whipping against his face, as delicate snowflakes settled atop his head, forming a white cap. The enchanting sounds from within the cave were unmistakable. Though he was not handsome, his voice was surprisingly melodious. Mo Xian let the cold winds lash against his face. Perhaps it was time for him to seek a female companion. Besides fire-related abilities, physical exertion could also generate warmth. When Jean wiped away the sweat from her brow and tightly wrapped her in a beast hide. If you're tired, take a nap. Jiang Xianqing nodded drowsily, allowing herself to drift into slumber. The gray wolf shook off the snow and entered the cave, sealing the entrance once more with ice. Inside, when Jean held Jiang Xianqing close. While Mo Xian's gaze lingered for a moment on the mark upon his chest, the beast form was indiscernible, but Mo Xian was not overly concerned. At dawn, we shall hasten our descent. The weather does not bode well, and I fear we may encounter a blizzard. When Jean replied affirmatively, gazing tenderly at the person in his embrace. At the Wangba tribe, before the chief's tent, a grand bonfire illuminated the night sky. With a water barrel placed at the center, Elia watched as they exchanged toasts, smiling and offering congratulations, alongside some nauseating jests. Congratulations, Chief. The leader is magnificent. May you soon bear a little cub, destined to be the most talented in the tribe. Ha ha ha. Well said. Drink up, brothers. Today's libations are plentiful. As the crystalline cup first struck the ground, producing a crisp sound, a sixth-tier beastman collapsed. The drunken vagabond, believing he had merely overindulged. Elia glared hatefully at each beast, her gaze landing on the darkened lips of the fallen. What is this? Poisoned. It seems the Wangba tribe is not so united after all, she scoffed softly. A group of cold-blooded and ruthless individuals, destined for a miserable end. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Leah parted her crimson lips, and the melodious song of the merfolk resonated throughout the Wangba tribe, with its peculiar syllables and particularly mournful, yet exquisite melody. Tears transformed into pearls as they fell. Reveling in the moment, Oka mistook her final defiance, raising his cup to her in acknowledgement before downing its contents in one gulp. Chapter 40. The powerful man in black robes vagabond beasts fell one after another. And Oku, in a stupor, found great satisfaction in her song. Laughing heartily at dawn, Leah ceased her singing, swallowing the thick metallic taste of blood in her mouth, gazing at the throng of vagabond beasts now lost in slumber. Such a hubristic crowd. Her eyes filled with longing as she looked skyward. The day was overcast and cloudy, yet it would not be long before they arrived. Her fingers traced the water-inked contract on her arm, resembling a fishtail splashing from a droplet of water, still gleaming with a hint of blue light. When Jean placed Jiang Xianqing onto the gray wolf's back, and she leaned down to tightly embrace his neck. Once enveloped in the fire energy shield, the gray wolf shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, closely followed by a blue ice scorpion. Thanks to their abilities, the weather posed little threat to them. However, shortly after descending the mountainside, a black eagle plummeted from the sky, crashing in front of Wen-Jin. Mo exchanged a glance with Wen-Jin, confirming that this was indeed a beast from the Wangba tribe. As the air grew increasingly humid, numerous males soared through the sky, including the snow eagles from the northern continent and the winged dragons from the western continent. Many humanoid males stood atop the snow eagles and winged dragons. And following the descent of the black eagle, a figure in a black robe landed shortly thereafter. The vast surge of water energy coalesced into slender streams, appearing unremarkable. Yet when Jin sensed a strong murderous intent locking onto him. Mo Xian tossed Jiang Shunqing aside. When Jin cast a glance but had no time to spare. A powerful blast of ice energy erupted, attempting to freeze the water streams, yet the slender columns of water broke through the icy layers effortlessly. Fireballs intercepted the approaching water streams, and amidst the rising steam, the icy energy surged forward. Although the 2-against-1 seemed to hold their ground, they were expending their utmost energy, while their opponent appeared to frolic in the water. Watching them struggle, the gray wolf charged forward, and the man in the black robe realized they were allied. 2 worthless pests. His gaze shifted to the female buried in the snow, and amidst Wen-Jin's fear and Mo Xian's urgency, he approached her. Jiang Shunqing, buried in the snow, jolted to life from the cold. Sensing the man's predatory gaze sweep over her, wiping the snow from her face, she summoned ice arrows that swiftly pierced the hand reaching toward her from behind. The beast mark belonging to Wen-Jin near her ankle grew warm. In Jiang Shunqing's wary and shocked eyes, the arrow was easily shattered. She met a pair of cold, lifeless black eyes, the man's face obscured by a black mask. Jiang Shunqing quickly regained her composure, locking eyes with him. His gaze flickered with peculiar colors, momentarily disorienting him. This was the innate skill of Qi Zhan, the nine-tailed fox's allure, capable of briefly stunning and manipulating foes. But clearly, her opponent was formidable, as it only resulted in a momentary daze. An ice dagger lunged toward him, but he tilted his head to evade, seizing her wrist with a vice-like grip. The fleeting enchantment stirred a long-suppressed surge of psychic energy within him, causing pain to throb in his temple. Jiang Shunqing twisted her wrist free, driving her knee into his abdomen. The man in the black robe staggered back a few steps, his control over his energy slipping away. As a massive wave of water energy surged toward them, Wen-Jin lunged forward, intercepting with the beast. Both beasts were hurled into the snow, with Wen-Jin spitting a mouthful of blood as the water, like a serpent, coiled around the man in the black robe. Purple lightning exploded around them, destructive energy hurtling toward him as Jiang Shunqing leaped backward. In midair, she conjured a bow, drawing the string taut. And several arrows struck the man in the black robe, one icy arrow dislodging his hood. A dark wave, as thick as ink, surged across the snow, all occurring within mere seconds, despite having enjoyed a brief period of tranquility. Jiang Shunqing had not lost her combat skills. The man in black had yet to unleash his abilities against her, while she unleashed a flurry of diverse attacks, some even breaching his defenses and drawing blood. The 2 beasts who had risen to their feet watched in astonishment. Wen-Jin's heart raced, yet he was too severely injured to assist her. Mo Xian raised an eyebrow, thinking, how audacious, she dares to strike back and even inflict harm. I find myself rather fond of her. She cast a glance at the 2 beasts watching her, mentally cursing them. What are you staring at? Hurry and run. You 2 beasts are as dull as rocks. When Jin observed Jiang Shunqing signaling them, urging Mo Xian anxiously, what are you dawdling for? Are you waiting to die? He had initially hoped Mo Xian, due to his high rank, would assist in blocking their escape. But instead, he stood there like a fool. Although Jiang Shunqing remained vigilant and alert to danger, the disparity in strength between her and the man in black was overwhelming. Her attacks seemed trivial in his eyes. Water coils ensnared Jiang Shunqing, pulling her into the embrace of the man in black, his iron grip constricting around her, sharp teeth sinking into her shoulder. Jiang Shunqing cried out in pain, tears welling up. Yet she could not break free. The more she struggled, the tighter his grip became. Digging deeper, Mo Xian's expression hardened as he shouted to the heavens, is the priestess merely going to watch as he harms innocent beasts and females? As soon as the words fell, another figure cloaked in black emerged from the void beside Jiang Shunqing and the others, a hand resting upon the shoulder of the first black-robed man. That hand resembling the most exquisite creation of a master artisan. After imparting considerable energy to him, the second black-robed figure exerted pressure with his fingertips, urging him to release his grip. Only then could Jiang Shunqing finally plant her feet on the ground. Clutching her wound as blood soaked a small patch of beast hide, Mo Xian transformed into human form, nudging a nearby scorpion. Wenzhou does not bear the beast mark. If you reveal it, the misunderstanding will be resolved. And we can depart. Mo Xian was aware of the two brothers, Wenzhou and Wenzhong, but he had not anticipated that they would be attacked upon their arrival in the Western continent, given no chance to defend themselves. Thankfully, they had not perished outright. Mo Xian fed him 2 wood crystals, supporting one of his arms as they approached Jiang Xianqing. The priest can see clearly. My friend bears a contract, not merely the capture of that female scorpion. The priest's gaze fell upon the delicate dark totem adorning Wenjing's chest. His fingertips twitched, his eyes fixed intently upon it. Mo Xian grasped Jiang Xianqing with his other hand, and the 3 of them moved toward the distance under their watchful eyes. Humph! The first black-robed man scoffed lightly, raising his hand as several droplets of water surged forth like rapid cannonballs aimed at Wenzhong and Mo Xian. Jiang Xuanqing's heart remained in her throat. She sensed that danger was still imminent. Upon hearing the sound, she instinctively turned to face the black-robed man, her pupils reflecting the droplets and his malicious gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, she positioned herself behind Mo Xian and Wenzhong as a thick ice shield materialized before her. The tremendous force of impact sending her crashing onto Mo Xian's back. Blood splattered across the white canvas like strokes of bold ink. Chapter 41. A truly pleasurable sensation. Qingqing. Mo Xian hastily caught her frail body, his inky fox form transforming into a vivid crimson, animated and lifelike. The priest, clearly caught off guard by his friend's actions, was still preoccupied with thoughts of the totem. Everything transpired far too swiftly. My apologies. This was unforeseen. Consider this a token of goodwill. The Western continent warmly welcomes your arrival. A gold medallion, engraved with a small dragon, floated in the priest's hand, drifting toward Jiang Xianqing. He hoped the priest would keep a watchful eye on him, ensuring no further incidents occurred. Mo Xian's voice was cold as he stowed the token away, yet he acknowledged that if the 2 adversaries harbored murderous intent, none of them would leave that day. The gray wolf swiftly carried the 2 injured individuals away from the area. The priest watched until their figures vanished before turning his gaze to Mo Xian, his tone tinged with helplessness. I told you not to intervene. See, you couldn't control yourself. It's tiresome to linger in the darkness of the ocean. Let us proceed. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can return. I hope he can grant you a bit more life energy. If not, you should find a female to be with. The Wangba tribe. Outside the tribe, the patrolling strays fell one by one as the wind energy shield was shattered. Awakening, He glanced at his subordinates, still lost in their dreams, and bellowed, Why aren't you waking up? Do you wish to lose your heads? Some of the more powerful males stirred easily. The 6th-tier males stood up groggily, while those below the 6th tier turned pale. The poison left by Wenzhong mingled with the alcohol. Although it was not abundant, it was lethal. Few males abstained from drinking. Those who partook in moderation displayed lesser toxicity, while those who indulged excessively, particularly those of lower tiers, lost all vital signs. Especially among the 6th tier and below, their infrequent alcohol consumption led to a greater number succumbing to poisoning. Some were fortunate to survive, while others had already ceased to breathe. Above the 7th tier, Wenjing's poison had minimal effect, but a multitude of fireballs rained down from the sky, and the icy arrows mercilessly pierced the still-dazed lower-tier strays within the tribe. Life in that moment became frail and powerless, dissipating like dandelion seeds in the wind. Uku's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty crimson as he surveyed the aerial army. High-tier combatants having swallowed a wood crystal to prepare for battle, the formidable elephant tribe descended first, crushing the lower-tier strays that had yet to assume beast form beneath their feet, their long trunks hurling massive water spheres at the enemy. As energy erupted, Uka drew a bone from his spine, flesh and blood rapidly regenerating, soon standing alongside him a fierce beast of similar strength. The addition of 2 9th-tier warriors created a breach in the Western continent's offensive, and with the surge of bloodlust, Uku grew increasingly emboldened. Everyone had received orders not to engage him. Any beast still alive in his grasp was swiftly whisked away with the aid of the pterodactyls. 2 powerful gusts of wind surged forth, one heading toward the airborne troops and the other crashing down to wreak havoc on the ground. Witnessing the Western continent's disarray, Uku grinned savagely, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Ha! The Western continent is nothing extraordinary. They can't even defend a single female and dare to attack my tribe. The windstorm had yet to harm the beast when it was devoured by a black hole. reappearing silently in the midst of the strays where they were most abundant. The sudden emergence of such energy caught many high-tier strays unprepared, leaving them sliced to pieces by wind blades, reduced to mere skeletons. "You stay here obediently," the priest hurled the first black-robed man onto a tribe member. Appearing behind Uku in a few strides, the invisible dragon claw enveloped his jade-like hand, striking sharply toward Uku's heart. Uku, naturally equipped with numerous tricks and strategies, swiftly evaded, simultaneously coalescing a massive wind energy counterattack against the black-robed figure. The priest effortlessly neutralized his attack, leaving Uku momentarily incredulous. He had battled the pterodactyl clan before, though their spatial abilities were unique. None had matched his strength. Furthermore, he could not sense his opponent's aura, nor discern their tier. It seemed that none of his attacks could inflict harm, while the energies consumed would suddenly manifest within the Wangba tribe. The unrestrained energy storm from the 9th tier wreaked havoc on the lower strays below. Like chopping vegetables, as blood and flesh scattered, bones and strays collapsing one after another. Uku's pupils constricted, a potent sense of danger surged within him, yet it only fueled his fighting spirit further. In the beast world, the 9th tier was already peak. Dominating a territory was merely a matter of a moment. Uku did not believe any beast could surpass him, concluding that this black-robed figure could only be in 9th tier at most. In his tier, no beast could rival him. However, this was merely his perception. Across the continent, 9th tier beings were exceedingly rare and seldom appeared before other beasts. He had never fought against others of the same tier. The battle within the Wangba tribe raged fiercely as Mo Xian braved the heavy snow and biting wind, carrying the two injured to a nearby cave. Inside, two wild birds, towering over Jiang Xianqing by threefold, gazed at them with insatiable hunger. A fireball descended upon them like a meteor, crushing the two large birds beneath it. Mo Xian dashed into the cave, tossing Wenjing aside as he embraced the coughing Jiang Xianqing. "What were you thinking?" How purple lightning bolts surged forth, the silver-white serpent's tail striking him away, simultaneously enveloping him in its embrace. By Han. Jiang Xianqing was beside herself with joy, tears welling in her eyes as she clung to the one she had yearned for day and night. As if she were an octopus. "Are you the only one? What about the others?" Jiang Xianqing eagerly gazed at the cave entrance. Before Mo Xian could even approach, he was effortlessly sent flying. The speed was astonishing. Brushing off the dust from his body, he cast a challenging glance at the serpent. Bai Han shot him a fleeting glance before focusing intently on the person before him. Behind him, he had just sneaked in when he discovered she had already fled, leaving him no choice but to reunite with Song Ming first. After Song Ming sensed Jiang Xuanqing's location through the beast imprint, the two beasts hurriedly changed course to pursue her, encountering a stray beast along the way. After spending some time dealing with it, they finally caught up. Qingqing. Bai Han had much to say, yet words eluded him as he transformed his longing into a fierce, passionate kiss upon her lips. Jiang Xianqing felt a twinge of guilt for having found a new companion while Bai Han was behind them, but she gradually began to respond to him. "Qingqing, I'm here too." Song Ming nuzzled closer from behind. His fluffy beast ears perked up. Jiang Xianqing quipped, "Although, can we really kiss everyone?" She leapt down from Bai Han, meeting his pitiful yet hopeful gaze, and with resolve, she drew a metaphorical line in the sand. "Next time, for sure." Mo Xian, observing the atmosphere that excluded others, kicked the motionless Wen Jin on the ground. "Cold, are you? Would you like me to warm you up? Get lost? Disgusting." Wen Jin couldn't even muster the energy to lift his eyelids. Initially aloof and disdainful of Qingqing's appearance, yet now taking advantage of her misfortune. Fortunately, her companions had all arrived. Wen Jin forced himself to maintain his human form, even though transforming into his beast form would aid his recovery. He didn't want Qingqing to see him like that, fearing it might repulse her. Song Ming tenderly caressed her face, which was even thinner than when they first met. "Are you hungry? Should I roast you a bird?" The two birds had already been charred by the fireball, their outer layer of flesh slightly burnt. Jiang Xianqing nodded, and Song Ming went to handle the two birds. After ruffling her hair, Bai Han went to tidy up the cave, as they would need to reside there temporarily, waiting for Qi Zhen to join them before deciding their next course of action. Jiang Xianqing approached Wen Jin, relieved to see he was mostly unscathed. And as she passed by, she kicked the gray wolf, which had been silent since their arrival. "That'll teach you to take advantage of others," Jiang Xianqing thought. Unable to fight back, she resorted to petty acts of revenge. Mo Xian glanced at her foolishness, having once been captured by stray beasts, yet still believing they could protect her. Sitting beside Song Ming, Jiang Xianqing finally had the opportunity to survey the cave. Noticing a nest of eggs within, She turned to Bai Han and asked, "Where are my eggs?" Bai Han paused, while Song Ming pretended not to hear. "They are at home, under Qi Zhen's watch." However, Qi Zhen should be on her way. If he had forgotten, Bai Han would be in trouble. Bai Han and Song Ming exchanged a furtive glance, Song Ming's eyes betraying a hint of schadenfreude. Is Qi Zhen's injury severe? Thankfully, no limbs were broken. No breaks are fortunate. With the wood crystal, the little fox's injury should heal swiftly. She must be on her way. Snowflakes drifted into the cave as Jiang Xuanqing nestled against Song Ming. When Qin, severely injured, was unable to use his powers, and the cave entrance was shrouded by a curtain of fire, causing the temperature to steadily rise. When they left home, Bai Han and Song Ming took nothing with them. Bai Han only having made Jiang Xuanqing winter garments. Fortunately, Song Ming's space contained various materials. He extracted a stone, capable of crafting a small stone pot. The bathing tub was filled with half a bucket of snow. He planned to let the snow melt before heating water for Jiang Xuanqing to wash. Bai Han leaned against the cave wall, arms crossed, watching the gray wolf resting on his own arms. His gaze lingering on Qingqing, which irritated the beast. As for that dead scorpion, neither he nor Song Ming brought it up. The contract was sealed, and there was no other recourse. They were indifferent to Jiang Xuanqing finding a new companion. As long as she was safe, one bird was roasted, while the other was kept aside to prepare soup for her. After the meal, Song Ming cleaned the stone pot and heated water for the bath. Mo Xian stood up, directly raising the water in the tub to a boil. Fire abilities were quite convenient at such moments. Adhering to his philosophy of utilizing resources, Song Ming simply added large chunks of clean snow to the wooden tub. Bai Han crushed a piece of wood crystal and transmitted energy to Jiang Xuanqing. With Qi Zhen absent, he could only rely on the wood crystal to aid her recovery. Once Mo Xian had heated a full tub of water, the silver-white serpent expanded, using its body to shield the tub, allowing Jiang Xuanqing to bathe in comfort and peace. There was still a wolf to be wary of. Jiang Xuanqing took a piece of coarse beast skin and scrubbed herself thoroughly, then used a small green bean to wash her hair one last time. Emerging from the tub, she dried herself and her hair before donning a new outfit. It was a two-piece ensemble. The cropped cloak adorned with fluffy edges at the cuffs and collar, embroidered with blue flowers. The lower half consisted of a skirt that reached her ankles, paired with knee-high black boots. Once Bai Han transformed into human form, Mo Xian beheld a fair-skinned female clad in white new attire. Her features were exquisite, and her overall demeanor was markedly different than before, akin to the radiant moonlight on a snowy night. Her red lips appearing soft and plump. Mo Xian's throat tightened. He admitted that he had spoken too loudly before. The fabric of her clothing was thick, and combined with Wen Jin's beast imprint, she was warm even without Mo Xian's powers. Jiang Xuanqing sat beside the fire, using a comb to untangle her hair while utilizing the flame's warmth to dry it. Mo Xian approached her from behind, using his powers to dry her hair more quickly and conveniently. Jiang Xuanqing felt somewhat uneasy, with the eyes of three beasts fixated on her, as if she were attempting to find a lover in front of her husband. However, everyone remained nonchalant. Was she overthinking it? Or was she genuinely tempted by their muscular physiques? Hiss. When did she become so lustful? Chapter 43. A need for a mirror after her hair dried. Mo Xian took a seat on the opposite side. The gazes of the beast remained fixed on her, and when Jean was astonished to discover how beautiful she appeared in her original form, upon finishing her hair, Jiang Xuanqing noticed everyone staring at her. What's wrong? Did I become uglier? That shouldn't be the case, right? Initially, she could feel swelling and pain in her face, but after when Jean absorbed the toxins, it improved significantly, and her body and face were no longer swollen. She couldn't see her own face, but the red spots on her body had faded, so the ones on her face should have as well, right? Suddenly, she felt a strong desire for a mirror. Hesitantly, Jiang Xuanqing asked, "Why is everyone looking at me? Is something wrong?" Song Ming wrapped his arms around her waist and placed a kiss on her earlobe, confirming that indeed, Qingqing looked beautiful in anything she wore. Jiang Xuanqing felt a wave of relief, believing she had returned to her original self. She had lost weight. She needed to take good care of her health during the cold season. Bai Han gazed at her gaunt cheeks with concern. During the rainy season, they had stored plenty of food, and with the two large birds in the cave, which had originally been saved for winter, along with the freshly laid wild bird eggs, they would not lack for provisions this cold season. However, it was still prudent to venture out and see if they could find more supplies. Better safe than sorry. After all the turmoil, Jiang Xuanqing was exhausted. Now, nestled in Song Ming's embrace, she relaxed, her head drooping little by little, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Bai Han placed the eggs from the existing bird's nest aside, laying a thick, soft beast skin over them. While Song Ming cradled her in the center, the nest was quite spacious, sufficient for her to roll 3 times without falling out. To ensure she wouldn't feel cold, Bai Han covered her with an additional layer of slightly thinner beast skin. The great serpent coiled around her, preventing the wolf's gaze from lingering too long on Qingqing. Once she fell asleep, Emo Xian lowered his voice to chuckle. So wary of me. Don't even mention looking. I've touched and kissed her already. The 3 beasts were indifferent. Who cared whether he had seen or touched her? He hadn't tasted her after all. Song Ming joined in the low mockery, saying that if he hadn't interrupted, they would have formed a bond long ago. Bai Han lifted his gaze to meet his. Are you sure? Emo Xian was uncertain. He could never truly force her. There was only one outsider beast here. He could leave at any time. Of course, if you need a reward, we can provide that as well. Thank you for your assistance with Qingqing. Bai Han issued an unspoken eviction notice, subtly dismissing him, even wishing to erase any possibility of his presence, attempting to leverage a life-saving favor for intimacy. Don't even think about it. Not just the door, but the windows are shut tight, trying to kick me out. Just you. Do you truly think you're worthy? The sounds of the beasts were not loud, ensuring that they would not disturb Jiang Xianqing. The atmosphere within the cave was tense, and to avoid causing any disruption to Jiang Xianqing, Bai Han and Emo Xian retreated outside the cave. Wen Jin silently watched them depart, relieved that he had already formed a bond. Otherwise, he would have had little confidence in defeating that snake. After stretching his body, he shifted his position, silently grateful for Emo Xian's assistance. Song Ming intensified his training. He was only at the 6th tier, and Bai Han was no better, but as the second beast husband in the family, how could he possibly be weaker than Wen Jin? Jiang Xianqing had slept unusually long, and upon waking, she did not see Bai Han or Emo Xian. She ran over to the great white tiger and playfully pinched its ears. Where is Bai Han? He has gone outside to hunt. We need to stay on the mountain for a few days until Qijin arrives. Is our food insufficient? Are there still beasts to catch in the snow mountains? It's enough, but it wouldn't hurt to gather a bit more. We might need it for the little ones in the future. Jiang Xianqing then remembered how long it had been since she left the eastern continent, and that the snake eggs had hatched long ago. She wondered if they had broken their shells. If they had, she would have missed a crucial moment for the little snakes, which was somewhat regrettable. Before dinner, Bai Han and Emo Xian returned one after the other, both showing signs of distress, and neither Song Ming nor Wen Jin could ascertain who had won. However, since both beasts returned, it was likely a draw. Jiang Xianqing assumed Bai Han had failed to catch any prey and comforted him by holding his cold hand, saying, "Don't be disheartened. I can survive on less food." She recalled that Song Ming might have provided cover for them. But indeed, they had captured many beasts today. Bai Han could only reply, "We caught quite a lot, but the weather outside is poor. Qijin may have difficulty arriving. A single lie requires countless others to support it." However, it was also the truth. The wind and snow outside were growing increasingly fierce, and soon a blizzard would likely ensue. After dinner, Jiang Xianqing hastily washed up and lay down in bed, tossing and turning for a while before finally falling asleep. Song Ming inquired about the situation from Bai Han, his usually composed and dignified expression marred by a frown as he shook his head. The wolf was indeed powerful at the 8th tier. Nearly at the 9th, Bai Han found it somewhat strenuous to face him. During their skirmish, the commotion had attracted several wild beasts, prompting the 2 beasts to chase after them, when they intended to continue their battle to determine a victor. Several patrolling pterodactyls appeared in the sky. Not wanting to attract trouble by drawing the attention of the pterodactyls, they had no choice but to evade their gaze and return to the cave. Both Bai Han and Emo Xian were injured, but their wounds were not severe. Emo Xian was somewhat surprised. The lightning element was indeed unique, with its formidable offensive power allowing him to fight above his tier. It seemed he had underestimated the snake. With no clear victor, their relationship remained in a stalemate. Bai Han could not drive Emo Xian away, nor could Emo Xian approach Jiang Xianqing. Glancing at Wen Jin, who was blissfully asleep, Emo Xian licked his sharp teeth, thinking it would have been better to simply bite him to death. He wished he could traverse back to that cave to see if his mind had frozen when he arrived at the Wangba tribe, allowing this scorpion to seize the perfect opportunity. Remembering how he had previously struggled in front of Jiang Xianqing, Emo Xian felt a surge of frustration. Qijin was already on the way. To avoid missing him, they would temporarily remain on the snow mountain, where the snowfall had been intensifying for nearly half a month. During this time, Song Ming and Wen Jin took turns going out to find food while Bai Han guarded the home. Also keeping an eye out for wolves, Jiang Xianqing, feeling bored, made a couple of hair ties from relatively thin beast hides, while also crafting 5 hair rings from beast tendons. In terms of convenience, the hair rings were undeniably more practical, and feeling idle, she made both. Occasionally, under the guidance of the males, she familiarized herself with the use of her abilities. Song Ming practiced with her, and once when Jean had recovered, he began teaching her some peculiar techniques. Ice condensed into a humanoid form, with the ice blade in her hand capable of inflicting considerable damage when used unexpectedly. To hone her accuracy, the beasts would occasionally hold up targets while she practiced hitting the moving targets with darts or bows. Early one morning, sensing Qi approach, Song Ming and Wen Jin went to greet the fox. Since arriving in the northern continent, the wind and snow had only grown worse, with snowflakes obscuring visibility. Qi shook off the snow that had piled on him, revealing the emerald leaves that enveloped the egg at his chest. Living creatures could not be stored in space. The little snake had yet to be born. And in such frigid weather, it was uncertain whether it would survive unscathed. Chapter 44. Several days each month on this journey, Qi was determined and focused, minimizing the time spent resting or filling his stomach. Feeling that he was not far from Qingqing, with assistance, the 3 beasts soon returned to the cave. Upon entering, the warmth of the interior dispelled the chill from their bodies, finally seeing the person he had longed for day and night. The crimson fox approached her, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, Qingqing. It's all my fault for being too weak." Sob, sob, sob. Jiang Xinqing wiped away the tears that felt as if she were washing her face. Embracing the fox's head, and after cleaning its ears, she gently consoled him. "Don't cry. Look, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" After a moment of burying his head in Jiang Xuanqing's embrace, Qi transformed into his human form, the corners of his eyes reddening, making his already stunning features even more alluring. Under his fiery gaze, Jiang Xinqing's ears gradually warmed, and beads of perspiration formed on her nose due to the heat. Her gaze faltered, landing on his chest, where the green leaves wrapped around a ball. It was the snake egg. Jiang Xinqing reached out to pull aside the leaves, which vanished, revealing the snake egg that fell into her arms. Now half the height of her calf. It could no longer fit in the basket, so Qi had to store it in space, enveloping it with his ability. Jiang Xinqing gently caressed the eggshell, where a small snake flicked its tongue and stirred its frostbitten body. They had finally arrived. If they didn't get to the mother soon, they would be having snake soup. The beasts were powerful and unbothered by the weather due to their abilities. The little snake could not even break through its shell, unable to withstand the cold, and was already contemplating hibernation, yet it still strained to see its mother. Qi brought all the supplies from home, making things much easier after his arrival, and the beasts began to discuss their next destination. It's best not to return to the tiger tribe. They had already begun merging with nearby tribes before I left. After I departed, Tasha and the others were planning to head to the leopard beast city. The eastern continent is also in the cold season now. Returning wouldn't hold much significance, for the sake of their happiness. Mo Xian directly invited them. "Why not come to the beast city where I reside? My influence there is substantial, and I can provide you with many conveniences." Jiang Xinqing was indifferent, stating that any place would suffice. As she ultimately intended to go to the eastern continent to find Tasha, it was merely a matter of time. Seeing her lack of reaction, Baihan eventually reached a consensus to head to the beast city, where females would receive preferential treatment, and conditions would be far better than in this dilapidated cave. Although they could not prevent Qingqing from being pursued, should she not favor them, Baihan and the others would ensure all suitors were dealt with. Her partner would be limited, and if she did have feelings, their interference would be futile. The immediate priority was to ascend to the 8th tier, so that against the wolves eyeing them hungrily, Qingqing would have more options. Song Ming began preparing lunch, while the snake egg nestled in his embrace yearned to get closer to the fire. Jiang Xinqing, fearing it would turn into a roasted egg, placed it onto the bed, covering it with a beast hide. The snake egg, seizing the opportunity while its mother was distracted, rolled out restlessly, sensing a warmth more appealing than the fire and the presence of its mother-s scent. As it rolled, it landed next to Mo Xian, nudging him as if urging him to pick it up quickly. Mo Xian had never seen a snake egg, but he understood that male offspring could number in the dozens. Yet she had only this one, which seemed to be exceptionally cherished. He indulged it, cradling the snake egg, realizing that whose child it was mattered little. It was nevertheless hers. As he stroked the eggshell, the suitable warmth lulled the little snake into a brief slumber. Affecting an air of nonchalance, he asked Jiang Xinqing, "Is this your first clutch of offspring?" In a moment of distraction, the egg had rolled into someone else's arms. As long as it didn't land in the fire, Jiang Xinqing allowed it. Surely, this wolf wouldn't roast her offspring, right? At those words, a smile involuntarily curved Imo Xian's lips. Did you just reach adulthood and find a partner? You only kept one from your first clutch. The implication that she had only one offspring suggested she had only recently bonded with a partner. Seizing the opportunity, Imo Xian couldn't help but make a jab at Jiang Xinqing. Look at this foolish snake. She is so indifferent to her offspring. No, I only gave birth to this one. Jiang Xinqing scratched her head, unsure why there was only one snake egg, while it wasn't entirely normal. The little snake was still healthy, and having a few more wouldn't matter. Bai Han scoffed coldly, while Song Ming and Qi Jin shot him disapproving glances, as if to say, why bring that up? With that remark, all five beasts fell into silence. Imo Xian pondered how to salvage the awkward atmosphere, considering that he could always drag Bai Han down further. Suddenly, Jiang Xinqing recalled something, interrupting his thoughts. I seem to have missed my monthly cycle for quite some time. Could it be that I'm pregnant? She murmured softly, and all five beasts turned to look at her in unison. Realizing that recently, only when Jean had been with her, the little fox swiftly reached for her wrist, and after a moment, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, you're not pregnant. Prolonged hunger and exposure to the cold had led to some nutritional deficiencies and blood stagnation. It was merely irregular, and a bit of herbal remedy would suffice. Qi Jin has gained experience with her monthly cycle, which arrives punctually once a month. In her space. She still has the herbal pouch she prepared last time to replenish her qi and blood. The pouch was placed into a stone pot for simmering. Although when Jean felt a bit puzzled, she also sighed in relief. The little scorpion was indeed somewhat unlikable. Only Imo Xian's gaze flickered. The term monthly cycle sounded quite familiar. After lunch and drinking a bowl of medicinal soup, Jiang Xinqing went to take a nap. Perhaps due to the effects of the soup, she felt warm and slightly sweaty. The cold winds and snow of the winter season occasionally took a respite. After a discussion, Bai Han and the others decided to wait in the cave until the snow ceased before heading to Beast City. Their beast companions were not afraid of the blizzard, but Xinqing and the cub were vulnerable to the cold. Faced with the forces of nature, Imo Xian's abilities would also be consumed more quickly. To maintain stability, they could only wait in the cave for the time being. Days later, the long-awaited monthly cycle finally arrived. Jiang Xinqing felt quite distressed as she unexpectedly started experiencing menstrual cramps. Her lower abdomen felt as if it were being pierced by needles, and sitting up brought a heavy, dragging pain. Her back also ached. This discomfort was unlike any she had endured before, feeling as if she had been struck multiple times by a hammer, even causing her to struggle to sit upright. Jiang Xinqing broke out in a cold sweat. Lying on the bed in a state of lethargy, Qi Jin fed her a piece of wood crystal and brewed some nourishing medicinal soup. Her regular diet was altered to include warming foods to dispel the cold. Occasionally, Imo Xian would place his palm on her lower back, acting like a human heating pad, providing just the right amount of warmth without burning her. Song Ming gently tucked her damp hair behind her ear and used a beast's skin soaked in hot water to wipe her sticky face and body. After 7 days, the symptoms remained intermittent, and it wasn't until the 3rd day that she was completely free of discomfort. Jiang Xinqing hung her head over the edge of the bath barrel. This was her first experience with menstrual cramps, and it was unbearable. She felt it would be easier to endure a knife wound. Would this pain return every month? Her face contorted in agony, unable to maintain a semblance of composure. The thought of enduring such discomfort monthly made her wish she could change her gender or bear a child. Chapter 45. The laborer who wants to go to bed. The pain was worse than giving birth to snake eggs. Qi Jin gently wiped her body, speaking softly, "You won't have to endure this forever. Just take care of yourself." Jiang Xinqing nodded in response and changed into a new outfit after emerging from the bath. This time, she wore a long, one-piece dress in a deep blue hue, resembling a tie-dye pattern. It was not as thick as her first white dress, but it was still substantial. The hem was adorned with embroidered bamboo and scattered falling leaves. There was also a matching cloak with white fur trim along the edges. "Your craftsmanship is truly improving," Jiang Xinqing exclaimed, genuinely appreciative of Bai Han's creations, which always brought her surprise. "That I'm glad you like it. Don't you think I deserve a reward?" Bai Han's eyes sparkled with amusement. His voice cold yet melodious, now laced with a hint of laziness as he sought a reward from Jiang Xinqing. Seizing the moment when everyone else's gaze was elsewhere, Jiang Xinqing leaned in to kiss the softness of his lips, intending for it to be a fleeting touch. However, Bai Han clearly had other intentions, pulling her into his embrace as if laying siege to his city. Feelings ignited, the two found it hard to part. In the midst of their breathless exchanges, Jiang Xinqing whispered to Bai Han, Why don't you go outside and dig a cave? We can spend some time together. With a light tap of his tail on the ground. Bai Han was intrigued, but everyone had heard her suggestion. Ching Ching, Song Ming's mournful voice echoed in the cave, and the awake beasts all stared at her, causing Jiang Xianqing to feel embarrassed as her toes began to fidget. Haha, I was just bored and said it on a whim. If you want it, just say it. I will satisfy you. Bai Han then swept the other beasts out with his tail, and the previously sleeping gray wolf found itself inexplicably tumbling into a snowdrift. Emerging with a dazed expression, what is going on? Did the blizzard level the cave? As the other three beasts braced themselves against the cold wind, they noticed the absence of the snake and Jiang Xianqing. When they turned back, they found the ice shield firmly in place. Why are we all outside? The gray wolf was puzzled, and the next moment, he received bad news. Qingqing wants Bai Han, so we got kicked out. No worries. Once he is done, it will be our turn. Qi Zhan's words seemed to either comfort the others or herself. The silent Emo Xian, who held no claim or standing, contemplated whether he could take advantage of the situation to climb into bed. Emo Xian. Upon hearing Bai Han's voice, Emo Xian's eyes brightened. Could it be? The four beasts turned to see Bai Han tossing out the snake egg, then unceremoniously returning inside, suddenly holding the snake egg in her arms. Although it was her offspring, the father was another beast that in this context, Emo Xian felt a pang of desolation. Just this one cub, and you don't even cherish it. I will report this to Qingqing. The white tiger's paw scratched the snow, ultimately resigning to the biting wind. Emo Xian scoffed. Bai Han is not capable. Neither are you. Jiang Xianqing appeared to be quite fond of the cubs. Those two fools don't understand that they should work hard to bear more cubs to win affection. If one fails, does it mean everyone else does too? The snake egg has been around for months now. Why hasn't he hatched? Qingqing's fertility isn't very good. The cub is weak. As Qi Zhan explained. She couldn't resist embellishing the tale, hoping to dissuade Emo Xian's thoughts. Frustrated by his inability to bed Jiang Xianqing, and now faced with a rival, his annoyance only deepened. Poor fertility. That's quite fortunate. Sparing me the trouble of raising cubs. The key point is not about poor fertility, but rather that she won't bear yours. Rest assured, Qingqing will not have any with you. Song Ming shot him a glance. How presumptuous of you to think you could have any good fortune. The beasts sat in a row at the cave entrance, soon attracting the attention of a patrolling pterosaur, which reported to the high priest. In the Wangba tribe, many beastmen were organizing crystal stones and searching through the storage. The males from the western continent were temporarily residing here, preparing to distribute the spoils of war and decide the fate of the female beasts before returning to the western continent. Hearing their news, Black Robe Number 2 paused in his recording. Did you see any contracts on them? The pterosaur recalled. No, they were either in beast form or dressed too warmly. I couldn't see. Proceed to monitor the surroundings and ignore them. Listening to the enchanting sounds coming from within the cave, the beasts wore dark expressions, their resentment potent enough to revive 10 malevolent sword immortals. When Bai Han emerged, looking refreshed and satisfied, the beasts silently returned to the cave. The lingering scent in the air had yet to dissipate. Song Ming, feeling agitated, ran his fingers through his hair. Jiang Xianqing had already fallen asleep, and after Emo Xian prepared hot water, Bai Han briefly washed her. In the following half-month, Jiang Xianqing enjoyed plenty of intimate moments with her partner, experiencing a blend of pain and pleasure. Bai Han entered the secret realm after their first encounter and after a single experience. Song Ming also went in, leaving only Qi Zhan clinging to her, while Wen Jin also shared a warm moment in bed. Meanwhile, Emo Xian remained like a laborer, diligently providing his abilities while painstakingly incubating his rival's egg, never even getting to touch the little female's delicate hand that a wounded heart felt like shards of glass. Song Ming emerged earlier than Bai Han, who was still in the secret realm. One day. Unable to tolerate the occasional gust of cold wind while listening to their amorous exchanges, the gray wolf kicked the white tiger into a corner and made his way over, not even a title to my name. Yet surely you can grant me some sweetness. Emo Xian buried himself in Jiang Xuanqing's embrace, his voice tinged with grievance. Fearing she might say something unkind, Emo Xian transformed into human form, silencing her with a kiss, his tongue slipping into the territory he had already claimed in her dreams, seeking a taste of sweetness. When Bai Han emerged, he found Emo Xian pinning Jiang Xuanqing beneath him, his hands moving inappropriately. It has only been half a month. Did you truly manage to climb into bed? As he observed Song Ming's resentful expression, a jolt of purple lightning shocked Emo Xian, causing his ears and tail to flick uncontrollably. Jiang Xuanqing's cheeks flushed as she pinched Emo Xian's waist, feeling utterly embarrassed. With his wolf's tail wrapping around her wrist, Xian held Jiang Xinqing close, relishing the sensation of her soft form against his robust chest. Yet she restrained herself from extending her claws. When Xian and Bai Han's eyes met, he realized that this snake had already reached the 8th tier. Bai Han, the king of the beasts, was devouring crystal stones while battling monsters in the secret realm, perhaps having exploited a loophole, as he was unceremoniously expelled from it, while everyone else collected the corresponding crystal stones after their battles. This rascal managed to both fight and consume crystals to replenish his abilities, taking advantage of the situation to an excessive degree. In front of Jiang Xinqing, they refrained from quarreling, leaving the matter unresolved. Could you let me go first? Jiang Xinqing poked Xian's lean, muscular waist, struggling to catch her breath. He pulled her closer, leaning down to whisper playfully in her ear, "Let me into your bed, and I'll release you once we are bonded." Jiang Xinqing glanced around. Her partners remained indifferent, showing no reaction. She was unsure of her feelings, feeling relieved yet sensing a hint of their coldness. Chapter 46. Anticipating your arrival, sighing inwardly. Jiang Xinqing wore a serious expression, while Xian gazed at her with genuine sincerity. However, the constantly flicking wolf tail betrayed his true feelings. "All right, if you defeat Bai Han, we shall bond today." Jiang Xinqing found herself unable to make a choice, so she resolutely tossed the dilemma to Bai Han. That moment, Xian looked at Bai Han provocatively and remarked, "Let's go." From the moment of his birth, Xian's innate talent had marked him as exceptional, and his formidable strength had fostered a considerable amount of pride within him. In the northern continent, there was no place he could not reach or dare to venture. Thus, even when faced with the Wangba tribe, he could single-handedly dash into danger to rescue Jin. Moreover, as the favored offspring of the Wolf Clan leader and a strong contender for the next leadership, the coveted Mu Jing was within his grasp. He had endured the tumult of his psychic energy and the throes of his rut through sheer willpower time and again. Xian held little interest in the females of the tribe. To him, they were largely inconsequential. The sole instance in which he encountered a female that piqued his interest transformed every challenge into a novel test, one he was certain he would never lose. Regardless of the circumstances, possessing strength allowed one to command greater confidence. Outside the cave, the storm had significantly subsided, and soon they would be able to descend the mountain. Jiang Xinqing sat at the mouth of the cave, with Qizhen cushioning her beneath her fluffy tail, while Wen Jin sat nearby, using her abilities to shield them from the wind and snow. Leaning against Song Ming, she watched with keen interest as two beasts engaged in a fierce struggle before her. Xian had not anticipated that Bai Han would reach the 8th tier in such a short span. His efforts were evident to all. Although they were of the same tier, the peculiarity of the lightning attribute, combined with Bai Han's innate talent and understanding of his powers, rendered his speed nearly impossible to track with the naked eye after reaching the 8th tier. Previously, he could exploit the traces of lightning to locate Bai Han's weaknesses. But now, the moment the lightning appeared, a formidable force surged toward him. In the icy landscape, the fire energy he wielded was somewhat stifled. Xian's expression turned serious. After consecutive setbacks, he closed his eyes to extricate himself from a passive predicament. In that moment, as the flames swirled, every object within a 3-meter radius sensed a distinct fluctuation in energy. Xian's prowess was indeed commendable, and he was on the verge of awakening his domain skill. When Jean fed her a segment of a fruit resembling an orange, its sweet and sour flavor bursting with juiciness and succulent flesh, when could one typically awaken a domain skill after reaching the 9th tier? Beastmen of the 9th tier were rare in the beast world, yet nearly all appeared to possess a domain skill. Xian seemed to be only at the 8th tier. Didn't he? Was he about to ascend? It was still early, his aura lacked stability, and his energy was not fully charged, merely indicative of a potential phase. However, to have an inkling of a domain skill at the 8th tier was indeed a testament to his high talent. Qingqing, do you have feelings for him? Qizhen leaned closer and whispered in her ear. Over time, Xian had proven to be an exceptional companion, with others also aligning their wishes to hers. You don't oppose this? Jiang Xinqing countered with a question. Song Ming, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, nuzzled her with his fluffy ears and replied, "It's acceptable, as long as you like him. Having Han around during the cold season is indeed quite convenient." Jiang Xinqing tugged at his ears, "But we are not in a relationship yet. How can you be so affectionate while leaving me to fetch water?" It was his initiative. Besides, he's the best laborer. Why not make use of him? That seems a bit. He is bound to lose. Song Ming interrupted her. Jiang Xuanqing's attention shifted back to the gray wolf, whose unawakened skills had already consumed a fair amount of energy. Although she had sensed by Han and escaped from a passive position, Imo Xian had sustained numerous wounds from the serpent but was now beginning to tire. With little energy remaining, the outcome appeared evident. Yet Imo Xian did not lose heart. Instead, he ignited his fighting spirit, in the sunlight. Shadows were omnipresent. Under the concealment of his innate skill, he could traverse any shadow. And as long as he could sense by Han's position, he could close the distance. When the silvery serpent's tail approached once more, Imo Xian slipped into its shadow, gathering all his energy to unleash a fiery strike that swiftly closed in on by Han. The serpent morphed into a purple lightning bolt. However, this brilliance pursued him relentlessly. The lightning spheres swiftly intervened, and in the ensuing clash of energies, both wolf and serpent were flung backward. By Han, having amassed all his powers, was indeed more formidable than the fire energy, and the weakened lightning sphere hurtled toward the gray wolf with great ferocity. Amidst the tumult, Imo Xian, exhilarated, used the shadows to approach by Han, just as the wolf's claws were poised to strike the serpent's vulnerable spot. If only he could close the distance by a mere inch, victory would be his. However, the serpent's tail twisted, entangling the two beasts, both devoid of powers, relying solely on their brute strength. This tableau held little allure for Jiang Xianqing. Regardless of how long they grappled, it seemed unlikely a victor would emerge. Each would land a scratch in return for a bite, a cycle of mutual torment. All right, a draw. Imo Xian, do keep up the effort. They had been locked in their struggle for some time when Song Ming decided to prepare a meal. Bored, Jiang Xianqing declared the result. The wolf and serpent lay sprawled in the snow as a priest and his tribe passed overhead. His gaze fell upon Wen Jin, standing beside Jiang Xianqing, before shifting to the small female with a hint of resignation in her expression. I look forward to your arrival in the western continent. Their supply of rice had long been exhausted, and after days of consuming roasted meat, Jiang Xuanqing's eyes widened at the sight of it. Although Song Ming was an exceptional cook, the flavor of roasted meat grew monotonous with repetition. It appeared they had grown accustomed to feasting recently, especially after the charred offerings from that Wangba tribe. Jiang Xianqing indulged only sparingly, sharing the remainder with the others. During her afternoon nap, several beasts began tidying the cave, ensuring they could set off for Beast City upon her awakening. The time spent in the cave had gifted her with many cherished memories, and as Jiang Xianqing sat atop the fox, she cast one last glance at the place. The serpent egg, swathed in animal hides, lay coiled upon Imo Xian's back as he led the way. By Han, having taken a lazy perch on Jiang Xuanqing's wrist, was flanked by Wen Jin and Song Ming on either side. This was Jiang Xuanqing's second clear view of Wen Jin's full beast form. The first had been during a confrontation. A striking blue scorpion, crystalline and radiant, glittered under the sunlight. It was quite beautiful, far more pleasing to the eye than those dark-hued scorpions. Wen Jin felt an acute tension within him, his breathing hastening with anxiety as he feared Jiang Xianqing might reveal the slightest sign of distaste. He feigned indifference, yet his gaze frequently darted toward her, and upon witnessing her composed demeanor, her eyes as clear and gentle as ever, perhaps even tinged with admiration, his heart settled at last. Chapter 47. All our ordinary contracts. Jiang Xianqing clutched the fox tightly. Sheltered from the wind by her abilities, and even as Qijin sped along, she felt quite comfortable. During a break for a meal, when Jin and Qijin sat side by side, he had swapped his attire for one that mirrored Qijin's, albeit in different hues, one of vibrant crimson, the other an icy blue. They spoke in hushed tones about the events that had transpired in the Wangba tribe concerning him and Jiang Xianqing. Bai Han and Song Ming had inquired earlier, leaving only the late-arriving Qijin unaware of the details. As fellow beasts on the same voyage, there was little to conceal, yet Qijin felt a pang of discomfort. It was no wonder Jiang Xianqing had suffered so during her monthly cycle. Jiang Xianqing struggled to overhear their conversation, her gaze drifting to the stark contrast between the two figures, lost in thought. They resembled beings of fire and ice from the forest. After a brief exchange, the two beasts noticed their female leader seemed to be staring vacantly at them. Ching-ching, a gentle voice, akin to a spring breeze, prompted Wen Jin to wave a hand before her. Jiang Xianqing blinked deliberately, her thick lashes fluttering like delicate fans. She grasped Wen Jin's hand, feeling his frigid temperature, reminiscent of his abilities, though he had healed. Scars still marred his body. Her fingers brushed over those marks, and she imagined the pain he must have endured. A pang of sympathy welled within her, while she bore no aversion to the scars. Their presence seemed to echo a painful past. When Jean sought to withdraw his arm, wishing he had dressed more securely had he known she would mind, Jiang Xianqing pulled him down to sit beside Qizhen. Qizhen, do you possess any ointment to erase these scars? Not yet. The herbs are incomplete. Once we reach Beast City, I will see if I can gather the necessary ingredients. All right, I entrust you with this. Jiang Xianqing smiled, planting a kiss on Qizhen's cheek, causing the little fox to blush instantly. Still so innocent, she sometimes relished teasing Qizhen. Concerned that when Jean might overthink, she gently squeezed his palm and leaned against his shoulder. Once your scars fade, let those unpleasant memories vanish alongside them. We shall create new, beautiful memories together. When Jean appeared taken aback, but the next moment, his eyes brimmed with tenderness. All right, I look forward to our future. The gray wolf fell silent, gazing at the sky. Would he be part of that future? After their meal, they set off once more. Jiang Xianqing dozed lightly on the back of the Fox as the moon replaced the sun. Bai Han transformed into his original form, allowing everyone to stand upon him as they journeyed through the night. After a day and night of relentless travel, it was only at noon that they finally caught sight of the distant outline of Beast City. To avoid complications, Qizhen carried Jiang Xianqing, while the small snake climbed onto her. When Jean transformed into human form and seated himself upon Tsang Ming's back, both cold-blooded beasts masking their scents. Due to the frigid weather and the presence of wandering beasts, the establishment of Beast City had already taken shape, though it could not compare to the unified management of the Western continent. Nonetheless, its regulations were clearly defined. Some particularly unique races still maintained their tribal structures, including those residing underground or on steep cliffs. The Beast City where Mo Xian resided was a triad, jointly governed by the leaders of the wolf, bear, and fox clans. In matters concerning the city, all races were treated equally, yet personal affairs were determined by the respective clan leaders, with different races occupying distinct quarters, besides the three dominant beasts which had fixed territories. Other tribes that had come to escape the cold were arranged as closely as possible. Within the city, resources were still required, but those with female partners paid only half the amount, and non-members of the three races entering the city were also obligated to contribute a certain amount of resources as a condition for housing. Jiang Xianqing was the first female to arrive at Beast City during the cold season, and she came accompanied by Mo Xian. The guards at the entrance, male members of the bear and wolf clans, found themselves in a quandary that if any of their existing male partners were among the female's companions, they would not need to pay for entry. However, they were not mated. Ultimately, the two beasts turned a blind eye and allowed them to enter without demanding resources. As a candidate for the next wolf clan leader, Mo Xian's strength was formidable, making their leniency a mere convenience. As a little extra resource wouldn't enrich the tribe, Beast City was constructed from solid rock, with towering gates and impenetrable walls patrolled by male guards. Upon entering, the city was divided into inner and outer zones, with the outer zone designated for single beasts and the inner zone for females and their companions. Between these areas lay a spacious open ground, allowing females and their young to play, while also providing opportunities for the single beasts to approach the females. The houses were made of stone, arranged in an orderly manner, and the city featured several ponds for water collection. Although currently, both the rivers and ponds were frozen, Beast City was vast, accommodating numerous beastmen. Its scale several dozens, even hundreds of times larger than that of the Tiger clan. This was Jiang Xuanqing's first encounter with the grandeur of the beast world, and its civilization was more advanced than she had imagined. Qingqing, would you prefer to reside in a lively area or a more tranquil one? I would prefer a more secluded spot. Let us forego the hustle and bustle. The more people, the more complications. The atmosphere of the Tiger clan was quite pleasant, yet as a newcomer in Beast City, Jiang Xianqing felt entirely out of her element and desired a quiet life for her family. The newly arrived female attracted considerable attention, particularly Qizhen with her striking red fur. The males were busy clearing the accumulated snow in the tribe. The heavy snowfall had ceased, and only a few light snowflakes drifted in the air, barely noticeable. For at least a month, no significant snowfall was expected, and the weather today was pleasant, encouraging the long cooped-up females and younglings to venture outside. In the open space, groups gathered, either chatting or playing in the snow, with clear distinctions between the different factions. Bick was watching a small fox frolicking in the snow when a flash of brilliant red caught his eye. He was momentarily taken aback when a new face appeared in Beast City. The rare crimson hue reminded him of something from long ago. What are you staring at? Didn't you see me arrive? A robust female slapped him on the back, His female master and the male were bound by a standard contract, devoid of the power of blood ties, yet the female exerted all her strength. And given his long-standing physical depletion, Bick felt a twinge of pain. He quickly retrieved a chair from his space and placed it beside his female master. Gila plopped down onto the chair, kicking away a cub that had rushed over to seek her affection. "You lot are driving me crazy. Stay away from me. Finally, I can enjoy some time outside." Gila gnawed on the jerky in her hand. Now pregnant with new cubs, casting a disdainful glance at the surrounding females who were all thin and lacking in form. "A bunch of useless beings. Collectively, they don't amount to my worth. Yet they enjoy the tribe's privileges as equals." Chapter 48. That useless bunch of cubs. "Gila, look over there. That new female is sitting with a red fox that seems to resemble that useless cub you once bore." Bella sashayed over to Gila, unceremoniously pushing Bick aside. Bella and Gila had been inseparable since birth, and shortly after Gila reached maturity, she had a litter of cubs. Among the white fluffballs, the striking red stood out. But regrettably, the other weak white foxes perished within days, leaving behind the frail red fox, which was deemed useless. At that time, Gila had laughed mockingly, declaring her first litter a group of failures. Recalling the past, Gila's expression darkened as she glanced at the spot Bella was pointing to. Bick stiffened, almost mechanically turning his gaze from the male to Gila. Could it be him? Gila looked at Bick, feeling indifferent toward both the male and that litter of fox cubs. And under their ordinary contract, she had no way of sensing any connection to her partner's offspring. The males, however, could clearly feel their blood ties to the cubs. No, that cub was too small to survive being abandoned in the cold season. They merely share similar fur. Bick was notably handsome, while Gila was just average, yet that red fox was exceptionally striking. Given that she had once discarded a cub over a trivial remark, Gila did not suspect Bick of lying. After all, it's just a useless creature. It's a shame that litter offered her no contribution whatsoever. I bore them in vain. Bick gazed from a distance at the figure, who had grown up and found a beautiful female. That female wore a gentle expression, smiling as she conversed with him. Favor from the beast gods. He was fortunate, at least happier than he had been. The young female from the Bear Clan leader's household had a penchant for strikingly furred males. Had he not discarded that cub, perhaps he could have exchanged a few words with her, and who knows what treasures might flow from her fingers in delight. Bella spoke animatedly, but unfortunately, both the foxes and bears in Beast City were white, while the wolves were a dull gray. That young female showed no interest and remained unpartnered to this day. The Bear Clan leader's family spoiled and cherished her, prioritizing her in everything, initially indifferent. Gila suddenly recalled a male from the Bear Clan leader's family whom she found particularly appealing. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a fine physique, yet he looked down upon her. If only that little cub could be exchanged. Sighing, she realized it was too late for such thoughts. Gila felt a twinge of regret, pondering whether to bear another litter with Bick. Perhaps they might have a unique cub this time. Only to see Bick gazing dreamily at the red fox. A surge of resentment washed over Gila. Ever since he had discarded that cub, he had been moping about daily, becoming increasingly unlikable. What nonsense. Ever since I had that first litter of useless cubs, I have sought many partners, rarely spending time with Bick, so I have not conceived his cubs again. Now, she found Bick increasingly displeasing. Had he not been of any use, she would have severed their bond long ago. Xian searched for several stone houses unoccupied by females. Jiang Xianqing initially considered selecting another, but Qi Zhen, catching the scent of the neighboring inhabitants, gently suggested she opt for another stone house located a considerable distance away from them. There are many females living here. It would be better to go there. The stone house has a small courtyard in front, making it convenient for you and the cubs to play. And by Han and Wenjin can also remain unnoticed. It is indeed true that some females harbor a disdain for the male members of the Serpent and Scorpion clans. In order to allow their partners to engage in activities, Jiang Xianqing ultimately reached an accord with Qi Zhen. The other beasts cast a glance at Qi Zhen, yet remained silent. The stone dwelling here appeared to be newly constructed, sturdy and in no need of repair. Jiang Xianqing selected a room that was bathed in light. The stone house boasted 2 levels, with a slightly elevated foundation to prevent snow from easily blocking the entrance. Within the Beast City, the snow had reached a certain depth, prompting males to clear it away. Although fewer females resided in this area, the snow on the main path had already been cleared. And while the small courtyard belonging to the stone house still bore a depth of snow, it was not a significant hindrance. Apart from Chijin, the remaining 4 beasts quickly organized themselves to tidy up the entrance to the stone house and the small courtyard. Initially, they had contemplated cleaning the entire yard, but Jiang Xinqing instructed them to leave it be. The second floor contained 2 rooms, and Jiang Xinqing opted for the smaller one, which featured a window framed in stone. Leaving ample gaps, 2 sheets of translucent beast hide were affixed to the window, allowing light to filter through. Jiang Xinqing touched the hide, uncertain of which beast it originated from. It was remarkably elastic and resilient, allowing for light yet remaining warm. The other occupants of the house found preferred spots to construct their nests, while the remaining Xian stood idly, arms crossed, tapping his fingertips against his arms. He recalled that the window in Jiang Xuanqing's room could be opened. The first floor also contained 2 rooms, a smaller one for storage and a larger one serving as their daily activity space for cooking, laundry, and the like. The snake egg was cradled in hand, having been turned thrice without finding its place. Bai Han regarded it with mild disdain, contemplating whether to discard it. It had been a while since it had emerged. Perhaps breaking the shell open to investigate was warranted. Song Ming approached with a mischievous grin, feigning an attempt to crack the egg. Just then, Jiang Xinqing, who had overheard, pinched his waist and raised her fist in a mock threat, admonishing him against such foolishness. The other beasts laughed that I was merely jesting, Song Ming protested, adopting a pitiful expression. Jiang Xinqing requested the large bamboo tray, previously prepared by Qi Zhan, laid a layer of beast hide within it, and placed the snake egg inside before setting the tray near the fire. She recalled that the young snake was sensitive to cold, encircling the eggshell with 5 pieces of thunder-type crystal. Jiang Xinqing prodded it gently, pondering how long it would take for the creature to emerge. Once everything was settled, Xian was dismissed, while Qi Zhan and Song Ming decided to explore the layout of the beast city and exchange some items. Jiang Xinqing ventured into the small courtyard to build a snowman, and when Jin observed her, while Bai Han set about crafting new wooden items, Song Ming returned after trading a substantial amount of beast meat for rice and seasonings. While Xian and Qi Zhan sought herbal remedies from the city as shaman and wood-type beastmen go. Brother, I long to visit the western continent. The northern continent lacks the males I favor. I've heard that the merfolk of the western continent have exquisite tails. Xiong Li, while assisting Xiong Yin with bandages, playfully coaxed her brother to consider finding a partner nearby, insisting that she simply desired something a bit extraordinary. Xiong Yin had previously been summoned to the western continent to battle the Wamba tribe, and upon returning with spoils and crystals, he had encountered a remnant of stray beasts and narrowly escaped. These filthy creatures were ubiquitous. They had merely eradicated the largest stray beasts' den, with scattered groups and those who had not returned to their tribes still existing in the corners of the continent. Chapter 49. Stealthily climbing through the window this time. He had been careless, not anticipating that after the fall of the Wangba tribe, stray beasts would still emerge to cause trouble. Upon returning to the tribe, Xiong Yin sought out the shaman, and hearing of the commotion, Xiong Li hurried over to check on her brother. Xiong Li and Xiong Yin shared the same father, thus their bond was particularly strong. You know, the earliest you can leave is during the rainy season. The cold season is the prime time for breeding. This will limit your opportunities to venture out, so why not take advantage of this time to raise a few litters? Xiong Yin remarked, somewhat helplessly, observing that Xiong Li appeared overly sheltered, preferring partners based on frivolous criteria rather than strength. Humph, if he is not good-looking, I have no desire to mate with him, Xiong Li huffed. Distinguishing herself from the likes of Jilabila, who were solely focused on breeding without regard for their mates, she intended to forge a blood bond with her partners, unwilling to settle for anything less than a suitable match. Regardless of what her parents had to say, Uncle Xiong, my friend is looking to trade for some herbs, Xian announced as he lifted the beast hide curtain, bringing Qijin inside. The wolf and fox clans had already been consulted, leaving only one herb remaining. Xian, where have you been? The wolf chief has been searching for you for quite some time, Xiong Li said, though the latter part of her sentence remained unspoken as her attention was drawn to Qijin, who stood before her, flushing with embarrassment. By the beast god, is this not a stroke of fortune? Xiong Li thought, adjusting her hair and glancing at her attire to ensure she looked presentable. Her skin was fair and luminous, her long white hair cascading down, and although her features were neither sharply defined nor overtly cute, she possessed a unique beauty, exuding an air of haughtiness tempered by a certain naivete in her gaze. Are you a recent arrival among the males? You seem quite unfamiliar, she remarked, her voice somewhat lacking in softness, yet possessing a distinctive charm. Qi Jin inquired of the shaman regarding the needed herb. Having barely registered the conversation, what commotion is this? Xiong Yin wondered, noting his sister's apparent rejection of tea that moment. He felt an urge to shout out to the oblivious male, "Turn back, you ungrateful fool." Xian, however, noticed and suppressed a chuckle. Since it was not directed at him, he felt no inclination to intervene. Xiong Yin, have you been rejected by some female? Xian teased, playfully patting Xiong Yan's shoulder. How is it that you, now at the 7th tier, are in such a state? Surely you weren't bested by a partner. Nonsense, it was a stray beast that attacked me. Where have you been of late? The Western continent has summoned the beast men. And you have been absent. The wolf chief has been trying to locate you for days that I was courting. Xiong Yin replied matter-of-factly. What? Wasn't it said that females are optional? Xiong Yin sniffed curiously, detecting a myriad of scents emanating from Xian. Have you found a mate? Not yet. I haven't succeeded, but I've moved in, so there will be opportunities. Why is that? Do females not find you appealing? It's acceptable, I suppose. I haven't faced off against her legitimate partner yet. What? Xiong Yin was further astonished. His curiosity piqued about the nature of this female, though he was currently under orders not to roam freely. Thus he set aside his curiosity for the time being. Meanwhile, Xiong Li, witnessing Qi Jun's indifference, slowly inched closer, finally spotting a male whose attire mirrored the hues of his fur. She had finally found a male who was not only different, but also striking. His alluring fox-like eyes captivated her, leading her to believe he was a wood-type beast man, which only heightened her interest. That I'm Xiong Li, and you are. Xiong Li tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, blushing as she sought to grasp his clothing. Qi Jin, noticing the approaching female, took a few steps back, frowning with irritation. Leave, Xiong Li, he replied curtly, his demeanor contrasting sharply with the earlier conversation he had held with the shaman. His expression rife with impatience. I have a mate. Please maintain your distance. Xiong Li felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, her heart shattering like glass. What a cruel twist of fate. The favor of the beast god is clearly for naught. Upon hearing of his commitment, she huffed in indignation and turned to seek her brother. Qi Jin collected the herbs and departed, leaving Xian behind. That's not a family matter, she murmured, while Xiong Li clung to her brother's arm, tears welling in her eyes. How cruel. Clearly, I am not favored, she lamented, after finally encountering such a striking fox, only to lose him. Do not be disheartened, Xiong Li. Courtship is not always as smooth as one might hope, and facing rejection is an inevitable part of the process, Xian consoled, reflecting on his own experiences. However, he had not anticipated Qi Jin exhibiting such disdain towards other females. Constantly clinging to Jiang Xianqing like a lovesick fool, blushing at a mere kiss, Xian then went to meet his father, Wolf Lang. Upon Qi Jin's return, dinner was already prepared, and Jiang Xianqing awaited him eagerly. Come quickly, it's time to eat. Today's meal was quite sumptuous, featuring roasted meat, stir-fried vegetables, and chicken soup, as a celebration of their first day in their new home, after satisfying her hunger. Jiang Xianqing engaged in a brief activity to aid digestion before retreating for an afternoon nap. The urgency of their journey and the vigilance required had taken a toll on the males, who also sought rest after tidying up. In the afternoon, Jiang Xianqing continued to build a snowman, which was beginning to take on the semblance of a figure resembling her. She planned to refine it further before sculpting the animal forms of the other males. Qi Jun was adjusting a potion, contemplating whether to prepare a bit for Qingqing as well. Though she bore no visible scars, it would certainly enhance the quality of her skin. Song Ming was heating water, while Bai Han focused on consolidating his cultivation. Once the bathwater was ready, Qi Jin called for Jiang Xianqing first, and after she finished soaking, he unceremoniously tossed Wen Jin into the tub without even changing the water, after adding a considerable amount of potion. Qi Jin instructed him to remain in the bath, assuring him that his scars would gradually shed, and he could emerge once they had fully fallen away. Jiang Xianqing, drying her hair, found her long locks somewhat inconvenient, particularly in the cold season when they were difficult to dry. Fearing a cold, she refrained from going outside and instead sat by the fire to warm her hair. Once when Jean had finished his bath, he drained the tub, revealing that most of his scars had already fallen away, leaving only faint pink marks in their wake. Qi Jin provided him with an ointment for self-application. During dinner, Xian could not resist sneaking over to eavesdrop from a corner. It was truly painful not being able to see Qingqing. They were discussing who would take the lead in bed, with one beast suggesting to continue the previous order, while Bai Han proposed starting anew in this new location. And they planned to prepare a wooden board for Jiang Xianqing to draw lots. Recently satiated, Jiang Xianqing had no desire to indulge with any of the males and completely ignored their advances. Once she was assured that no other beasts would enter her bedroom, Mo Xian quietly climbed through the window and concealed himself in the shadows. Unexpectedly, he found himself in a position akin to that of a stray beast. Chapter 50. Mo Xian's bonding Bai Han remained downstairs, keeping company with the snake egg, while the other beasts settled into their respective nests on the second floor. Although they were in Beast City, they still wished to stay as close to Jiang Xianqing as possible, just in case. In the stillness of the night, Mo Xian stealthily climbed into bed, wrapping himself around Jiang Xianqing. The door had been barred to him, and he yearned to be closer to her. Climbing into her bed was hardly an act of theft. However, he did not anticipate that Jiang Xianqing's sleeping posture was rather poor, leading him to repeatedly adjust her leg draped over his waist and her hand resting on his chest before deciding that perhaps he should seek Bai Han for a spar tomorrow. Although he lacked confidence at the moment, he was irresistibly drawn to her, unable to restrain himself from climbing into her bed. Utilizing the night hours, Mo Xian intensified his recovery of abilities. Following the last battle, he had been tirelessly experimenting with his domain, gaining deeper insights into it. He harnessed the essence of the female's presence and the intimacy between them to suppress the mental fluctuations caused by his unfamiliarity with advanced domain techniques. The following morning, Jiang Xianqing, still drowsy, felt the warmth of a body beside her. She was clinging to him like an octopus, mistaking him for one of the others, nuzzling against him in her half-asleep state. Something felt amiss. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Mo Xian, his body stiff as if he were a zombie. Curious, she wondered how he had been allowed in. "Did you win against Bai Han?" she inquired eagerly. Mo Xian held her close, inhaling the faint fragrance that emanated from her neck, which brought him a sense of comfort. "No, I climbed in through the window," he replied. Jiang Xianqing rolled out of his embrace, teasingly suggesting, "Then you should leave quickly. If you get caught, you might end up getting beaten up." Mo Xian boldly exited her room, and outside, when Jean shot him a glance before resuming his application of ointment, suddenly realizing something was off. "Wait, brother, you have some serious guts." Jiang Xianqing was taken aback. She had intended for him to sneak away through the window, not to be so blatant about it. She hurriedly dressed and followed Mo Xian downstairs. Outside, Mo Xian and Bai Han had already begun to spar, while Tsang Ming was preparing breakfast. Jiang Xianqing, sensing trouble, rushed to the door and shouted at them, "You two better not let your fight disturb my snowman." Qi Jin silently withdrew his hand, which was about to reach for Jiang Xianqing. Tsang Ming stifled a laugh. Knowing that Qingqing would be fair and not show favoritism towards the wolf, the two beasts paused their tussle, silently distancing themselves from the already constructed snowman. After washing up, Jiang Xianqing joined them for breakfast and then ran outside to continue building her snowman. To facilitate her companions, she had crafted all the figures in animal forms. Not far away, sparks and flashes crackled as a fierce battle unfolded. The snowman sat on the ground with her at its center, a snake with its tongue flicking nestled against its legs. Its tail coiled around a snake egg. A white tiger was positioned to the left, having just completed its form and preparing to create a fox when a silver-white snake came crashing down. Despite Bai Han's quick transformation into a small snake, the snowball still made quite the dent, causing the tiger's head to topple. Jiang Xianqing grasped the small snake's tail and pulled it out. Noticing that Bai Han appeared quite worn, with several scales missing and patches of bald spots, a gray wolf, bloodied and full of pride, approached, saying, "Qingqing, don't forget to add me when you're building." Jiang Xianqing held the snake's tail in one hand and the wolf's tail in the other, tossing them both in front of Qi Zhan, neither of them leaking even a drop of water, utterly unbothered by their injuries. Over time, everyone had grown fond of Mo Xian, and Jiang Xianqing had taken a liking to him as well. Thinking Bai Han might ease up this time, but how could there be any leniency in a contest for a female? "Qingqing, hug me." Bai Han transformed into his human form and leaned against Jiang Xianqing. She skillfully tied his hair into a high ponytail with a previously made hair tie. Embracing his waist, Mo Xian approached stealthily from the other side, giving Bai Han a kick as he asked, "Qingqing, why aren't you hugging me?" Jiang Xianqing retorted, "I only have 2 arms. I'm not an octopus." Ultimately, she released by Han and, along with Qi Zhen, helped them tend to their wounds, applying medicine and bandaging. The tiger's head outside had yet to be repaired. So Jiang Xianqing dashed out to fix the white tiger before glancing at the sky, realizing it was getting late and returning indoors. After washing her hands, she warmed herself by the fire. Adhering to her daily ritual of checking on the snake egg, the egg had grown to the height of her calf, and the 5 crystal stones previously left had all turned to powder. After dinner, Emo Xian eagerly scooped up Jiang Xianqing, who had finished washing up, and hurriedly made his way back to her bedroom. Downstairs, 4 beasts huddled together, murmuring, "We can't have any more, otherwise it won't last a week. Qingqing will likely need to rest for 2 more days." The snake tail lightly tapped, and Bai Han spoke up, "There are certainly no beasts in the eastern continent that can match me. In the northern continent, as long as Qingqing stays inside, no beast will pay her any mind. But if we venture to the western continent, it could be a different story. Moreover, there is a hidden danger in the western continent. I'm unsure if it poses a threat to Jiangsuanqing. As soon as they meet Tasha, they will likely concoct plans to visit the western continent together." Zhang Ming, with his tail coiling around the snake egg, realized he needed to intensify his training. After a moment of hesitation, when Jean asked, "There are many beast cities in the western continent. Have you decided which one you want to reside in?" The compensation the priest had given was still with Emo Xian, and with that token, they could choose any beast city in the western continent, even the main city if they wished. We'll see when the time comes. We may not even settle in the western continent. It would be best to find a city with beasts that don't pique her interest and stay there for a few days. Do you think it's possible with Tasha around? Last time, Tasha had taken Jiang Xianqing to see the elephant tribe, and this time, if she were to bring Jiang Xianqing to the seaside to see the merfolk, it would be a blessing. Just as Zhang Ming finished speaking, when Jean interjected, "I've heard that many females have a keen interest in the merfolk." Zhang Ming. Bai Han suddenly recalled that he had yet to inform them that Jiang Xianqing was an outsider. "Oh, by the way, when you and Emo Xian come to find me tomorrow, I have something to discuss with you." When Jean did not inquire further and simply agreed that I in the bedroom, Jiang Xianqing lay on the bed, her fingers gripping the beast's skin tightly, feeling frustrated with the situation. Emo Xian slipped his fingers between hers, one hand clasping her hand while the other gently squeezed her soft waist. The next day, as the sunlight streamed in, Jiang Xianqing finally awoke to find herself ensnared by Emo Xian's strong arm, who lay beside her with his eyes still closed, a stark contrast to his wild demeanor from the previous day. In a fit of annoyance, Jiang Xianqing shoved his arm away and promptly kicked him off the bed. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. Both of you are so disobedient. It's clear that half-beast transformation is different from normal form. I've told you to revert back, yet you ignore me completely." Emo Xian rubbed his head as he stood up, gazing at her with a knowing look, clearly aware that Jiang Xianqing was still full of energy. Chapter 51. The running white bear. He reached out, grasping her ankle and pulling her toward him, catching her off guard as her lips landed on the totem on his chest, which seemed to radiate warmth. Emo Xian caressed the little wolf tattoo on her left ankle, where 3 flames in the same shade of ink surrounded it. Beneath the little wolf, a gray wave-like pattern was subtly entwined. Nearly invisible upon closer inspection. On her right leg, a scorpion tail coiled around her ankle, its barb pointing toward a patch of icy blue snowflakes. Just as Jiang Xianqing opened her mouth to speak, she found her throat hoarse and barely able to produce sound. Emo Xian brought a cup of warm water to her lips, and as she clasped his hand to finish the drink, she felt a bit of relief in her throat. After holding back for a while, Jiang Xianqing finally sighed. "I'm hungry. Alas, it seems that one must bear the consequences of their own choices this winter." She would not permit any creature to ascend to her bed. Emo Xian dressed her and carried her downstairs, where a pot of chicken soup and fried rice simmered. After finishing her meal, Jiang Xianqing cradled the snake egg in her arms, still enamored with its cuteness, though she wondered why it had yet to emerge. She traced the scaly patterns on the eggshell, yet today, for reasons unknown, she could not sense the activity within. A frown creased Jiang Xuanqing's face. Could something be amiss with the little snake? With growing concern, she placed the egg in a bamboo tray and, stretching her limbs, ambled outside to continue building a snowman. To her right stood a fox, but with the snow being white, the fox too had to be white. The snow wolf towered behind the snowman, its head resting on the snowman's shoulder, while Jiang Xianqing intended to place a small scorpion on the other shoulder. The snow wolf was merely a semblance, and she planned to craft the scorpion first, as it would be quicker, before slowly refining the shape of the wolf. The other beasts remained indoors. Today, it was Tsang Ming who accompanied her outside that a white bear darted swiftly through the streets, furious at Jila for having the audacity to drug him. In the early morning, Jila, having acquired intelligence from an unknown source, stealthily entered the room. This chamber was solely utilized by the shaman for healing and storing herbs. She, the female master, did not reside there. All the houses in Beast City lacked locks, conveniently allowing her to slip in unnoticed at that moment. Xiong Yin was deep in slumber, his snores reverberating loudly. Utterly unguarded, he felt a wave of warmth rising from his head. Had she not been a female, he would have slapped her away without hesitation. He needed to avoid Jila, retreating to a less populated area to bury himself in the snow for some relief. As the bear ran, the ground trembled, causing the residual snowflakes to dance and settle anew. The white tiger's ears twitched, drawing closer to Jiang Xianqing as she stood by her side. Through his blurred vision, Xiong Yin spotted a snow mound in a distant corner that he recalled to be unoccupied, and he hurried toward it. Jiang Xianqing, hearing a commotion, peeked from behind the snow mound and saw a white bear charging towards her with red-rimmed eyes. Just as she was pondering the situation, the bear leaped over the fence from outside, seemingly intent on crashing into the nearly completed family snow sculpture. She widened her eyes in disbelief, instantly rising to her feet and conjuring a massive ice ball to hurl at the white bear. Exclaiming, "Get away!" the wind swirled, casting aside the dazed bear and the colossal ice sphere to prevent any damage to the snow mound. The white bear, cradling the ice ball, sighed in comfort, still possessing some rationality. Though he did not dwell on it, content with anything cool and refreshing. Jila was orchestrating this scheme in secrecy from her partners. She rode on her half-grown offspring, repeatedly thumping its head and urging it to hurry. The little wolf's eyes sparkled with tears, still dependent on his mother, instinctively yearning for her closeness. However, Jila was unlike any other beast's mothers. The little wolf, seeking his mother's praise and attention, obeyed her every command, only to receive Jila's increasingly harsh treatment in return. Had he erred, he idolized Xiong Yin, even revering all the powerful males in Beast City, aspiring to possess their strength to dictate everything. He truly did not wish to assist his mother in winning over Xiong Yin. His own father did not care for her, merely tending to her, compelling her to bear more offspring, while the fathers took the cubs. Often overwhelmed by the sheer number, the males showed little regard for her, while the cubs incessantly sought their mother's affection. From a distance, upon spotting Jila, Xiong Yin immediately took refuge in another vacant stone house with the ice ball in his arms, hoping that Xiong Li would visit him early that day, only to discover his absence and promptly come searching for him. Dismounting from the wolf cub, Jila found only the new female and her companion. "Hey, have you seen a white male bear?" Jila strutted in, pointing at Jiang Xianqing, who was significantly taller than her. To the other's face, Jila had to tilt her head back and glare through her nostrils. Jiang Xianqing merely replied, "I have not seen him," wishing to avoid any trouble, especially since her hard work had nearly been ruined. Jila scoffed, "He clearly ran this way. There's only you here if you haven't seen him. Does that mean he can fly?" Could it be that this female harbored designs on Xiong Yin, purposely withholding information from her? How shameless! Jila tugged at Jiang Xuanqing's sleeve, persistently questioning her. Frustrated, Jiang Xianqing felt an urge to slap her, while Tsang Ming glared menacingly at her. When this female finally shoved her aside and walked away, Jila cast a glance at the beautifully crafted snowman, a malicious thought brewing as she prepared to kick it. However, Tsang Ming swiftly struck her away with a powerful blow. "I told you I haven't seen him, you ugly creature. Do you not understand human speech? You vile thing, how dare you attempt to destroy the snowman?" Jila spat out a tooth mixed with blood, her cheeks swollen, speaking with a lisp. Her hair a disheveled. Jira shouted vehemently at them, and a dart of frozen ice severed her outstretched finger. Jiang Xianqing held another dart poised in her hand, ready to be unleashed. Blood gushed forth like a sprinkler upon the snow-covered ground, causing Jira to momentarily freeze in shock before letting out a piercing scream. Jiang Xianqing, too, was taken aback. The protection of the beast seal was formidable, and her partner was nearby, making it implausible for him to remain oblivious. Yet, she was astonished at how easily she had succeeded. Was it possible that she possessed no blood contract at all? Contemplating this, she let the second dart dissipate in her hand. It served as a lesson for Jira, a warning against wreaking havoc in her vicinity, and considering the innocent males present, she harbored no intentions of murder. Xiong Yin reported to a Fu while clutching an ice ball, and Xiong Li disdainfully kicked him, Yet her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she fixated on Jiang Shenqing. This female captivated her. No wonder the little fox had chosen her. Her partner seemed indifferent to her plight. Perhaps it was for the best if he perished, a merciful end to their troubles. The white bear apologized to Xiong Yin, and the leader inquired about their opinions, wanting to know their thoughts on the matter. Since arriving in Beast City, Jira had feigned innocence to deceive the wood-type beastman Baika, and after donning a facade, she had taken several partners that in just a few years, she had become arrogant and unruly, frequently embroiled in trouble alongside Bella. The existing females in Beast City despised them and refused to associate. Yet being females themselves, they tolerated Jira's presence to some extent. The leader had grasped the situation. Jira's reputation had long been tarnished, and she continued to argue her case unjustly. Everyone preferred to steer clear of her, unwilling to engage in conflict, and finally encountering a female who would not yield to her. The other partners felt a sense of satisfaction in delivering a much-needed reprisal, alleviating years of pin-up frustration. Moreover, she had bonded with Mo Xian, and for the sake of fairness in Beast City, as well as their personal acquaintance, the opposing female was undoubtedly in the right. The males at home had grown weary of Jira's torment. Some even took to hunting daily with their half-grown cubs to escape her clutches. The young cubs, still reliant on their mothers, had suffered through Jira's repeated beatings, and some of them were already yearning for independence. The males in the household were bound by ordinary contracts, and Jira was unwilling to forge blood bonds, which conveniently allowed them to express their dissent, regardless of whether she severed the contract or if the leader made any decisions. Initially, the males were drawn to Jira, caring for her with sincere hearts, even though she provided them with nothing more than an ordinary contract, and they harbored no grievances to alleviate the turmoil of their spiritual powers and to procreate. As long as the female did not go too far, the males would continue to cherish her. However, Jira was not only unkind to the males at home, frequently resorting to violence, but she also struck the cubs. Many of her partners had come to her with the hope of offspring, only to witness Jira's reckless behavior that could even lead to the demise of their longed-for cubs, leaving them disheartened. Procreation was instinctive. Before the cubs could fend for themselves, each male would nurture them with care, and females generally adored their young. Some males even gained favor through their cubs, observing Baika's fate, who was the most unfortunate among her partners, being the only one without cubs. With perhaps only that fox remaining was a stark reminder of the harsh realities they faced. Typically, once cubs reached adulthood, parents would cease their involvement, except for female cubs who could remain at home until finding a partner, while male cubs would move out, not expecting much in return from their offspring. However, everything was different with Jira. Jira still could not believe they would willingly sever their beast seals. Otherwise, Baika would have departed long ago. She bellowed hoarsely at the white bear. "Do you believe I will be the first to break your beast seal?" As she spoke, her sharp claws tore through a fox's beast seal. Chapter 53, Drive Them Away. "And you can have cubs?" That was Baika's beast seal. After all, he could no longer obtain crystal stones after completing the secret realm. Yet, the white bear was different. Being a 7th tier, he could capture many prey, and Jira was unwilling to relinquish him. The other two partners, however, were not intimidated by her threats. Instead, they felt even more revulsion. The fox, now severely wounded, found its breath growing faint as a vine sprouted beside him. A verdant energy orb descending upon Baika wood-type abilities could also heal, though at a greater cost than in battle. Qijin felt a complex mix of emotions, harboring some pity for Baika. Initially, she had discarded him to preserve her beast seal. Yet now he found himself in such dire straits. The little fox was also somewhat concerned, but he was grateful that he and Qingqing shared a blood bond. Even if one day she no longer favored him, he could still remain at home. The male leader's eyes flashed with cold light. He sought Baika's life. Fortunately, the wood-type beast man was there to heal him. Otherwise, Baika would have faced grave peril that day. The initial status of females was not high. They were kept in confinement. However, later, the males willingly followed the guidance of the beast god, granting them freedom and the right to choose their partners. Even some pampered females would choose to care for males, unless they had ulterior motives. Most partnerships were typically blood contracts. The development and reproduction in Beast City thrived, and the leader stroked his chin, only then recalling that his beard had long been trimmed by Xiangli. "Since that is the case, you other beasts should prepare yourselves. Beast City is willing to offer wood crystals to spare your lives. But Jira must remain. After all, it is quite challenging for some males with poor talents to obtain wood crystals through contributions, and she has provided assistance during their spiritual turmoil. Even if males lost their beast seals, they could still remain in Beast City. exchanging their contributions for necessary items. However, the mortality rate for low-talent beastmen was not low. With Jira's presence, these beastmen now had more options. They might never find partners in their lifetime. But now they could alleviate their spiritual turmoil and possibly even have cubs. Initially brought back from the wandering beasts, allowing her to return to her former life was not a bad outcome. Fortunately, this year, the decision to avoid the common females of the Wangba tribe had proven wise. Who could have known what they had taken in, nonetheless? They still needed to figure out how to distinguish between tribe members and wandering beasts to avoid harming their own. Jiang Xianqing and her companions observed this farce, noting that no trouble had come their way. She tugged on Qi Zhen's belt, asking, "Are you comfortable speaking?" She had heard the madwoman claim she had given birth to Qi Zhen and was curious, yet hesitant to stir up painful memories. So she opted for a gentle inquiry. Qi Zhen calmly recounted, "I was born in Beast City, but shortly after awakening my abilities, she showed me great affection. Unfortunately, upon discovering I could not cultivate, she kicked me aside. At that time, she only had Baika as a partner and did not properly care for her litter, leading to all their deaths, leaving me alone. She threatened Baika with a contract to discard me. Perhaps out of some lingering sentiment, Baika sent me to the eastern continent instead of leaving me in the snowy northern continent, where I was found and raised by a Fu in the tiger clan. The young cubs, newly born, required their mother's milk. Alas, Jira refused to nourish them, and ultimately, they all perished from hunger and cold." Jiang Xianqing intertwined her fingers with Qi Zhen's, standing on tiptoe to kiss the fox's lips in a comforting gesture. Jira, bleeding profusely, caught her last glimpse of the two sharing affectionate moments, and in a fit of rage, she fainted. The white bear seized Jira, while the gray wolf, after recovering, barely managed to support the injured Baika as they departed. Xiong Yin, clutching the ice ball, timidly stayed away, while Xiongli approached enthusiastically, greeting, "Hello, I am Xiongli." "Hello, Jiang Xianqing." She responded, "Your name is quite unique, Dada. Jiang Xianqing is a female, correct? Today's events, though not particularly pleasant, do not reflect the kindness of other females in Beast City. Jira is quite exceptional. I apologize on behalf of Xiong Yin. I will send over compensation shortly." The Bear Clan leader considered this, recognizing that the situation had arisen due to his offspring. The leader is being polite. "Xiong Yin did not harm me, and I require no compensation," Jiang Xianqing replied with courteous distance, having not been mistreated, and knowing Xiong Yin was also a victim. "Then I shall attend to Jira's family." The leader said, foregoing pleasantries, "Should you say no, then no it shall be." Xiongli gave Jiang Xianqing a hug and playfully smiled. "I will come to visit you again soon, bringing good news along." Faced with the normal and warm Xiongli, Jiang Xianqing did not refuse and replied, "All right." Xiong Yin, still clutching the large ice ball, received a disapproving glance from his father as they moved away. The white bear leader kicked him lightly. "Aren't you of the earth type? Can't you just hide in an earth house and solve your problems there? Why are you running around?" Xiong Yin felt wronged. He had only thought to distance himself from Jira, becoming lost in the moment and not considering the consequences. "Father, I am also a victim, you know? If we had driven Jira and Bella away earlier, there would not have been so much trouble. Drive them away, and you can have cubs?" Xiong Yin fell silent. How could a single beast procreate? Moreover, a courageous male should continually grow stronger and challenge himself. His goal remained to advance to the 8th tier before the next cold season. "Are you two waiting for a partner to descend from the heavens?" The leader grew increasingly agitated. He had hoped Xiong Yin would find a partner while things were calm, allowing him to retire. Yet, this stubborn lad would circumvent any female he encountered. "Forget it. If you don't seek one, then don't. It's better than pursuing an outsider who might eventually leave with them." Li Li. "What about you?" The leader was just about to urge Xiong Li when she noticed, after forming a blood pact, that the female now possessed strength. In the event of a future conflict with any female, she would be able to defend herself. Turning her head, she saw that the person had already run far away. Jiang Xianqing returned to the house, where Wen Jin had placed the completed family snowman in a designated spot, and everyone gathered around to admire it. The males were quite fond of it, but alas, there was only one, and they began to ponder where it would be best placed when they moved. What a pity, the little snake had yet to be born. Otherwise, having a little snake perched atop the big snake's head would be even more adorable. Noticing that everyone was reluctant to leave, Jiang Xianqing smiled and said, "By the way, if you have some free time, could you help me chop some wood? I would like to carve some wooden sculptures as gifts for you all. Ideally finished by the warm season, just in time for our anniversary." The earlier displeasure had already been cast aside. She would not allow external matters to disturb her peace. Bai Han and the others agreed. Later that evening, Mo Xian, initially intending to snuggle, was promptly chased out. Jiang Xianqing enjoyed 3 days of tranquility. During these 3 days, aside from those chopping wood, everyone else was diligently training, while Qi Zhen entered a secret realm. When Jin, while chopping wood with Mo Xian, said, "Could you return some of the wood crystals you obtained from that male?" Chapter 54. Do you have an affair with him? Seeking assistance from an 8th-tier beast man would certainly require a considerable amount of wood crystals. If Mo Xian hadn't entered the door, it would have been rightfully his. However, since he had bonded with Qingqing, it could be considered aiding his partner and companion. Mo Xian smirked and replied, "What is this? Do you have an affair with him?" When Jin responded, "I have Qingqing now, and I will no longer protect him. He needs the crystals to become stronger more quickly." The ram was the one he initially saved from a stray beast, and as a token of gratitude, he had given him some wood crystals. When Jin would also provide support when he went hunting, and over time, the two beasts had grown familiar. When Jin regarded him as a younger brother and wished to secure some opportunities for him in the end. Mo Xian placed the wood into his space, brushed the snowflakes off his hands, and said, "That's fine. It's not like we need that many right now. I'll return him at most half. The rest for that red fox." When Jin had no objections, and the two set off to find the male outside the beast city, the Mia clan had migrated to the gathering beast city this year. Allowing them to see Mo Xian request his assistance, that Mo Xian took several twists and turns until he reached a corner. The stone house was the residence of Yair. Upon entering, Mo Xian saw a green sheep diligently preparing herbs. Yair looked towards the entering beasts and exclaimed, "Mo Xian, and brother Wen Jin, you're alive, how wonderful." Yair excitedly stood up and transformed into human form, running over to Wen Jin. He had not yet reached maturity, and his height was dwarfed by the tall male in front of him, forcing him to look up. "I owe you my gratitude, Yair." Wen Jin smiled gently, ruffling his hair. Yair's clothing and hair were both brown, matching the color of his beast form's horns, and Mo Xian had only seen him in human form before at this moment. He had some thoughts that I didn't expect your true form to be so striking. It might be because I am a wood-type beast man. My fur differs from other males. Yair shyly scratched his head. "Please, sit down. I'll brew some tea for you." Yair rummaged through his belongings, retrieving tea leaves he had bought from the western continent. Just as he was about to boil water, he noticed Mo Xian placing over 50 wood crystals on his herb table. "What is this?" Yair asked, puzzled. "Brother Wen Jin asked me to return this to you." No. It's all right. I'm just happy he's back. It's my fault for accidentally falling into their trap that led to your capture." Yair hurriedly waved his hands, guilt flashing in his eyes as he glanced at Wen Jin. His eyes glistened, complemented by his youthful and somewhat adorable face, making them feel as if they were bullying a little cub. "Yair, please accept it. I have also gained a partner through this misfortune, and I won't be coming to help you anymore. Congratulations." Yair felt happy for Wen Jin, saying, "Then you should keep these crystals. They might come in handy if she gets injured." The neglected Mo Xian draped an arm over Yair's shoulder, stating, "Even if you don't want them, these crystals should still belong to me. Then you can return them. I'll give them to brother Wen Jin instead," Mo Xian replied. Wen Jin chuckled lightly. "I don't need them. My partner has a wood-type companion, and besides, this wolf has also climbed into bed. On the contrary, aren't you approaching adulthood? How do you plan to find a partner without strength?" "I don't have a favorite female yet, and I'm not in a hurry." Yair shrugged. The Mia clan had no females of a similar age. They were either newly born or had already formed bonds with multiple partners. Yair was interested in joining the fray. He rarely interacted with females from other tribes or beast cities, making it impossible to find someone he liked. Mo Xian casually remarked, "By the way, I'll only return half of those crystals. The other half will be considered a reward. Brother will set you up with a line. There's a female who favors males with striking fur. What do you think? Want to consider it? Who is she? Can I meet her first?" Yair hesitated for a moment, his expression serious as he looked at Mo Xian. As for the crystals, he didn't care much. They were merely what he had obtained in his first secret realm, and now that he was at the 4th tier, he could acquire more in the future. However, since Mo Xian was willing to introduce him, he believed in this wolf and didn't want to miss the opportunity. "Xiong clan s Xiong Li. Let us go. There's no time like the present." And thus, Yair was led away by Mo Xian. leaving with Jean to chuckle helplessly as he returned home. In the open space between the inner and outer districts, Xiongli was happily chatting with a few females. I say, Xiongli, Bai Lin has been pursuing you for so long. Why haven't you agreed yet? Xiongli glanced towards the white fox lounging not far away. It was the most talented member of the fox clan, already at the 7th tier like his brother. This fox had been trying to win her favor, being the most persistent among her suitors. It's better to bond during the cold season and have cubs sooner. It'll be more fun during the rainy season. And the cubs will be easier to manage then. Exactly. Otherwise, having half-grown cubs cooped up at home during the cold season would be quite a ruckus. The female speaking recalled her own lively little wolves at home. Pinching her forehead, the little cubs were at their most playful, and during heavy snow, they could only stay inside, bouncing around with pent-up energy. However, with a bit of coaxing, the cubs would obediently stay put. And she couldn't help but feel joy at the thought of them bringing her anything they fancied or found fun. Well, I'm off to find Bai Lin now. I can't chat with you all any longer. Xiongli didn't dislike him. She simply desired something unique. While striking fur was one of her criteria for a partner, it was the sole factor. Her rightful mate indeed needed to possess considerable strength. Bai Lin, why do you follow me around all day? Xiongli teased, playfully pinching the fox's ear. This was her first time touching Bai Lin. His fur felt soft, and she couldn't resist stroking it a few more times. Bai Lin's gaze flickered, his body stiffening, unsure of how to respond. Thinking to himself, help, Lily is too close. Xiongli.mo Xian called from a distance, with Yeo trailing behind him. I'll go take a look. After Xiongli finished speaking, she walked towards Mo Xian, while Bai Lin wore a face of frustration, realizing it was the first time Li had been affectionate towards him, yet he had acted foolishly. Nonetheless, he cautiously transformed into human form and followed closely behind Xiongli. Why aren't you with Jiang Xianqing? What brings you here? I came to inquire about the aftermath concerning Jila. Upon mentioning this, Xiongli became irritated. There's no aftermath. The results haven't even emerged yet. Bella has been staying near Jila, wailing for the past 2 days, even threatening her mate. Father and the others were still deliberating on how to manage males whose beast marks had been broken. Seizing the opportunity while they were talking, Yair discreetly observed Xiongli, and Bai Lin noticed. Unintentionally standing beside Xiongli, he glared at the bright-eyed male from the Miemia clan. He isn't even fully grown fur. Yet he's eyeing Li. The white fox's tail instinctively curled around Xiongli waist, pulling her closer. Just as Xiongli was halfway through her sentence, she looked at him and saw Bai Lin glaring suspiciously at the opposite side. Chapter 55. We can't always be on guard. She thought he was being wary of Mo Xian, and helplessly pinched his foxtail, saying, Don't be jealous of Mo Xian. He already has a partner. And besides, I don't like him. You're much prettier. The drab wolf was no match for the pure white, flawless fox. Only Jiang Xianqing seemed indifferent towards beast forms. Far away in the stone house, Jiang Xianqing sneezed and rubbed his nose, wondering if he had caught a cold from playing in the snow a few days prior. It shouldn't be the case, although his hands felt a bit cold. He didn't feel cold overall. Bai Lin knew he had a partner and was wary of Mo Xian. Faced with someone he lacked confidence, being underage and needing to be cautious. After Xiongli pulled Bai Lin away, Mo Xian took Yair for a stroll around before quietly advising him. If you wish to pursue Xiongli, you should transform into beast form and flaunt yourself in front of her a few more times. It will surely catch her attention. Yair nodded, and Mo Xian bid him farewell, heading straight to his father's house. He offered some suggestions to his father, proposing that, akin to the Western continent, each beast city could design distinct emblems to serve as their identifiers. Males who had lost their beast marks could be stamped with this emblem to distinguish them from the wandering beasts. The tribe required numerous patrol teams daily, although food was scarce during the cold season. Hunting squads were still necessary in the future. Beasts without families could directly join the teams, and the more time they dedicated to the tribe, the greater their contributions would be acknowledged. Some powerful males, like the previous white bear, could also choose to take some of the younger members joining the patrol or hunting teams under their wing for training, imparting their experiences. This would not only strengthen connections among the beasts from different cities, but also cultivate camaraderie through collective training, enabling them to better confront external threats. As for Jila and Bella, while females were undeniably important and deserving of indulgence, males were of lesser concern, provided they did not harm the young. This incident had also sparked thoughts among the leaders of the beast city about punishing them. In the event of offending any temporarily residing female in the future, The high-ranking partners from the opposing side could inflict severe losses on the beast city. Ultimately, the fate of these two females would be determined by all the females in the tribe. If none wished for their retention, Gila and Bella would be relegated to remote areas devoid of beasts, under the guardianship of males. The communal females of the Wangba tribe had no tribe willing to take them in. Under prolonged suffering, without the protection of a contract, their survival would be short-lived. The resources of the beast city and tribes were more inclined towards healthy females. The western continent also did not bring them back, leaving the communal females and some food in the Wangba tribe. If the beast god did not show favor, their lives would come to an end on the snowy mountains. The wandering beasts were notorious for their misdeeds, showing no interest in improving their strength or leading a decent life, instead preoccupied with plundering and destruction. Those females were indeed pitiable. Lang Lang sighed deeply. If there were hope, everyone would shelter them. But most communal females among the wandering beasts were merely surviving, their spirits tormented, and their distorted thoughts not easily amended, with some even colluding with the wandering beast. He still had many tribesmen in the beast city to consider, and could not recklessly sacrifice the city's stability to save every dying soul. He was not that benevolent. Nature dictated survival of the fittest. In other words, those who could live would, while those who could not would perish. Although females were scarce, they were not on the brink of extinction, so there was no need to court trouble. Upon returning home, Mo Xian discovered the great white tiger clinging to Jiang Shenqing. The unfortunate Song Ming experienced a mental turmoil after reaching the 7th tier. With all four paws wrapped around Jiang Xuanqing's legs, he had no mind for cooking. Hence, the other beasts took turns. But they had never cooked seriously, relying on Song Ming. Once he collapsed, the untrained Qi Zhen could hardly manage that. In the end, they could only scrape together a barely edible lunch, which Jiang Shenqing accepted without fuss. After eating and waking, she sorted through the wood they had chopped over the past 3 days. When Jean and Mo Xian were quite diligent, having gathered various types of trees, Jiang Shenqing selected several similarly sized pieces, cut them to the right dimensions, and began carving small figures, creating proportionate 3-head-tall figures, approximately the length of her palm. Just as she started with the ice knife, the white tiger before her began to flirt vigorously, stretching and licking its paws. When it saw she remained unresponsive, it turned around and licked her neck. Jiang Shenqing slapped its head, reasoning that it was acceptable when not clothed. Yet no matter how much a beast shape could exert itself, it could merely brush against her. Was it truly expected to embrace a tiger with affection? She had no peculiar inclinations. Accepting a few partners to coexist was sufficient, while there was no suffering beside a female. The half-conscious tiger had no intention of shifting back to human form, spinning around her and leaving her dizzy. Dinner was hastily dealt with, and Jiang Shenqing retreated to her bedroom, the white tiger following closely behind. Fortunately, it was the cold season, and its fluffy presence provided warmth to her bed. In the dead of night, Song Ming, sporting a pair of beast ears, restlessly roamed over a soft patch. Jiang Shenqing woke from his antics, ultimately embracing his neck and guiding him onto the bed. In the morning, Jiang Shenqing, dragging her weary legs, utilized her concealment skill to dash into Mo Xian's embrace. Outside, only Mo Xian and Wen Jin could contend with him. Wen Jin was too cool, and Bai Han remained downstairs. The small female emitted a strong scent, her lips swollen, the marks from days prior already covered on her fair skin, her small face still flushed. Jiang Shenqing nestled in Mo Xian's arms and dozed off, and he placed a kiss on her forehead before tossing the white tiger down the stairs. Mo Xian brought her back to bed, keeping an eye on the door to prevent the white tiger from sneaking in. Song Ming anxiously scratched at the floor, while the gray wolf yawned, suggesting that Qing Qing needed rest. One could not continuously engage in such activities. The white tiger turned its head with a huff, unwilling to spare the gray wolf a glance, and swished its long tail down to the kitchen to prepare food. By the time Jiang Shenqing woke, it was already noon. Feeling famished, she heard the sounds at the door, prompting Mo Xian to bring up hot porridge and a small bowl of fried meat rice from downstairs. Song Ming followed him up to the 2nd floor. And while Jiang Shenqing had initially enjoyed her meal, the sight of the white tiger beside her, with eyes shining like light bulbs, drastically diminished her appetite. She had truly had enough. Jiang Xuanqing's heart was in tears, knowing that the moment she relented, these creatures would never cease. As soon as Mo Xian departed, Song Ming leaped at her. "Don't let me rest." Jiang Xuanqing's legs trembled, only for Song Ming to simply apply some ointment. In a state of anxious bewilderment, he embraced her waist and drifted off to sleep. For several days, the white tiger feasted to its heart's content, leaving Jiang Xianqing on the verge of tears. When morning came, the still somewhat youthful Song Ming smiled warmly, reassuring her, "Qing, next time I will definitely restrain myself." Yet his direct and fervent gaze at Jiang Xianqing held little persuasiveness. Jiang Xianqing bit down on his ear. It twitched but did not flinch, realizing that being overly soft on the man bore no benefit. Chapter 56. The little snake finally hatches. Song Ming carried Jiang Xianqing downstairs and placed her on a soft mat at the dining table before heading to cook. Jiang Xianqing reached for the snake egg, cradling it in her arms. Despite its considerable size, it still showed no signs of hatching, causing her to fret as she touched the top of the eggshell. Should I break it open to check? No, that would be counterproductive for the child, she thought anxiously, pacing in circles as the little snake remained silent. Jiang Xianqing's gaze drifted off into space. Crack. The crisp sound seemed to echo near her ear, snapping her back to reality. She withdrew her hand and discovered a crack forming at the top of the eggshell, with fragments tumbling inward. Other beasts were also alerted, gathering around. It's finally hatching. Song Ming, spoon in hand, gently prodded the eggshell with the other, surprised. The egg, having been growing larger since its birth, appeared almost lifeless. Crack, crack. The crisp sounds resonated alongside the crunching from within the eggshell. Several beasts encircled, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the snake hatchling, as this was the first time they witnessed such a large snake egg hatching. Jiang Xianqing was equally excited. Finally, she would be able to touch the little one. However, the cracking noise continued, pieces of the eggshell gradually falling away, revealing a white little head. Tender white hands pushed the eggshell aside and began to eat it, treating it like a crispy biscuit. After consuming half, the hatchling stopped, its large purple eyes wide open, surveying its surroundings. Pretty mother and fathers are all around me. The males were momentarily stunned, while Jiang Xianqing gazed at him curiously. The little snake, resembling a 3-month-old infant, had fair skin and a cute white crew cut, sitting obediently in the eggshelled. It bore a resemblance to Bai Han, almost like a miniature version of him. She extended a finger, and the little snake looked up, grasping at Ah, mother. The sweet, melodious voice melted Jiang Xianqing's heart. The males were filled with confusion, exchanging glances. The little snake clutched Jiang Xianqing's finger, exerting effort to crawl out of the eggshell and into her embrace. Kicking aside the troublesome half of the shell, the astonishment in their eyes remained unabated. Typically, offspring were born in beast form, transitioning to human form as they matured and awakened their abilities. Generally, when capable of transforming into human form, they could already run and jump, unlike the current little snake, just learning to crawl. This left Bai Han somewhat speechless, as he had never been taught how to handle such a scenario, having only hatched an egg once before. Mo Xian, deep in thought, extended a finger towards the little snake, which glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and then proudly pinched his finger before turning away. Hey, this little one, while you were in the egg. He put in considerable effort, and yet you offer him no cheerful gaze. The little snake, tugging at its own clothing, was soft, and Jiang Xianqing was both delighted and somewhat at a loss. She had never cared for a child before. Do I need to feed it? No. Wait, I don't have milk, and snakes don't need to drink milk, right? So what does my little one eat? Bai Han took the little snake from Jiang Xianqing's arms, and it sniffed his scent without resistance. Let us give it a name first. All eyes turned to Jiang Xianqing, who pondered thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Song Ming finished preparing breakfast, a golden pumpkin porridge that smelled wonderfully rich. What about Bai Chun? Jiang Xianqing cast a glance at the little snake beside her at that moment. It was obediently nestled in by Han's embrace, yet its gaze was fixated on Song Ming, lost in thought. She noticed her mother turning her head, tempering the emotion in her eyes, and with a nod in response to her mother's expectant inquiry, she affirmed her feelings. She adored Bai Bacon, although Bai Chan was still struggling to articulate words. He spoke in fragmented phrases, reminiscent of a toddler learning to speak. Gradually, he sensed that his energy was becoming unstable, and he was beginning to feel fatigued while maintaining his human form. He tugged at Bai Han's hair, and under his father's perplexed gaze, transformed into a little snake, plopping onto his trousers with a soft thud. Wrapping his tail around himself, he promptly fell asleep. Despite his fondness for his mother, the task of caring for the child was best left to his father. The little snake was thoroughly pleased with his carefully orchestrated entrance and drifted sweetly into slumber. Bai Han, feeling the silver-white snake in his hands, noted its resemblance to his offspring as he pried open the little snake's mouth with his fingertips. He observed its teeth just beginning to emerge, not yet fully developed. It would undoubtedly be somewhat challenging for it to tear into meat at this stage. However, it could start with some egg liquid. As there were still a couple of wild bird eggs left from the last time, why did it revert back? Jiang Xianqing leaned against Bai Han, her fingers grazing the little snake, a swirl of peculiar emotions stirring within her. A blend of sentiments that was bittersweet. That it was hard to believe that she had truly borne a child with Bai Han. Suddenly thrust into the role of a mother, she felt a sense of awkwardness and unease. Surely the little snake would be easy to care for. Perhaps it was simply tired, as maintaining human form consumed energy. What would it eat? Its biting force was weak, so consuming egg liquid would be the most convenient option. However, it was uncertain whether the little snake would even relish it. After breakfast, Jiang Xianqing meticulously arranged the remaining eggshells with animal skins, placing the little snake inside. She too had a child. Jiang Xianqing had never encountered a newborn before. Tasha's tiger cub had already grown up, and moreover, white tigers and snakes were not of the same species, with the males rarely engaging in conversation with her. She had not noticed the little snake's peculiarity, perhaps initially sensing a vague strangeness, but now, as the snake cub appeared healthy before her, many of her doubts dissipated. After lunch, Jiang Xianqing intended to take the snake cub along to sleep, but Bai Han assured her that he would take care of the little snake, allowing her to continue pursuing her desires. Jiang Xianqing thought that as long as she could see the little snake upon waking, she would simply go to sleep, feeling reassured by the presence of the males. While Jiang Xianqing indulged in her afternoon nap, the males gathered in a cluster, whispering amongst themselves, some of the beasts adopting their half-beast forms for comfort. When Jean spoke calmly, observing that Bai Chan indeed possessed remarkable talent, as it was quite rare for such a young cub to be able to transform. After all, Qingqing was an outsider, and it was natural for her offspring to be somewhat different. I recall a unique female from the Western continent. Although her offspring were few, they bore resemblance to normal cubs. Mo Xian recalled a female he had encountered during a supply exchange in the Western continent. She possessed many peculiar items and inevitably had more interactions. Much like Jiang Xianqing, experiencing her monthly cycle once a month. Though the scent was masked, sometimes when the wind blew, he could catch a whiff of blood. Perhaps Bai Chan was somewhat special, and it was highly probable that the next litter would belong to Tsangming. Bai Han pondered thoughtfully. It was indeed difficult for Qingqing to conceive. In the eastern continent and the cave, she had been unable to bear offspring, while other females had already produced multiple litters. He had only managed to father Bai Chan after a violent surge of spiritual energy and possession. Perhaps Qingqing was already pregnant with a little tiger cub. Whatever the case, if she could conceive, they would simply raise the child. If not, it would be a relief. Chapter 57. It seems you are pregnant. Tsangming no longer cared. Initially, he sought to claim the title of first, but with that gone, he allowed everything to unfold naturally. The others were similarly indifferent when Jean was not with her for the sake of offspring, and moreover, he never left anything inside her. Mo Xian showed little interest in offspring. Having them would leave him with little time to spend with Qingqing. After all, in the cave, the snake eggs were akin to his own cubs, requiring constant supervision. They anticipated various eventualities and discussed how to explain the unusualness of concealing the little cubs to outsiders or beasts. Upon waking, the little snake discovered them huddled together. Evading the gazes of the other beasts, It quickly swam to Tsangming's side and bit into the tail of the white tiger. Purple sparks erupted, electrifying the tiger's tail and even causing the fur on its body to stand on end. Bad father. The little snake recalled its intention to shatter the eggshell, having longed to bite him. Tsangming jolted in surprise, his tail swinging in front of him, revealing the tiny silver-white snake dangling from it. Bai Chan, why are you biting me? Tsangming flicked the little snake's tail before pulling it down, the little snake wriggling and squirming as if engaged in abdominal exercises. Why do you dislike me? Tsangming pondered, utterly bewildered. He had done nothing to warrant such animosity. The little snake, haughtily ignoring him, declared its singular affection for its mother. As for Mo Xian and Qi Zhan, they were merely tolerable due to their care of the eggs. The father still had to tend to the little snake, coupled with its instinctive admiration for its father. The little snake felt a flicker of fondness for Bai Han. As for the remaining two, they were inconsequential. If it wished to bite, it would. There was no need for words. The first lesson of snake life was that without strength, one must obediently endure. Songming shot at a disdainful glance. You're a little thing with little power, yet you possess such audacity. He grasped the little snake's tail and began to sway it. Before long, Bai Chan felt dizzy. In a moment of spinning, he seemed to catch sight of a small hem of a skirt. Instantly, the little snake transformed back into human form and began to cry. The sound of his wails hastened Jiang Xianqing, who was on her way downstairs. Halfway down the staircase, she spotted Songming swinging the little snake's delicate feet. Songming, you shall feel my wrath. Jiang Xianqing felt overwhelmed. Her emotions surging, and with a clenched fist, she rushed at Songming and delivered a punch. Then, she scooped up her tearful little snake into her embrace. What do you think you are doing with my child? Jiang Xianqing squinted, her voice laced with displeasure as she poked Bai Han's arm. The males were equally astonished. They had presumed the little snake could merely transform into human form, but to their surprise, it had simultaneously awakened its extraordinary abilities, and they hadn't anticipated becoming accomplices in the spectacle. Songming stood in shock, incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at Bai Chan, who wore a triumphant smile while being carried by Jiang Xianqing. When Jiang Xianqing directed her gaze at him, the little snake adopted an expression of innocent grievance. This is unjust. Qingqing, you must see clearly. He bit me first without reason. Songming clutched Jiang Xuanqing's leg, shooting daggers at the little snake with his eyes. Cunning serpent, you've only just emerged and already seek to sow discord. Songming placed his tail in Jiang Xuanqing's hands, but regrettably, the little snake's bite was feeble, and its fur remained as lush as ever. Jiang Xianqing pinched its tail, scrutinizing the little one in her arms. Is this how it is? Bai Chan blinked his large eyes in silence, both adorable and dazed. However, Jiang Xianqing pulled a white hair from his mouth. Why did you bite Songming? The little snake cautiously observed Jiang Xuanqing's expression, reassured by her ever-loving demeanor. The beasts exchanged knowing glances, stifling laughter. Serves you right. It's time to learn to keep your mouth in check. Jiang Xianqing found herself both amused and exasperated. The little snake bore quite the grudge, and she wondered from whom he had inherited that trait. After grasping the situation, she kissed Songming and chuckled. I was mistaken. Next time, I will ensure to clarify before taking action. It's all right. Qingqing, it doesn't hurt. Just kiss me again. Songming had been completely enchanted by the soft touch. Grinning as he leaned closer to Jiang Xianqing, seeking sweets, the little snake shot him a disdainful glance and kicked him. Your scent is all over my mother. Do you think I would let you near? Qingqing, while you dote on him, the males are inherently different. Excessive pampering is not beneficial, and a few bumps and scrapes are to be expected. Bai Han embraced both mother and child, which was why they had not intervened. Firstly, Songming was merely playing with it, and secondly, since the little snake had hatched, it must begin to learn to navigate the world around it. Jiang Xianqing furrowed her brow, for she understood the rationale behind this. Yet in her previous life, offspring required attentive care, making it difficult for her to shift her mindset in an instant. Well, I won't interfere excessively. I trust you all. Jiang Xianqing was uncertain about how to rear the little snake, but she had faith in them and would gradually learn to adapt her perspective. While playfulness was all well and good, she would not show favoritism toward the snake cub when it came to serious matters. Shouldn't we make it some clothing first? When Jean remarked thoughtfully, observing the bare little Bai Chan, exposing his bottom and tiny bird, Bai Chan could hardly maintain his human form for long, and naturally, there was no energy for clothing to materialize. The snake cub's human form was fleeting, and given that he still resembled a little infant, Jiang Xianqing had not paid it much mind until that moment. Oh, Bai Han, why don't you make him an outfit first? No need. Bai Chan shook his head before transforming back into a little snake, plopping down once more. That I don't require clothing. Soon enough, my energy will stabilize, and I will be able to transform on my own. Absorbing energy from the outside world is ultimately not as swift as drawing from crystals. The little snake climbed onto Bai Han's shoulder, its head affectionately nudging against its father's cheek. That I'm hungry, and I would also like a few pieces of crystal. Songming extracted an egg from the spatial realm, a single egg reaching the height of Jiang Xuanqing's calf. In a bid to avoid waste, Songming merely opened a small aperture and offered a cup of egg liquid to Bai Han. The little snake coiled its tail around the cup, obediently consuming its contents. Though the taste was not as delectable as the aroma of roasted meat, the little snake was not picky, satisfied as long as it could fill its belly. Jiang Xianqing felt a pang of nostalgia for her mobile phone. Wishing to capture a few photographs, while she could not take pictures, she could resort to drawing. Are there any pigments here? Something that can be used for coloring, which is not easily washed away or faded. Yes, the new dress was dyed by me, but I only possess one or two colors. Bai Han produced a dyeable mineral and handed it to Jiang Xianqing, noting that for other colors, they would have to exchange in the Western continent. Jiang Xianqing declined to take it, as having merely one or two colors was not particularly useful, and she lacked a place to store it. You keep it for now. When you obtain other colors, you can give it back to me. All right. The little snake consumed more than half a cup of the egg liquid before returning to its eggshell to sleep, while Bai Han placed 5 crystal stones around it. As he leaned too close, Songming's totem began to radiate warmth, and he gently rested his head on Jiang Xuanqing's shoulder, whispering, "Qingqing, it seems you are expecting a little cub." Chapter 58. Infiltrating the beast pile for learning, huh? How could you sense it so soon? I can sense them as soon as they start to exist. Initially, only proximity would yield a reaction. Bai Han was indeed correct. Several beasts were equally astonished. They had thought they would have the opportunity to rest once Songming was done, yet the tiger cub was only 3 months old. None of them considered the possibility of it being female. Given the low birth rate of females, the dominance of males in a litter is one reason for the significant disparity between the sexes. Jiang Xianqing assumed this experience would mirror the last. Without much change, however, merely half a month had passed, and she began to experience drowsiness and morning sickness. Even her chest felt slightly swollen and painful, to the point where it was unbearable to touch. She felt as if she were languishing in Mo Xian's embrace. Qi Zhen was not at home, and Mo Xian had given her a piece of wood crystal, yet there was still no improvement. He gathered energy in his hands and gently massaged her. Jiang Xianqing found herself feeling nauseous even at the scent of the enticing roasted meat. After several days of poor eating, her previously regained health began to dwindle. Once again, she skipped lunch and retreated to her bedroom for sleep. When it was time for her to typically awaken, Songming ascended to call for her. "Don't know. I've told you I want to eat." Under the influence of hormones, coupled with her grogginess, Jiang Xianqing found it difficult to suppress her irritability, and her demeanor turned somewhat unpleasant as she rolled over with her eyes closed. Her flailing hands inadvertently struck Songming's face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed in her ears. She was too sleepy to open her eyes, and despite having heard it, she fell back into a deep slumber. Songming felt a pang of heartache. How could she not eat while carrying a cub? How could her body withstand this? He rushed to seek advice from the shaman in Beast City, encountering Xiongli, who was also experiencing morning sickness from her pregnancy. However, Xiongli appeared to be in better spirits, even delivering a punch to the swaying Bai Lin. "Stop moving around. It only makes me feel worse." "Woo woo woo." Li Li, the shaman, said to eat something sour. "I've squeezed a bit of sour fruit juice for you to try." Bai Lin was in tears, overwhelmed, as he was the only one at home to care for Xiongli. Xiongli took a sip, her face contorting in response to the sourness. Not only did her stomach churn, but now excessive saliva began to flow. No, it's too sour." Songming relayed the situation to the shaman, who also suggested giving the female some sour food, but advised against feeding it directly like Bai Lin had done. Songming pondered this and exchanged for some sour fruits at the trading post in Beast City. The male beasts clustered together. Curious about what was happening, he stood behind a pterosaur, observing as the pterosaur clan and the storage manager of Beast City demonstrated the use of a bag of white powder. "This is called flour. Simply add an appropriate amount of water, knead it into a dough, and roll it out into circular pieces. Remember, it should neither be too thick nor too thin. Then fold and cut it into strips. Once the water bubbles, place it in the boiling water until cooked. It can be enjoyed with broth or directly boiled in the broth." The females unanimously praised the noodles, declaring them chewy and delicious. There are many different ways to prepare it, so everyone can try experimenting. For the time being, it is inexpensive to exchange. The males sampled a bite of the cooked noodles, finding them to possess a unique flavor compared to rice. "Could you demonstrate other methods as well?" "Yes, indeed. We might waste a lot of this powder if we don't figure it out ourselves. It's easy to say. Just mix flour with a small amount of water until it becomes fluffy. The water should be minimal, and after several rounds of stirring, it can be boiled. Add a dash of sour sauce for seasoning. Those who enjoy various vegetables can also boil some alongside." Pregnant females adored the new flavors and styles, ensuring that you would regain their favor, and the next litter of cubs would be yours. Whether Songming noticed this or not, the pregnant females were captivated, and his radar picked up their signals, prompting him to move aside to study earnestly. Perhaps Qingqing could manage a bite or two. A small stone pot could not hold much, and given that it was merely a demonstration, only a few males tasted a bite. Songming also sampled a bit, and found it quite delightful. Point 1 could also knead the dough after first mixing hot water to form a fluffy texture before adding cold water, rolling it into thin discs, brushing a bit of oil between them, and steaming them until cooked, which could be enjoyed with roasted meat. The various methods of consuming flour appeared to be abundant, and those with females at home were intrigued. Songming returned home carrying a bag of flour as tall as his calf, along with the sour fruits. The dinner table would once again be adorned with new delicacies. However, he was uncertain whether they would suit Qingqing's palate. The evening meal consisted of a tangy and savory dumpling soup, in which Songming used a bit of red sand fruit, squeezed in some sour juice, and added tender slices of meat along with homegrown leafy vegetables, seasoning it well. With Mo Xian present, he was not concerned about the vegetables being spoiled. They must continue to be cultivated. Once prepared, Songming ascended to call for Jiang Xianqing. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Jiang Xianqing lay in bed, staring blankly, feeling somewhat hungry, yet the thought of roasted meat diminished her appetite. It was too greasy, and she would rather nibble on a cucumber or enjoy some fruit. Moreover, upon awakening, she felt a twinge of regret for having snapped at Songming for no reason. When Songming came to summon her for dinner, she nestled in her blankets, explaining and apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Why are you apologizing to me for no reason?" Songming gently pulled her from her cocoon of blankets, helping her into her shoes. "It's just today. I lost my temper with you and even hit you." Jiang Xianqing lowered her gaze at Songming, who was crouched down tying her shoes, feeling somewhat disheartened. This pregnancy was affecting her far too much. The flicker of tenderness crossed Songming's eyes, overshadowed by concern. His tone softened as he self-reproached. "I should be the one apologizing. You've suffered because of me. It's my failure to care for you properly, making it difficult for you to eat and sleep while pregnant, that I understand that you cannot control it. It's normal, that don't be upset. I've prepared a new flavor today. Perhaps you will enjoy it. Come and try." Songming carried her to the dining table downstairs, where Mo Xian had already prepared a bowl upon hearing their arrival. While Wen Jin tied back Jiang Xuanqing's slightly troublesome hair, Jiang Xianqing inhaled the delicious aroma wafting through the air and took a sip. The dumplings were soft, chewy, and imbued with a hint of sourness and a touch of spice. Refreshing and appetizing. After finishing a bowl, she felt significantly better. The dumplings appeared evenly sized, and the broth was somewhat separated, rather than congealed. Seeing her desire for a second bowl, Songming flashed a broad smile, happily serving her a smaller portion, as he worried about her overeating and potentially feeling nauseous again. Eating smaller, more frequent meals was no trouble at all. The little snake sniffed the egg liquid, then swam over to the table, noticing there was still plenty left in the stone pot. "Songming Baba, I want some too." "No grass leaves." The little snake felt its mouth water at the fragrant aroma. Songming served it a small dish, primarily filled with meat slices, with only a few dumplings and broth. The little snake relished its meal, declaring Songming Baba to be third in his heart. By Han, feeling neglected, retrieved the leftover egg liquid back into the spatial realm, while the little snake burped contentedly, bidding its mother good night before curling up to sleep. After Jiang Xianqing had eaten her fill and washed up, she soaked her feet, feeling quite well from dinner until bedtime. There was no nausea, and the pain had eased significantly. Chapter 59. The little tiger cub with sparse fur. That evening, Qijin returned home, having absorbed a considerable amount of crystal stones after consuming some beast meat and drinking plenty of water. After a brief rest overnight, she entered the secret realm again the next day. As the only one at home in the lowest phase, she seized the opportunity to accumulate some crystals. After the cold season, she might have to travel extensively, leaving no time for casual visits to the secret realm. The cold wind howled outside, and the heavy snowflakes danced in the wind. The weather outside was gloomy, and the blankets felt as cold as ice, making Jiang Xianqing reluctant to move. Once Mo Xian raised the room temperature, the animal hide blankets began to soften and warm up. Jiang Xianqing quickly dressed, while Wen Jin used his powers to create a thicker layer of ice outside the window, allowing light to filter through while blocking the cold wind from seeping inside. On the first floor, Songming began to cook noodles, preparing a broth similar to yesterday's, but this time using noodles. However, this was a plight for the little snake, who did not eat noodles as soon as it took a bite. The noodles broke and fell into the bowl. Controlling its strength, the slippery noodles slid right out of its mouth. After a long while, it had not managed to eat a single bite. The small snake gazed with wide, bewildered eyes, clearly struggling with its predicament. After slurping up the noodles, Jiang Xianqing couldn't help but laugh heartily for quite some time. She finished the soup, then deftly used clean chopsticks to twirl the noodles. Enticing the little snake to open its mouth and gently fed it a well-formed bundle. At last, the little snake was able to eat. Munching away, it acknowledged that while the noodles were indeed quite delightful, they paled in comparison to the convenience of the meat cubes from the previous evening. Moreover, it barely chewed a couple of times before it swallowed the noodles whole, with only a few strands remaining. Jiang Xianxing quickly finished feeding it, leaving the rest of the meat slices for Bai Chun to consume. The meat from the previous night had also been cut into small strips by Master Songming using wind, allowing it to be easily devoured without the need for tearing. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Jiang Xianxing appeared to be in good spirits, her complexion radiant. Although her pregnancy symptoms were pronounced, they seemed to be dissipating swiftly. The spacious interior of the first floor provided ample room for Jiang Xianxing to engage in light exercises during the past 2 weeks, primarily stretching her legs and arms without any vigorous workouts. Meanwhile, the little snake practiced using its abilities to navigate through the obstacles set up by the various fathers, enhancing its proficiency while stabilizing the energy within its body, thus eliminating the need to scurry about in its human form without proper attire. Its physique had grown considerably, allowing Jiang Xianxing to half squat and hold its small hand as they strolled leisurely. Life was blissfully stable, yet a month had passed, and her belly still showed no signs of movement. Songming was uncertain about the number of offspring she carried, but upon inspecting Jiang Xianxing after Qi Zhen's arrival, he speculated that there might still only be one, that the life energy was not particularly robust, comparable to that of the little snake at the time. In the 7th month of the cold season, beasts with insufficient food stores launched an assault on Beast City. It was a chaotic melee, with the beasts seizing the opportunity to prey upon their weaker counterparts while also attacking the males of Beast City. Though they lacked abilities, their physical strength was formidable, far surpassing that of the beast men. Wild eagles soared above, their piercing gaze effortlessly locating vulnerable defenses to join the fray, their wings adorned with razor-sharp feathers that easily sheared off a corner of the city wall. As they flapped their wings, they conjured a tempest of wind and snow, driving it towards the males of the tribe. On the ground, the wild boar king charged with fur as tough as steel, wreaking havoc, much like Roan Mama's needle-like attacks on Ziwei. Many of the unprepared males were left riddled with wounds. The 3 leaders, accompanied by the high-ranking males of their respective clans, took the lead in confronting the foremost of the beasts. Bai Han struck down a wild boar king with a single lash of his tail, leaving scratches on its impervious scales. The boar, panting heavily and with bloodshot eyes, charged again. Mo Xian, unable to engage directly, resorted to launching fireballs from a distance while forming an icy cage to contain the creature and prevent it from causing further destruction. Vines dragged the injured males back, while Qi Zhen and the wood-type beast men remained in Beast City to tend to their wounds. Males injured while defending Beast City or the tribe were entitled to free treatment. Every beast contributed its strength. Concurrently, at home, there were 1 or 2 watching over the females to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The fierce battle raged for 3 days before concluding, resulting in the loss of many males, their bodies either carried off or dragged away, while the pack of beasts seized numerous carcasses of their own kind during their retreat. Beast City amassed a considerable number of beast corpses, yet suffered significant losses as well. The 3 engaged in combat outside also sustained injuries, though none were severe. The wild boar king lost a leg and fled, while the wild eagles made their exit. Yair carried Bai Lin to Xiong Li's residence. Bai Lin, Xiong Li, tears brimming in her eyes, dashed out into the heavy snow without hesitation. Eli Li, I'm fine, please return. Bai Lin had merely suffered a penetrating injury to one leg, which, though painful, was not broken. He could still walk, albeit with a slight limp, and it was Yair's initiative to bring him back. The feelings of the males were unmistakable, and indeed, Xiong Li needed a companion to care for her. A wood-type beast man would be just perfect. Yair remained in his human form before Xiong Li, fully aware that his beast form might capture her attention. Yet he hoped Xiong Li would choose him for the affection he had shown rather than the allure of his beastly appearance. The remaining affairs of Beast City were left to the leaders, while Mo Xian was still required to assist. Bai Han, Wen Jin, and Qi Zhen returned home first. The little fox promptly collapsed from exhaustion, having expended too much energy, and the wood crystal was unlikely to be easily retrieved. Fortunately, the males were not severely injured. Most merely experienced continuous bleeding, while the gravely wounded perished before they could be brought back. The Earth-type beastmen set about repairing Beast City, while the others processed the beast meat, some of which was stored within the city while the rest was distributed evenly. Those with females and young received a slightly larger share. And females who lost their males were granted several wood crystals. The heavy snow soon concealed the bloodstains, restoring tranquility to Beast City as they recuperated. In the 8th month of the cold season. On a night a few days later, Jiang Xianqing settled into a hot bath, steam enveloping her fair cheeks. Just as she was enjoying the warmth, a sudden sharp pain gripped her lower abdomen, followed by the sensation of something dropping out. What could it be? Surely it wasn't the birth. She reached down and retrieved a small, hairless creature, no larger than her palm. The dim lighting was illuminated by Xian's flames, allowing Jiang Xianqing to clearly see that it was a feebly breathing, hairless infant. She was momentarily stunned, but Xian swiftly lifted her and placed her on the bed before hastening to summon the other beasts. Jiang Xianqing gently cradled the little one in her hands, cautious not to grip too tightly. Something was still flowing beneath her, a faint metallic scent lingering in the air, somewhat overwhelming. The crimson fox quickly scampered over, followed closely by the other beasts. The infant was held in Xian's hands, while Qizhen examined Jiang Xianqing, confirming that there was indeed only one hairless baby, which had just been born and was still unclean, likely to bleed for a few days. Qizhen helped to clean her up, replacing her undergarments and nightgown, and changing the bedding to fresh linens. The differences between live birth and egg-laying were evident. Snake eggs were convenient, but raising a tiger cub posed more challenges. Xian dared not even breathe, having never seen such a small newborn, hairless and frail, appearing as though it could vanish at any moment. Chapter 60, Culinary Training and Urgency. It needs to eat now. What should it eat? Jiang Xianqing felt relatively well, experiencing no discomfort, and upon glancing at the infant, she remembered that she had no milk. However, she thought it reasonable that she might not have milk right after giving birth. Xian handed the hot potato to Songming, fearful that the infant might perish in his grasp. A heavy silence enveloped the group. As this was their first encounter with such a situation, and none had a solution, Bai Qin entered leisurely with a bamboo tray, having been left behind by the others who had rushed too quickly. He placed the tray on the bed, which was lined with animal skins, freshly replaced by their mother. He generously offered the tray to his newly born brother. Songming placed the infant inside, scratching his head, wondering if it would need to eat right away. Its eyes were still shut, and being both bald and unattractive, it seemed to inhale more than it exhaled. What could it possibly eat? The little snake glanced over and casually suggested, "How about eating crystals?" For reasons unknown, the little snake had absorbed very little energy while in the womb and, not wishing to deplete its mother's energy, had merely maintained basic growth and development, resulting in its diminutive size at birth. Songming exchanged glances with Bai Qin, and amidst Qizhen's helpless expression, he placed a piece of crystal before the infant. If snake eggs could absorb energy, then perhaps a tiger cub could as well. With prior experience, Bai Qin understood that the tiger cub was similar to him in that regard, but he had the eggshell to convert energy for absorption. While the newborn cub lacked such means, the tiny hand grasped the crystal and bit into it, while the other hand pried open its mouth to pour the energy liquid inside. The action appeared somewhat rough, causing the males to tense up, fearing that the fragile infant might perish from a careless mistake. However, the result was promising. The infant's breathing steadied, and though it coughed slightly, it was otherwise unharmed and soon rolled over to fall asleep. The crystals Songming had were acquired from the wandering beasts and during his brief forays into secret realms within caves, and now, having reached the 7th tier, he was left with only 2 or 3 crystals. If the infant required them, he would have to venture into a secret realm. Qizhen remained above to watch over the large and small ones, while the other beasts descended to discuss matters. In the urgent culinary training under Master Tsang's guidance, each beast learned a dish within just a few days. Xian's abilities made it easy for him to roast meat. Qizhen learned to prepare various porridge dishes. Bai Han was now capable of stir-frying, and when Jean mastered noodles and noodle soup, although the presentation left much to be desired, the flavors were commendable. Bai Qin continued as before, and the little tiger cub slept throughout the day, occasionally receiving a few mouthfuls of energy from Bai Qin. Jiang Xianqing embraced Songming, planting a kiss on his lips. The great white tiger tightened his embrace around the gasping individual before entering the secret realm. Half a month later, the last month of the northern continent's cold season arrived, and on the first day of September, the snow began to subside, and Qizhen broke through to the 6th tier. While Xian became increasingly busy. As the heir to the Wolf clan's leadership, he knew he would have to leave. Otherwise, the clan would need to compete anew. and he had various matters to attend to. Wolf Lang repeatedly inquired about his departure, asking if he truly intended to leave. Why not stay? Although the cold season in the northern continent is long, the hot season is short. He didn't mention that the rainy season was also brief. Besides, how could a young female leave without even properly exploring Beast City? Father, if you miss me, I can return to see you. Mo Xian smiled wryly, having never seen him so clingy. Did their mother prefer him to be needy? How shameless it was. Who would miss you? With you gone, the tribe would lose an 8th-tier warrior, a significant loss of combat strength. Where would he find another to replace you? Lang Lang rolled his eyes, exasperated by the audacity of this impudent child who, after reaching adulthood, was urged to find a mate and settle down to take over the affairs of Beast City. Yet, he had complained incessantly about the reminders. Even the females were avoiding him, and now, without a word, he had chosen a partner and decided to run off with someone else, leaving a myriad of complications in his wake. Mo Xian frequently departed from the stone chamber, and Jiang Xianqing did not inquire. Her thoughts were predominantly occupied with the little tiger cub. With too many companions to distinguish easily, Jiang Xianqing had allowed them to take their father's surname. The little tiger cub was named Songlan. Having just been born, its once rosy body had sprouted fur, transforming into a fluffy little ball. Although its body had not grown much, it spent each day nestled in a bamboo basket, alternating between eating and sleeping or observing its surroundings with its azure eyes wide open. Jiang Xianqing was perplexed that, despite experiencing breast pain for half a month, she had yet to produce any milk. The poor little creature could only subsist on the energy from the crystal stones left by Tsang Ming and a bit of rice soup. With its teeth yet to emerge, it could only watch others eat and drink at leisure. Upon hearing that they would be leaving after the cold season, Xiongli brought her litter of fox cubs to visit Jiang Xianqing. 5 plump, white-furred foxes obediently trailed behind their mother, each one adorably fluffy. It suddenly dawned on Jiang Xianqing that the little tiger cub might not be entirely normal. After all, Xiongli had not had a mate prior, and even if she had conceived quickly, the timelines should have been roughly comparable. Yet, the fox cub was larger than Song Lan, even when combined with the other cubs. Just as she contemplated this, she realized that Shizhen had already taken the snake and the white tiger upstairs. Qingqing, I thought you were going to settle in Beast City. I didn't expect you to leave so soon. Jiang Xianqing gently patted the curious fox cub with ice blue eyes and then reached out to another, ensuring that she gave each of the 5 a fair share of affection. Yuer had not seen Mo Xian and assumed he must be busy, but brother Wenjin was present, and they were engaged in a hushed conversation nearby. Well, I happened to arrive here unexpectedly. Someone is still waiting for me in the eastern continent. Jiang Xianqing smiled warmly, but refrained from elaborating further. So, will you be settling in the eastern continent from now on? It's hard to say. We still plan to venture to the western continent for a visit, though. I would love to go to the western continent as well. Perhaps we might meet there someday. Xiongli had no intention of settling in the western continent, but she was contemplating how to bring back a few high-ranking males. Xiong Li's exuberant and cheerful demeanor made Jiang Xianqing reminisce about Tasha. Perhaps by the time she returned, Tasha's little rabbit would be able to take on Song Lan with a single punch. For several consecutive days, Xiong Li wandered through Beast City with Jiang Xianqing, attempting to persuade her to stay, but Jiang Xianqing's resolve was unwavering. As the final month approached, the temperature began to gradually warm, and the thick, fluffy garments were slowly exchanged. The little courtyard was tidied up. With the snow piled in a corner by mid-September, Bai Chun could already run and jump on his own. But the little tiger cub had just learned to walk and, with its short legs unsteady, tumbled down the steps, dazed and seeing stars. The 2 cubs were immensely curious about the outside world, frolicking joyfully by the remnants of the snow, each one wider than the last, their beast forms smaller than one another, diving into the snowdrift where no one could spot them. Song Ming had yet to return, and when Jean went inside, leaving only 2 beasts and 2 cubs at home, while Mo Xian had vanished without a trace. After a while, the little snake emerged. It had not yet grown large enough to roll around in the snow for long, and soon it would be frozen stiff. Chapter 61. Departing for the eastern continent. The little white tiger followed the little snake at a leisurely pace, while Jiang Xianqing sat at the entrance of her home, carving a small wooden sculpture. She had yet to complete even one, and it seemed unlikely that she would finish her plans on the last day of the cold season. Song Ming and Wenjin emerged one after the other. Jiang Xianqing had just finished washing up and was preparing to continue her carving when she was suddenly pounced upon. Qingqing, I missed you so much. The large white tiger nuzzled against her, overwhelmed with excitement to the point of wanting to lick her. Jiang Xinqing politely declined. No licking. All right then. Song Ming, a bit disappointed, transformed into his human form and embraced Jiang Xinqing, showering her with affectionate kisses. Although she longed for Song Ming as well, his fervor was a bit overwhelming for her at that moment. Is that all right? Song Ming gazed intently at her, and Jiang Xuanqing's lips twitched as she decisively declined. It was either licking or daytime arousal. Neither was particularly agreeable. With his ears drooping, Song Ming's disappointment was evident on his face, prompting Jiang Xinqing to soften and initiate an embrace, kissing him in his excitement. Song Ming's tail swished, accidentally knocking the little white tiger away. What were you thinking? You can't compete with her tail's thickness. Why rush over? Bai Chun grasped the dazed Song Lan by the nape and lifted it, patting the dirt off its fur. Long-haired ones are prone to getting dirty, the little snake remarked, a hint of disdain in its tone. Oh, Song Lan protested. I just wanted to see father for the first time. Who knew I would get swatted away by the tail? The little white tiger obediently lay on Bai Chen's arm, watching the two people in broad daylight who were engrossed in their affection. Wenjin, why are you just standing there? What are you looking at? As Mo Xian returned from outside, he spotted Wenjin standing at the doorway, seemingly lost in thought. Upon entering, his expression soured. This tiger returned only to seduce Qingqing. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Xinqing felt utterly uncomfortable. Although they were already an old married couple, there was still an undeniable sensation of infidelity in front of another. She was not accustomed to displaying affection in front of others. So she pushed Song Ming away, her cheeks flushing crimson. When Jean waited until Song Ming went to check on the little tiger cub before sitting beside Jiang Xinqing. Qingqing, he gently grasped her hand, his gaze tender. Jiang Xinqing braced herself to meet his eyes, aware of his intentions. However, kissing one person and then moving on to the next felt rather inappropriate. Moreover, once the precedent was set, wouldn't it mean that each subsequent kiss would have to be reciprocated? Jiang Xinqing envisioned that scenario and found it somewhat unbearable, shaking her head in distaste. When Jean did not press further, he merely interlocked his fingers with hers. Each time their eyes met, he offered a gentle smile, though a hint of melancholy lingered in the depths of his gaze. Finally, I can see it. Song Ming held up the little white tiger, examining it from various angles. It looked much better than when it was born. Its fur was smooth, and the black stripes had grown just right. However, it was a bit small. Song Ming recalled Jiang Xinqing praising Tasha's cub for its cuteness and resolved to raise Song Lan to be plump and adorable. He glanced at Bai Chen, pondering whether a snake that was too fat would appear unattractive. 18 noon. The bustling lunch scene was overseen by Song Ming, and the remaining beasts collectively exhaled with relief. Although it brought a sense of satisfaction to witness Qingqing enjoying her meals daily, the mere thought of what to prepare next weighed heavily upon several of them. That evening, Mo Xian stood guard at the foot of the stairs with his two cubs, while Jiang Xinqing ascended and, with a gentle tug on Wenjin's belt, led him into the bedroom. Soft palms grazed across his chest, though his muscles lacked the pronounced bulk of Mo Xian. They still presented a delightful sensation. As Jiang Xinqing teasingly slid her hands down the defined contours of his physique, Wenjin fought back the urge to blush, ultimately succumbing to her advances and pinning her beneath him. Outside, several beasts exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to listen to the alluring sounds and forcing themselves to drift into slumber. The first day of the rainy season in the northern continent had arrived. While the eastern continent was already entering the second month of its downpour, in the early morning, the males rose early to prepare, and when Jiang Xinqing was finally ready to set off, they hastily consumed a light breakfast. After bidding farewell to Mo Xian and a Fu, they departed, with Yair accompanying Wenjin. Thus, their brief sojourn in the northern continent came to a close. The initial days of the rainy season rarely saw rainfall, providing an ideal opportunity for travel. The trees still bore their bare branches, and in shaded areas, remnants of snow had yet to melt. As they journeyed, they paused intermittently, allowing the two cubs to frolic during their breaks, filling the air with laughter and joy for half a month. Upon reaching the border of the northern continent, they found a nearby cave to rest. The eastern continent continued to be drenched in rain, and they pondered how to ensure Jiang Xinqing had a pleasant experience during their travels from the moment they entered this area. Nana had taken note of them. A few females from the tribe, accompanied by food, had chosen to become concubines in some beast cities. Despite this, their partners were merely low-ranking beastmen, devoid of the tribe's privileges. Though they retained the right to refuse any beastmen they found unappealing in a Na. However, was unwilling. Her partner must be formidable, and those unattractive creatures could not possibly compare to her standards. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before she was captured by a group of wayward beasts, among whom was a shameless female who firmly controlled the higher-ranking males within the group. Frustrated and lacking food to return to the beast city, Nana found herself in a predicament. Remaining with the wayward beasts was both humiliating and stripped her of the power to refuse. While the group of wayward beasts feared their strength and refrained from confrontation, Nana was undeterred. After all, she was a female, and if the Western continent had not eradicated them, it was unlikely these beastmen would dare to do so either. Concealed in the shadows, she gazed at the familiar faces within the cave. When Zhou had perished before her eyes, his heart cruelly extracted, and now, this strikingly similar, yet distinctly different figure could very well be his twin brother. It was a rarity in the beast world to encounter identical beastmen. He appeared gentle and kind, and recalling the jibes directed at Wenjin, Nana surmised he was likely the most agreeable among the males. His temperament seemed exceedingly pleasant. Otherwise, how could a Scorpion clan member attract a normal female? She eagerly awaited the moment when Wenjin might emerge to hunt or engage in some activity. As if the beast god had heard her silent wish, a striking male approached, his face adorned with a perpetual gentle expression, reminiscent of warm sunlight on a winter's day. Nana's gaze was solely fixated upon him. Had she known, she would have pursued him first, unlike those two worthless moths who perished prematurely, regrettably, before Wenjin could take a further step closer. A stray bee spotted Nana and rushed forward to seize her. What a farce. Females were already scarce, and it was a stroke of luck to capture one. She could not be allowed to perish. The spinning ice blades in the air lost their target as Wenjin withdrew his powers. The moment Nana approached, they recognized her. The other beasts were unfamiliar with her, but Wenjin was acutely aware of her presence. He had intended to deal with the situation quietly to avoid complications, yet she was taken away. However, this was ultimately for the best, as it spared him the trouble of having to skillfully excavate a pit with his ice shovel. They were not nearly as steady as the Elephant Clan. In fact, they were less stable than a single beast racing with her. Thus, the group decided that Bai Han and Wenjin would alternate leading the way. As both were unaffected by the rain's intensity and maintained a swift pace, the male with fur generated an energy shield to protect the females and cubs from the rain. Chapter 62. The leopard city of the eastern continent. Wenjin felt a twinge of anxiety. He had rarely presented himself in his complete beast form before Jiang Xianqing, for after all, the serpent clan appeared more aesthetically pleasing. Their scales could even be fashioned into clothing. Jiang Xianqing, in truth, had a preference for creatures with no more than 4 legs. However, Wenjin was an exception, his entire form resembling blue jade, cool and smooth, akin to fine quality stone. Had he been of the yellow-black or yellow-brown variety, Jiang Xianqing might have preferred to endure the cold rather than bond with him, as those hues were both unattractive and somewhat repulsive. She adored Wenjin's tail stinger. Though venomous, it was undeniably beautiful. Indeed, the most exquisite things often harbored toxicity, luring prey closer while simultaneously delivering a fatal blow. She wondered if she might one day acquire the ability to wield such potent venom. Imagine ice arrows coated in poison. Even if not lethal, they would wield far greater destructive power. While abilities could be set aside, having means of self-preservation was never excessive. Wenjin and Bai Han took turns leading the way, and since comfort was out of the question, Jiang Xianqing reasoned it prudent to endure some hardship for a timely arrival. Thus, they pressed onward without pausing, with the two beasts resting only during their shifts. Throughout their journey, the males provided care, leaving Jiang Xianqing unconcerned. Her days were filled with eating, sleeping, and playing with the cubs. They traveled so swiftly that the scenery blurred past, leaving them dizzy from the rapid pace. As the rain gradually diminished over the course of 2 weeks, by the time the eastern continent's rainy season entered its 3rd month, the downpour ceased entirely. 18 noon, they arrived at Leopard City. The patrol team stationed at the city gates, having just completed their shift, caught sight of a scorpion approaching at an alarming speed, causing their tails to stand on end and their fur to bristle. Was it a stray beast, or perhaps a cold-blooded beastman? Surely, they wouldn't dare launch an assault on the beast city. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The captain bellowed, his voice filled with urgency, regardless of the nature of the threat. It was imperative to alert everyone as a precaution. Thus, when Wenjin drew near the city gates, he was met with a formidable lineup of beasts standing resolutely on the opposite side. Song Ming leaped down from the scorpion and engaged in conversation with the leading leopard. We have returned from the northern continent and wish to temporarily reside in the beast city. Is there a female leader present? The leopard regarded them with a cold stare, yet inwardly felt a twinge of apprehension. The beast god above, their opposing strength was not to be underestimated, should a confrontation arise. Their fate would be sealed. Mo Xian approached, cradling Jiang Xianqing, allowing the leopard to easily spot the gleaming scorpion mark just above her ankle. May we enter? By the way, I am here to find Tasha. It would be best if we could reside nearby, Jiang Xianqing said with a polite smile. Among the gathered beasts, numerous single males were drawn in by the allure of the beautiful and gentle female. Not only was she stunning, but her voice was melodious, and her words exuded kindness. Furthermore, her willingness to accept a scorpion beast revealed her kind-hearted and endearing nature. In the eyes of the males, beauty was often overlooked, for there were few who appeared grotesque. The distinction lay primarily in their beast forms. As long as one belonged to the scorpion clan, they were generally not favored by the tiger or leopard females, who preferred those of their own cold-blooded lineage. Observing the infatuated expressions on the faces of some beasts, Mo Xian felt a slight urge to bare his teeth. Of course, the leading leopard responded, his demeanor instantly shifting as he donned a radiant smile, his tone warm and inviting. Previously, the deputy city lord and Tasha had visited him multiple times, requesting he keep an eye on a particular female. Disperse, all is well, he commanded the group of beasts who stood idle, and then led Jiang Xianqing and her companions into the beast city. The males transformed back into their human forms, with Xijin cradling Song Lan and the little serpent coiling around by Han's shoulder. Jiang Xianqing remained nestled in Mo Xian's embrace, shielded from the rain by the energy barrier he maintained. The leopard clan's beast city was built against the mountains, boasting numerous stone houses. Tasha, being of the leopard clan, had a residence within the city, and her stone house had remained unallocated to others. However, the houses closest to her had all been taken. There was one available house nearby, originally belonging to a new deputy city lord, but he had since moved out, leaving it vacant. This is the closest to Tasha's place. If you exit and take 2 paths into the city, you'll find a house adorned with flowers. That is our home. Should you have any needs or questions, feel free to inquire among the others. Thank you. Are you Song Ming? A leopard beast asked, sniffing in the direction of the tiger beast among the group. Do you know me? Song Ming inquired, puzzled. With a smile, the leopard replied, the deputy city lord informed me in advance. I merely wish to confirm. Deputy city lord, Song Ming had no time to inquire, for the leopard beast had already dashed away. Never mind. The truth would reveal itself in due course. Song Ming swiftly utilized his extraordinary abilities to tidy up the stone house, which stood 2 stories tall, with just 2 rooms. No small compartments were delineated. Alas, among them, there were no Earth-type beastmen to create separate rooms, leaving Jiang Xianqing to occupy the 2nd floor alone, with one companion joining her at night, while the others stayed on the ground floor. Everyone settled in on the 1st floor, and Song Ming produced a stone pot to prepare some chicken soup. For the past half-month, their meals had consisted mainly of roasted meat prepared by Mo Xian, and Jiang Xianqing found herself eating less with each passing day. The chicken soup was complemented by a few noodles. Bai Qin had already transformed into his human form, freely indulging in food. His crew cut had morphed into a neat head of short white hair, and in his human form, he had grown significantly taller, approximately the height of a 1-year-old human child. Kanglin initially consumed a bit of the egg liquid crystal before transitioning to meat shreds after sprouting teeth. And naturally, he began to gain weight. He had grown quite a bit, resembling a small gas canister, but for the moment, he could only take on the form of a small infant, having just learned to sit and able to take a couple of steps with his mother as assistants. However, he preferred his beast form, which allowed him to conserve energy while sensing the formation of extraordinary powers. Song Ming served only a modest amount of noodles to the 2 of them, as the majority of the meal consisted of meat. The noodles were merely for tasting. After finishing her meal, Jiang Xianqing took a bath, donned fresh attire, and ascended to the 2nd floor to sleep. Bai Chun had already absorbed half of his eggshell, transforming it into powder, and Song Ming crafted a simple 2-tiered stone bed for them. It occupied little space and made it convenient for them to roll around, preventing them from tumbling on the ground and getting stepped on. The upper tier housed the small snake, while the lower tier accommodated the white tiger, with a bamboo tray reserved for the next batch of newborn cubs. The males each found a spot to rest briefly, primarily in their beast forms, except for Wenjin, who remained in human form, sleeping on a pelt. In the afternoon, once she awoke, she planned to check on Tasha, accompanied by Bai Han, with the small snake coiling atop the little white tiger, eager to tag along. All right, let us agree beforehand not to run amok. she said. Jiang Xianqing held by Han's hand, and the two walked at a slow pace, considerate of the little cub, ensuring that Kanglin's short legs could keep up. Having traversed only a short distance, they encountered two groups of cubs facing off. Four plump white rabbits stood defiantly against four chubby little leopards. My mother is the most beautiful, exclaimed one rabbit. You talking nonsense. She is utterly ugly. Clearly, my mother is the stunning one. The two factions engaged in a fierce dispute, unwilling to concede, with the tension in the air growing palpable. Chapter 63. The belligerent bunny they obstructed the path, and unable to navigate around them, Jiang Xianqing had to step aside and wait. The little white tiger crouched nearby, while Bai Qin perched atop his head, both secretly thinking that their mother was indeed the most beautiful. The argument escalated, and in a fit of frustration, one little leopard snapped at the head of a rabbit, to which the rabbit retaliated with a kick. Thus began a fierce tussle, biting and punching, kicking and gnawing. Surely, one would assume that the leopards would prevail, right? Jiang Xianqing observed the rabbits, who appeared to be at a disadvantage. After a couple of bites, they were stained with blood. One rabbit, seeing the imminent loss, narrowed its eyes and delivered a swift kick to the face of the nearest leopard, sending it flying a considerable distance. One of the rabbits had a twig entangled around its front paw, and rather than engage closely, it maintained its distance, landing precise blows one after another. Jiang Xianqing watched in astonishment. That little rabbit was quite formidable. It possesses impressive talent, awakening its extraordinary powers far earlier than its littermates. The other cubs were developing normally. Bai Han glanced at the two beside him, contemplating testing their strength. Bai Chen, Kanglin, since you're all arguing about whose mother is more beautiful, would you like to try your luck? Jiang Xianqing looked up at him, and Bai Han pinched her waist, prompting her to remain silent. Surely, the little cubs wouldn't be harmed in their scuffle. Bai Chan was eager to participate, but before Kanglin could run a few steps, a group of slightly larger cubs arrived. These were the siblings of the previous squabblers, called forth by their elder brothers. Kanglin halted, realizing that these larger cubs were twice his size. The little white tiger hesitated, uncertain whether to strike or be struck. However, the newcomers, leopards and white tigers alike, began grappling, mistaking Kanglin for an ally and launching an attack. Kanglin swiftly darted away, slipping into the throng of slightly larger cubs, utilizing his size to maneuver among them. The pursuing leopard, exasperated, shouted, "You can run, but let us settle this one-on-one." Seeing it was futile to catch up, it settled for tangling with the larger white tiger. Kanglin was not foolish. He avoided engaging the bulk of them and, with a burst of speed, charged towards a small leopard. Bai Qin seized the opportunity, colliding with one and sending an electric shock through the other, leaving only one tiger cub facing off against a snake, confronted by the rabbit wielding a twig. The larger cubs were too engrossed in their own brawl to notice the confrontation on the side. Kanglin had intended to use his extraordinary powers to swiftly reach the rabbit and knock it away, but he failed to consider that the rabbit's strikes were a response to the leopards biting it, and the damage inflicted by their sharp teeth was quite painful. The little tiger concentrated a gust of wind beneath its paws, feeling its energy deplete rapidly. It had hoped for victory only to be unexpectedly kicked away by the rabbit as it drew near. Bai Chan, with a twist of his serpentine body, darted behind the rabbit, only to find the twig in its grasp seemingly possessed a mind of its own, whipping towards him, amidst the crackling purple lightning. In a moment of urgency, the snake instinctively coiled tightly around its prey, sinking its fangs into the rabbit, the accompanying trace of venom finally causing the rabbit to succumb. The little white tiger, propelled by the momentum, crashed into a male, and Mei seized it by the scruff of its neck, exclaiming, "Oh, a new face! Whose cub are you?" Sniffing the air, Mei detected a familiar scent upon it. Her gaze traversed the brawling cubs, landing upon a familiar figure. Behind her, Tasha approached, grumbling, "Honestly, they've fought so many times to a standstill, and now they're calling in the bigger ones. Mei, you'd better control your big cub." Leading the fights, what a violent rabbit, not at all like you. Today, she would take them home for a proper scolding. What kind of good rabbit engages in daily brawls? Tasha spotted the dazed tiger cub in Mei's grasp and inquired, "Whose is this? Are there tiger cubs in the beast city that are so recently born?" Mei smiled mysteriously, revealing the two figures hiding behind her. "Take a look for yourself. Their parents are still around." Tasha's eyes landed on Jiang Xianqing, who, with a radiant smile, waved her hand in greeting that hi. Tasha stood momentarily stunned, rubbing her eyes to confirm it was not an illusion before rushing towards Jiang Xianqing. Stepping over the sprawled cubs, Wah, you're finally back. I'm so relieved you're safe. Tasha wept, her face a mess of tears and snot, grateful for Jiang Xuanqing's well-being, a blessing from the beast god. Through her tear-filled eyes, she examined Jiang Xuanqing from head to toe. You look well and healthy, and your spirits are high. Mei handed her a piece of beast skin, which Tasha accepted, wiping her tears and blowing her nose. When did you return? Around noon. I rested a bit before coming to find you. Jiang Xuanqing felt a warm sensation in her heart, her eyes curving into a smile as she gazed at Tasha, whose eyes were red from crying. Mei utilized her wood-type abilities to heal the wounds of the little cubs, and they agreed to battle again another time before the leopards returned to their homes. How wonderful! Today has been a day of releasing energy. Even though we didn't win the argument or the fight, Mother is still the most beautiful. The victorious little snake swam over proudly, while the rabbit, entangled in twigs, glared at it begrudgingly. All right, day after day, you're the one causing trouble. Lai was scooped up by his father by the ears and cradled in his arms. Mei had 5 cubs in total. Apart from the eldest, the others were rather ordinary, well-behaved. Only Lai had awakened his wood-type abilities early and was quite the little warrior. Is your mother friends with that female? Is that snake her cub? Yes. The little rabbit's bright green eyes glimmered with curiosity. The little tiger cub had been given to Bai Han, who looked disdainfully at Kanglin. You need to eat more, or you'll end up getting kicked away next time. Kanglin felt a mix of shame and guilt as he defended himself. I had just manifested my powers and was proficient yet. Tasha took Jiang Xuanqing to her home. In the small courtyard at the entrance, Mei cultivated various vegetables, while Feng Yi and Feng Xian had gone hunting, leaving only Dong Yin and Mei at home. Come and taste this. A batch of ape-type beast. Tasha recently laid out all the things she found satisfactory on the table. Chapter 64. He looks quite wild. The table was adorned with a myriad of items, presenting a dazzling array. Jiang Xuanqing was merely enjoying a banana in her hand, relishing its sweet and soft texture. However, she preferred fruits that were more juicy, like strawberries. Her gaze fell upon an orc with short red hair, who was currently stitching a leather skirt. Noticing Jiang Xuanqing's gaze, he offered her a friendly smile. This is my new companion since arriving at Beast City, named Dong Yin. He is a leopard, Tasha joyfully introduced. Before turning to inquire, I noticed you have ice-type abilities. Have you also acquired a new companion? Yes, a scorpion and a wolf. A scorpion? Tasha exclaimed in astonishment, before hesitating and sincerely complimenting. Your preferences are quite unique. It's one thing to like snakes, but to have a scorpion as well? Oh dear, Qingqing, you are truly brave. Jiang Xuanqing chuckled, explaining that he usually took on a human form, with a translucent blue hue that was quite beautiful. Tasha, however, could not accept it no matter how lovely he was. As long as you're happy. That's what matters. I still prefer the furry ones. The two engaged in a lengthy conversation, recounting tales from the time they were captured to their return, as well as the establishment of the new Beast City by the Tiger Tribe and other tribes, and Tasha's many experiences moving back to Leopard City. The 2 little cubs, while Mei fed rabbits, and the slightly larger white tiger also managed to snag a meal. The little snake flicked its tongue in disdain, expressing its dislike for grass leaves. It was also not fond of the yellow strip it had just encountered. The little white tiger shared a similar aversion to green leaves, but was not picky and managed to eat a couple of bites. Are these your only cubs? Did the others go out hunting? Not at all. Some stayed in the tiger tribe, while others have gone off on their own. Tasha shrugged, explaining that after the cubs grew, they developed their own independence and would venture out, even if their abilities were somewhat lacking. I'll come find you tomorrow, and by the way, I'd like to see your other cubs and your beast husband. Hee, Tasha said eagerly. However, Jiang Xuanqing bluntly informed her not to expect too much from the cubs, as she had only given birth to 2. Just these 2. I brought them all with me. Tasha looked somewhat stunned. How could you have only 2? Aren't male cubs usually born in larger numbers? She racked her brain for comforting words. It's all right. The life of males and females is shared, and you still have plenty of time to have a second litter. If you have fewer, you can always have more. And besides, having many can be quite a hassle. The 2 cubs finished eating and promptly fell asleep at Bai Han's feet. Bai Han gathered them in his arms and waited for Jiang Xuanqing at the door. I wonder when I will have a little female. Tasha glanced at the male cubs at home, longing for a well-behaved, sweet, and soft little female. I just had a litter of leopards, and Dong Yin says they are all males. So there will be commotion at home. Tasha sighed, especially thinking of Lai Yi, who was always bouncing around and could never sit still. The 2 cubs at home were very quiet, and Jiang Xuanqing did not mind, as she hardly felt anything during childbirth. She was indifferent to whether they were male or female, as they were all her children. The two continued their conversation until night fell, after which Jiang Xunqing bid farewell to Tasha and took Bai Han back home. Bai Han went to put the cubs away, while Jiang Xunqing washed her hands, and the meal prepared by Cang Ming was ready. The rainy season might remain clear for about a month, and there would be a social gathering in Beast City, with a gathering not far from here. Will you be attending, Qingqing? The other beasts had familiarized themselves with the surroundings and gathered quite a bit of news. I'll ask Tasha tomorrow. If she doesn't go, I'll just go hunt some wild beasts in the forest. Jiang Xunqing thought it over. She had nothing to exchange, as her home was well stocked. But she felt a little restless and wanted to try out her abilities. In the evening, Bai Han accompanied her upstairs, and just before sleeping, the cool and elegant male entwined his fingers with hers. Qingqing, your gaze rarely lingers on me these days. His purple eyes were mysterious and profound as he leaned down onto her shoulder. Jiang Xunqing toyed with his silky, lustrous white hair. Tonight, I am yours. What more could you desire? Jiang Xunqing hinted heavily, and Bai Han raised his head, his gaze settling on her rosy lips. Will you come find me tomorrow too? All right. Bai Han gazed at her sleeping face, his fingers tracing down her brow. His fingertips glided over her nose, lingering for a moment on her swollen lips, following the curves until they rested on her side. He pulled her into his embrace, closing his eyes against her. The next day, as daylight broke, Jiang Xunqing rolled over in Bai Han's arms, letting out a soft murmur before opening her eyes. Bai Han still held her close, her legs draped over one of his bent ones. Pushing aside the large hand resting on her chest, Jiang Xunqing sat up, shaking off her drowsiness. Bai Han placed new clothes beside her, and Jiang Xunqing slowly dressed, donning a silver-white fishtail skirt made of snake skin. Paired with a halter top, the skirt reached her ankles, and as she walked, it flowed like blooming lotuses, shimmering under the sunlight. Jiang Xuanqing's hair had grown long enough to reach her back, with gentle curls that complemented her appearance, exuding a distinct grace that captivated the beasts around her. The weather during the rainy season was pleasantly warm, and she need not worry about the chill. Upon descending the stairs, she found Tasha slurping noodles, while Lai sat beside her, nibbling on the vegetable leaves from the soup. Oh, you finally woke up. I thought you would be stuck to Bai Han until noon. Jiang Xuanqing's face flushed as she sat beside Tasha. Cang Ming had cooked more noodles, as they could not be prepared ahead of time without becoming a clump. Why is it just this rabbit? Oh, because he was the only one eager to come and challenge your little snake. However, as soon as Tasha arrived, the delightful aroma reached her, and Cang Ming had prepared 2 bowls of noodles for them, while Feng, he was just finishing learning how to cook. This is Lai Yi, with quite a talent. If you have female cubs, you could let them interact, but he is a bit restless. Haha, that's not up to me to decide. Male cubs were all singular, and who knows when a rare female cub would be conceived. Jiang Xunqing savored the noodles. Today's broth was rich meat soup, with tender meat chunks complemented by refreshing greens, slightly surpassing the sour soup noodles. Tasha finished her meal quickly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Your new skirt is beautiful today. It accentuates your bust and curves while keeping your waist slim. Well, you aren't lacking in that department either. Jiang Xunqing glanced at Tasha's strapless top. Compared to her own slenderness, Tasha's muscular lines were more pronounced and graceful, though her slightly rounded abdomen was well hidden beneath her short skirt. Tasha squeezed her own chest and whispered conspiratorially in Jiang Xuanqing's ear. That gray wolf's chest looks even more enticing. He looks so wild and fierce that I really want a more formidable one. Chapter 65. A dazzling deer. The males and cubs instantly perked their ears to eavesdrop, while Foamy set down his rolling pin and glanced at the muscles on his arms, comparing them with Mo Xian's. Although there was a slight difference, he thought he wasn't lacking either. Could it be that Tasha had been too virtuous lately and was craving something? Jiang Xunqing cleared her throat, quickly finishing her noodles, sipping some water to wipe her mouth, and then pulled Tasha away. Outside, the two whispered secrets, knowing that the space inside was limited. Even in hushed tones, the males could still hear. Once they stepped outside, they followed a few paces behind, allowing the two to converse freely. Feng Yi continued his learning, leaving Lai Yi to go home and fetch his father to follow. Originally, Mo Xian intended to join them, but the Crimson Fox dashed out ahead in a flash. Fine, next time, I'll just wait outside and see who can get faster. The social gathering would not start until evening. As night fell, the firelight added to the ambience. We can first go check out the gathering outside. Jiang Xunqing had no objections, and the two of them walked together while discussing matters. Once they exited the city gates, They each mounted their respective beast husbands. Tasha pinched the rabbit ears, while branches entwined around her legs to prevent her from falling off. They decided to embark on their journey to the western continent during the last month of the rainy season, when the roads would be dry, allowing them to enjoy the scenic views along the way. The hot season by the seaside of the western continent would not be overly warm either. This year's gathering did not feature the Seong tribe, but it saw an influx of males from the southern continent, including the hippopotamus tribe, the monkey tribe, and the Jerboa tribe. Some of them came to learn medical techniques, while others sought to exchange goods, and some brought females along for leisure. Although the western continent has been developing rapidly in recent years, they have primarily focused on food distribution. Leopard City attracted many males by offering to teach small bits of knowledge. Among the various tribes on the continent, there were also shamans and wood-type beastmen. Yet females, cubs, or low-ranking beastmen were prone to heat stroke or colds. Among other minor ailments at tea times, shamans found themselves overwhelmed, and wood-type beastmen, relying mostly on their abilities, often exhausted their energy quickly. However, Leopard City provided guidance on how to remedy these issues, simply by consuming the herbs and flowers that grew abundantly across the continent, thus sparing many troubles. What's not to like about that? The deputy city lord of Leopard City, Bishop Chiming, received much acclaim for his small pieces of knowledge. As long as one offered a bit of goods in exchange, they could learn how to make some simple ointments to remedy skin frostbite or sunburn, which could earn males more affection. Thus, with the arrival of the rainy season, the eastern continent welcomed many males, and they could trade for rare items from various tribes. There were various ores and handcrafted goods, as well as an array of exotic fruits, vegetables, spices, and diverse culinary preparations. With an abundance of beastmen, the normalcy of life ensured that the wild beasts were well fed, posing little danger, even if they encountered stray beasts. A loud shout would summon a swarm of beasts to their aid. Jiang Xianqing and Tasha strolled around and came across some mineral dyes. Qi Zhan exchanged some of her remaining medicinal packages and ointments for a few, and before parting, they instructed each other on how and when to use them. The stall owner, grinning widely, was quite pleased. He had not expected to make such exchanges in Leopard City, but here he was fortunate enough to do so. "What do you want these for?" Tasha inquired, eyeing the pile of seemingly unwanted stones Qi Zhan had acquired. "I want to make some small gifts for them," Jiang Xianqing replied, as she and Tasha passed by a male. Liu Rong was engaged in conversation with a familiar beast, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon the smiling female, and he found himself enchanted by her silhouette. "Oh, blessed by the beast god, which tribe does this female belong to, and from which beast city?" He felt as if little deer were prancing in his heart. Hey, Liu Rong, are you even listening to me?" A leopard smacked him, jolting Liu Rong from his reverie. "What the hell? Was that slap really necessary? I called you several times, and you were staring at her like a lovesick puppy," the leopard said with disdain. If it weren't for his desire to learn more about the clear-eyed female who resembled a little deer, he would have walked away long ago. "I told you, Lucy gets shy and nervous around unfamiliar beasts. I really don't know if she likes you. If you fancy her, then go pursue her." "How would I know what she likes? But now, I need to find out what that little female likes. Goodbye." Liu Rong eagerly turned away, as the bond between males and females allowed them to sense a shared lineage, preventing them from mistakenly seeking partners within their own tribe. Liu Rong had a decent relationship with his sister, Lu Shi, who had recently come of age. Many beasts, unable to see Lu Shi, would come to bother him. While he could still jest with familiar beasts, he now had more pressing matters, fearing that the little female might slip away. The leopard behind him withdrew his outstretched arm, a knowing smile curling at his lips. "All right, you little rascal. If you won't help him, he won't tell you anything either. Enjoy your beating." Liu Rong followed Jiang Xianqing closely. She and the female beside her were accompanied by only one beast, while the other females were surrounded by several. Liu Rong assumed they had just come of age and only had one beast husband. Although Liu Rong was only 4th tier, he glanced at Qi Zhan, thinking she was merely slightly stronger than him. As long as he could win the affection of the female, this fox wouldn't be able to stop him. Some fools insisted on defeating the rightful husband first. The main contender was paramount. If the female liked him, could anyone truly stop him? Jiang Xianqing was curiously observing several male monkeys, thinking that according to historical accounts, she should belong to that tribe. However, the totems on her partners resembled a dragon entwined with the emblem of the sun god, possessing an overwhelming aura. The emblem hinted at something deeper. Perhaps she still carried a remnant of divine power. But a dragon? Jiang Xinxing recalled the long-standing legend in Huaxiao that its people were descendants of dragons. Could there be some truth to it? Tasha was busy selecting accessories nearby, while Jiang Xuanqing's thoughts drifted. Qi Zhen noticed her distraction, sauntered over, and with a playful smile, elongated his tone. Qingqing, what are you pondering? What is so captivating about a bunch of monkeys? You should be paying more attention to me. Jiang Xinqing tugged at his clothing. Qi Zhen leaned down, whispering in her ear, I was wondering why the marks on you all look like that. Why? Jiang Xinqing shook her head. I'm not sure. Knowing she was no longer focused on the monkeys, Qi Zhen felt relieved. The few male monkeys across from them were displeased. They had been striking poses, trying to impress the lovely female, only to be obstructed by that fox. Humph, their efforts were in vain. The little female would surely return to them in due time. Lu Rong cast a glance at the dark-hued monkeys. Ha, none of them are as handsome as me. I am the most beautiful cicadere in the eastern continent. He tossed his orange hair flamboyantly and strutted towards Jiang Xinqing. Hey, female, Chapter 66. No conversation with her, just as Lu Rong approached. Ready to strike up a conversation with the little female, a green vine tripped him. Unprepared, his left foot tangled with his right, and as he attempted to regain his balance, someone pushed him, causing him to fall face first in front of the stall. Jiang Xinqing was whispering with Qi Zhen when she was startled and quickly stepped back, hoping he wasn't trying to pull a fast one. Yet he winked at Qi Zhen, who maintained a stoic expression. Though internally, she was quite amused. Lu Rong stood up, dusted himself off, and rubbed his handsome face, preparing to strike a pose once more. Tasha stood up, holding a pile of ceramics that obscured his view. I am done picking. Qingqing, don't you like these? I do, but I already bought some at the last gathering. Really? I didn't see you. I used them to store food and oil at Song Ming's place. And I have one upstairs for drinking water. I see. I plan to take some back to plant flowers. Ye pushed Lu Rong aside and stored the ceramics in her space, as the stall owner was eager to exchange for different vegetable seeds. Yet he pulled out a variety for him to choose from, and after he made his selections, she stored the remaining ones away. Qi Zhen held one of Jiang Xinqing's hands while Tasha grasped the other. He stayed close to Tasha. Lu Rong's feet were bound by the vines, leaving him helpless to watch them depart. He struggled against the vines for quite some time, only to find them entangling him further. Lu Rong. He hadn't even had a chance to speak, and the little female hadn't even seen what he looked like. That damned fox. He would definitely have a conversation with the little female someday. As noon approached, they returned to Beast City. Upon arriving home, Jiang Xinqing handed the fuel ore to Song Ming to grind into powder, preparing to continue her wood carving. Before that, she went to check on the cubs. Little Tiger and Little Snake lay languidly on the bed, utterly exhausted, while Song Lan was sound asleep, and Bai Chun lazily glanced at her before dozing off again. What happened to them? Jiang Xinqing wondered. Touching Song Lan and Bai Chun. Normally, at this hour, the two little ones would be waiting obediently for their meal. They're just tired, Bai Han, transformed into a small snake, explained as he approached. They fought with Tasha's cubs this morning, and their stamina and endurance were too poor, so they can't get up now. Who won? Bai Chen. As a rabbit beast, Lai Yi's bite strength was ultimately inferior to that of some ferocious carnivorous beastmen. Once Bai Chun ensnared him, defeat was inevitable. What about Song Lan? Jiang Xinqing kissed Bai Han and pulled him to the dining table. Song Lan could only take hits from Lai Yi when facing other little rabbits. He would just charge recklessly. Even if he managed to bite one, he'd still expose himself to a kick at his weak points. Bai Chen had been trained by various fathers in the northern continent, making him sharp and skilled in combat, whereas Little Tiger had hardly trained, focusing mainly on eating and sleeping. The rabbit cubs often fought, making them far stronger in combat. When do you plan to start training Song Lan? Jiang Xinqing, while doting on her cubs, understood the importance of learning skills at the right time and knew that indulgence would lead to future hardships. Fighting among cubs was quite normal in the beast world. Even if they were injured, with Qi Zhen and Yi around, it was a rare opportunity. Anytime, it mainly depends on Song Ming. Other fathers cannot impart much wisdom. They can only engage in obstacle training to enhance the little white tiger's stamina, speed, and agility. Very well, this is something Jiang Xinqing need not concern herself with. She is content merely to observe the soft, adorable cubs each day. In the afternoon, Jiang Xinqing continued her wood carving, having nearly completed her own likeness, with the remaining wood untouched. Should she carve them into cute little figures or beast forms? The dilemma was almost overwhelming. Perhaps she should create both, as she was already at it. including the little cubs as well. Resolute, she set to work, but not only did she fail to complete one, she inadvertently increased her workload. With the desired shapes in her mind, Jiang Xinqing toiled throughout the afternoon, ultimately managing to produce a pair. They were nearly one-to-one replicas, yet infused with a hint of anime style, rendering them endearingly charming. Bai Han held Jiang Xuanqing's hand, and the two figures beamed with joy. The remaining task was to refine and polish them. And with paint at hand, she could add some color as well. However, it would be better to finish everything together before applying the hues. Jiang Xinqing stretched, easing her slightly stiff limbs, performed some stretching exercises, and then sought out Tasha. Tasha's home displayed 3 or 4 vases, each filled with similar floral arrangements. What do you think? This is the fruit of my labor from the afternoon, Tasha said, hands on her hips. Her smile radiant and sunny. It's beautiful. Jiang Xinqing leaned in to take a whiff, enchanted by the fragrance. What kind of flowers are these? Some smaller blooms lacked such a strong scent. It was the large pink flower that was often gifted by males to express affection. Mid-sentence, Tasha hesitated and asked, "Haven't they ever sent you any?" Jiang Xinqing shook her head. The beasts at home didn't think of sending flowers. They were likely preoccupied with their training, improving their lives, and figuring out how to climb into her bed. With any romantic gestures solely focused on that. Upon entering the room, Song Ming was momentarily taken aback by the flowers in the vase. Seeing Qingqing shake her head made him feel a twinge of anxiety. Upon reflection, none of them had genuinely pursued Jiang Xinqing romantically. Qingqing might be an outsider, having accepted them by chance, which made Song Ming feel even guiltier, observing his friend's sudden realization of guilt. Feng Xian whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, we haven't sent any either." It was Dong Yin who often brought flowers while courting Tasha. Even after they became partners, he would still bring them back whenever he went out. Which is why Tasha became pregnant shortly after they bonded. In the tiger tribe, the males had hardly been taught how to woo. Most merely showcased their strength or sought attention through other means. Conversely, in Leopard City, the leopard beasts were generally more skilled, employing various flamboyant tactics to attract females, much to the delight of some females. The cold-blooded beastmen had no need to learn, regardless of what they practiced. Genuine females seldom paid attention in the southern continent. Normal females only appreciated their cool bodies during the hot season, allowing them to maintain a steady position, while during the cold season, they often found themselves alone. Mo Xian, with his aloof demeanor and singular focus on becoming stronger, would often avoid females, never paying attention to how other males interacted with them, only aware of what to offer them. Jiang Xinqing showed little interest in the flowers by the roadside. Naturally, the beasts at home wouldn't think of gifting her any. Yet now, something distinct stood out, highlighting their shortcomings. But would it be too late to send flowers now? What else could they offer? Song Ming felt overwhelmed. Gritting his teeth, he stole a glance at Jiang Xinqing, but the little female displayed no reaction, neither envy nor disappointment. Chapter 67. The father's gossip. Aside from appreciating Tasha's floral arrangements, Jiang Xinqing felt little else. In her view, she had already received much from her partners, and she could sense their affection and tenderness clinging to her daily. Conversely, she held no particular enthusiasm for the males, which was why she decided to prepare some small wood carvings as gifts for them. Each individual had their unique way of expressing love. There was no need to force uniformity. Moreover, their clumsy yet cautious attempts were rather amusing, were they not? She always looked forward to their next spontaneous actions. Tasha understood this, quickly shifting the subject. "I, too, have never received any before. When Dong Yin pursued me, he was indeed very patient and more inventive than the other 3. Your beasts are quite remarkable as well. They consistently come up with new ideas for you. Bai Han must have put a lot of effort into that outfit. I've never seen such a style among other females. By the way, you might hear some surprising news at the evening party." Jiang Xinqing smiled, Tasha's cuteness as ever piquing her curiosity. "What news can't be shared now?" Tasha took her hand, walking while maintaining an air of mystery. "The main character beast is someone you know well. You will undoubtedly be astonished." The two chatted and walked. Song Ming trailed behind, lost in thought, while Feng Xian nudged him with his elbow. "Stop daydreaming. Be careful not to miss the essence of what you should learn, or you'll end up presenting something unwanted. Instead of wasting time on that, you might as well explore more creative approaches. After all, each beast had their strengths. It was best to excel in familiar areas to avoid mistakes." Song Ming remained non-committal. The social gathering was held in the center of Beast City, with barbecued meat and fruits provided by the city, available in unlimited quantities. The bonfire arrangement in Beast City differed from that of the Tiger Tribe, with only 6 enormous bonfires, each surrounded by rows of wooden stumps where females could sit freely. Tasha led Jiang Xianxing to the center, instructing her, just refuse any males directly. No matter where you sit, as long as you're here, you'll be noticed that tonight's gathering wasn't specifically for newly matured females. It was a social event for everyone. An excellent opportunity for males to showcase themselves and observe the females. Jiang Xianxing had no desire to pursue any males. The few at home were already enough for her. However, if someone truly caught her fancy, she believed she would not take the initiative. But should they come to her, she wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. After all, with 7 days in a week, even if another were to arrive, surely there would be a day for rest. As more females arrived, the single males became noticeably more lively, gathering around the bonfires, dancing exuberantly, their bare torsos displaying their athletic physiques. The females laughed and conversed, with some little cubs joining their mothers to enjoy the barbecue and play with friends that Qi Ming observed secretly, approaching Song Ming when he failed to spot the familiar figure, patting Song Ming's sturdy arm. "You rascal, have you really reached the 7th tier so quickly?" Song Ming exclaimed in surprise. "Father." Fearing his father might inadvertently reveal something inappropriate, Song Ming spoke first. "Though I knew you arrived in Beast City. I only saw you today. I knew the moment you entered Beast City. I just have been a bit busy lately and hadn't had the chance. I managed to carve out some time today. Thinking you would surely be here." Jiang Xianxing also stood up and smiled at her father. "I in the beast world, there was no custom of addressing males by titles. To Jiang Xianxing, her father was merely a somewhat special male. Nevertheless, she still rose to greet him. He smiled back. "As long as you return safely, that's what matters. Have you had any cubs?" "Yes, you can come visit us, or I could bring it out," Song Ming replied. Qi Ming quickly caught the implication in Song Ming's words. Had the others remained in the northern continent? Upon Tasha's arrival in Beast City, Qi Ming had learned that Jiang Xianxing had been taken away, worrying for a long time, and felt relieved upon hearing they had made it to Beast City. Song Ming spoke vaguely, not wanting to discuss family matters in such a crowded place. "It's about the same. We can talk about it later. How are you finding life here?" "Very well. It's fulfilling and busy." Qi Ming felt a surge of happiness upon seeing the beast he cared for and was contemplating sharing a drink with Song Ming. Brought over from the western continent, when he caught sight of a familiar figure approaching with an imposing demeanor, scanning the surroundings. News travels fast. Qi Ming's face fell, and hurriedly turning to Song Ming, he said, "I have to go. I'll find you tomorrow." "What's wrong?" Jiang Xianxing and Song Ming wondered, while Tasha stifled a laugh. Qi Ming, stop right there. A mature-looking female pursued Qi Ming, exasperated as she stomped her foot. "A Dan Ku." The male behind her followed leisurely, chuckling. Xiao, you know he's my friend and the deputy city lord. What can I do to help you?" "You are still the city lord. Don't you have more authority than he does?" "No matter how much authority I have, I can't meddle in the affairs of mating between males and females." Dan Ku raised his hands in resignation, while Xiao realized he was being deliberately evasive. Otherwise, with his speed, he could have stopped Qi Ming long ago. "Humph." Seeing the beast escape again, Xiao turned to leave. "You're just going to hide. If you have the ability, keep hiding." As the female city lord, Xiao wanted to know where he had gone, and almost every female who spotted him would inform her. Dong Yin, who had brought his cub to find Tasha, called out to a Dan Ku. "Father," Dan Ku acknowledged, not following after the departing Xiao, but instead approached Jiang Xianxing and the others, glancing at Jiang Xianxing before turning to Song Ming. "Hello there." Song Ming remained silent, still trying to grasp the situation, while Jiang Xianxing responded, "Hello, City Lord. Is there something you need?" "Nothing much, just came to say hello." Adanko observed Qi Ming conversing with him and immediately deduced that this must be Song Ming, the only tiger beast capable of coaxing Qi Ming out to meet him. The very cub he often expressed concern about. It was indeed fortunate to return unscathed from the realm of stray beasts. If there were any needs, he could always seek me out, for I enjoy a far more leisurely existence than Qi Ming. A faint smile lingered at the corners of Adanko's lips as he finished speaking to Jiang Xianxing and took his leave. The rabbits nestled at Tasha's feet, nibbling on vegetable leaves. Tasha sighed, noting that Qi Ming had evidently mastered the art of evasion. "What transpired?" Jiang Xianxing inquired, gently squeezing Song Ming's hand. Adanko, the new lord of Leopard City, was a close friend of Qi Ming, having defied opposition to secure Qi Ming's position as deputy lord. The two beasts had increasingly engaged with one another for the development of their beast city. Adanko's female partner, Xiao, was the very female who had set her sights on Qi Ming. However, Qi Ming had been persistently evasive. Moving from the stone dwelling to the herb hall established specifically within the beast city, Xiao being mindful of the multitude of beast men, refrained from disturbing him, seeking opportunities to approach instead. That is all I know. Dongin is a Danko's cub, and he shared this with me, Tasha remarked, relishing gossip during her idle moments. Occasionally, when she inquired about Dongin, he would share a sentence or two. Chapter 68. Is this also considered surprising? This news was undeniably explosive. Jiang Xinqing was unsure, but Songming was well aware that his father had lost his beast seal and was regarded as a remnant beast. In such circumstances, no female would spare him a glance. This was precisely why his father avoided Xiaoxiu. Having once been the primary female, he had long grown weary of females. Even though he had relinquished everything, he had no desire to engage with any female whatsoever. Moreover, there was no precedent for this in the beast world. Over time, under Xiaoxiu's pursuit or sweet-talking, it would be challenging for him not to succumb, but he lacked a beast seal, and thus his safety was not guaranteed. Rather than risk falling into a situation only to be abandoned, he preferred to distance himself from the outset. Is this what you refer to as astonishing news? Jiang Xinqing expressed her confusion. After Songming elucidated the situation in her ear, she finally comprehended the intricacies, her thoughts momentarily incoherent. Can one still bear offspring without a beast seal? Puffed. Why do you concern yourself with that? Just because one has lost their beast seal does not mean they have lost their virility. Of course, they can still reproduce. As males grow stronger, their lifespans increase, and the females bonded through blood contracts share life with the highest-ranked males. Once a Danko reached the 7th tier, he became virtually unmatched in the eastern continent. And his lifespan was considerable. Xiaoxiu's lifespan was also extended as a result. Thus, even after Dongin reached adulthood, they still appeared youthful. As long as they had not entered the aging phase, Xiaoxiu could continue to bear cubs. However, females of this age seldom sought out younger males. They might not take partners at all or might opt for males whose lifespans were in a similar phase. The least likely candidates for selection would be males who had lost their beast seals. Generally, beast men are loyal and steadfast, and after being abandoned, they either succumb to despair or become stray beasts. Neither Jila's companions nor his father desired to lose their lives or become stray beasts. They still sought the freedom to live without the power to court. Jiang Xinqing held no objections to this, but she preferred a clean and exclusive relationship. That I believe Qiming might be open to the idea. Perhaps while there's still a chance, he could raise a litter of cubs, Tasha mused, marveling at the peculiarities of the beast world. Songming chose not to comment on the differences between his father's situation and that of the fox. After all, feelings must be mutual. Let fate take its course. Jiang Xinqing casually concluded her thoughts, lifting Lai into her arms and playfully pinching the rabbit's ears, which it tolerated with grace. The evening grew increasingly lively. With even a beast leaping before them to dance fervently. Songming's expression darkened as he grasped Jiang Xuanqing's hand, declaring, Qingqing, if you truly enjoy watching, I could learn and perform just for you when we return home tonight. I don't like that, she retorted. As the dance escalates, it only leads to the bed. I prefer to observe from outside, where I need not pay nor exert myself. As a leopard approached with familiar flowers to present to Jiang Xinqing. Songming shielded her as a vigilant guardian. She and Tasha exchanged covert smiles, yet she found little enjoyment in it, allowing Songming to dutifully protect his precious charge. Dongyin and Feng Xian also positioned themselves nearby, warding off distractions, as the abundance of beauty was undeniably captivating. After sampling some roasted meat at the bonfire gathering, Jiang Xinqing found herself no longer hungry and opted not to prepare dinner. Upon returning home and completing her ablutions, Jiang Xinqing entwined her fingers with Baihan's, making her way upstairs to Mo Xian, who had previously leaned against the wall with arms crossed, straightened upon witnessing this scene. Inwardly questioning, why is it still him? Yesterday it was him. Today it should have been Songming. Mo Xian was not advocating for Songming, but rather lamenting that he was the last to enter the house. If following the order, he would have to wait several days. With Baihan occupying 2 days, how would the remaining time be divided? It had been ages since he had enjoyed close moments with Qingqing. And after Baihan made the initial move yesterday, he had felt a flicker of anticipation. However, with the current arrangement, did it mean one beast for a day or two? If he were next, he would have nothing to say. Could they not rank them by strength in the future? For no particular reason, simply because I like Baihan, so today it remains him. Jiang Xinqing was at a loss for words, yet she had promised Baihan yesterday and could not divulge that for fairness. The remaining 4 would also receive 2 days, which would be detrimental to her waistline. She could only insist on her preference. What do you like? Do you like that he has 2? Mo Xian scoffed lightly. 2? That's not complicated at all that I could dance with Songming today, or with Qijin or Wenjin. Songming was preoccupied with thoughts of what surprise to bestow upon Jiang Xianqing, while Qijin turned away. Ignoring him, Wenjin twitched his lips. You have no shame. I merely wish to enjoy a world for two with Qingqing. Although it was true that females in the beast world often enjoyed companionship, it was evident that Qingqing rejected such notions, and Wenjin had no intention of broaching that sensitive topic. Jiang Xuanqing's face darkened at the insinuation of liking two. She was aware that some snake species had two, but Baihan only revealed one, and he utilized solely that one. I have the final say. Her expression remained impassive, and Mo Xian's dissatisfaction was palpable as he lowered his gaze, a hint of disappointment in his voice. You must provide me with a reason. Well, he has more tricks up his sleeve than you do. The other beast stared at Baihan in astonishment. He maintained his usual demeanor, yet internally, he stirred with excitement. Mo Xian fell silent, ultimately becoming a gray wolf contemplating his past. Having more tricks truly a valid reason? Songming pondered, utterly perplexed. And where might one learn such things? With his head resting on his paws, he contemplated before ultimately deciding to consult Qijin. Wenjin and Mo Xian overheard, both beasts lost in thought. Could it be that Baihan secretly gifted them? The wolf clawed at the wall in frustration, lamenting that he should have paid closer attention to his father's words. Mo Xian now regretted not acquiring the male's complimentary growth gift for cubs after Jiang Xianqing ascended the stairs with Baihan. As she had predicted, Baihan indeed had a wealth of ideas. However, previously, he had refrained from excessive antics out of concern that she might not appreciate them. Now, he unleashed a myriad of tactics upon her. And as the saying goes, too many words lead to misfortune. Jiang Xianqing found herself regretting it, feeling overwhelmed. Jiang Xianqing nestled against Baihan, clutching his long, serpentine tail. She had yet to awaken, and Baihan was disinclined to move. Holding her close in silence, the scent of the female enveloped him, and Baihan breathed in contentedly. Tonight, Qingqing would no longer be solely his, and he sighed, his vertical pupils reflecting a trace of sorrow. With so many beasts in the household, it was indeed less than ideal. However, he had already reached the 8th tier, and 9th-tier beastmen were scarce in the beast realm, few and far between. Typically, he would not encounter them. Allowing him brief moments of respite, perhaps I could send them all to the secret realm. That way, I could enjoy an extended period of intimacy with Qingqing. In a semi-conscious state, Jiang Xianqing rolled over, her hand that clutched the serpentine tail now resting upon Baihan's waist. Baihan's exposed torso bore numerous bite marks and claw imprints. Chapter 69. She desires to sleep alone. Downstairs, Bai Qin and Song Lan awaited their mother to descend. Yet after a prolonged wait without any sign of movement, the two little ones sprawled at the door basking in the sunlight. Mother, if you do not rise soon, they will begin eating without you. The two small creatures were ravenously hungry. Songming stealthily approached. Upon seeing the cubs at the door, he also heard the growling of their empty stomachs. With such an abundance of food during the rainy season, how could the little cubs be left hungry? Songming and Qijin were utterly irresponsible. Adanko retrieved some cured jerky from his space, offering a piece to each cub. The two little ones were cautious. Noting that this beast approached stealthily, what kind of good beast would act like a thief? Could he be attempting to abduct the cubs? Bai Qin immediately swam inside, and Song Lan quickly scurried back into the house. Adanko scratched his head, wondering if they simply did not like him. Yet, Songming and the others surely knew what the cubs enjoyed. How could you allow the little cubs to go hungry? Adanko questioned Songming and Qijin as he entered the house. Songming defended himself. They were waiting for Qingqing to eat together. She has not risen yet, though. I see, Adanko replied, his anger dissipating as he continued to offer the jerky to the two little ones. Let's fill your bellies a bit. It's not good to be hungry, as it affects your growth. With a cheerful laugh, Qiming held up the jerky, and Bai Qin hesitated, glancing at the fathers who had not chased him away. Before taking a tentative bite, the salty and fragrant jerky was quite to the liking of the little snake. Although it was somewhat dry, it served perfectly for gnawing. Seeing him enjoy the treat, Song Lan scampered over with his little legs and took a bite as well. As the two beasts feasted, Qiming gently patted the tiger's head and then affectionately rubbed the little snake's forehead. What about the other cubs? There are none, just these two. Qiming was filled with questions. Could it be that you did not take good care of them? Qijin shook her head and said no more. It was impossible to say they had not been cared for, as one was nurtured in the tribe and the other in Beast City, with the males attending to them with great care. Songming, in particular, prepared various dishes every day, and Qingqing had eaten quite well, Yet the conditions of the cubs remained similar. Having fewer cubs was quite convenient for care. The fathers looked lovingly at the two cubs. Although the little snake had no blood relation to him, should Song Ming call him father, he would not show favoritism. Will you stay here in the future? No, we plan to reside temporarily before heading to the western continent for a visit. Qi Ming nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment of contemplation, Song Ming finally broached the subject of him and Xiao. There is no possibility between us. I will only ever have you two cubs in this lifetime. So you need not worry about me. Qi Ming's expression remained unchanged, his tone resolute. His relationship with Song Ming and Qi was somewhat special. After all, both were adopted and not his biological offspring. Yet their bond was deep, and even as they grew, he still cared for them. He felt gratified to see Song Ming and Qi looking happy, their faces free of sorrow from feeling neglected. Now that they had cubs of their own, and Jiang Xianqing was also a good female, they were not only happy but also far luckier than he was, which was sufficient for him. He would no longer intrude upon their lives. A visit to the western continent sounded appealing, as it was rapidly developing with many novel things. Qi Ming remarked, planning to leave after feeding the little cubs. While Song Ming and Qi accompanied him outside. Qi, you must also strive to have a cub of your own. Qi smiled but did not respond directly. Instead, she remarked, happiness must be pursued on one's own. Confining oneself will only diminish the chances of approaching it. Qi Ming waved his hand, his mind made up and unchanging. Before departing, do visit me at the herbal hall once. The beast world is vast. And once you leave, unless you deliberately seek each other out, it will require great luck and fate to meet again. Consider it a final farewell. When Jin and Xian were engrossed in their own tasks, unconcerned with them, thus not wasting time and energy to pay attention, half the morning had passed when Jiang Xianqing finally awoke, only for Bai Han to kiss her soft lips once more. I want to get up. Don't, Jiang Xianqing murmured, pushing him away. Please don't come again. I truly cannot. I need to rest for a few days. Jiang Xianqing rubbed her waist, dressed, and after several gulps of water, prepared to head downstairs. Staggering slightly as she walked, Bai Han immediately scooped her up and carried her down. Jiang Xianqing told Song Ming not to prepare anything, that she would suffice with some fruit. And soon it would be noon, when they could have lunch together. Fortunately, the two cubs had filled up somewhat on the jerky. Next time, you can eat first. No need to wait for me. Jiang Xianqing pinched the little faces of the two cubs. Bai Chen appeared cold yet adorable, while Song Lan sported a cute white buzz cut, looking rather silly. Both were merely wrapped in animal skins around their backsides, nodding. After eating some fruit, Jiang Xianqing played with them. The cubs approached her from a distance as she used her ice abilities to conjure small spheres of ice, hurling them like hail at the two little cubs. Whoever got hit 3 times or more would be out. Occasionally, she would unexpectedly create ice shields in front of them, providing minor obstacles. The little snake had learned much from his father and could now merge into lightning, though he could only maintain it for a short while. The purple flashes traveled much faster than he could run on 4 legs. However, this speed sometimes led to the ice shields appearing suddenly, crashing directly into him. Song Lan's short legs were also quite nimble. Weaving in a curved path as he dodged the descending ice balls, sometimes a gust of wind would send an ice shield flying toward him, hastening his run towards his mother, after colliding twice. Bai Chen noticeably improved his control, twisting his snake tail to brush past the edge of an ice shield, successfully evading the obstacle. Bai Chen reached Jiang Xianqing's feet first, closely followed by the little white tiger. Jiang Xianqing did not go easy on them. Commendably, although both cubs had been hit, neither had exceeded 3 times. You were truly amazing. Jiang Xianqing enjoyed playing with the cubs while other beasts watched from the doorway. Sitting or standing, did the little trinket sent by father not make it to Qingqing? Qi quietly inquired of Song Ming. Yes, only that little comb is used often. Why? Are you planning to create some small trinkets? I haven't decided yet. Aside from the cubs, Qingqing has not shown strong emotions towards anything else. Surely, one cannot gift her a cub as a present. That would not be a surprise gift for her, but rather for him. Throughout the day, Jiang Xianqing was either playing with the cubs or carving wooden sculptures. She had brought over the fruit basket she had woven in the cave to hold the little wooden figures she had crafted. In the evening, under Song Ming's sparkling gaze, Jiang Xianqing mustered her courage and said, "Tonight, I want to sleep alone. I wish to go to the forest tomorrow." She truly longed for solitude for a few days, as overeating could be overwhelming. Song Ming noticed Jiang Xianqing's averted gaze, not meeting his eyes, but he nodded, stepping closer to her and whispering, "Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out." Chapter 70. Be with it. The great white tiger is wonderful. Jiang Xianqing joyfully pecked a kiss on him before darting away, while nearby, the gray wolf scratched at the wall, evidently harboring some resentment. However, did Qingqing say she would be going out tomorrow? It seemed he would need to keep a close eye on her, always ready to seize the first opportunity to accompany her. Early the next morning, Mo Xian began to stake out. After Jiang Xuanqing rose, she drank some porridge and ate some vegetables before preparing to set off. Mo Xian immediately stood beside her, holding her hand, saying, "Today, I will accompany you." "That's fine." Jiang Xuanqing had no particular preference for who would join her. "Let it be clear, unless there is danger, you must not interfere." Jiang Xuanqing clung to him, tugging on his wolf ears. "Understood." After Mo Xian raised an energy shield, they quickly approached the forest. He had previously accompanied by Han to hunt, so he recognized the way. Jiang Xuanqing jumped off him, running around the forest, occasionally plucking fruits from trees to taste. She felt gratified that she was no longer gasping for breath with every step. Climbing trees was also swift. Mo Xian silently guarded her from a distance in the shadows, his gaze solely fixed on the lively little female. Today's hunting was different from before with Bai Han and the others. The other beasts were always around her, and even when their presence was concealed, the nearby wild beasts would flee upon seeing them. Mo Xian not only concealed himself with his innate talent, but also did not emit any aura, which attracted some wild beasts. Watching with keen interest, a wild boar lurked in the grass, eagerly pacing, clearly excited. The creature before it appeared tender and delicious. Seizing the opportunity when the prey turned its back, the wild boar charged forward with excitement, although it was only as tall as her waist. It looked considerably bulkier than her. Hearing the noise, Jiang Xuanqing's ice abilities coalesced beneath her feet into a makeshift skateboard, allowing her to glide past. Purple lightning coursed toward the wild boar. But alas, its tough hide and resilient flesh merely dulled its movements. The minor injury did not dampen the wild boar's exhilaration. Rather, it ignited a fierce intensity in its crimson eyes as it charged toward Jiang Xuanqing once more. Balancing on her skateboard, Jiang Xuanqing dodged while knocking an arrow, shooting toward its eyes. Both arrows struck true, causing the wild boar to thrash in pain. Jiang Xuanqing leapt to a tree, shooting arrows at it incessantly. From the tree, she had a wide view and was less likely to be injured by the wild boar's charge due to lack of foresight. The purple electricity coursing through its wounds inflicted considerable damage. And with just one more arrow, Jiang Xuanqing could claim this boar. Just then, a spotted deer rushed in, its solid antlers piercing through the wild boar's abdomen in an instant. Jiang Xuanqing was taken aback, her hard work nearly paying off, only to be caught off guard. She raised her bow, preparing to shoot at the deer, which was larger than the boar, only to see the deer transform into a beast man. Tossing his hair and winking at her, Jiang Xuanqing, Mo Xian approached with a dark expression. Sensing the deer's proximity, he had released his aura from a distance, intending to warn him. Generally, a male would have fled upon catching a whiff. Yet he had instead dashed forward, stealing Qingqing's prey. The deer shot Jiang Xuanqing a flirtatious glance, saying, "How about it? Are you captivated?" He had been searching for her in the gathering but had not found her, only to unexpectedly encounter her while seeking a hearty meal in the forest. Truly, the beast god is favoring him. How fortunate he was that her male stood idly by, failing to protect her. Leaving the little female to sit alone in a tree, looking pitiful as she watched the foolish boar collide chaotically, was simply too careless. How could the moment for a hero to save the damsel in distress pass by? The deer swiftly charged, bringing the wild boar down. How should this be accounted for? Jiang Xuanqing leaped from the tree into Mo Xian's embrace, hesitatingly inquiring. This was her first encounter with such a situation, and a hint of despondency flickered across her expression, as she had already lost hope regarding the pig's ownership. Indeed, the next moment, Mo Xian gently ruffled her hair and remarked, "If it were a tribal haunt, it would belong to the tribe, or be split evenly. In the wild, whoever kills it gets to keep it. Do you want me to take care of him? Generally, males that dare to snatch prey are quite formidable, and the weaker ones cannot compete. Yet, Qingqing still has him." Jiang Xuanqing shook her head. It was merely a pig, not worth killing. Her sense of morality remained strong, though she couldn't help but feel a tinge of resentment at the situation. Lu Rong observed the unanticipated outcome, as the little female had instead leaped into another's arms, and the two appeared sweetly intimate. Just as he was about to intervene, the little female approached him. Could it be quick? He would surely agree, but should he feign modesty, lest the little female easily receive him, and thus not cherish him? As Lu Rong's mind raced, Jiang Xuanqing abruptly encased him in a solid block of ice. Although she had exhausted her contracted abilities, she no longer cared. With a swift kick, she sent the ice block tumbling into the wild boar's embrace, while Mo Xian nearby hastily gathered grass and vines. securely binding the ice block with the wild boar. Jiang Xianqing cast a disdainful glance at Lu Rong. Since he favored this pig, he could remain with it, with such prowess in seizing others' prey. She trusted he possessed the strength to navigate his current predicament. Feeling lighthearted, Jiang Xianqing took Mo Xian's hand and ventured elsewhere. Let's go to another place. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Jiang Xianqing, drained of her ice abilities, found herself at a disadvantage against other formidable beasts. By the stream, she washed her hands, her gaze catching sight of numerous little fish darting about in the crystal-clear waters. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Perhaps today would yield a bountiful catch, as fish were not a bad option. She wasn't particularly fond of aquatic creatures, but fish and shrimp were acceptable. However, she would never touch creatures like mannish shrimp, lobsters, or crayfish. Though the fish swam close, they would dart away at the slightest attempt to catch them, like a carrot dangling before her, teasing yet astutely evasive. With a sudden surge of resolve, she unleashed a wave of lightning. And in an instant, several fish floated to the surface. Not wishing to wade into the water, Mo Xian retrieved them all for her. Jiang Xianqing kept only 10, while Mo Xian initially intended to store them in his spatial pocket. But Qingqing requested he gut and clean them thoroughly. Is this sufficient? As Mo Xian worked, Jiang Xianqing sat and waited, appreciating the practicality of ice abilities, which could serve both as a weapon and versatile tools. Perhaps she should have them fashion her a bone knife. That might prove more convenient. However, she reconsidered. Under normal circumstances, she seldom encountered danger, and should it arise, the enemy would hardly allow her the luxury of drawing a weapon. Lamenting the limitations of her spatial storage, she felt a sudden yearning for it, regrettably noting that such skills were not among the options for her contract. Chapter 71. Her response to him as Mo Xian finished his task. He sensed Lu Rong's presence in the forest from atop a tree, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Moments later, a conspicuous smile graced his lips. Qingqing, would you like to see a firework display? Fireworks in broad daylight. And in the beast world, there are fireworks. What kind of fireworks? Jiang Xianqing asked, intrigued. Mo Xian positioned himself behind her, while she faced the stream, still a distance away from its edge. Sparks suddenly erupted from the ground, soaring skyward, exploding either high above or at her eye level. His control was impeccable. The bursts of sparks either extinguished quickly upon hitting the ground or were doused upon entering the water. Taking advantage of Jiang Xianqing's momentary distraction, the highest sparks transformed into a fireball aimed directly at Lu Rong. The terrifying heat was contained, bursting only before him, and even if he attempted to evade, the fireball pursued him relentlessly. Lu Rong could even smell the scent of his flesh cooking, prompting him to flee to a distance. Since Qingqing had stated not to kill him, Mo Xian merely offered a warning. His hand slid around Jiang Xianqing's waist, one hand gently supporting her, while the other formed a fist, palm facing up before her chest. Guess what I have? Only small objects could be concealed within his grasp. And since it was a gift for her, Jiang Xianqing speculated, a little trinket? Mo Xian smiled enigmatically, flipping his hand over, revealing a flame-formed bud. The petals unfurled layer by layer, presenting a beautiful and innovative flame flower before her. As her fingers drew near, she felt no heat. The flower extended branches and leaves. Testing cautiously, she was not burned as she accepted the flame flower from Mo Xian. Is it not possible to preserve this? No, Mo Xian replied softly, his gaze lingering on the surprise in her eyes and the smile she struggled to contain. As long as I do not control it, it will dissipate, or it could lead to a disaster. Do not be disheartened. I am here to win your favor. If you like it, I can conjure it for you at any time. Jiang Xianqing shot him a glance, bemused. Fool, what follows will never compare to today's surprise and significance. Reluctantly, she gazed at the flower, her fingers brushing against the petals, which seemed to pulsate with life. As she touched them, they shifted in shape. While roadside flowers might not evoke much excitement, this one was different, and it felt like a loss. Qingqing, I have witnessed other wounded or endangered females, yet only you stand apart. In truth, this flower resembles you closely. Despite its ornate exterior, it possesses the ability to protect itself. If not for facing two ninth-tier opponents, your chances would be considerable. I hold great affection for you. This is my first infatuation with a female. The more I learn about you, the deeper my love grows. The closer I get, the more I desire to possess you. Promise me you will never abandon me, all right? Mo Xian embraced her from behind, his deep voice revealing his unease. Jiang Xianqing smiled, her fingertips grazing the flower petals one last time. In my homeland, there is a flower similar to this. Do you know what it is? I do not know. A rose, often referred to as the flower of love, frequently exchanged between couples as a symbol of passionate affection. A flower blooming in crimson flames complements the rose's meaning splendidly. After toying with it for a while, she handed the flower back to Imotian. I now return this flower to you. Imotian appeared momentarily stunned, as if struggling to comprehend. My answer is akin to this flower. What I offer you is the same genuine and fervent affection. The last half of her statement was uttered silently. Imotian, captivated by the sight of her rosy lips and the starlit tenderness in her eyes, understood her unspoken words, his ears subtly tinged with red, and his handsome face flushed, bowing his head against her shoulder. He pinched her cheek, compelling her to look ahead, concealing the bashfulness he now felt, though his heart bubbled with sweetness. Jiang Xinqing gazed at the stream, amused to discover that he, too, could blush, once the warmth subsided. Imotian rose to take the flame flower, kissing its petals, after which its energy dissipated in an instant. Jiang Xinqing stood as well, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Let us go home. Beautiful moments are fleeting, yet at least the memories and emotions from this time will endure. 18 noon. Song Ming prepared a feast with the fish Jiang Xinqing had brought back, one fried. Another simmered into soup, accompanied by stir-fried dishes and braised chicken legs. Today's meal was quite lavish. The fish soup was savory, devoid of any fishy scent. The fried fish pieces were crispy on the outside and tender within. After seasoning and removing the bones, the little ones relished them as well. Jiang Xinqing took the freshly fried fish and 5 dead fish to Tasha's home. Delicious, though a bit troublesome to eat due to the bones. However, these fish mostly had large bones, with few small ones, so Tasha accepted the fish and generously gifted Jiang Xinqing many bananas and fresh vegetables. These could also be used for soup or boiling. For specific recipes, she could consult Song Ming. Master Song had a remarkable talent for cooking. After delivering the fish, Jiang Xinqing only took some vegetables before heading home for an afternoon nap. In the afternoon, Jiang Xinqing resumed her wood carving, depicting a large snake with its tongue flicking out, atop which rested a smaller snake, its tail curled around a small figure resembling Jiang Xinqing, who held jerky to tempt the little snake. The big and small snakes appeared adorably naive. Whenever she carved, she secluded herself in her room, hiding her work in a basket covered with animal skins, lest they see and spoil the surprise. They only knew she was busy carving wood but remained unaware of what she was creating. That evening, after enjoying some fish soup, Jiang Xinqing proceeded to wash up. She soaked in the upstairs bathtub while Song Ming hesitated nearby, visibly wanting to say something, but she noticed and refrained from asking. Could he be thinking of sharing her bed? That might be fine. After all, one must climb once before the next round begins. Once she finished bathing, Song Ming took animal skins to dry her hair. Qingqing, what do you plan to do tomorrow? What do you mean? What to do? Do you have any plans to go out tomorrow? Or will you continue playing with wood at home? Playing with wood? Jiang Xinqing fell silent. She did not particularly enjoy playing with wood, but for now, she chose not to voice her thoughts, merely acquiescing to the assumption that she was engaged in such activities. What's wrong with staying at home? Can you accompany me on an outing tomorrow? Sure. Jiang Xinqing did not inquire about the destination, as it was clear that Song Ming would never allow her to be taken away. After fulfilling her wish, once Qingqing's hair had dried, Song Ming transformed into his half-beast form and simply embraced her, drifting into slumber. Jiang Xinqing grasped the tail of the white tiger, finding a comfortable position, and fell into a deep sleep until dawn. Breakfast consisted of pancakes accompanied by fish soup. Just as Jiang Xinqing was enjoying her meal, a beast arrived outside, seeking Qijin. Chapter 72. I want to hear you tell me. Lu Rong stood at the door, baring his teeth. The wounds inflicted by the wolf yesterday marred his body, but thankfully, his handsome face remained unscathed. He had intended to exchange for some scar-removing ointment from the wood-type beast men in Leopard City. But due to recent gatherings, the ointments were nearly depleted. Fortunately, one beast man had pointed him in the right direction, leading him here. Recently, apart from preparing some ointment and herbal bundles, Qijun had been traversing between her father and various wood-type beastmen, enhancing her medical skills while also exchanging herbal bundles for some rare supplies. Lu Rong lingered at the door, inadvertently glancing inside and noticing the stunning little female. What a twist of fate. What does fate mean if not this? Lu Rong felt his heart race. He had fortuitously discovered where the little female resided. Upon Qijun's emergence, she caught sight of his smitten expression, and her hand instinctively balled into a fist. What an eyesore. I truly wish to punch him. Is there something you need? The little fox's tone was far from amiable, but Lu Rong, lost in thoughts of Jiang Xinqing, failed to notice that I came to exchange for some scar removal ointment. Though addressed to Qijun, his gaze was fixed on Jiang Xinqing. When Qijun obstructed him, He merely took a step to peer further inside. I don't have any. Qijin wore a feigned smile. Having none to spare. How unfortunate. Lu Rong was unfazed. He then used energy to manifest clothing, wrapping himself completely, and as he prepared to leave, he reached out to greet Jiang Xinqing. Hi. Female. Once again, he could not voice the words. Vines ensnared him, green leaves enveloped his mouth, and the vines dragged him to one side of the room. After Tsangming transformed into a large white tiger and took Jiang Xinqing away, Lu Rong was finally released from Qijin's vines. What were you about to say? The threat in Qijin's gaze was unmistakable, yet Lu Rong boldly replied, it is natural for males to pursue females. Even if I cannot overpower you, you cannot continuously block my encounters with the little female. Can you? His bold declaration attracted the attention of other beasts in the house. Mo Xian stepped out, an arm draped over Lu Rong's shoulder, and ominously remarked, if you entertain any improper thoughts again, I shall break your legs. Bai Han shot Lu Rong a cold glance, stating plainly that he was not interested. When Jean stroked his icy blue tail hook, appearing ready to administer a needle to Lu Rong at any moment. The imposing presence of the high-ranking beastman made beads of sweat form on his forehead. He felt a twinge of retreat. Qijin thrust the ointment into his hands, warning him that if they caught him trying to woo her again, he would not fare well. Holding the ointment, Lu Rong initially intended to inquire about what supplies were needed for exchange, but Qijin dismissed him without requesting anything, sending him away, with one rival eliminated. The remaining beasts felt quite at ease. Settling in the eastern continent seemed rather pleasant. Meanwhile, Tsangming led Jiang Xinqing along a route he had meticulously scouted the previous day, steering clear of the forest and heading in another direction. As they neared their destination, the large white tiger slowed its pace, taking careful steps toward their goal. Where are we headed? Jiang Xinqing asked from atop the tiger's back. In the next moment, Tsangming transformed into his human form, catching her gracefully as she descended from the air, and carried her toward a field of flowers. In the expansive flower field, a myriad of blossoms flourished. Avoid any mishaps. Tsangming deliberately steered clear of the alluring flowers. Jiang Xinqing stood on the ground, surveying her surroundings. The azure sky was adorned with various white clouds, while the sea of flowers swayed gently. A gentle breeze stirred swirling petals around Jiang Xinqing, converging and dispersing, the fragrance of flowers wafting through the wind and rustling her garments. Tsangming's gaze upon her was radiant, reminiscent of exquisite azure amber. The breeze formed the petals into a tiger shape that brushed against her arm. A belated surprise. Do you like it? Tsangming's voice bore a hint of nervousness. Jiang Xinqing remained silent, settling onto the grass as the petal-formed tiger descended beside her, with the large white tiger approaching from the other side. What prompted you to do all this? Jiang Xinqing's voice was soft, as if a stone had lodged in her throat. She casually plucked some flowers nearby, weaving them into a garland. The white tiger nuzzled its ears against her hand. I have never pursued a female. Since others have what they desire, you too must possess it, and it must be even better. Even if she felt no envy, even if her desires were not particularly intense, he would not withhold his intentions. He could not conceive of anything else. Xinqing appeared to favor her independence, seldom seeking anything from him, and thus he could only bring her to this floral paradise. Jiang Xinqing smiled, uncertain of what to say. Yesterday, Mo Xian had been similar. She placed the completed garland atop the white tiger's head and reclined in the flower field, reaching out to the petal tiger beside her. It lifted its paw and rested it gently in her palm. Xinqing, I truly love you. The tiger's paw, retracting its sharp claws, rested in her other palm. In that moment, as she lay there leisurely, Jiang Xinqing felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Perhaps everything was as it should be. Perhaps it was indeed the blessing of some divine beast. Would you like to hear me sing? It would be my honor. Jiang Xinqing sang a gentle, soothing song, one she had cherished, neither a sweet song nor a love ballad, but rather a lyrical expression akin to a solitary wanderer who, after traversing darkness for an eternity, finally glimpsed the light. In the flower field, one person and one beast shared a tender moment, with Jiang Xinqing cuddling against the real white tiger, nuzzling against him. Is it pleasant to hear? Tsangming sincerely replied, it is lovely. Do you like me? Before he could finish his question, Jiang Xinqing clamped her hand over his mouth. The large white tiger transformed into his human form, his arm encircling her waist, while his other hand clasped hers. Tilting his head to inquire, why won't you let me ask? Jiang Xinqing turned his face toward her, lowering her head to seal his lips once more. Tsangming's tiger ears perked up in excitement. Fortunately, there were no other beasts around, allowing the two to indulge freely. With cubs already on the way, do you still need to ask? I want to hear you say it. Songming held her tightly, his tiger tail instinctively wrapping around their waists. Jiang Shenqing whispered tenderly in his ear, "I love you too." Songming's voice grew deep as he chuckled with joy, after sharing an intimate moment amidst the flowers. They finally decided to return. "Shall we not pluck some flowers?" Songming began to gather the beast's skins laid on the ground, his gaze lingering on Jiang Shenqing, who was already dressed and ready to depart. Jiang Shenqing shook her head. "I can't care for them properly." She could barely keep succulents alive, let alone flowers, which would wilt shortly after returning home, but it's better to leave them here. Qi Zhen can help you take care of them. With her wood-type abilities, it would be quite convenient. No, let us decide where we will settle down first. Once Jiang Shenqing mounted the white tiger, it finally rose, still adorned with the flower crown. By the way, let's take the petal tiger with us. Jiang Shenqing glanced at the solitary petal tiger across from them, tugging at Songming's fur. Chapter 73. Just a way of doing things. Songming stored the petal tiger in a space and led Jiang Shenqing along the leisurely route he had scouted yesterday toward Beast City. When Jiang Shenqing returned home, she found Lai Yi engaged in a playful skirmish with Bai Qin. The little rabbit was making swift progress, the vines agile, sometimes even tangling around the snake's tail, causing the little serpent to thump against the ground. However, the little snake would also be zapped by lightning coursing through the vines, leaving its once smooth fur in disarray, with some even singed. The two beasts twisted and turned in the small courtyard before the house, grappling, crawling, and leaping about. Songming effortlessly carried Jiang Shenqing inside with a few strides before placing her on the ground. At the entrance, Bai Han and Yi were watching the two little cubs, while Song Lan squatted nearby, observing the fray. It had been quite some time since they had witnessed the cubs fighting, and Jiang Shenqing lingered to watch for a while. The result was that Bai Qin was increasingly determined. With his mother watching, he could not afford to lose. Lai Yi was taken aback by the little snake's sudden burst of energy and, caught off guard, was bitten by the little serpent, unable to withstand Bai Qin's venom and collapsing once more. The victor swam proudly toward Jiang Shenqing, having successfully earned his mother's praise. It seems you've improved quite a bit. Of course, I will continue to grow stronger. After all, I am your cub. The little snake's tone was buoyant as it nuzzled against Jiang Shenqing's cheek. He had committed his mother's words to memory while still in the egg. He would keep getting stronger until no beast or circumstance could ever defeat him. Lai Yi leapt into his father's embrace, where Yi treated him, casually complimenting, "You did great too." The little rabbit cast a glance at him, one that was evidently insincere. "What about Tasha?" Not seeing Tasha, Jiang Shenqing inquired, preparing to search for her when Mei said, "She has been a bit drowsy lately, spending most of her days asleep." Tasha was sleeping, and not wanting to disturb her, Jiang Shenqing ascended the stairs to continue carving her wooden sculpture. In the afternoon, she rose to exercise for a brief while before returning to her tasks. As dusk approached, Jiang Shenqing tidied up her belongings, leaving the leftover useless wood blocks and shavings for the males to collect. After dinner and freshening up, Zhizhen followed her upstairs. He obediently lay on one side of the bed, covered with a fur blanket. Once Jiang Shenqing nestled into the quilt, a foxtail scampered into her embrace, and she fell asleep clutching it. In the morning, Jiang Shenqing felt herself swaying, as if lying in a small boat upon the water. As she slightly opened her eyes, she beheld a bare chest before her. Beneath her lay the foxtail, and another tail draped over her, its plush texture unmistakable, just as it had been the night prior when she had no clothes on. She wrapped herself in the foxtail and sat up, realizing she was in a rattan chair, spacious enough for both her and Zhizhen to lie down comfortably. However, Zhizhen, being somewhat tall, had to bend his legs slightly. The rattan chair, though constructed from coarse, sturdy vines, was quite solid, adorned with small flowers and green leaves, the latter being more plentiful. Lanterns woven from vines hung on either side of the supporting branches, their bases resembling blooming flowers, with only two handles surrounding them. One side of the seat had a backrest, while the other was occupied by Zhizhen, preventing her from falling off. It was suspended, allowing for a gentle sway, akin to an upscale swing. Jiang Shenqing glanced at Zhizhen, whose half-beast form, complete with pointed ears, was gazing at her with a hesitance that suggested he was on the verge of speaking. She leaned in and kissed the corner of his lips, asking, "How long have you been like this?" "It didn't take long," he replied. The vine seemed to meld with him, effortlessly under his command, but he pondered the length of time it would take to present her with a gift. "Why have you all been giving me gifts lately?" Jiang Shenqing leaned against his shoulder, still wrapped in the crimson foxtail, which she had pulled over herself. He closed his eyes for a moment and spoke in a hushed tone. "It was Tsang Ming who first had the idea. He came to discuss it with me, and the others overheard. Now, perhaps only by Han, who was upstairs at the time, remains unaware. Did you all decide to give these gifts out of your own volition? Or is it a matter of not wanting to be outdone? The red fox ears twitched as he honestly admitted. Both. Do you have something to say to me as well? Jiang Xianqing extended her fingertip to caress Xizhan's Adam's apple. Eager to hear his confession, a tingling sensation coursed through him, and as his throat rolled slightly, he grasped her hand firmly, preventing her from touching him further. Qingqing, he began, I had never considered seeking a partner before. My strength was merely a slight advantage over the cubs due to my size. In my youth, Song Ming had exceptional talent, growing stronger by the day, often expressing his desire to care for a female together. The female's companion would only be the two of us, one for hunting, the other for guarding. Although I never directly agreed, I held on to the hope that I could partake in such a beautiful life. Unfortunately, I lacked the capacity for cultivation until adulthood. The lifespan of a beast man is closely tied to their rank. I refused to enter into a mere ordinary contract, one that could be easily severed as my father did. However, a blood contract would be too precarious for me. Once I perish, the female would be gravely harmed. That I do not wish to burden Song Ming, nor do I want to harm my female master due to the inevitable. Had it not been for that female, I would have never approached you. Had it not been for your grasp, I would not have discovered that I possessed a transparent tail. Only the fox tail could absorb energy from the outside world for my cultivation. Otherwise, I would have to rely solely on devouring crystal stones to gradually accumulate energy for ascension. Qingqing, the moment I realized I could rely on my foxtail for cultivation, I felt immense joy. It gave me the courage to boldly love you. Although I am weak, far weaker than other beasts, I shall strive to catch up to them. Perhaps I have drawn little attention from you due to my obsession with cultivation. But I too wish for your gaze to rest upon me, even if only for a fleeting moment. Even if rapid strength gain requires the consumption of vast amounts of crystal stones, posing a risk of explosion, I shall remain vigilant to avoid an untimely demise until the day I can protect you, ensuring that events like those in the Tiger Clan tribe never occur again. The energy that cannot be absorbed in a short time will linger within me, and this suffering is not trifling. It is akin to the turmoil of mental unrest, one tormenting the body, the other the spirit. I believe by Han and Song Ming share similar thoughts regarding their strength, or else they would not be so devoted to training whenever they have the chance. There are too many beasts at home, and contention for affection is unavoidable. The gifts I present to you serve both to vie for your favor and to acknowledge that Song Ming mentioned we have indeed not pursued you. We merely integrated ourselves into your life through daily interactions. Qingqing, I shall make amends for what I owe you. As for the rivals in love, their actions are beyond my concern. If they do not compensate, all the better. Xizhan placed a kiss on her hand and declared, Qingqing, I love you. The gifts are merely a way for me to express my feelings. There will be more time in the future for you to assess this sincerity. Chapter 74. They must strive. Xizhan's gaze was fervent and sincere, his handsome face flushed with an additional hue of brightness. Jiang Xianqing listened quietly. She did not mind that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Everyone had their motives. Regardless of their reasons for approaching her, their hearts were now solely hers. Had she not been driven by the necessity of survival, had she not sought power or been tempted by their beauty, these beasts would not even have had the chance to see her. Living alone in the depths of the mountains, leading a pastoral life, would have been far more tranquil and leisurely, yet the happiness of the present was not unwelcome, especially with the adorable cubs among them. Qingqing, do you have even a slight fondness for me? Xizhan asked, his voice trembling. Even if the answer was not what he wished to hear, it mattered little. He had many years ahead to win her heart. Jiang Xianqing met his gaze unflinchingly, the sincerity and tenderness in her eyes devoid of any deceit. With a smile, she replied, Xizhan, I like you very much. Otherwise, with so many beast men around, I would not have chosen you. I would have had Bai Han chase you away. The fox ears twitched with excitement, and despite his efforts to contain it, he could not suppress the instinctive joy that surfaced. As Jiang Xianqing leaned against Xizhan, intending to gather the other tails, she found that one fox tail was stubbornly out of reach. Why can't I grab this one? This particular crimson tail obstructed the area below Xizhan's waist. Xizhan grasped her wrist with one hand while shielding his face with the other. Qingqing, I cannot see, but I can feel it clearly. Jiang Xianqing was momentarily taken aback, still processing his words when, as if to affirm his statement, the fox tail wrapped around her more tightly. Sensing her embarrassment, Xizhan stifled a laugh behind his hand, although his rising chest betrayed him. Jiang Xianqing playfully bit his Adam's apple. gently nibbling, and commanded, "No sneaky laughs." She pushed the foxtail aside and leaped off the wrought-tin chair, hastening towards the bed to quickly don her dress. It was the previous black and white patchwork design, and Bai Han had made her a new one. Jiang Xianqing hurriedly fled downstairs. Breakfast consisted of red bean porridge, but she had never been fond of beans and meticulously picked them out before drinking. The sweet red porridge eased her lingering embarrassment and awkwardness. Qingqing, you have no idea how much I have been sleeping these past 2 days. Tasha entered with a woeful expression shortly after Jiang Xianqing finished her breakfast. She had been sleeping as if in a coma, rarely awake. How long have you been pregnant? 2.5 months. Just half a month left until the birth. That's soon. Little tiger cubs are the best. I hardly felt anything while pregnant. Unlike the rabbits and this litter of leopards, they're such a hassle. Initially, everything was normal, but then I started vomiting, and now I'm just drowsy. Every stage brings a new ordeal. Tasha wore a frown, lamenting that it was the perfect time for play, yet she was stuck at home sleeping every day. Fortunately, I didn't have to deal with them together, or it would have been even worse. Jiang Xianqing embraced her, and Tasha sighed. It's the most pleasant weather, yet we can't go out to play. By the way, when do you plan to have a litter? Why not hurry and conceive another? Since I can't accompany you when the weather is nice, in half a month, it will likely rain heavily again. If you get pregnant now, you'll be at home on rainy days, and it would be just right to give birth at the onset of the hot season. Then we can go to the beach without it being too hot. Tasha's subsequent chatter barely registered with Bai Han and the others. The beach? Several beasts exchanged glances, bewildered. Song Ming appeared as if he had expected this, his words striking true. However, they could take them to a place devoid of other beasts. Perhaps Bai Han could release some electricity into the water. They were unsure if Jin could freeze the ocean's surface. Jiang Xianqing chuckled softly. That would require their efforts. It's not as simple as me wanting to conceive. Upon hearing about the seaside, she inquired further, by the way, is it true that the coastal area only has food from the sea? No, the western continent is not as mountainous as the eastern and northern continents. It is predominantly characterized by vast, unending plains. However, it boasts more forests and an abundance of wild beasts than on one side lies the sheer cliffs of the coastline, while the other is enveloped by forests, with creatures flying above, swimming below, and running on the ground, all present in that realm. That sounds good. I dislike all aquatic creatures except for fish. Hee, then your beast husbands will have their work cut out for them. As the wild beasts, they possess remarkable survival skills due to the absence of geographical advantages. In contrast, the eastern and northern continents are home to numerous mountain ranges where beasts can dwell and hide. Whereas the western continent has few mountains, and when encountered, they are merely small cliffs, not towering peaks like those found on the other 2 continents. I have faith in them. After a lengthy conversation, Jiang Xianqing took Tasha by the hand and taught her some simple stretches and exercises, akin to the warm-up routines seen in early recordings of launching, combined with the movements of Qicai Yangguang. These exercises are beneficial for stretching the body and alleviating the fatigue of pregnancy, as well as assisting in the birthing process. However, it seems Tasha must have engaged in considerable physical activity in the past, as she still retains some muscle definition despite her pregnancy. Before noon, Tasha felt a wave of drowsiness and decided to return to sleep. After Jiang Xianqing awoke in the afternoon, she put the finishing touches on the wooden carving of the beast formed by Han and began to polish and perfect it using a rough animal hide. After dinner and freshening up, Jin followed Jiang Xianqing upstairs. Why are the lights off? Usually, the flickering lights illuminate every corner of the home, but today, darkness envelopes the area before they have even reached halfway up the stairs. You'll find out when you get up there. Oh, you want me to carry you? Sure. Although it was termed as carrying, Jin simply hoisted her up. This arrangement seemed acceptable, and Jiang Xianqing settled comfortably on his shoulder. Wondering what sort of surprise Jin would bestow upon her, the 3 beasts had each given gifts related to their unique abilities, and he might not be any different. Upon reaching the final step of the staircase, Jin gently set her down, Jiang Xianqing turned around to behold a butterfly shimmering with blue light, and as she extended her hand, it landed delicately on her shoulder, tilting her head to observe. She discovered it was a butterfly formed from ice. A gentle touch from her fingertip caused it to dissolve into a flurry of blue light particles. When Jiang Xianqing looked back, she was met with a multitude of ice-blue butterflies that seemed to burst forth from the inky darkness of the ground, each trailing a luminous blue tail, a sight both splendid and dreamlike. Just as she was admiring the breathtaking spectacle, 2 butterflies approached her, carrying a small square box. Jiang Xianqing extended her hand, and the butterflies placed the box into her palm before vanishing. The box felt icy to the touch and was no larger than her hand. Chapter 75. Can we rank by strength? Upon opening the lid, she discovered a beautiful ice blue butterfly hairpin nestled inside. When Jean embraced her from behind, his tone gentle, "Do you like it?" Jiang Xianqing was momentarily stunned, as this was not what she had anticipated. "I do. Could you help me put it on?" With her long, ink-black hair cascading down, when Jean gathered the strands from the side of her face and fastened the hairpin in place, his movements were somewhat clumsy, as he was cautious not to hurt her and had never styled hair before. So he merely secured it atop her head. Observing his handiwork, when Jean fell silent, feeling that the result was somewhat unsatisfactory. After a moment, he hesitantly remarked, "My skills may not be very good, it's all right." "Is it beautiful?" Without a mirror, Jiang Xianqing could not see herself, and though curious, she could only suppress her intrigue. To be honest, when Jean could not see the butterfly, only the gentle figure before him who was brushing her hair aside. And he complimented her in accordance with his feelings. "You look lovely. What is truly beautiful is you." The butterflies gradually encircled them, and when Jean could not resist leaning down to place a soft kiss on her lips. "Qing, though it may not mean much to you, I genuinely believe that encountering you in the Wangba tribe is one of the few strokes of luck in my beastly life. In those dim, bleak days, you were my only light. Meeting you and being with you brings me the greatest happiness. I am quite satisfied with the butterfly hairpin. It is a gift that delights me." Jiang Xianqing wrapped her arms around his neck, rising on her tiptoes to respond to him. "But could you hold me for a moment? My neck is about to strain." Jiang Xianqing playfully pinched his waist in mild protest. "Carry me. This is too low. And I'm tired." When Jean promptly lifted her and placed her on the bed, setting the butterfly hairpin beside her pillow. Early in the morning, Jiang Xianqing slowly awoke and picked up the butterfly resting beside her pillow. Examining it closely in the sunlight streaming through the window. "Will it disappear?" "No. As long as my ability is not retracted or countered, it will remain. It won't melt in the heat of summer. But if it encounters Mo Xian's fire abilities, it will indeed be melted. Although ice and fire counter each other, Mo Xian's strength surpasses his by a tier, and his abilities cannot withstand the flames of Mo Xian." After embracing with Jean for a while, Jiang Xianqing eventually got up. Downstairs, Song Ming had already prepared breakfast, Mo Xian was washing clothes. Bai Han was contemplating how to create new garments, and Qizhen was engaged in training. Mo Xian felt invigorated even while washing clothes, his mood buoyant, for tonight it was his turn to be close to Qingqing. When Jiang Xianqing descended the stairs with the ice blue butterfly, Bai Han immediately took notice. He tapped the small snake's head beside him, prompting Bai Qian to glance at him frequently. "Why do you keep tapping his head? Are you trying to teach him a new skill?" Although the serpent tribe possesses inherited memories, the specifics of what is passed down are determined by their father. Bai Han had only imparted combat techniques and some knowledge about caring for females. The other little snakes lacked this information. For instance, the method of comprehending ability techniques was not taught by their father, nor were the memories of interactions with their mother passed on to the little snakes. Breakfast consisted of chicken soup accompanied by pancakes. And Jiang Xianqing savored several pieces of tender chicken, which were delicious without being greasy. After the meal, she drew several different shapes of calligraphy brushes on the ground with charcoal. "Song Ming, have you finished grinding the year I entrusted to you last time?" "I have. Oh, you need it now?" "Not just yet. Please work on this for me first, and once it's done, we can do it together." Song Ming leaned closer to inspect. It was a wooden stick with a tuft of fur, though the fur content varied among the sticks, appearing quite simple. "All right, I'll give it a T or Y. No rush. Take your time." After explaining the essentials of the calligraphy brush, Jiang Xianqing went upstairs to continue her carving. While downstairs, anything with fur was plucked by Song Ming. In the small courtyard, Mo Xian looked perplexedly at the bald spot on his tail and was about to confront the beast when he heard Song Ming mention that it was for Qingqing. "Is this enough? Or should I get some more?" Transforming into a large gray wolf, Mo Xian did not even glance at Song Ming and turned away. When Jean, feeling idle, decided to join Song Ming in their research. The two little cubs, restless, went a challenge Lai to a fight. Jiang Xianqing spent the entire morning perfecting the wooden carving for Bai Han, and in the afternoon, she began preparing to carve one for Song Ming. After creating a model, a fiery red fox scampered over and nuzzled against her side. "Oh, Qingqing," the little fox, with a pitiful demeanor, rubbed against her, and when Jiang Xianqing patted its head, it attempted to lick her, only to be swiftly restrained. No licking. The tail that the red fox had raised slowly drooped down, and it lay dejectedly by her side. Observing its somewhat irrational state, Jiang Xianqing understood that its spiritual energy was in turmoil. and she allowed the fox to use her as a support while she continued carving the small wooden sculpture. She ignored the little fox, and it, in turn, did not disturb her. For now, they could only rely on their closeness to alleviate the situation. For any further contemplation would have to wait until the evening. She needed to have dinner, or else, if she let it tire her out, she would be both exhausted and hungry. During dinner, Mo Xian looked at the droopy fox nestled beside Jiang Xuanqing, feeling as though he had turned to stone and then shattered. The gray wolf scratched the wall in frustration, lamenting, "So, can we rank by strength next time? And why did it have to be today that your spiritual energy went awry? Brother, can't you hold on until the night?" Mo Xian transformed into his half-beast form, wagging his wolf tail as he approached from the other side, attempting to seize a moment of intimacy. Jiang Xuanqing, helpless, spread her hands. "I only have one, and I can only accompany one. Next time. You go first, all right?" "Fine. Can I always go first from now on?" "No, Bai Han is first." Jiang Xuanqing's blatant favoritism made the typically aloof and dignified male instantly beam with warmth. Mo Xian's expression darkened as he pinched her cheek and gave her a swift kiss. He only released her once her face flushed crimson, declaring, "In a few days, it will be my turn. And I want to end things easily." Jiang Xuanqing thought, "But that's what he says. He likely does not realize that his wait will extend to 3 months." That evening, Jiang Xuanqing gazed incredulously at the well-behaved male lying on the bed and poked Qizhen's arm, asking, "Don't you want him?" The enchanting fox blinked her eyes, remaining silent, yet exuding an irresistible charm as her fingers playfully caressed the side of her thigh. Jiang Xuanqing, her ears flushed with embarrassment, lunged forward, initially believing that a few bold advances would suffice. However, Qizhen's voice tonight was notably different from the usual. The seductive gasps were tantalizing, ensnaring her like prey. And Jiang Xuanqing found herself increasingly entranced by the alluring voice and captivating visage. Overcome by desire, with the beast enticing her, coupled with her indulgence, Jiang Xuanqing found herself unable to rise the following day. After a few days of intermittent busyness, she finally found a moment of leisure. One morning, Jiang Xuanqing immersed herself in a bath, the petals floating atop the water having been brought back by Song Ming during his last visit, still carrying a faint fragrance, perfect for her soak. Chapter 76. Your exclusive benefit. There is nothing quite as comforting as a hot bath. She mused whether there might be natural hot springs in this place, suddenly feeling an urge to experience one. Qizhen added a few drops of essential oil to the water, its subtle aroma harmonizing perfectly with the scent of the petals. He gently massaged her scalp as he washed her hair, the sensation wonderfully relaxing. Jiang Xuanqing leaned over the edge of the tub, relishing the moment, while Qizhen skillfully rinsed her hair, ensuring it was smooth and clean before lifting her out of the water. As he dried her hair, a thought struck Jiang Xuanqing and she asked, "Is it possible that I am expecting little ones?" The two tiny cubs were conceived during their prolonged entanglement, and perhaps now there might already be a little fox on the way. "It's hard to say. I cannot sense anything yet. I will try to get closer to you tonight," he replied. Jiang Xuanqing acknowledged, pondering whether Mo Xian would cause a fuss if he were to become agitated. How could she soothe that great gray wolf? Perhaps she should groom him. "By the way, Qizhen, there is something you must promise me that I will agree to anything." Qizhen responded without hesitation. Jiang Xuanqing playfully pinched his fox ears and said, "You saw my wood carving, right? You must keep it a secret. Otherwise, you will have no share in it. Rest assured, I will be tight-lipped." Even if she did not say anything, Qizhen would not divulge the secret to the others. While he secretly anticipated what his own would be like, aside from eating, sleeping, and exercising, Jiang Xuanqing spent her days crafting wood carvings. She had completed the figure of Song Ming, depicting a sunny youth carrying her, both figures smiling joyfully. For 3 consecutive nights, Jiang Xuanqing slept alone, primarily seeking rest, and on the 4th day, without needing to be near Qingqing, the mark on Qizhen's chest began to heat up. During breakfast, everyone became aware of the news. Mo Xian said nothing, maintaining his usual demeanor. Although surprised, he accepted the reality. If she was pregnant, what could he do to prevent it? Perhaps he had advanced too quickly. Had he known earlier, he would have restrained himself, avoiding the near-death experience he had endured and missing numerous opportunities to be close to her. He recalled the time he had just ascended to the 8th tier, when misfortune struck and his mental energy had spiraled out of control. He had been on the verge of death until Lang Afu had pried his mouth open and forced several wood crystals down his throat, staying by his side, ensuring he survived. Yet, if he had not been at the 8th tier, He might not have even been able to enter the door. Mo Xin contemplated how to entice Jiang Xinqing to spend more time with him after she gave birth. She approached him directly. Ahem, to compensate for the affection you have lost, I have decided to provide you with an additional little benefit, Jiang Xinqing said, her voice tinged with shyness. In truth, she could have easily ignored it. But she did not want any of her beasts to feel slighted or treated unfairly, even if it sometimes meant enduring hardship herself, finding a strange pleasure in the pain. What little benefit? The gray wolf stretched languorously before her, exposing his soft belly. Jiang Xinqing reached out to stroke him gently, retrieving her small comb for grooming. Is this just for me? Or do they get to partake as well? Mo Xian's voice was languid, seeming to lack interest. It's your exclusive little benefit, just for you. Jiang Xinqing replied earnestly. I see. That sounds delightful. The notion of it being exclusively for him sparked his interest. And Mo Xian immediately dove into her embrace. With her small comb in hand, Jiang Xinqing groomed him from head to tail. Although his fur was somewhat coarse, it boasted a remarkable resilience and sheen. Gliding effortlessly through his coat with hardly any shedding. As she groomed, she began to playfully explore his muscular form, occasionally pinching it. Mo Xian glanced at her, suppressing his true nature, allowing her to touch him as she pleased. Resting his head on her lap, occasionally rolling over lazily to stretch his body. How shameless, Songming muttered under his breath as he bathed little Songlan, keeping a watchful eye on them while scolding Mo Xian. There was no way around it. Xingxing was particularly fond of this behavior. If he were to be overly persistent in seeking her attention, she would likely ignore him. Yet, when he remained silent, she would soften,